So you can walk it in from there.
Yeah, I mean, was that when he referenced the distance, the differential distance of like the sides of your pupil of your eye? Was that what he was?
That was at several hundred yards, but yeah, that's true. I mean, the Coriolis means fuck all at 100 yards, 200 yards, even 300, 400, 500 yards. It's fuck
Right.
all. But as you start adding up distance on that, it starts to become more and more of a factor. It's like now it's a quarter inch. That's not that important. Now it's a half inch. It's still not that important. Oh shit! Now it's an inch. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a shooter, but I can imagine you want every millimeter.
Yeah, you want to be as close as humanly possible. You would never intentionally add error. But this is mostly hearsay. I haven't tried a 2-mile shot. I haven't tried 100 shots with the Coriolis calculation in it and 100 shots without it. So I'm only going to go with the professionals say, yeah, we added in there for our 2-mile shots.
I've been going around the clock in this server, man. I was up all night last night. Still going. Where them boys? What they? I didn't even hear everyone be like peace. Like everyone just ran away. It's over. It's like, all right, we disagree. Fine, bye. It's like, it fucking trips me out every time. I'm like, come on, man.
Damn it.
Only one side can be right. What will it be?
Well, actually, both sides could be wrong.
You know what? You are. I guess you're right. I guess I was thinking more in some of these absolute topics, like either the sniper thing works or it doesn't, or either there is.
I gotta hand it to him. I mean, it really does. When you come down to it, the other effects are much larger. So, but that doesn't mean that you intentionally screw things up.
Yeah, I posted something in here about these graviton things, and it's always like from my feed. It's like it's a newer article, but and they always reference papers, but sometimes the paper will even be from this year. So it looks
graviton as in the amusement park ride, or graviton as in waves. Okay.
Yeah, graviton. And it I'm never in my, hey, is this old or new? You know what I mean? Is this a new paper on the same shit they've done 100 times, or is this actually just new this year? Or,
as far as I know, graviton is a placeholder right now for something we've never seen, unless there's something new in these papers.
Yeah, they talking about these remnant effects from the black hole, you know what I mean? From the inside of the black hole pulling out, I think is what they trying to reconcile, some Hawking theories with some quantum theories and all this stuff. But it's new this week. Like, okay, get excited. Moya, you still in the cackalack, man? You up there?
Yeah, my earbud dropped out.
You still up in the cackalack?
Yep, I'm cackalacking it away. Oh man, I've been driving myself nuts. I'm working on the water tanks and the waste tanks on my boat, and I've been chasing a smell forever on that boat. Yeah, just the smell of waste. And I'm like, God, what am I doing? I can't find any leaks. Turns out that actually coming through the plastic. That 40 years of poo being in that tank has actually worked its way into the plastic and onto the outside.
Oh, so it's just your whole tank is rotten.
Yeah, the plastic fucking stinks.
Damn, bro. Ugh.
I mean,
it's permeated the plastic.
I put a gallon of bleach in the bitch, and I'm like, by now that smell should be going away. And then but you can walk. It's out in my driveway, and as I walk by it, I'm like, ugh.
Damn, so boat's got a funny smell anyway. Yeah, that sucks. You got that porta potty smell?
Oh, this is worse than porta potty. Actually, it's just rank old porta potty. Poorly maintained.
So we got the boat guy, and then I see 50 just pop. 50's a plane guy, ain't he? We got trains, planes, and airplanes. Trains, what am I talking about? Hydroplanes. Trains, planes, and hydroplanes.
I wish.
Trains, planes, and automobiles. And hydrofoils.
Yeah. I used to love them, like, them rubber tube bottomed hovercraft, land and sea.
I've never ridden on one of those. I always felt that, like, you know, whenever you turn, I mean, I've turned something like it. I don't remember what it was, but, like, you know, where it drifts like that. But, like, when you make a left-hand turn, you don't make the left-hand turn. You start, you're drifting sideways then.
Yeah, yeah.
And you got to counteract
Like
that
swamp,
first.
like swamp boat. Yeah, like a swamp boat. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the ones, there's rubber, like, tube bottomed ones that used to could fly right off the water onto the land and keep going down the street.
Yeah, those fuckers are huge. Those fuckers are huge, man. Those are like, I think those are like maybe like 150 feet by like 50 feet. The ones you're talking about.
They actually make some of those bitches like for personal use, like 9 feet long, 8 feet long.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some 20-foot one. I know I had a remote control one 30 years ago. Like, I had a sick ass remote control one, bro.
Yeah, you come in, you drifting, and like all of a sudden you end up hitting a pole because you would have thought you were turning, and now you just hit the pole sideways.
Yep, that would happen.
Finally, I think I found the missing money. It's sad when you
I don't know where the hell
miss $5,000 in your income and not notice it.
Oh, ain't that much, is it?
And when I went to do my taxes, I'm like, wait a minute. I should make more than that. I get the same amount every month.
my taxes from 2020. I got my taxes for 2021 before I got my taxes for 2020. No bullshit. They still owe me taxes from 2020.
I still ain't took no COVID money. They 1 year did me like pause, like there was 1 year, yeah, like it's reminiscent of what you're saying, where I never think it actually ever got resolved.
Really? God, dude, that's like $6 grand they owe me.
It was where they owed me money.
CPA. Do what?
It was 1 year they owed me money, and then they like denied it, and they tried to like, I think they just washed it basically.
They sent me letters like saying that, you know, we're confirming some information, basically indicating that I was going to get it eventually. So nothing I've received from them leads me to believe that I'm not going to get it. It's just they're taking fucking forever to process it. There's still a backlog of like $6 million from that year. Which I don't know how the fuck they managed to get the 2021s done before. But I contacted the CPA and I asked them. They said they couldn't do jack shit about it, which fucking sucks. I mean, what can you do? It's the IRS.
You can work with them, but that's the thing. I just didn't have the schedule to keep working with. I remember one day I was on hold 4 hours, literal.
Yeah. Now they won't tell you shit, dude. There's nothing. Like I said, the CPA said that she can't even help a tax professional.
Yeah, I didn't have pay. I mean, it was like by the time they came back with it and like, I don't know, all this, then they were like, well, we're just going to not pay you and we're going to wash it because of this. And, you know, I was like, well, I don't have the write-offs or something. I remember, it was like 5 years ago. I was like, fuck it. But I don't know, man. It's weird. Like, the women in my family all do that shit, but I just don't take the COVID money. I feel like something's going to come back on it.
The COVID money shit, they're handing out money, dude. I mean, what do you mean? They sent it to you, didn't they? They sent out checks. You didn't cash the checks? Or you didn't get a direct deposit? Do what?
I'm just not for it. Like, I mean, like it's only a little bit of money, 1,000 or two here and there, and it's just like, you know, I get to say I don't believe in it, so I'm not doing it. I get to say, you know, if there's an overhaul in the system, I know, you know, I don't know. I know it's not going to come back on anybody, but
yeah,
whatever.
But think about like a company, man. Think about how much money oil companies get from the government, or any company gets from the government in terms of tax incentives, man. You know, if a company, some of these big companies like Amazon or Walmart that are making billions of dollars can get money from the government, I think as the little guy, you have a duty to take that shit, dude. That's
Absolutely, and I don't
feeling.
knock anybody who does. I'm just like, if I
Yeah.
thought like I look at it like, hey, if we all were to decide, are we all going to do it or not? Maybe we all should say no, but you know, since people are doing it, go ahead and do it. But I would say if it was I wouldn't allow it. I wouldn't have initiated the program. Is what I'm saying. But,
Yeah. Man, uh, anything that can get the little guy ahead, I kind of like.
See, but I believe it really hurts the little guy in the long run. You know, like now, you're, you know, if you look at inflation versus wage increase, I think, you know, the little guy lost out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can make that direct case though. That wasn't that much money. That's not something like quantitative easing like Obama did. Whenever the banks fell, right? They did quantitative easing, which was just flooding the market with cash.
But they is flood. I mean, he is flood. That's like housing prices, gas. I mean, come on, man. Like, you think housing prices that's natural? No, that's totally artificial because of the fiat.
Yeah, you know about the housing prices too? I guess that's everywhere. Wild. Yeah, I'm looking at buying a house right now, but I mean, I got a situation like I can keep living where I'm living, which is renting, which is kind of a shittier place, or I can buy a house at an elevated cost, but like houses don't typically go down in value. Like,
right, but it's the rate at which they're increasing. They're outpacing wage increase, and you know that the stimulus is affecting that. And it's like, dude, your purchasing power is not what it was, even with those little stimuluses. So I understand, like, yo, whatever it looks like, do it. I mean, do it. Don't get me wrong, it's there. You might as well do it.
yeah.
No,
So I got to put down like 7K, and I can finance like $150,000 house, $150,000 house, which where I live in like rural America, so that I can get like maybe like a 3.5 bath, like pretty decent, not anything crazy, but I think the payment's like maybe like 750, 800 a month, which isn't crazy bad.
Good.
Uh,
That's good, man.
yeah, it's not too bad, but the
How many
prices
kids you got?
do what?
How many kids you got?
I got one kid.
Cool, man. Yeah, 3 better be good, man.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I need the 1.5 bath the most, dude. It could be 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bath, but I'd like a fucking office. Uh, but if you look at the houses that I've been looking at, so like you're talking about like the increase, like 3 years ago they were 90, and then now the ones I'm looking at went from 90 to 150, which is insane.
Right, and think about it. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of the stuff is coming down. I don't know if you've been looking at the market, like stock market, but like so whenever COVID hit, it's been 2 years. Uh, actually 2 years, like almost to the day, right? It's March what 17th or 18th? What's today? 18th. It's March 18th. COVID hit, like the original like lockdown started like.
Yeah, it was about 2 years ago, wasn't it? What's coming down? I think I got a little disco. Maybe not. 50 blank. Fitty, you there? Mic check.
Mike here.
All right, I'm silent. Can I get a mic check?
I can hear you. Well, I can hear whoever that was. I could.
All right, I hear now.
Yeah, I heard you. Whoever said mic check, I heard you.
Thanks, Bob. Dodo. All right, here's what's throwing me off. You know the little noise every time you mute and unmute, it'd be like, "Ba-doo, ba-doo-doo." I can't hear that shit no more.
When you do it yourself?
Yeah, like it's like I'm using earphones. It's weird.
You got AirPods?
You got to turn it off. Turn off the setting for it.
Ah,
If you go into the settings under app settings under notifications, you can select which ones you want to make noise or not make noise. And there's mute and unmute.
right.
You can turn those off.
I'm saying I didn't adjust the settings, but normally I go Bluetooth, Bluetooth, right? And then I plugged in my earphones, and now it's not doing it. So I'm like, oh, I guess it don't do it. You know what I mean? Or like maybe I
What
can't
are
hear it.
earphones? What are earphones?
Earphones.
So you want it to do that then, you're saying?
Well, yeah, I want not confused. Let me show y'all. Hold on. Let me show y'all this hoodie roll poster. This shit's hilarious.
I mean, I turned mine off, but I know what you mean. Sometimes maybe you want, if you're on a phone or something, you might want it so you know for sure, like it lets you know you're muted or unmuted.
Yeah, I would want mine on. Yo, did you get my DM? My text message?
About Merle? Are you talking to someone else?
I'm hot micing.
Okay. Yeah, Merle like leaves and rejoins the server almost every day, so it's like we have to keep re-giving him voice verify because he keeps leaving.
What's the topic at the moment, boys?
I don't think there is one. I just jumped in, so it was quiet. Yeah, so I think it's just quiet at the moment, but we can spark up something.
Trying to work out the area of a outside or the inside of a donut, but not a donut with a ring in the middle. It's like the actual oblate spheroid, maybe, but like donut type of thing. I was just trying to try different things to work out the surface area. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But I'm out and about now. But if I know what my dimensions are, then how do I get the surface area? Yeah, it's a bit. It's all right when you're doing an oval, but when you get to surface area, it's like a bit more, a bit more work type of thing. I guess maybe the simplest thing is just find out your surface area of the top and the bottom, and then work out what your ring is. Maybe that's what I should be doing.
All right, Jeremy, I'm gonna give you a little pictographic here. You look at it. Tell me what you think about this shit. I can't figure this shit out yet. Oh, I see. You only get one item. You have to have the mask, and you only get one item. No wearing two items.
My bad. Was someone talking to me?
Nope.
Yo, thank God it's Friday. That's all I gotta say. Thank goodness it's Friday.
Yeah, it's been a long week.
My back's killing me, dude. I just went back to work this week. Oh, had a bad.
You doing the same thing? I thought you was out of there.
The janitor thing. They call me back. They text. My old boss texted me one day. She's like, "You're the best worker we ever had. They're begging me to ask you to come back." I was like, "Fine."
Yeah, fucking, because you got that pre-inflation salary going on. You need to. No one wants to work. I mean, so double that shit up, bro.
Well, you want me back? How much you gonna pay me?
Yeah. No, you the man, dude. I'm just, I'm fucking around, but like that is a lot of it going on, man. Is that for a while there, like you'd hear stories of long time veterans and companies getting laid off for the new young college people who are good and fresh and do it for a quarter of the price of the senior guy.
What do you do with your rug monkey?
I don't even know what that is.
Rug monkeys? Carpet monkeys. Sorry, crumb crunchers. Sorry.
Oh,
what's a crumb cruncher?
Yeah,
you
carpet
said crumb
munchers is the wrong term. I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
You said cum catcher?
No. Kosho's job right there.
Rug monkeys, they're kids.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that disease Jeremy's got.
Yeah.
It's like crabs on steroids. What have you guys been talking about in here? Hey, by the way, I got to tell you, Don.
Shut the fuck up! Oh, what's up, Coach?
I was going to apologize to you, man. Definitely not going to do that anymore.
What are you talking about? You already did that, man. You talk about for being aggro. You said that last night. Fuck that gay shit. What are you gonna say?
For all the shit I said behind your back earlier.
Are you either lying or was this in gems?
I'm fucking with you, dude.
Yeah, I figured you was lying.
I'm just messing with you, Don. Me and Don are such good buddies, and I feel like too often you piss me off too quickly, and we haven't been like we used to. You know what, Don? It's you I needed to talk to. I'm making this card game, right? A flat Earth card game, like built around this community. But I forgot you help develop games, right?
Yeah, I'm a gamer. Yeah,
well, you can help me put this game together then.
I've play tested.
Being a gamer and developing games are two different things.
No, I mean I have a couple play test credits. Like I'm David Adelson has used me for games before. Lester
the Molester, yeah.
I don't want to say this guy. This guy got a little company. He does railroad train resource Euro board games. I've play tested a few of those. I've got credits with internal credits, but they really don't have a lot of their stuff published. David Adelson's game is the only one that got a credit on. But anyway, dude, are you talking about like one of those like fun games, like the Illuminati card game type of thing, where you just mess around?
No, not a fun game, dude. No.
Oh, what is it? Trivia? What is it?
You're such a fucking bonehead, dude. Yeah, a fun game, man. Of course, that goes without saying.
I mean, is it like strategic or just slapstick?
Well, I haven't really gotten that far, dude. Okay, so,
dude, implement crypto into the game.
That's a good idea.
That's what he did yesterday, Jeremy. He posts a picture, and it's like some words, and it's like a trivia question or something.
Dude. You're one of
And
the dudes in this community. You and Jeremy both. If I hung out with you guys, I would punch you in the stomach, dude, so hard.
So many people laughing right now, I bet.
Bro, you do the worst stuff. Like everything you do is just terrible.
Dude, Don is complaining for the thing he did. He did exactly the same thing I did. Except for I did. He did it right before me. For what did you say? Don was like just randomly brought up a Ukrainian fucking chess player he played with yesterday. I basically said the same thing except for about my game. And then he was getting on me for fucking telling that story. Like, what does that story have to do with anything?
No, Kosho, here's what you did. You said, look, I posted a picture of my game in the chat, and it was a picture of like 3 lines of text. It was like 3 sentences.
Well, you weren't here. This is the thing, though. You weren't here for the Chronic was here. There's other people that were here for the part that was the precursor to that. So, just don't worry about it, dude. I just bought a game from that Ukrainian guy because I feel bad. I have like 5 or 6 of his apps, but he's like sending text saying he can't support these games anymore because of I don't know, whatever he's doing in Ukraine. Have you guys ever heard of a dude called Coach Red Pill?
Never heard of him.
Okay, because Nathan Thompson, by the way, who has a brain coach, I was reminding him earlier, but anyways, he has a coach called Coach Red Pill. I guess it's another coach he has, and he lives in Ukraine, and but supposedly he's a fucking Chilean
monk
dating coach, but he set that aside so he can like report on the the conspiracy shit over in Ukraine or something like that. But yeah, it's just funny because like all the information he was giving us was coming from his Coach Red Pill. I don't know if it was maybe a dude you guys have heard of.
Never heard of him. Nathan Thompson sucks.
Yeah, dude, he kind of does. He's always been late to the game. Like even when I first started talking to him like 3 years ago, he was big on Facebook, but he would do like YouTube live streams, and it was like talking to a brand new flat earther, like because he was like just so far behind all the arguments that like everybody else was on. You know what I mean?
All y'all are, man. All y'all. I mean, look at what we're doing. Like we could have been around the earth 80 times by now. What are we talking about?
Dude,
I was tripping on y'all earlier, boy. I mean, it was like so much. Coach, I listened to you and the dude for an hour. And I don't even
that's one of the things that pisses me off, dude. You start siding with the fucking wrong person over and over again. The person's wrong, the other dude's wrong, and you're just siding with them for whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Well, a lot of times it's like both sides have a piece of what they're saying that is right. Neither of it's actually relevant to the point sometimes. I mean, there's just so many times I got to be like, look, okay, give him a little bit of slack and admit that, what he's saying is cool, but it doesn't. And you admit that this is like, dude, you got to argue by agreeing. And a lot of times, like, people just think that they can say no based on an opinion. And it's like, bro, but no,
I think Moyak agrees with who was that again? That was New Perspective or Dave or whatever. Moyak was describing kind of the same thing he was describing. So I don't know, maybe Moyak's on y'all's team too. I don't know.
What am I describing?
Remember the thing is the New Perspective, I was arguing with him last night, and he was describing, like we were talking about doing a Coriolis type observation. And I was saying it's best to use a ballistic because it's going to be the least, it's going to have the least amount of influences or errors or whatever. And he was saying a powered jet would be the best thing to test.
I'm pretty confident that a powered jet would work really well. You would basically have to do the averages and stuff like that to see, it would rise out of that. But you try and go in a straight line, you will see in theory, you will see a lateral force.
Right.
Well,
right. Now, the thing is,
go ahead.
Sorry. Well, Kosho,
let me ask Mike one question just before we continue. Just to clarify, Mike. Just to clarify with Mike, But Mike, you're saying in the case where you can either do the test with the powered jet or a ballistic, you're saying that is a way you can do it, or that way is better?
I think it's better because it's you can do the test over and over again.
Exaggerated. See, Moya, look at how Kosho's trying to position.
I vehemently disagree with that.
But listen, let's say, Kosho, you're even right. Here's what I have an issue with, Kosho. I have an issue with, like, the fact that you're saying a airplane or a ballistic. You keep categorizing the airplane as a non-ballistic. You did it last night. Right. You did it last night as well. And you may not, even if the category, you made a statement as if you can't do it with the jet because the jet is firing. It's not the same as the bullet. And it was like, well, and then I try to kind of call you and say you were wrong. And then you kind of switched it to this. Okay, well, which one's better? And it's like,
no. Somebody was claiming I might have said it was impossible. I never said it was impossible. I said it was dumb.
Hey, brother, I want to let you know. It sounded like that.
Hold on, man. I gotta respond to this, dude.
All right.
I'm not trying to say anything about Mark, but I was saying that, like, I think that even though that is a possible way to do it, when you have the two opportunities, one with a powered jet and one with a straight ballistic, like ICBM, for instance, I think 10 times out of 10, I would choose ICBM if I was trying to observe Coriolis, because
it sounds like you're making
it'd be easier to observe.
Oh no, okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to agree with you on that, but ICBM is not something we can do.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
A practical test, a bullet, ballistic projectiles just don't go far enough to get a clear and distinct answer. I think you'll get a clear and distinct answer out of the airplane.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Then you're saying a jet.
Drew dicks all over the bathroom.
Yay! People
Drew dicks all over the bathroom up there.
What is it? Jeremy's drawing dicks and hot micing. What are you talking about, dude?
He's telling us that there's dicks all on the bathroom.
I'm hot micing. Hold on.
He's hot micing, but he's at the gay club right now, fucking sharing that shit on Discord.
No, if I were to guess, Jeremy works in a high school or a middle school.
He's the guy drawing. He's supposed to be cleaning there. He's drawing dicks in the bathroom, dude.
I would definitely put $10 on that's true.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, it's actually not. It's not impossible to see in an airplane. It's just really hard. You have to.
There you go. My sister, he's a piece of plane guy.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that if you're going north, you're going to experience at 500 miles an hour. You should experience about a 2 mile an hour.
That's
acceleration about horizontally. You can, with a MEMS receiver, you can get accuracies way beyond 500 times necessary to identify this.
And it's funny that it's like, we argued at the point over and over, and finally people are like, yeah, okay.
Let's be clear. Go ahead, Armand.
I was going to say, the actual easiest way is if you're at like a little bit north of the equator, traveling about 800 miles an hour to 900 miles an hour in a fighter jet, and then actually get a gyroscope, and you can actually see that Earth transport precession is what it's called. Okay, it's the easiest way to try to see it. You can also see in your deviation, your course deviation, like you said, I think it's about 10 miles an hour for every 800 miles an hour at 80 degrees, or not 80 degrees, about 20 degrees latitude.
I just want to be clear. That's why I'm going to frame this again to make sure that we're agreeing and disagreeing about the correct thing, because I don't think me and Mark are disagreeing anymore. But last night with the comparison was a jet like you're describing, I guess going from the equator, from the North Pole, doesn't matter, but there's really fast jet, and an ICBM, ballistic trajectory, fucking whatever. If you had the two options, which one would you do? Which one would you expect to be the easiest one to not have to get rid of any errors or whatever?
You can't do with a powered jet what a bullet can do. You definitely made it sound like that. And even
no one's saying bullets
about the ICBM. Well, you making it
This is
sound
why.
like
This is why I'm
an
framing it
ICBM and a jet
clearly,
is
dude.
different. Why
This is
you
why I'm
called it?
framing it clearly, so no one's confused. So don't.
Okay, let me talk with you then. When you just asked Moyak about the jet or the ICBM, why did you call the ICBM like a pure ballistic or something? Why do you seem to categorize these as different things?
Because it you know, an ICBM that you just launch once, and you don't add fucking thrust onto it afterwards.
Right, but you could do the
that would
same
be
thing with the plane.
purely
You don't
ballistic.
have to add the
That would be
thrust
purely
onto the
ballistic.
plane. But Kosha, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Marcy. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, it is. It's not that it's easier to measure. I think they're both gonna be equally hard to measure and observe the Coriolis. I think the point though that it's easier to get the influence of Coriolis from a non-powered ballistic is true. But I think the reality is that it's easier to like sit on an airplane and like actually track this deviation more so than it is tracking it on an ICBM. I'm just saying, like, there are gives and takes here. Yeah.
You're saying because you can observe the instruments. Because what
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what I'm describing is like straight up just launching something or shooting whatever it is, and it being a straight south trajectory, right? All you'd have to do at that point is simply measure how off of how not straight that path was.
Yeah, and as soon as I get home, I'll post. There's in the FAA Navigator's Handbook. There's an entire section of a chapter on Earth transport procession that goes over this, and they're called Z corrections that you make because of it depends on what latitude you're at, how fast you're going, and most airliners don't go at any type of ground speeds that mean anything for this, like 2-3 miles an hour, farts in the wind, affect you more than that. But the reality is, like an ICBM that's going 3-4 times the speed of sound, yeah, you start to need to know what's going on at that point, right? If you're going to try to hit a target over 8,000 miles of trajectory, and you need to hit it within 300 feet.
Yeah, right. And also assuming that, because I know ICBMs, they have in this scenario, it's assuming that you're not making course corrections. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where it's an incredibly technical question when you get down to it. Because if you want to ask the question like, well, is it easier with a powered or ballistic to like ensure that Coriolis effect is seen if they're both going the same like longitude and latitude at the same exact speed? The answer is ballistic, right? But there's more considerations than that.
I see, yeah, because you're saying your whole thing is with the instruments and your ability to sit there and actually. So okay, so let me ask you a question because this is what New Perspective was suggesting last night was, and also Moyak was suggesting earlier. So imagine you're in the jet now and you're going straight south or whatever, and you want to observe Coriolis. Moyak had a good point that you look for the consistent, air in your, whatever you're adjusting for as from a straight path. But if there's winds coming from both directions, there could be cases. So there could be cases where it's clean enough where you could pick it up easy, but could there be cases where it's not clean enough? And
that's where it gets super, super muddy. I love the fact you're pointing this out, and that's where it gets really muddy, right? Is because you a 2 knot, 90-degree crosswind, right, from the opposite direction would literally take away your at 600 miles an hour ground speed, 80 degrees latitude offset, right? Like it's really
not. Once they're not a 2 mile an hour wind, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's not, I'm saying it's hard. I'm not saying it's impossible, because what you can actually do is you can actually see some of like what the actual wind is at times, right? You can, and typically the way that we do that is looking at comparing GPS ground track to true airspeed tracks that we're having.
With my method, using the MEMS sensor, you're using a gyro in some way to do this. Using equipment on the airplane. I'm talking about a high precision MEMS device which can measure 0.1 micro Gs.
Oh, that would be actually, yeah. You can actually do this with an accelerometer too.
Yeah. So all I do is all I have to do is verify that between point A and point B, and this is only, I could do this over 100 yards at 500 miles an hour. All I have to do is wait for 2 points that happen due north.
Yep.
And then I can say, did I sense a 2 mile per hour deceleration of my airplane as I was heading north?
Yep. And then you could turn around and see, now do I get that exact opposite effect when I go
Right,
south?
2 mile an hour acceleration.
Exactly. If the wind happens to hold, but RC man, you've been around for at least a couple of years. Or we used to bring this up, and the Glober's immediate response would just be like, "You're stupid. You can't do this."
No, well
you were there. You remember Spider calculating drag coefficients? I know you were there.
So Crux, here's the reality. We're not talking about, like, if you want to do aerodynamic drag coefficients and crosswind components, sure, right? Like, it's really hard to try to measure something like this. But if you have hyper precision, if you have a hyper precise accelerometers that we're working with, essentially, like this, it's not an impossible thing to do. It's just that unless you're a fighter jet going really, really fast, it's hard to find a need.
Right, but the thing I'd like to reach out to you and see if we can have some understanding. I mean, it's not like it matters either way, but the way you're talking right now, the confidence that you have, that's what the flat earthers were saying to me like 5 years ago and 2 years ago, and that's what I would be saying in some of these servers, and it got pushback constantly. And it's like, now it's like, I appreciate you guys, is all I'm saying, at least at this time.
Well, it takes, the moment when you realize, I was looking at the problem and I started thinking about the types of equipment out there, and then I started saying, oh, okay, yeah. I don't remember why I came up with it. It was like yesterday I came to a solution saying that this should work, and I looked at equipment and said, yeah, I should be able to get the precision I need. And so I before that, when we were talking about trying to do wind speeds and trying to determine rudder positions to see if how much wind you're getting to the west and the east, that's all so fuzzy, and you'll be working your ass off trying to get a number out of it that nobody would believe.
Right. The Glovers used to always trap the flat earthers with going, the earth shouldn't spin underneath you, Los Angeles to New York,
that's what
right, I know. Listen,
suggested last night.
We know, we're smart enough to know. I just want to talk about the progression of the narrative.
Oh, no, I'm saying that conversation was happening last night.
Oh, they'd happen again last night.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
like, guys, we know, and then we constantly shift them to, hey, but you could go north-south, and then the lateral deviation, all this, and it's like, even that would get pushed back. And it's like, guys, like, I just appreciate y'all, man. Let's just put it with that. Be careful, like, always, man. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's one times where you'd be like, oh, why are you sticking up for the other side? Well, that's why, Coach Show, because shit like this be happening. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Well,
you're agreeing. Let me go ahead, RC Meister, because I just got to just say, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I think within the context of many of the conversations, which is why doesn't the airplane is how the entire is how the entire scenario starts.
That's exactly what I was going to say to you. Is that was how it was framed last night. Was what isn't this something that they would observe?
Yeah,
not something that you can test for, but what they should already be observing.
And I think in that instance, like, people are right to push back on the idea that, like, with even a commercial airplane at freaking full throttle at 36,000 feet at particular latitudes, that's going to be really freaking hard to deal with, right? Like, and that you're justified to push back on it. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a fighter jet at a particular latitude with a really high precision accelerometer, essentially, that we're trying to test.
Y'all being real and saying, hey, if we set up an experiment, it could probably be done. But generally, when people say, shouldn't we see it? It's like, no, why are you going to see it? Like, it's, you know what I mean?
That was kind of our point, is like, there are a lot more factors that we take account for in terms of Earth transport precession or over Earth transport precession, like crosswind component and, drag coefficients and stuff like that. That those mean a lot more than the effect of Coriolis on the trajectory of a commercial airplane.
Yeah, I've got 100 mile an hour crosswind plus 2 miles an hour of Coriolis stuff. You're not going to notice it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was flying last night, for example, and I'm in a freaking 182, which is like, it goes 140 knots. It's fine, right, for a cruiser. But, like, I had a 40-knot crosswind, like, bro, and I'm getting tossed around. Like, I don't give a shit about a Coriolis. Like, that Coriolis means nothing to me at that point in terms of the fact that I'm just trying to keep my heading and my altitude, not shit my pants.
Or
Right.
you're
Like it's
flying like 30 degrees off of course. Your nose of your airplane is flying 30 degrees off the direction you want to be
Exactly.
going.
holy crap.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to not lose your cookies and keep within 10 degrees of your, you know what I mean? You keep within 10 degrees of your course, which is like the legal limit for IFR stuff without having to report it. And like, that's pretty freaking hard sometimes, especially last night when I had lots of turbulence.
International flight rule. What's IFR? What's
IFR is instrument flight rules.
instrument flight rule?
Oh, Mr. Instrument rated. Aren't you special?
Man, that's funny, dude. Man.
The only thing that I think I'm special for is being a tail dragger pilot. My commercial license, IFR, all that shit, nobody cares about. You're a tail dragger pilot, you got real balls.
What's that? Tail dragger.
Like it's like older airplanes. Like I like to fly warbirds, like Boeing Stearmans. Their tail drags on the ground because there's a little wheel in the back. Because the center of gravity is behind the main gears, they can ground loop really easy. So you got to do a little dance on your feet quite a bit to keep it straight. But they're cool airplanes. We'll put it this way: there's a reason you need an endorsement to fly those airplanes. That's the only thing I'll ever brag about when it comes to being a pilot, is being a tail dragger pilot.
Well, since it got quiet, I used to fly with some pilots. Well, they were taking us places. One night we were landing, or he was landing, I'll say, and at the last second he turned like sideways a good bit, and then at the last second straightened out to land. Isn't that like air braking of some sort?
It's called. He was probably doing what's called a slip, and so what a slip is that you give it like usually aileron into the wind, so you look like you're turning, but in order to not turn, you give it the opposite rudder, and it creates a lot of aerodynamic drag that allows you to descend pretty darn fast. I mean, if you're not used to it, you think, "Holy shit, we're going to hit the ground," and at the last minute, usually right before your flare, you take both of those cross corrections out, put them both back to center, and you just line up, right?
Yeah. It was cool as hell. I was laughing and giggling the whole time. It was really cool.
Yeah. I took my cousin flying last night, and I did a forward slip to land on them. So they're fun. So you usually descend at maybe like 400, 300 feet a minute on in a 182 on a regular glide slope. I was descending at like 1,400 feet a minute in a forward slope.
You could, with the money America spends per year on lawn care, we could end homelessness
Again.
or world hunger or something. Lawn care, bro. Lawn care. I don't know, man. I'm just it irks me that people are like hurting and struggling and shit, and we're sitting here spending $29 billion on.
Why don't you go help them, dude?
I need the lawn money to help them.
I told you that I offered you a job yesterday, and you fucking spit in my face, bro.
Bro, how do I convince everyone in America to give me the money they would spend on their lawn?
Because spending money at a problem like that, a social issue like that, does not solve things.
What do you mean?
Because a lot of these people, I mean, look, so many homeless people are doing it for choice, by choice. There are places to go get help. There are plenty of places to go eat, get shelter. But then what do? I drive by the next day, and there he is, walking with that goddamn bottle in his hand, shaking his little cup. Man, you can give him money, and he'll
I
be back out on the
realize
street the next day. I offered a guy a
Yes.
job, and he said he passed on it. I said, man, no, I'm talking about a month straight. I'm putting you up in a hotel. I'm going to feed you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No exception. Nah.
I realize some people
He
aren't
wanted
going
a
to be able to
handout.
be helped. Yes, I realize some people don't want to be helped. Some people like that homeless kind of bum lifestyle or whatever, but I still think there's a lot of people that do want to be helped.
Yeah,
You're
you
right,
gotta
but
help
just
them,
like
man. You gotta help them and show them how to help themselves. They're not
Yeah,
just ready to help themselves right away. I mean, it's nice to commit, but you gotta show them.
Just like the dude just said just now, like I told you yesterday, also we talked about this, Jeremy. There in America, at least. I'm not saying everywhere in the world, but in America, any person who's needs food or whatever, there's always something. There's always some opportunity, for them to get food. Whether they have to, search for wherever it is, but there's always some resource for them.
I hear you, but wouldn't the world be a better place? Even if we don't count the people that are like homeless, what about the single mom who's struggling week to week to make rent and she's got to go without stuff and all
They
that?
just need
Like,
to learn to stay off the
Then
dick,
she has to
Jeremy.
go without
They need,
stuff, man.
yeah, they
how
need to
much
learn to stay
better?
off
How
the dick.
much better would the world be if if less people were struggling?
Well, yeah, man. 3 things. Graduate high school, don't have children out of wedlock, get a job. You're in the 75th percentile. Boom. It's called choices.
Yay, average.
We've all made some bad choices in life, right?
Yep.
What are we going to do now? We got to move forward.
Learn from them. Take
And you
accountability.
Bad, so what is good or bad? Come on, man. You're gonna eat, you're gonna live, bro.
when you're in that situation, you like opportunities that come up are much more valuable because they're the opportunity to change whatever. Like if you made bad choices, like you said, and you are kind of stuck there. That's why people still work hard and they wait for the one opportunity where maybe it's like one job offer somewhere or one whatever. They take it seriously and shit like that. So I mean, people get out of hardships all the time, dude. Just depends on how determined you are.
I don't know. I feel like the world would be a better place if less people were struggling.
But what you're suggesting is you think the world would be a better place if the people who have a lot of money, like Bill Gates and Elon Musk and people like that, if they just gave away their money specifically to the people that don't have it, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you do the trust fund thing, like I said last night, right? Now, when you give them the thing, you say, listen, can you pay it forward? Some people are gonna, some people aren't gonna. I know if I have 50 G's or 100 G's a year coming in, I would spend the whole rest of my life helping people. That's all I would even do. You don't even need to work anymore. You can just go around helping people. What do you need? You're moving your apartment here. Let me help you.
Well, then you'll be excited
My
when you
income
wrestle
is over
come.
100.
What's up?
Well,
You and your wife.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just said you and your wife's income is well over 100 G's. Jeremy,
It's close. It's close.
over.
San Francisco is a really good example. They spend more millions of dollars than they have people at this very thing you're talking about. And guess what? Every year it's more and more dollars, and the problem is worse and worse. You cannot just simply throw money at shit. People, it just doesn't work. Yeah, and then add in corruption and shit like that in the mix.
So what
If
do
you
we
actually
do?
let
How do we
people
fix the
starve,
problem?
If you let people starve, they don't. There'd be less people on welfare, and I don't mean that they'll all die. They'll find ways of supporting themselves, selling their bodies,
Stealing.
stealing. Yeah.
Like I said, in America, there's opportunity. You know, if you're a hungry person, or you know that you're gonna need a meal tomorrow, because you're not gonna be able to afford it. There's some, or maybe not tomorrow. Let's say next week. There's avenues for you available to you to make sure that you're not gonna be without food next week.
Every church on the block. Then they don't want to
Yes,
go to
no
church.
one's
Then they can go to the city building.
Food
no one's going to
stamps.
starve to death in America. I realize that probably doesn't happen a lot, but there are a lot of people struggling and shit.
Yeah.
Mentally ill.
But it's also
Well, no, I'm saying there's single moms out there that are struggling to, pay their bills
Or
and
their
stuff.
cigarettes and their rent.
Wait, what does she do for
Yo,
work?
me and my wife struggle, dude. Like, it's not.
No, yeah, I know what you mean, man.
We basically, me and my wife pretty much live check to check. We got middle class white people problems.
You live unlock phone to unlock phone, dude. Basically.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jerry. You actually could live a much better lifestyle. You waste a lot of money, and I'm just speaking out of turn here, but I'm sure you waste money going to the movies, taking your kids out to do different things,
He's got a fairly big
soccer,
family.
whatever else. You have your extravagances. You don't eat the minimalist meals that you could. You could easily on your what I guesstimate your salary to be between you and your wife. You could easily survive and put money away.
He just forgot to pick up his white privilege card.
He's trying to have a happy life with his family. You know what I mean? So he's got a big enough family where they actually want to do shit. So
right?
Yeah,
Oh no,
believe me,
absolutely,
we don't.
absolutely. But he's not living hand to mouth.
It's close though. It's close, and that's with my wife making phenomenal money.
Right, but now that was with you staying at home, right? Because when you were both
even
making
with
money,
me.
yeah?
I was giving her money for the bills the whole time.
yeah,
What's
this doesn't really.
Worth? What's your house worth
What's
these days? What's your house worth these days?
My house
Up in New York.
worth?
you asked him how much his house is worth.
We paid like $170 for it, but I had to do a lot of work to it. It's probably worth like $2 something now because it's the market. But
right. Market goes up and whatever. It's probably actually worth a little bit more than that now. But
yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of costs you have there.
Don't forget, Mike. We know where you keep your boat key, dude.
Well, lots of people, and including me, I piss my money away if I go out to when you look at how much you poop, the money that you spend on just generating poop. There is so many other ways you could eat that would cut your costs by $500 a month, $600 a month, and not eating shit. You'd probably eat better.
Mike, you have the most colorful way of thinking about things, man.
That's a good point. I know of a lot of people that probably hit up the fast food like 3 or 4 times a week. Well, my Lord, you go through and get a few things. It's $45. It's insane.
yeah. Every time we only get pizza like once a week or takeout or Chinese or something. Every time we do it, it's like $60.
Yeah.
And we're not even getting all the stuff we want.
But
like
now,
I go without, so the kids.
When you're working at the school, do you bring food to the school, or do you typically, let's say, more than 3 days a week, eat out?
Right before I go, bro. Or I bring a peanut butter and jelly and some crackers or something.
All right,
chips.
good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
You got a key to the cafeteria, man?
Yeah, but you can't just go in there and start stealing food.
Yeah, you're not allowed to, but
you can steal from the
there's
little
cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere, dude.
Just pretend like you're cleaning back there. You got to clean anyways, right?
There's literally cameras on this stuff.
He's tried
At lunchtime, when the kid comes in with his little brown bag, you beat him up in the bathroom, and you take his lunch money.
His lunch money.
My daughter asked me, next weekend whether she can come over shooting, use all my guns. I'm like, you know what? I'm bringing a bunch of friends over. I was wondering if I could borrow your guns. I'm like,
what?
Yeah, but I'm not giving you any ammo.
Yeah, how much $100 in bullets does she want?
Well, you know, a lot of people do is they reclaim bullets like at the range. You know.
Well, you can, but that doesn't make the money back. It helps, but I
Yeah.
don't reload. So
Who's your daughter's friends, man? I mean, she's bringing friends over to borrowing the guns. What's going on, man?
yeah, we have a shooting range on the property, so we just go down to the shooting range. So
How long of a distance do you have?
oh god, we typically shoot between 25 and maybe 30 yards. I've got accessibility to 100 yards, but that's shooting all the way across my mother's from my mother's front porch essentially, and then like she's gonna get mad because I'm scaring the dog.
He's thinking Coriolis test. He's sussing you out for a potential Coriolis test.
Well, we were talking about one for a while ago, but yeah, typically like Michael Smith was going to do one, but you want like a lot more range. I was actually just thinking that Moyak, he probably sucks at shooting because he only shoots at the short range. I know where he keeps his bow. I'd probably have a good shot.
I'm at combat distances only.
At what distance?
Combat distance.
Oh.
I mean, I've got access to nearly a mile range, but you know, farmland flat and trees all surrounding it. But I don't know what kind of test you could do.
Everything will be subjective. It's just too small a number to work with.
Yeah, that's why
I would say it would be definitive, but only to us.
But it can win you field goals, though.
It could. If it was going to miss by a millimeter and it gets in by a millimeter, then that would be the difference. Why is that so funny to you guys?
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make to them yesterday. It's not that anybody would like that thing Neil deGrasse Tyson said. It's not like anybody would actually account for that before they kick the field goal, because if they have that much precision, then you know they could have
been in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. They can kick it every single time. But it's just the case that it did affect the kick because the kick was that close from being in or being out. I forget if it was was it out or in or what was it? Did it hit the post? The what?
I think it was in.
I'll say what got in, but yeah, but it would have hit the pole. It was like barely just about to hit the pole. Yeah, it's possible that it could have had an effect, but it's not really possible that he could have try to account for it beforehand or something.
Yeah, you wouldn't use it. You wouldn't use that as a method of achieving a field goal. If you're always trying to kick it at the post like that, that's a pretty bad plan.
Coriolis, man of the match.
And you guys go off on that and seem to want to misunderstand it because it's really clear what he was saying. He's just saying that it was
Star player.
All things considered, that Coriolis might have been the pivotal thing in that kick. May have just been the thing that kept it from going out. If it wasn't for Coriolis, it would have missed.
I don't think if Tyson said anything, anyone would have thought anything about Coriolis.
Of course, that's his job. That's why that's what he thinks his purpose in the world is, dude, is to bring shit like that up that other people aren't going to, no one's never going to even fucking care or think about that.
Right, I agree with you.
He was also talking about it, saying that it's such a minor effect that maybe in this situation you could think of it having caused the field goal. But he was telling you the whole time that it's a minuscule effect.
Gravity as a force, right?
That's so funny.
I'm sensing a theme here, guys.
Well, actually, that they have a lot in common. Actually, they're both considered fictitious forces.
Well, if I'm right about my theory that I could use a MEMS accelerometer on an airplane for a couple $100, and you take an airplane that's flying north at any point during its flight, just any 10-second period where it was actually just going north, I could measure the I don't know if it's Coriolis effect, but the conservation momentum of my aircraft being bled off as I go due north. And I think that would be very definitive. I'm sure you guys wouldn't.
I mean, I got big news. I couldn't say it last night because they were in the middle of a conversation, but eggshells shed light onto something. I don't know why I didn't see it before, dude. But Jeremy, you know that concentric circles test that me and Bacon were gonna solicit some Brazilian children to do, and you said it's
Yeah.
a logistical nightmare. You said you're having nightmares about it and stuff, and um, losing sleep over it. Well,
I didn't say that.
well, you kept saying it was a nightmare. You kept saying it over and
It's a
over again.
logistical nightmare. Yeah,
It's
that's what it
actually
was.
not. But anyways, I was thinking about it because you know that the thing that I made, the celestial navigation thing.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I could do it like 3 times in a row, right? Like I'll do Polaris. I'll just do it like make up elevations, just so because what it's going to give me is it shoots out the GP anytime I do it. So anytime I put 3 stars in there, it's going to give me the GP latitude and longitude of the star. Okay, and what tends to happen is the latitude or the declination, it doesn't change by much throughout a day. It may change slightly, but it's the longitude that's going to be changing, and it changes. Get this at the rate of the same thing you'd be looking for this. It's the same thing as the subsolar point thing, except for with individual stars. So that same test that we were talking about doing, that you would need to wait for these 3 different days, and you have to be in these special places and all this kind of shit. We
Oh,
literally could
yeah,
do at any given day from anywhere in the world and measure all the latitude and longitudes.
Yeah.
absolutely.
We do
With
it right
stars.
now.
With stars.
Yeah, dude, because you actually you get the distance, the distance that is actually moving across the Earth, and then you just multiply. Let's say you did it in 1 minute. So you did it 1 minute and you did it a minute later, or maybe you wanted to be more precise. You did like 1 minute, then every 15 minutes or something like that, just to see how much it's moving, and then just multiply that, 4 15-minute readings, like hour, multiply it by 24, and you'll get the actual distance of that latitude for that given day, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
Well, that
and
would give you the ground speed of the stars.
there's GPs all over the fucking all the north and the south. So I'll show you the list that my bot can do it for. Hold on. We might have an answer tonight, dude.
Yeah, this shape makes it doable any day of the year, man. But you don't. I think the big problem that you have, Jeremy, is that since Wits had talked to you, you now don't think that has any use, that information.
No, I mean it does. We have to think things if if the sun was moving at if the sun was moving at the predicted globe thing, that would be tough to reconcile on a flat Earth. No question.
Right, slow above the equator and slow below the equator.
Slow, fast, slow. Yeah.
But I mean, this is one of those things that would be interesting if, like, let's say, the equator's coming up, we get the size of the equator, and then you're looking at like latitudes and longitudes that are like 30 north and 30 south, a star that's at that GP, and it happens to be the same distance, the latitude, the path it takes in a single day, the same distance, whether it's north or south, if it's the same latitude, and then they change at the rate. And I mean, this is the best part because you can easily predict what that path is because it's supposed to be a cosine of whatever the latitude is, times 24,901. And, if it's matching this, that's definitely an interesting fact.
Do the GPs of the stars move the same way every day of the year? I mean, the sun doesn't, but do the stars? Because you're on, I can't remember what plane we're on, but as far as I'm concerned, we don't move reference to the stars.
So I'm posting. I put these 3 stars, for example. I put an arbitrary elevation, but these are the GPs a minute ago, and I'll just do it again. You can kind of see how these ones are moving, at least. because, like I said, the latitude does change slightly throughout the day or a couple of days. Sometimes you'll see it within a day, but the longitude is constantly changing.
Does it? That's interesting. Because the North Pole and the South Pole don't change at all throughout the year.
No, it does. Well, the poles don't, but that's why I was showing. That's why I put Polaris in here, because you'll see in a second. That's earlier I was fucking with you because you were saying something about Polaris, and I was fucking with Nathan and pretending like I was about to fuck you up. But I was doing that so I could show Nathan that it actually changes constantly.
Well, yeah, it's not the exact center.
Yeah.
And then as far as that goes, I did figure out that over 2,000 years we'll see a degree of change in Polaris. So I mean, the guide stones will be off a degree in 2,000 years.
This is the reading, just I don't know, 1 or 2 minutes apart. 501. About 2 minutes apart, and then so Polaris is about the same, and it's actually the same as it was earlier, the latitude, but the longitude is changing at the rate, depending on, like I said, its latitude.
That's like I said. Do you know if the ground position changes day over day?
Yeah.
Of the stars, because I don't understand why that would be.
Well, for instance, like let me think for a second. Actually, no, they don't. They don't. I think there's a slight change, but it's not very much. I forget. Yeah, I had to think really hard about this once before, and so it does slightly change, but I forget why.
And maybe because the moon's position when it pulls you off the Barry Center, maybe it does something weird. I don't know.
Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Well, at least for, like I said, because I did Polaris earlier, and I remember it was exactly that latitude. So I gotta look at the almanac or something.
So you'd want a ground position that tracks the Tropic of Capricorn, one star that tracks the Tropic of Capricorn, one star that tracks the equator, and one star that tracks the Tropic of Cancer.
No, that's the beauty. You wouldn't even need. The only reason that was needed before was because that just happens to be the sun's range, right? But we have a much more full sky we have available. You know what I mean? So you could use 45 north and 45 as long as it's like matching. You know what I mean? I think that would.
Yeah, it's not going to fly right over your head unless it's one that's. Unless it's directly on that latitude.
The problem with a proof like this one is, unlike the test we're going to do, where you can like visibly show people how things are done and this and that, this is almost like magic or automatic, in the eyes of somebody who doesn't want to believe this. You know what I mean? Because there's not a measurement that's being taken. I'm just calculating the GPs using the almanac. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's just a matter of you're calculating them. They could go and verify them. So hell, you could do this in the northern hemisphere. Like you could do this at like you said, at 45 north and 45 south.
Yeah. The only problem is the question of the distances would come up.
45? 45's in the middle of all the continents. No. You got Australia solidly in there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that would just have to be the in order to actually like have a measurement that people would probably have confidence in, flat earther having confidence in, they would want to know that somebody verified the latitude or the position and the distance between the two positions. Even though you can
Right.
calculate what it is, they're gonna, they would say something like, there's no way.
Yeah, you got massive land masses in the northern hemisphere and reasonable in the southern hemisphere. You could test that on 3 continents.
You can actually just, I can go to Heavens Above and just look at different cities and see like what stars directly, straight up, whatever.
And when does the tail of the Big Dipper cross over my head? That would have to be some. What the hell is the GP of the Big Dipper?
It's somewhere far north, and
Yeah,
upper 70s or something. Let me see. I gotta look at Heavens Above. Huh?
yeah, because you want to use something like really big. Like you'd like to use the Southern Cross because it's like super easy to identify.
Well, the thing is, I'm limited to. I'll show you the set of stars I'm limited to. Hold on. What I do, at least for my bot or whatever, I wrote this code that takes this almanac that's online.
Right.
Dude.
What did you say? What did you say? Doo-doo? What did you say?
I was hot micing.
I know that.
So, Jeremy, our talks together the other day about the plane flying, just going taking a straight path, that has been the genesis of a new test.
What, your little MEMS thing you're talking about?
Yeah. I was looking at that,
Well, I
saying,
just don't understand
you
why
can
the
do all the
plane.
measurements, but go ahead, what?
I just don't understand why the plane wouldn't just start flying in the direction so it would lead the. Like, why fight an unnecessary force when you could use it to your advantage?
Right. Well, because I don't think that it would be of any advantage to do what you're saying, at least not how I understand what you're saying. And the shortest path would be the best in every situation that I can think of.
Yeah.
Just from the sheer loadings on the aircraft. But
You're
the
definitely
wind,
like if you're flying
I
in a
was talking
straight.
about.
Go ahead.
I was talking about the wind, and this is nice because it isolates you from the wind. The MEMS sensor doesn't try and calculate, what the airspeed is with balloons and shit. It's actually just taking. If I'm following a straight track, then I must be going straight. And if I'm going straight, I should have no lateral forces, no forward backward forces. I should be just going one direction.
It's Jeremy's favorite band.
I hear you, but if you were gonna be flying to Hawaii from Canada or something, you're not gonna want to be chasing Hawaii the whole time. You're gonna want to lead it so that by the time you get there, you fly in a straight line, and then by the time you get to Hawaii, it's underneath you, right? Because the Earth's rotating underneath you.
You kind of are by just deviating the direction of your aircraft. By putting more rudder on it, you are doing sort of what you're saying. You're not leaving your path to do that, because to leave your path would make you go further.
Yeah, you want to just go in a straight line, but you want to make it so that because the Earth's this is what the scenario where the Earth actually is supposed to be rotating underneath you, like the football, like the bullet. The Earth's rotating underneath you.
Your momentum, your angular momentum, is less than the Earth when you're heading south and more than the Earth when you're heading north. So you have a constant pressure that you have to adjust your speed horizontally, east to west, has to be constantly adjusted to keep up with the Earth, either slower or faster. And I think you could do it all for, I think I didn't look at all the MEMS sensors. I looked at a couple of them, and I just found the term high precision. So I wasn't able to find a price on any of them. They all wanted me to go and sign up for a quote. So I couldn't find them in the cheap phone type MEMS sensors. And I didn't verify what the maximum precision of my phone sensor is. Although I think my phone can easily pick up a 2 mile an hour. Well, actually, let me go and accelerate while walking, because that's a 2 to 3 mile an hour change.
I don't even believe you can walk 2 miles an hour.
Shut up, Fuckstein. All right, let's see. G-force meter.
I realize you may be able to detect some kind of thing with this MEMS thing or something. My whole point is that they're not using the Coriolis force to their advantage, which you would if you were worried about gas or making a profit or something. You want to use the least gas as possible. You know what I'm saying? The angle when they leave the airport should show us the Coriolis effect. You would know right off the rip we're not flying at the right angle for Hawaii.
You
but
would, but there's so much wind and shit that's fucking with you. That's not measurable.
Yeah, they don't even they take off going in the direction against the wind, dude. So they're not even going. They have to make course corrections the entire time, dude.
I understand you have to adjust for the wind, yes, but you would want to make it so that you don't have to adjust for Coriolis and use it to your advantage.
How would you use Coriolis to your advantage, dude?
Because if the Earth is rotating underneath you and you're flying in a straight line, you would be angled different to get to Hawaii or Canada or vice versa, whatever one you're going to.
That's part of the problem, is the way in which you guys are thinking of how this rotating beneath you thing works. Because the only reason why that causes the deviation is just because there's two different speeds that is beneath you. So if the Earth is 700 miles per hour where you are, like it's rotating, the surface is rotating at 7 miles per hour, and when you're going to land, it's rotating at 900 miles per hour. The surface is, then you're going to have to either gain or lose that 200 miles per hour, sideways or whatever at some angle. But I think in either case, it's not going to be assisting you, right?
Okay, if you fly in a straight line to Hawaii from Canada, you're going to be adjusting your course the whole time. I realize there's wind. Forget the wind. The wind's not a thing right now. That's just confusing people. Just Coriolis. You're going to have to adjust your whole time for Coriolis. So you would just start off angled different, so that by the time you get there, Earth is rotated and now Hawaii is underneath you.
But that's what you do, but you follow a straight line. What was his name? The pilot who was on a little while ago. He was describing how he was flying in a crosswind, and he was actually flying his plane like 30 degrees sideways to his track. He actually had to point the nose into the wind, and in order to maintain a straight track.
That's wind. There's nothing we can do for wind, bro. Forget the wind.
It's the same thing, same exact thing. Coriolis appears as a wind.
Okay, but there's nothing you can do for wind. You have to adjust for wind. I understand this. Okay, fine. Forget the wind. We've adjusted for the wind.
Okay, so why would I do something different than for the wind if it appears as nothing more than wind?
Because they can calculate it, right? You get to Hawaii, the Earth has drifted under you 100 miles or whatever by the time you fly from North Canada or whatever. So your plane would be angled different to start with, so that you're not constantly fighting the force, having to fly sideways in a straight line.
Right, but you're now going into by doing that, you're going to be flying direct into the Coriolis of wind, or whatever you want to call it, flying directly into it, and you're going to be like doing this. I mean, you got to actually plot it. Tell me what you're trying to do on a map. Draw the path you think you should take.
Picture you're on a giant sphere, and then and it's rotating underneath you. You're not going to start off flying right at the place you're trying to hit, right? You're gonna lead it a little bit, so that you can go in a straight line without having to fight a force the whole time. And by the time you get there, the shit will be underneath you because it rotated underneath you, right?
I still see myself as best off following the straight path and doing the same thing.
My straight path is better than your straight path. Sorry.
And you're going to have
Mine's a
to,
straight path too.
since you're going a longer distance, you're going to have to accelerate at a greater speed. So you're going to actually be in that 100 miles that you've flown off course. You're going to have to now divide that 100 miles across your entire flight time. So you're now adding 100 miles to total trip duration. And it always becomes, and you still have to account for the Coriolis. You still got to get up to that speed. So you're still fighting Coriolis, but you've only added 100 miles to your trip. You've made it worse.
I don't think so. There's definitely one direction. I don't know if it's going north to south or south to north, but there's definitely a direction where you're going to be able to use it to your advantage.
I don't think that that's the
And
case,
they're
man,
not.
because I think it's just because of the way that you're thinking about it, man. Same way that a lot of people think. They think about it as if the Earth is rotating beneath you, and you're letting it do its thing.
That's
And you
what's
do your
going on.
thing.
Earth's rotating.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That this is a wrong way of thinking about it, because you have to really imagine the Earth's a ball, and really imagine that it's rotating once a day, and really imagine that at your position in New York, it's rotating at 700 miles per hour. The surface is, even though it's going once a day, the spot on the surface is going 700 miles per hour. And in mean Texas, it's going like 900. So now you have to imagine all that stuff's happening. And then you have to imagine that due to the conservation of momentum, when you get off the ground, like you jump up in the air and you're in an airplane or whatever the hell, you're going at 700 miles per hour sideways, and you're adding some velocity to go forward. So you're keeping that 700 miles per hour sideways, and you're flying forward. And throughout your trip, you have to, subtly, like it's not going to be the thing that's obvious, but you're going to subtly, over the course of the trip, add 200 miles per hour to your velocity going westward. Okay, and whether you're adding 200 miles per hour going westward, or if you're flying to New York doing the opposite, and you're subtracting 200 miles going eastward, it's the same amount of work. So I mean, the same. It's not going to assist you in either case. Is what I'm saying. It's always going to be a what do you call it? Yeah, there's other things that can assist you, like trade winds and stuff like that, or jet streams. But the Coriolis itself, it's always going to be, accelerating the 200 miles per hour.
Picture you have a field goal post, but it's only as big as a football, right? You with me? Little skinny field goal post.
Okay.
The guy's going to kick a field goal.
Okay.
He can only kick in perfectly straight lines. Let's imagine. Okay. Is he going to kick it? He's gonna want to kick it so that
he's not good at it. So
by the time, no, he's going to want to kick it. He's not going to want to kick it at the field goal post. He's going to want to kick it where the field goal post is going to be by the time the ball gets there, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I understand that's the way you're thinking about it, and it's just you have to slightly adjust the way of thinking about it. Instead of thinking about it as if he's kicking the ball and he has to kick the ball while it's in the air, the Earth's rotating, so he needs to find out where it's going to be. Then you have to remind yourself that when he kicked the ball, it was already going a sideways speed. So let's say the Earth's going at 700 miles per hour where he kicked the ball, and it's going at 700.001 miles per hour where the ball's going to land. That's the difference is the 0.001 miles per hour. And so if you're going to be thinking about it as like he's got to kick it to where the goal's going to be, you got to think about it as if that's basically the speed that it's moving. Then it's moving 0.001 miles per hour. If that makes any sense.
So we got this little skinny field goal post. The guy can only kick the ball in a perfectly straight line. Pretend. He's going to have to kick it where the field goal post is going to be the time it gets there, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. That speed that position, the deviation that you're expecting is based on the difference of tangential speeds. It's not going to be just based on the fact that thing's moving at some tangential speed, and you can kind of predict where it's going to be based on that. You can predict the difference between where the straight line is going to end up by subtracting the two speeds.
Because if they were moving at the same speed, even though they're both moving, you shouldn't expect any deviation.
What do you mean? I shouldn't expect any deviation? Really? Come on,
I said
Bacon.
if they're both moving at the same speed, you wouldn't expect any deviation.
Right.
I mean, you
Okay,
can
but
think
they're
like,
not. So the guy's got to kick it in a straight line. So he's going to kick it where the field goal post is going to be.
no, that's not. I'm saying if they were moving, I'm just trying to illustrate why you should think the way Coach was describing it, and the difference of speed between where you're kicking the ball and where the ball is landing, instead of how much it's moving. Because if those were moving at the same speed, then that would make no difference.
Exactly.
So it's a difference in speed, not how much it moved. I think that's
Right. Yeah. Got to slightly adjust the way you're thinking about it, because but that's what Bacon's saying. If you were on a cruise, if you're on a Navy ship or cruise ship or something that's moving, the whole ship, everything's moving at the same speed the whole time, so you don't have to make. Let's say it's going at constant speed. You don't have to make these sort of corrections. But because of the way a sphere would work, the tangential velocity is different at those two locations, and so ordinarily you could just kick the ball and it should just go into the goal because you're moving with the goal. They're all moving together, but there's a difference in tangential speed. So you just have to subtract those speeds from each other, and then you can kind of do the thought experiment the way you were doing it, where you're trying to figure out where the goal is going to be. But you use that difference in speed to determine that. The time that it's traveling in the air.
Okay, so if he was going to kick the ball if he can only kick the ball in a straight line, and we have the skinny field goal post, he's going to have to kick it to where this field goal post is going to be, right?
Yes, but this determining where that's going to be, that is what we're talking about, though.
Okay, I don't care what causes Coriolis or why it happens. It's irrelevant.
But that's not what I'm saying. Is there's two different expectations. Like Nathan Oakley and Dude Last Night and all these other people, they have an expectation that if it works the way we think it works, you should be able to, for instance, get in a helicopter and just wait a little bit and you'll be in LA.
Well, I'm not saying that though.
I know.
That.
That's
so why
what I'm
are
trying
you going through this with me?
Because that's what I'm trying to make sure that is not being. I'm trying to make sure that's not what's being presented.
It's not.
As long as you subtract the speeds and you use that difference in speed, and then the time that it's traveling, you use that to determine where it's going to be compared to where you're kicking it. You could do that, yeah.
Well, I'm not worried about the prediction or how we predict it or why it's happening. Not all that shit's irrelevant, bro. You keep making me start my thing over, and I sound like a nutcase because I keep saying, imagine we got a field goal kicker and he can only kick straight.
Well, technically, yes, man. Yeah.
Guess what?
What?
What's up?
You finally twisted his arm enough, Jared.
Holy shit, bro! It's like pulling teeth.
Go show.
No,
go
but dude,
show.
but that's the thing. That statement, the way in which you're asking that question, most people, I would have to make sure that they don't think I'm implying that when you kick the ball, you got to figure out, where the goal's going to be because the Earth's rotating. Because that's not really the problem that you're solving. The problem that you're solving is what's the difference in the tangential speed from the two locations.
The field goal kicker. Field goal kicker is going to know we got these real skinny field goal posts. It's only as big as a football. So he's going to need to figure out exactly where the posts are going to be. So he needs to know where to kick it at.
Yeah, sure. And
as a field goal post, field goal posts are going to move.
He has to know the distance between him and the other place. He has to know the speed of where he is and the speed
how they're calculating it. That's irrelevant, bro. Why you keep bringing it there? Why you're doing this to me?
Because I think understanding.
Are you trying to trigger me?
No, I just wonder where are you going with this, man.
Follow me, whatever. Who cares, right? Just why can't you guys ever just follow me one time? It's not a trap.
I was making sure that we're on the same page. But if we're on the same page,
We're on the same
actually,
page,
you don't even
bro.
care about the page, so it doesn't matter.
We're reading the same book. We're on the same page, right? We're on a globe. It's spinning. I'm with you.
Yeah, but you don't care about how what you're actually calculating. You just care that yes, there's deviation, and yes, he's gonna have to figure out where the thing's gonna be compared to where he's kicking it.
Yeah. So the guy goes to kick the football. He can't kick it at the field goal post.
Can't kick it in a straight line. Yeah.
He can only kick in a straight line. His field goal kicker can only kick in a straight line.
Okay.
Oh my God! I don't know why you guys do this to me. The
That's
field goal
weird.
kicker can only kick in a straight. Just listen to me. This is going to take 20 seconds. The field goal kicker can only kick in a straight line. The field goal posts are only as big as the football. Kick it at the field goal post. He needs to kick it somewhere else, right?
Well, he'll need to move over a little bit, yeah, because he can only kick a straight line. So
You're gonna have to kick it at somewhere else other than the field goal post.
Other than right in front of it. That's right. Yeah.
Kick it off to the side or something and figure out where it's going to be.
Yeah, Kosho, he can pivot 360. He doesn't have to, right? Like,
God, well, then that's an even harder problem. That's like an even more difficult problem. It'd just be easier for him to just move over a little bit. You know what I mean? Because now he's got to calculate like the distance of the
angle,
diagonal shit, and it's going to be a little bit longer.
Or else he's going to bring in an agonal anyway. But anyway, yeah, curve boys can do it, no problem. Jeremy's right, though, right? He's right.
He's not saying it. He's asking a question.
Okay. Yeah, you're correct, Jeremy. Then what?
Yeah, so when we're taking off with a plane, if you wanted to go that straight line thing and not be fighting the Coriolis and having to readjust, like if the football could readjust, energy having to readjust off its straight line path to keep on its straight line path to counteract the Coriolis.
Yeah, but when you're trying to keep your plane on the trajectory, you just try to keep your plane on the trajectory. So you correct for whatever is messing with your airplane. You can actually distinguish what is actually causing the things you're having to adjust for. So, I mean, the airplane
we know it's Coriolis. We know it's Coriolis. I don't know what
I'm not
you
saying
just
that.
said.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's more things and more relevant than Coriolis that you have to adjust for. And you
like wind, I know we went over this like 100 times. We know there's wind. You have to adjust for it. Yes, great.
Yeah, but you don't know like, oh, my airplane is I have to be tilted to the left by a little bit because there's 90% of wind and 10% of Coriolis. There's no such this we can't just distinguish on what's causing the airplane to have to be tilted to the left or to the right, let's say, or up and down.
We know how much Coriolis is going to make it drift underneath us, right?
Yeah.
Like I said,
Okay, good. So we can account for it, and we know what it is, and we know how to account for it. I don't know why you guys are doing this to me.
What do you mean? What are you picturing when you say that?
Keep bringing up wind, how we're going to calculate it. Wind, like this is crazy.
It's not crazy. If you're trying to detect Coriolis with that, wind is a factor that is not going to help you with that.
Jeremy, let's do a real life thing. Like New York to Florida, just like a directly south trajectory, same speed changes. Like I said, so in New York, you know that the Earth's rotation is 700 miles per hour, and 4 hours later, let's just say when you get to Florida, or 3 hours, however long it is, you're going to need to add another 200 miles per hour going westward, right? Because you're going to be this 900 down there. Okay, so now that you know this, you know that you're 700 and you need to be 900 by the time you get there. You know that it's a straight south shot, straight south trajectory. So what are you going to do now that you like? What's your strategy that you're suggesting that pilots could be doing that could basically make their trip more efficient or whatever?
Okay, I'm suggesting that we see where would we be leading Florida or chasing Florida the whole time? I forget.
It's going westward. So basically, if you were for some reason going to fly in a straight south path, in that 3 hours, it would have been going 200 miles per hour faster. Actually, it would be.
So we're going to be fighting to keep up with Florida the whole time. Still be flying in a straight line path, but you're going to be fighting the Coriolis effect the whole time, trying to stay on that straight line path, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. The same thing is going to occur whether you, for some reason, fly some invisible direction, like some wizard or something, they think they know where they're going to land, or if you fly south to Florida, and as you're adjusting the entire time you're flying, you pick up that 200 miles per hour over time, what you would naturally westward, because you're making adjustments heading the same direction. You're having to, if you want to stay over the ground and keep heading on your same path, you're going to need to be adding that westward velocity. So it's really the same thing. It's the same thing that you're thinking that you would have to adjust for to make it more efficient is the thing that happens naturally as you're making normal corrections.
So you're telling me we don't have to adjust for Coriolis; it happens naturally.
Well, no, I'm saying in some cases, like in cases where it's blind, where it's shadowed by the other measurements, like that's what we're saying. In planes, there's usually other effects that this is gonna completely mask. So you're gonna be adjusting for it without even knowing it, basically.
Yes, I understand that, but you would want to eliminate having to adjust for it and just fly in a straight line without fighting it.
Yeah, but if you already have to adjust for things that you have no control of, the only reference you have is that straight line. So you're just gonna try to keep it that straight line, regardless of what you're adjusting for.
We would know the straight line because we know how much Coriolis there is. So they know the real straight line they should be taking without having to fight for Coriolis the whole time.
Think about it. If you are following that straight line path, then ultimately you're not going to be flying. You're going to be flying in a path across the ground that's going to be like in order to keep up with the ground, basically beneath you, in order to consistently keep the velocity of the Earth beneath you, you'll have to be going due west slightly. So
remember the foot goal? Remember the field goal?
Yeah.
That ball went in a straight line, and he made it in the goal.
Yeah.
Rotated underneath him.
Sure.
This is the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. In this case, because you're making constant corrections the whole time, you're going to be flying. You're not going to be flying directly south. You're going to be flying slightly due west.
Florida's going to rotate
in a straight path.
And Florida's going to be rotate under you during the course of the trip, so that when you're done with your straight line that you flew, boom, Florida's under you.
That's right. Yeah, but this is because you're making corrections, and part of the corrections you're making is the due west slightly. You're not going to be going straight due south. You're going to be slightly adjusting to go due west slightly.
No, the path I'm taking, you don't have to adjust because you already adjusted for it.
When?
Angle the plane at a different.
That's my point.
So
whether you're making constant adjustments or you're making some ballistic path beforehand, the path is going to be the same.
Listen, is the football path?
I'm driving here, I think. So if you try to, all right,
go ahead. I don't know. Just go.
All right. So, for example, if you try to establish a ballistic trajectory for the airplane instead of using the airplane, that trajectory is not going to be a straight line on the surface, right?
Okay, the football with the field goal kicker, football's going in a straight line, right?
Right. So what I'm saying is,
that's the most efficient path. Is the football's going in a straight line, right?
It's the one that hits the target, yeah.
Yeah. What?
Hold on for a second. Bacon. Think about this for a second. What I'm saying, because the two scenarios I'm saying, one is the powered flight where you're making the corrections going westward slightly. If you wanted to make a ballistic travel that same distance, that same speed, and you wanted to make it do exactly what you wanted to do, which is land in Florida, which is directly due south, because it's going to be experiencing Coriolis, if you this is like a magic trick shot. You're going to want to have the path going slightly due west at some angle, and what's going to end up happening is it's going to basically curve back around, or, align with that straight line path going south. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, I lost track of what I was gonna say.
The football, the field goal kicker. This is why I brought this scenario up. Football is traveling the most efficient path it can follow. It can travel, right? Doesn't have to adjust for anything. Straight line. Efficient path, right?
Right. You mean like the
And we
inertial
didn't start
path
off.
of the ball? Do you mean you're kicking the ball without any rotation, so there's no like curving effect? Is that what you're saying?
Over it again. You might have missed it. I'm really trying to keep my cool with you guys because I like most of you guys. So listen. There's the field goal kicker. He's kicking a football. The field goal posts are only as wide as the football. Okay? Now Earth's going to rotate under him, so he can't kick it right at the field goal post. He has to kick it slightly off to the side, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's the most efficient path possible, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, of course it is. The ball's going in a straight line. It's the most efficient path possible.
I've already said the most.
There's a bit more into it. Then I mean, if you're talking about efficiency, then I'm not sure because
What's more efficient to have the football go in a straight line? More efficient to have the football go in a straight line, or a mechanism on the football where we have to adjust its path to keep on the straight line path? This is a no-brainer. Come on, guys.
If he scooted, I know, but Jeremy, you're talking about him angling the football, and then it going to be where it ends up, which is basically kicking the ball. The ball's going to curve and then basically look like it went in a straight path. That's one way you could do it. The most efficient way to do it, though, would be just to scoot over slightly, because then he could kick it straight.
He can't scoot over. The ball.
Okay, well, if he can't scoot over, then yeah.
Yeah, he can't scoot over. Okay, so that's the most efficient path for the ball. We agree.
That's the only path for the ball. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, let's say we could put little jet propulsion things on the ball, and in case we wanted to, we could kick it right at the field goal, and then adjust for it in mid-flight.
Right. Yeah. So So in either case, whether if he kicked it, or if he put the jets on it, he would end up wanting to do the same thing. Yeah.
Obviously, it's going to be more efficient to kick it straight to not kick it straight at the field goal post and let it rotate underneath the football. Okay, this is tough, guys. So, when they take off from an airport, they are shooting right at the field goal post. Sense.
I've already said all this, man. I've already addressed all of this.
Well, I just debunked your whole shit with the field goal kick.
No, but that's what I'm saying, though, dude. And the difference between the two scenarios is, in this scenario, you are forced to use the constant correction method. You're not going to start off going at some path and then hope that it corrects itself and lands where it's supposed to land. You're making constant corrections the whole time, and those constant corrections are are going to be adding a westward velocity. So it's going to be the same thing in both cases.
Already agreed. It's more efficient for the football, not at the field goal post, but a little bit in front of it or behind it, or however it's going. It's the same thing with the plane. It's not efficient for the plane to fly right at the city. You're going to want to lead it or whatever.
What you're not
guys, this is easy, man. Come on, guys.
That's what
This
I'm
is
saying.
like
That happens naturally, though. You're going to be going slightly westward. You're going to be angling constantly. Like that's just going to be part of the corrections. That's going to be part of the way in which
you don't
stand
want to
straight path.
correct for it. Just like the football, it's more efficient to not correct for it and to just shoot it where the fucking field goal posts are going to be.
But in the case of the airplane, like you have to remember that there is atmosphere, right? So as you're going, if you're trying to keep your initial tangential speed and use that in your favor, as what I think you're trying to do, you are going to be your side speed is going to be more and more uh, different than the speed of the wind in the atmosphere. So as you try to take advantage of Coriolis, you start to get wind in the opposite direction because the wind is not following Coriolis; it's usually at the speed of the latitude it is. So what you're saying would work if we didn't have atmosphere. It would be actually better to take advantage of Coriolis. But if you try to follow that same path through the atmosphere, then that actually plays that becomes less efficient because
So you're telling me the more efficient path for the field goal kicker is to kick it straight at the field goal post?
no, because the ball there's no way the ball can adjust for.
We have jetpacks on the ball; it can adjust. Which one's more efficient?
But because it's very short distance, you might be right there. But with airplanes, that's not the case. You have winds. Actually,
Get the wind, bro. Stop with the wind. I'm gonna take a break for 5
that is
minutes.
the
I'll be right back.
problem with your scenario.
I'll be right back, guys.
With your scenario.
Be right back. Give me like 5 minutes.
That's a good idea, man. I'm gonna have a gift for you when you get back.
Oh, by the way, Kosho, I think I found someone to at least make one of those measurements.
That's what's up, my friend. Guess what, though, bro? I had an epiphany last night.
Oh, seriously?
Yes, an epiphany. And here's what it was, dude. You know, well, dude, me and you both. The celestial navigation bullshit, right? We've been fucking around with that, right?
Yeah.
If you scroll up in the live stream text, right? You see where I posted 3 readings? Check it out, bro. So this is 1 minute apart, 2 minutes later, I don't know what, fucking 5 minutes after that or something. Anyways, the latitudes, they're consistent, right? They're going to stay consistent. The longitudes are moving at the same. Basically, what we were restricting ourselves to using the sun and its path, right? Where we have all these stars and we have the exact same mechanism. We just want to measure how fast they're moving across the earth, how big those circles they're making in all their locations. If we can do that to enough stars, we can get the same thing done that we'd be doing on the with the solstices. And actually, to be honest with you, though, the equinox is still an important measurement because there's not really a lot of stars that are going to be over the equator that we're going to have the data for. So the equator itself is a good.
But the equator isn't that special. Like,
well, but it is because, like for instance, if I'm looking at something 45 north and 45 south, I'm confirming that they're the same distance. Those are the same circle sizes. But I'm also confirming that both those circle sizes are smaller than the maximum circle size, which is the equator. You know what I mean? It's a good thing to reference everything else off of.
Right, but you don't. As long as you have like something close to the equator,
right?
Something, yeah. Right. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking because
But then it doesn't have to be exactly. It's better to be the subsolar, not exactly the subsolar point because we were talking about stars, but the equivalent of the subsolar point of stars to. Oh wait, do you want to measure stars at the zenith, or just the sun?
We have something better than the subsolar point with the GPS because, like the way mine has, I'm spitting out I think yours does the same thing. Like spits out the exact GP for any given moment for these stars, right? So, and the latitude doesn't change. The latitude stays consistent. So that's the same thing as, you know, you measuring the time it takes to move. You time the amount of movement it's doing, and if you can find a location that you can actually measure, you know what I mean? Like if we use a star that's over me, over you, or something like that, you measure the distance. You can actually multiply that out and get the entire distance of the latitude.
Right. All right. Yeah.
It's the same thing that we were going to do with the sun. It's just we have more data points.
Well, it's way easier to know you're at that the sun is at your zenith.
Oh well,
Than
yeah. So it's a different confirmation. Basically, I'm I'm confirming. I'm having it confirmed by fact that it's what the almanac says. You know what I mean? So that's not really good for everybody, but it's good enough for me. So
right.
because I mean, okay. For instance, I used the almanac. I used my bot earlier to do Colorado, for
I use
instance.
my own almanac.
Your own almanac? What are you talking about? You made an almanac? What are you talking about, dude?
Sort of. Yeah, it's I
What?
know that trilateration app I took out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has its internal almanac.
What the hell? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
right. Because you have like one data point. Right. I remember. Right, you told me. Yeah, you have
exactly.
like one data point, and then you basically are moving the stars yourself, like predicting where they're moving yourself. Right.
He made his
Exactly.
own almanac. He's better than you, Go Show.
Hey, go fuck yourself, dude. Okay. Because you know what, dude? I wasn't gonna say this to him, but his is slightly incorrect. But it's also but
Yeah, but
it works though.
my almanac doesn't work for very like too many years in the past or in the future because
It's
of
fine. It
I
works
mean
now, Bacon. That's all that matters. That's
yeah
all that
it worked
matters.
I'm
for
glad
for 4
Jeremy
years.
left. He comes back and he's like fucking excited because he can fucking run this. First of all, I don't care, dude. Bacon's my buddy, dude. So I'm happy for him, bro. Go fuck yourself. Anyway, dude, look, check this out, man. What I did was I asked somebody earlier. I said, name a city, and they said Colorado. So I just got the position of the stars at that time, and I put them in my bot. And sure enough, or they said Denver, Colorado. Sure enough, bing, bada, boom. It's giving me Denver, Colorado. So it's kind of by extension that this is working. So this is working to give me accurate positions. So because that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and also use the almanac as the GPs being accurate, right? So if it's giving me accurate, if it's giving me my accurate location, it must be doing that because the GPs are accurate. So now that I have, uh, now that that's settled, I can use those GPs to do this test that we were discussing.
Oh, I just got a notification that my section is moving from Chicago.
Wait, what? Your sextant's moving?
Yes.
Oh, you bought one. I see. Okay.
No, I didn't.
What are you talking about?
I got sent one. I didn't buy it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Somebody. Okay. I made one. I made a sextivus. That's why I named the bot sextivus. It's basically like a bubble sextant, but bigger. Actually, it's not a bubble sextant. It's basically like a plumb bob sextant is what it is.
Like an astrolabe?
It's kind of, yeah, I guess it's like an astrolabe, yeah, but yeah, I guess you could, yeah. The thing is, I tried to make it so it was as accurate as possible, so I think it's pretty accurate.
Can you?
It doesn't have this. Sorry, go ahead.
Curious to how that looks like.
I couldn't hear you. Say again.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh yeah. I got lots at my girlfriend's house, and I was gonna take a picture later or something. I was gonna make something for Jeremy, okay, and I got distracted talking with you. So give me a second.
I don't know. I thought my football analogy was going to make this shit so simple. I'm like, oh, this is easy. I can just make an analogy with the football, and everyone will understand.
I know, man.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the football and the airplanes, and it's a relevant one.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah, airplanes fly due to their aerodynamics, and the ball is just following its inertial path.
Sure, we're not talking about how the ball stays in the air or the Bernoulli principle or any wind or anything.
Right. So if you remove,
You guys keep want to bring up irrelevant shit. I don't know why. Why are you doing this to me?
Like, this has become relevant as soon as you bring airplanes, because they use that to stay in the air, and the ball.
We're talking about the best path, most efficient path possible for an airplane.
Yeah, that depends on. I mean, that's not very analogous to a soccer ball or a football.
Yes, the most efficient path for the football. Okay, we're thinking of different things. I'm thinking American football when I say football.
Yeah.
And the most efficient path for the football is him not shooting it at the goalpost and having to use the jetpacks we attach to the football. It's him shooting it a little bit in front of the field goal post, so that by the time the football gets there, the goalpost is there, and he doesn't even have to use the jetpacks.
Right. Yeah, and same thing would apply to the airplane. If you're kicking the airplane,
that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying, dude.
If you're kicking the airplane, but if you're not, it flies using aerodynamics.
I hope if anyone's listening, they can at least hear what's going on right now.
I'm working on something right now that you're not going to appreciate at all. But
it's probably going to be terrible.
It's not going to be terrible at all.
See, your track record is not looking good, but
it's pretty good, dude. Actually, right? Because just give me a second.
Do you still want the subsolar points or not?
Yes. Yes, I do. Sorry, man. I'm all over the place, man. And is it tomorrow or the next day?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I didn't look to.
It's the next day. It's the next day at 3:33 p.m.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry. I'll update you. I'll update you, man. Yeah.
I think we need a more efficient way to communicate this, man.
Yes, I agree. But the thing is, I'm also not that. It's not that important to me anymore because of the other test, dude. Because of the GP thing. So I'll give me a second, okay? Because it still would be useful to get a good equator size. A good equator size will be good for a lot of reasons, especially even for this other test. So having said that, yeah, I'm gonna write something out. You can help me translate it, and it'll be a standard set of instructions we give to all these fools. And I'll promise them I'll give them that money. Hey, are there ever like weird sex parties in Brazil? I always see like there's like weird people are like strangely like overly sexual over there. Is that like a normal thing?
Not that I've been part of it.
Fair enough. I just always see those like it's almost like it's a.
Are you talking about carnival parties?
No, just Brazilians in general. Just any Brazilian anywhere. Like it's like over here, there's like a taboo with being like a slut, you could say, or something like that. But over there, it seems like sex is almost like a pastime between strangers sometimes. Is what it seems like.
Yeah, that depends on the city. But yeah, some cities, yeah.
That's what's up.
The one I live isn't like that
Mm.
because it's
I
like it's a
remember
south.
seeing Real Sex on HBO decades ago. And yeah, they'd be in the streets with their titties out and shit. I think it was in South America somewhere.
Bro, Demolition Man.
Don, did you just hear what I had to go through with these guys with the football?
It's
God,
some
man,
weird
dude.
shit. So,
Well,
gentlemen,
call
when
your
Coach
hero, bro.
says don't, or when Jeremy says don't talk about the wind, why do you keep talking about the wind? I don't really understand.
Jesus Christ, man. You're like fucking. Jesus Christ.
It's fucking
Like your
ridiculous,
agent.
Coach. What do you want me to do?
'Cause he's asking wind related questions.
Yeah, no shit.
This ain't got nothing to do with the wind, bro.
Airplanes have nothing to do with the wind.
This
Efficiency of,
Coriolis effect does not have anything to do with the wind. It's something different than wind.
yeah, but efficiency of airplane flights do have
Right,
to do
but
with the wind.
what about efficiency of polite communication or productive
Jeremy,
communication?
you fired him,
or
dude.
Yeah, I
successful
don't know how Coriolis affect that.
Can you explain how planes fly without including air, please?
I thought Jeremy was talking about like a field, like a football and shit, bro. Like I don't even know what he was talking about.
He was talking about European football, dude.
No, I wasn't.
We're all lost, man.
Okay, A, you know I was talking about American football. Okay? And for two, the wind doesn't have anything to do with the Coriolis effect and wind are two separate things.
No.
Yeah, but your question
No, they're
was,
not?
Your question was, what's the most efficient path for an airplane? That has to do with the wind.
Yo, what's the most efficient way to talk about the liquid air shell of the Earth and the friction derived, from contact of the rotational surface? Like, what you think about that, man? I mean, you want to talk about wind because that's really the Coriolis winds you're gonna be talking about, right? Like, right, and that's probably out of your depth, right? So why is you busting Jeremy's balls when he wants to keep it simple about not wind? He keeps saying not wind, not wind, not wind. And
Yeah,
it
and
just
then
is
he
weird.
asks a
Like you're
question.
refusing to have a conversation.
Yeah, but then he asks a question that the answer has wind on it. What should I do?
I've never
All right,
said
I'm gonna
anything
moderate.
that had
I'm gonna
anything to
moderate
do
from now.
with wind.
I'll moderate it. Whoever gets out of line, you're gonna get the fucking whip. Okay.
Okay, moderator. In about 2 minutes. No, sorry. In about 5 minutes, I'm gonna have something that I'm gonna present to Jeremy, and he's gonna make excuses for why he can't look at it. So I need you as a moderator to fucking make him look at it. All right?
You're gonna have to get the whip.
Okay, A, I'm at work right now. I can't look at anything.
Yep. See.
And for B, okay, so let's try it again. You ready, Don? You gonna moderate the shit?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. We have a football. And we have field goal posts. American football, so everyone's effing clear. Okay, American football. We have field goal posts. They're the exact size of the football. So you can't, it has to be, it has to fit right through. The field goal kicker can only kick straight lines. He can only kick the ball in perfectly straight lines. Now the field goal kicker is going to have to, there's jetpacks attached to the fucking field, the football. So we could adjust the football if we wanted to. Okay? So what's going to be the most efficient path for the football to go in? The one where the guy just kicks it straight and earth rotates so that the field goal posts are where the football is going to be by the time it gets there? Or do we turn the jetpacks on? Was that not clear? Because it sounded a little weird when I said it.
One situation, you line up kind of just dead nails. You kick, but there's going to be force that's going to throw it off, and you use the jetpack to put it back in. Is that one scenario?
You got
it. In one scenario, he's going to kick it right at. In one scenario, he's going to kick it right at the field goal post. In one scenario, he's going to kick it right at the field goal post and not use the jetpacks. In another scenario, the first scenario, he kicks it right at the field goal post. We got to use the jetpacks. Second scenario, he kicks it where the field goal posts are going to be, and we don't have to use jetpacks. What's more efficient?
The latter.
Who is allowed to answer?
Just scream it out. The former or the latter. Jetpack or no jetpack?
No,
I say no jetpack.
Yes, no jetpack.
Who's this question asked to?
Anyone that's feeling froggy.
All right.
Right, no,
Well,
Jeremy,
I
but,
would say jetpack because a human might not be able to comprehend what actually will happen with the rotation and all of this and how everything factors together.
Sir, you're out of line. You're out of line, sir. It's
a given. It's a given that the guy kicks perfectly straight. He's a perfectly straight kicker.
And he knows how to
do the math. We know the math, and it's perfect math and all that.
I should have put that in a scenario. He knows how to account for where the field goal posts are going to be. Okay?
Well, then, yeah, of course, not using the jetpack.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Great. Now we're gonna fly an airplane, and the Earth's gonna rotate underneath us. So is the more efficient way going to be to aim right at the city we're trying to get to, or do we want to do it with the football and not use the jetpacks to fight the Coriolis effect the whole time?
We kind of said the same thing twice there, but here's why they hit you with the wind, Jeremy. Sorry, buddy. But at least do it at the proper time, right? Is that when they did it? Was I not paying attention before, Jeremy? I swear they're going to hit you with the wind, though.
Yeah, you're right, Don.
Forget the wind. Why are we worried
okay,
about
well, then they're going to agree with you then. That fucking not jetpack. They want to just whatever. Okay, fine.
I don't know, because Kosho's been saying
Bro, this is easy
What
stuff.
I said, well, hold on, sirs, dudes, and ladies. What I told you was, let's imagine two scenarios, okay? The Earth is rotating at 700 miles per hour where you are, and 701 miles per hour where the field goal is, okay? And the ball's going to be in the air for, I don't know, 1 second, just for the fucking sake of this. Anyways, so what's going to happen is, in that 1 second, okay, you're going to have to do some division. So, hey, let me just say it like this, okay? Let's just say the Earth's rotating at, let's just call it 10,000, let's call it 10,000 feet per second where you are, and it's 10,001 feet per second where the field goal is, okay? And you're going to kick the ball. It's going to be in the air for 1 second, okay? So that tells you that if you kick the ball and it's going to be in the air for 1 second, then when the field goal is directly in front of you, if you were to kick it straight, the goal would be 1 foot away next to where it was by the time it gets to the fucking other side. And so what you want to do is you want to kick it exactly at that spot, so the 1 foot away from straight ahead of you, right? So at a slight angle like that. So this is you kicking the ball so that what is actually going to happen is it's going to look like it curved into the fucking thing, okay? And if you were to put jets on the football and make the most efficient, to make it fly towards the goal and make constant corrections as it's doing that, I'm asserting that it's going to be the same path as the perfect kicker. If the kicker's able to kick it perfectly at the angles where it's going to end up at, and if the kicker is having jets on it where it's making constant corrections and trying to land in there, these two paths, I'm saying, are going to be the same.
Okay, in both scenarios, if the plane flies at the city or where the city is going to be, both cases they're going to be flying a straight line, right?
I think are you saying they're the same in 3D space, but they don't look the same?
It's difficult to conceptualize, so it's
because they're not going to look the same. In one case, you admitted the curve. In one case, you admitted the curve, and in the other case, you are going to be taking a dead nail's path.
Okay, so imagine this. Imagine that you can kick the ball. You know exactly where it's going to be by the time it lands. And you know that. So when you're actually standing there looking at the goal, you don't see the goal moving side to side. You see it right in front of you the whole time. And if you're going to have to kick it at a slight angle so that it lands in the goal perfectly because you're a perfect straight line kicker, then what it's going to look like in reality is going to look like you kicked it at a slight angle and then it moved and curved into the goal is what it's going to look like.
The jetpacks won't look like that. The jetpacks are going to, the jetpack is going to take a straight.
I'm saying that the Jets is going to make it look like that too.
Well, okay, I politely disagree with you. I politely disagree with you.
Okay, tell me what the Jets is going to look like then.
It's going to look like a perfectly straight path.
Straight in.
So the big difference between the two. Yeah, so the big difference between the two, with your numbers of 700 and 701 you said earlier, is that when you do the kicking, the football will still end up there at 700. It'll just take a curved path. But the jetpack one, it will be accelerated so that it matches the 701. So the jetpack will essentially make it look like a perfectly straight path because it's being accelerated to that 701.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, well then, listen for a second, because I'm describing. That's why I was describing an airplane, because when you're thinking about these jets and like making perfect corrections and stuff, then yeah, you can make it look like it was straight. What I'm saying is, if we now bring this back to an airplane leaving from New York to Florida, going straight south to get there, you're going, as you take that path straight south to Florida, you're going to be constantly correcting westward because of the to stay in a straight line path because of the Earth's increasing tangential velocity beneath you. In order to keep that straight path, you're going to have to keep constantly making westward corrections. So
the football doesn't have to make corrections. It just goes in a straight line, and the field goal's there.
No, that's the part that you missed when even when going Bear right now. Right, that's what you use. It would look like a straight line, but that's only because it's making constant corrections the whole time, able to adjust.
The football.
Yes.
Jeremy's correct. And Jeremy's correct. We're not going to sound like we're disagreeing and tell me miss someone. He's correct. If he wants to go back to Jeremy,
but he just disagreed. He just disagreed. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's making constant corrections, making it appear as it's going in a straight line.
Even though we didn't use the jetpacks, we just shot it where it was going to be. The football corrected itself somehow.
In that case, in the case that you kick it, it's not going in a straight path. You don't kick it in a straight path. You kick it at a slight angle.
The guy can only kick straight.
Yeah, I know.
A straight line that's angled is still a straight line, Coach. So come on, bro.
If you're standing there, the goal's not moving, like not visibly in front of you, but you're going to be pointed slightly to the, not angled right in front of it.
To the side.
So it's going to slightly curve to get into the thing in order to actually go from an angled shot to going in a straight in front of you. That's what it's going to be.
The guy can only kick in straight line.
Yeah, I know.
He takes a small step to the left.
That's what I said too, but Jeremy doesn't allow for
that. The thing is, if a guy can only kick on straight lines, then that guy cannot be on a rotating Earth, right? If you're assuming that
that's not what he means, though. He means that when he kicks the ball, he kicks it perfectly straight. Like he kicks it, and
it lifts his foot.
There's no deviation. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but what you're describing is that inertial path that went straight is going to be still straight for the ball, but for the player that kicked it, it's going to curve, right?
Exactly.
It will appear to curve.
Yeah, I said for the person who kicked, and then not for the ball because the ball is just following its inertial path.
Okay, so appearing to curve and actually curving are two different things, right?
There's no actual.
Isn't an actual curve; it's just an apparent.
We're talking about different
and the
frames
projectile is actually going straight, right?
We're talking about frames of reference.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, and I'm disagreeing. We have different frames of references. We don't have the actual thing.
Jeremy, everybody agrees.
They don't. They think that apparent curve is an actual curve.
Look, I posted this. This is the one I made the other day. But in this thing that I'm posting right now, the dude is, let's say the guy's kicking the ball from where the ball starts in this GIF. He's kicking it straight upwards, as you can see in, this next GIF, like the reference frame. It's following that red path. It's going in a straight line. But what he sees, because he's on the rotating frame, he sees the ball look like it's curving. So even
but it's
though
actually going in a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. He's kicking straight. That's the case. But what he's gonna see is the ball's gonna appear to be making a curved path.
Okay, and we want to make the ball go in an actual straight line, right? The most efficient path. Not appear to go into a straight line, actually go in a straight line.
Yeah, I understand it as the inertial path. You mean the
Calm down,
inertial path?
calm down, though, man. Like, let's hear what
I'm getting
Jeremy
all fired up, bro. Because
let's hear what I want to hear what he has to say, guys.
Well,
he already said. I'm just trying to see if I
and
got
you
it. So
agree with everything he's saying so far. So let's see.
So the problem.
Asking for a clarification. It's not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm asking if what he means is.
What do you need clarification on? What do you need clarification?
We need
so
to know what, if you have an
clarification.
issue so far, Jeremy. We don't really know what your issue is clearly yet.
Can I give the exact things that needs clarifying, at least in my mind? Is when you say the straight path, are you saying it looks straight from someone on Earth, or are you saying it is straight in 3D space?
Actually straight in 3D space. Like the guy who kicks the football.
Okay.
He can only kick it straight. So actually straight in 3D space.
That is the curved path. The thing that looks like a curved path to the kicker is an actual 3D, like in 3D space, a straight path.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be the inertial path. It would be the same as.
And we all know this, though. Jeremy knows about the merry-go-round and the balls going across the spinning table. I know he knows this. We all
Yeah, I thought we were past this, guys. What you're talking about? Wind and apparent? Come on, man. Are you guys fucking with me or what?
Let's take another 5. How about that? We'll take another 5.
All right, I'm gonna take 5. I'll be back. I'll be listening.
Yeah, it's all good, man. You know what? See, I'm not even gonna make a joke, dude, about his wife. I've never met the lady, so you guys probably think I've been sleeping with her, like I said, but I actually never met her. It's all been a joke. And I just hope that it sounds like Jeremy hasn't gotten laid in a while. So
I have. What do you mean I have? Yes, I have.
That's what it sounds like, man. You're fucking on edge, bro.
It doesn't matter if I got laid 5 minutes ago. You guys are like forcing me to spiral out of control.
So
I can't believe I've managed to keep my cool this well throughout this whole thing. Honestly,
yeah, you're a paragon of.
You're getting to at the end of it, Jeremy, is that like Flight Pass should be using this trick to make shortcuts, or like what are we getting at the end of the road here?
Like the football player who doesn't aim at the field goal post, the most efficient path. Airplanes should be not aiming at the city they're trying to go to. They should be aiming where the field goal kicker is aiming.
And
slightly off a little bit.
Well, the most
what I'm telling you, though, dude.
1.000, and then there's other variable, and they just GPS straight fly.
No, dude, no. I'm telling you that is what's happening, anyways, dude. With the constant corrections, it's going slightly. It's aiming west.
On a football. So you're going to use the jetpack on a football, and tell me now that's the most efficient path.
No, but I told you earlier they disagree with me, but I would still. Say the same thing, that I think that even if you're adjusting for it, like you're gonna start off, you're not gonna realize that you're not aiming south because you're gonna think you're aiming south, but the corrections you make on the plane at any given moment is going to be slightly westward as well. You're gonna be adding some westward trajectory.
Is there no situation where they go, okay, this long of a flight, this much different force going to be involved? You know what? We are going to aim a little bit ahead, like we were some artillery show. Is there no instance where they do that? Any long flight paths, any north-south type of situation? Is there any situation where it would be actually relevant? You know what I mean? Like it seems like a couple 100 miles an hour, but you talk about, 2 miles an hour a minute or something being shot. I don't know, man. Jeremy, this stuff is just like, it's just messy, bro.
It's only messy because they're making it messy, Don. I don't know if you've been listening or
But they agree with you, though, man. It's what's weird. Is
they
like
don't. Kosho just told me, dude. Kosho just told me they don't aim at the city, or they do aim at the city. They're trying to get at. and it's the most efficient path. Even though with a football,
I'm about to bow out of this one, man, because what I'm saying is not exactly that, dude. What I'm saying is, if you're a pilot, you're RC Meisty, you guys just Freaky Friday'd, and now you're RC Meisty, okay? And you are in the airplane, and you are flying from New York to Florida. And it's true that in that 3 hour, 4 hours, whatever it is, that if you were to actually just go in some straight path directly south, like the kickers straight, without adjusting westward, then by the time you got there, I think it would be 4 times. It would be, I think, 800 miles. You'd be 800 miles away from where you needed to be.
Hey, listen to me.
But this is what I'm saying, though, is because of the fact that you're not the kicker, you're making constant corrections. You're not going to realize it, but you're going to be making a subtle. You're not going to be flying directly south. You're going to be flying slightly southwest, but a very subtle west.
Southeast.
Okay, the football kicker. The football kicker when he shoots.
Yeah, because the Earth rotates west to east, right?
The football kicker, when he shoots in front of the field goal and he aims slightly in front of it or to the side of it, that's the most efficient path, not shooting directly at it, right, Kosho?
So what, sir?
The most efficient path.
Jeremy, all the flight paths would be different. All the flight paths would be different if we were on a spinning ball. You're right.
The most efficient path. Let me just get Kosho to agree to this because this should be easy. The most efficient path for the football kicker is to shoot it to the side where the field goal is gonna be, right?
But barely.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Jeremy.
Hold on.
Jeremy, you're right, but that's what I've been saying.
Let me just follow me through this, bro. Follow me through this.
But Jeremy, no, Jeremy,
We're not.
I'm moderating. I'm moderating. Y'all respect it. Jeremy, you're rehashing something he's already agreed with. I want to get us up to date.
You just told me. Hold on.
Y'all, come on, man. Jeremy, he giving you in like a New York to Florida type of situation, an 800 mile an hour difference.
Please
pick up where you're at. Pick up where you're at, bro.
I'm backtracking because I'm trying to get him to understand what he's saying is nonsense. So the field goal kicker, the most efficient path is when he kicks it to the side and not directly at the field goal, right, Kosho?
Well, yeah, that's because he's a field goal kicker, but that's not the most efficient path, though.
So it's not. So him shooting it right at the field goal is the most efficient path, and having to use the jetpacks and the football to turn it.
If he has jets all around
him, is he still agreeing with me? He was agreeing with me the whole time.
Pay attention before you interrupt, dude, because when he kicked it in a straight line path. And it looked like it curved or whatever, okay? Now that you have the football that only has jets on all sides of it, right? As it's going directly towards the field goal, it's going to have to also be making corrections going slightly to the west or whatever. And it's going to be also it's going to look like it's making a straight line path. But I think that distance is shorter.
Okay, so if we could, Jeremy, I want to back you up. So I believe this is why I hear Jeremy coming in with that you at this point, Kosho. It's cool that it's doing that, what you say. But it sounds like he's saying, why isn't it doing something different, like aiming somewhere else and being more efficient rather than doing the thing that you just described?
I'm saying, because I just said that I think that the way, if you had jets on all sides of it and you were just aiming, you were just looking right directly at it, and you had some jets on the sides of it so that it could make it go slightly, at an angle, like at a diagonal. So it's going slightly to the side and also forward. It's going to be a shorter path.
Or maybe it's an easier thing to work with. Like, I guess maybe, Jeremy, if you introduce other variables into your other football scenario and you start realizing, okay, well, we're just going to aim for it. And then because of chaotic variables that will approach, we'll just keep micro adjusting as these chaos variables approach. And so that's what they do in the plane scenario.
Can I say something at all? Is it all right?
Go ahead,
bro.
Yeah. So you're right, Jeremy. All the flight paths would be different if we were actually on a spinning ball. If you were going from New York to Miami, then Miami wouldn't be there anymore when you got there. And as Coach just said, you'd have to go 200. You'd have to accelerate sideways 200 miles per hour. 200. You have to pick up 200 miles per hour sideways to match the tangential speed. It's all about the
but
tangential
over
speed.
200 minutes though. Over 200 minutes.
Sure,
Or
right. But I'm
400,
saying
right.
if you resisted that and didn't correct for
Did not
that,
resist
then
that.
you would. What?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that if you flew in a straight path from New York to Miami and you didn't deviate, you didn't allow the plane to deviate, when you got to where Miami was, it's not going to be there anymore. So what Jeremy's saying is if Miami moves, then why not just fly a straight path to Miami, which you would go left, and your flight path would look totally different if you were on a spinning ball.
No, but that's my point. That's exactly why I said that if you did not have any opportunity to correct afterwards, then you would have to aim it so that it was going to be where it's supposed to be when it gets there. But because you're constantly flying the plane, you can fly directly south and be adjusting slightly westward the entire time because you would have to be, and you would end up.
Why would you have to
in Florida? Because otherwise you would be going slower than the ground beneath you, so you wouldn't be appearing to be going straight back.
And then you could show the ground moving below you, and you could prove it spins.
Yeah, you could do that, but that's not something that you would. Yeah, but that's not something that would happen naturally. You would have to be you'd have to purposely.
Purposely do it. Purposely do it. Show this Earth spins.
Which would work regardless of the Earth rotating. If you're doing that on purpose, then that would work regardless of the Earth rotating. So that would be a horrible way to.
How fast do you think this would happen?
Doesn't matter. We just made the point. They agreed finally. I was trying to get them to agree to this all day yesterday and all the day before.
The reason it matters
you
how
would see
fast.
the ground moving below you if you didn't correct for Coriolis.
But that's not what I'm agreeing with.
You would need an experimental setting.
I do not believe you
would
see
it. You just get in a jet and fly straight.
But that's not what I'm agreeing with, man. That's exactly. We talked about this earlier too, because I'm saying that you could purposely try and attempt that. And then in that case that you're attempting it, you would see in the reading that you're flying straight, but you ended up somewhere east of Florida. You would have to actively try that. But just by flying,
you wouldn't see it.
You wouldn't see it with your own eyes. You made sure that you flew straight, you would see that, yeah.
Yeah, but you would see that you end up. You see that you end up at a different position, but you don't see it scrolling past you on the ground because it's such a slow speed that you don't see it with your eyes. No, you don't, because it's such a slow speed that you're not going to perceive it scrolling past beneath you.
So it actually scrolls past you. You just can't actually capture it scrolling past you.
It's such a slow speed that over long distances, as in where you reach your destination, it's going to have moved. But if you're just looking at the ground, it's not going to look like it's scrolling past you to the left.
No, I'm talking about nice cameras that pick up all the movement of the Earth underneath the plane.
Fine. If you
lots
have
of cameras, zoom in cameras,
lots of
checking
cameras,
all of Earth movement.
Lots of cameras, and you're using the camera
sensors.
With sensors and all of this in a perfect thing. Of course, sure. It's not easily because you need millions of dollars of equipment to do this for no reason whatsoever, just to satisfy.
The reason is because the Earth doesn't spin. But we would show it doesn't spin by putting those cameras under and flying in a straight line, and then we would show emphatically that the Earth, in fact, does not spin at all. It doesn't move.
The reason for a glober to do this is to satisfy a couple flat earthers, which is why a flat earther would have to do this. A couple, because the rest of them would ignore it. The rest of them would ignore it.
Yeah, well, they could prove the Earth spins. Why wouldn't they be excited about that?
Well, we have cameras from the ISS. They get denied. If we use we use cameras from an airplane, they're going to be denied as well.
This is not CGI ISS bullshit.
Exactly.
This is a camera on a jet plane that you could do it on a regular flight. Just go flight. Any flight that you go north to south, and they have all those flight paths. They go straight. They don't show any curvature. They don't show any Coriolis corrections for any of those flight paths.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they go straight to the destination.
Hold on. Do they
don't have to correct the Coriolis. That's why
they show their wind corrections as well? Do you know that wind is several magnitudes?
Yeah,
wind is
they
several
correct for those
magnitudes
winds
bigger
so they
than.
can fly straight.
Yeah.
That's the reason you correct for wind, so you can keep your straight path. That's why you correct for it.
So wind will be several magnitudes bigger than Coriolis. So if you're correcting for wind,
what's the difference? What's the difference between Coriolis and winds? Tell me.
When you correct, you're correcting for both of them automatically.
Oh yeah,
Coriolis
automatically.
is
That's
such
why
a
it's
small
hidden. See how they do it, Jeremy? This is how they do it. They say the winds are bigger, and they're correcting for winds, and so that's why they don't have to worry about Coriolis because it's hidden in the winds. That's how they get away with it.
The thing is, just like the field goal, I don't know. They all agreed 5 minutes ago that the most efficient path would be to shoot it not where the field goal is, but where the field goal is gonna be.
Yeah,
but now with the plane, they're saying, but now with the plane,
you know why there's
hold
a
on, Don.
difference.
But now with the plane, hold on, please. I'm almost done. You had to interrupt, so it threw people off and everything, and got all distracted.
You keep rehashing the agreement. Jeremy, this gentleman just said that it's hidden. That's how people get away with it. But bro, it's how you get away with it is by saying you don't need an experimental setting. Okay, that's what you need to do what you're talking about, and you said you don't need it, and then you say other people not you. I'm talking about new perspective, bro. No, you need an experimental setting. Simple as that. Kosho already admitted it'd be there for you.
Finish what he's saying.
Everybody, you say the same thing again for 50th time, Jeremy.
Call it an experimental setting. I didn't mean to say it like, oh, you don't need that. It would be an experimental setting, I guess, if you're flying a plane straight north or south, and then you would show Earth rotation underneath yourself.
Let's give Jeremy
call it experimental setting if you want, but that's all you would need to do. Is all I'm saying.
This thing is trying to.
And they admitted it would be there, man. They admitted it would be there. You would see it. It's not hidden. There's no getting away with it. They've been admitting it would be there all day, brother.
No.
You would see the Earth rotate. You would see the Earth rotate every time you flew north or south at a straight path.
No,
the Earth would rotate. That's what Coriolis is. You can't say ballistics would show it every time, but you would never be able to.
You ended up in the wrong spot.
That's not the point.
Yeah, but that's what you'd be witnessing. You'd be witnessing.
The reason you end up at the wrong spot is so that is because the Earth rotated out from underneath you.
Yeah, it's because you're rotating at different speeds. But this is not something that you're going to witness directly. That you're going to see.
Because it doesn't happen. That's why.
No, it's not because try to follow. So we're making sense and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, let's not be so adversarial.
I'm telling you that. Yeah, if you were to fly straight, you would end up in the wrong spot. And that's how you would. This is how it would be apparent to you. It wouldn't be apparent to you because you would actually physically be seeing the Earth rotating beneath you.
Why wouldn't you? If you're at the wrong spot,
it's a very subtle. It's a very subtle.
He's admitting, sir. Kosho's admitting if you held rigid straight, you'd end up in the wrong spot. But then we're going to talk about winds are going to also push you in a different wrong spot. Now, how much would that be? You know what I mean? Think about it.
It doesn't, and then winds would have to be perfectly conspiring to make you sure that you didn't see any
brother.
Earth movement.
It is literally the magnitude that they're talking about. I mean, think about the difference of a couple miles per hour compared to constant 10, 20 miles an hour or more from the wind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the winds move in all directions, so you can't say the winds would always go east or west perfectly to make sure that you're in line.
Exactly, and that's what Trump's doing. It's chaotic. Yeah. It's chaotic. So you have to have the football with the jetpacks because of the chaotic variables.
Yeah, but that's the thing is they have to bury the Coriolis. This is what they're scared of. They have to run around this. They have to run around this because it breaks the model. It breaks it. It emphatically breaks it because
I agree with you. I'm all for this. I'm all for hey, it's not proven that it's there. There's no proof. They've been admitting all day your little baby instruments would see it, and
they can't even say what it is.
You don't say.
They can't even say what it is. They say it's not noticeable because of winds. Then they try to call it Coriolis winds or illusionary winds, or it's not winds. It's the atmosphere, but it's not wind. But it's pushing the plane sideways. It's accelerating the plane sideways, but somehow it's hidden in the winds that go every direction, and you wouldn't notice it.
The clouds would go 1,000 miles an hour over your head at the equator. At the equator, the clouds you would go under the clouds at 1,000 miles an hour. Show me the fluid formula that tells me otherwise. Okay, just period.
Now, I remember earlier, this is what I was talking about, dude. I'm not sure what it is you're saying right now or why you're saying.
Oh yeah, you don't get it
You're
right.
making less sense than you were earlier, Don.
You're spinning at the equator, but the sky wouldn't be, just the ground. You show me this fucking tethered
What are you
atmosphere.
talking about, dude?
You show me the tethered atmosphere, Coach. Show me
Listen,
how.
dude, Don, I just want to remind you, we have a recap, okay, dude? And the scenario with the football or the airplanes, let's remind each other, okay? Because it seems like one of us is not on the same page anymore. But the rotation that you're expecting, the deviation, is going to be a subtraction of the tangential velocities of the Earth in both locations. Okay, so you just subtract the speed, the lower speed from the higher speed, and multiply that by the time that you're going to be traveling that distance. That'll determine your deviation. Okay, let's just be clear there, because if we know this, if we know this now, then we know that when you're given any short distance, like the distance you're going to be making an observation, like when you're looking out the window for 2 minutes or whatever it is, the speed difference between the two locations that you're traveling is minuscule, and the time that you're traveling it in is enough to ignore. So this, you're not going to see the Earth rotating beneath you like it's an apparent
all right, whatever. Just give it. Listen, let Coach just think he's actually saying something here.
Dude, we've already agreed on this earlier. Now,
right, so you're not saying anything. That's the point. Then you're not saying nothing. We've already agreed.
He's explaining there's different tangential speeds, which we already know.
Yeah,
we already know that
that's
Earth would have to move below the plane.
That's what you're looking to
but then
observe.
you keep saying you'd never be able to see it move.
Yeah, but this is what you're looking to observe.
It moves, but you can't see it move.
If you don't understand that this is what you're looking for.
Again, it's another straight line that's curved, right?
So you do understand that this is
straight, but it's actually curved because it goes along the path.
You're looking for this difference. If you don't think you're looking for this difference, then you don't know what you're going to be looking for. But you're looking for this difference.
You can tell that, and you can tell a baller that knows the Earth doesn't rotate, and he's just arguing for the other side, and somebody that actually is trying to figure this out with you.
I want you to be honest for a second in perspective. You disagreed with what I said, right? I want to make sure you understand it. No, for real, dude. I've just told to you that what you're going to be looking for when you say you want to see the Earth rotating beneath you, you're going to be looking for the difference in the speed of the locations that you're traveling. Right. So if you're talking about a 5-minute period, then you're talking about the distance you're going to be traveling from one moment and then 5 minutes later, the two different speeds subtracted from each other, whatever that value is, whatever small speed that is, over the duration of that 5 minutes. This is the rotation that you're going to be looking for. Okay.
Right. Yep. So you have to explain that to me. I already know that.
So what is the speed that you think is going to be apparent?
Dude, we're talking about the Earth rotating beneath a projectile, any projectile, whether it be a ballistic or a fucking straight line of a jet. The Earth would rotate below it. That's what the model has to say, because that's what would happen if we were on a spinning ball.
It happens, they say. All the artilleries do it. And you could tell, like, Kosho, sometimes he'll get on his little unnecessary extra iterations on some ego. And no big deal.
Yeah, it's like skirting around.
But other than that, he's going to bust down the math on you, dude. And he's not going to, you know what I mean? Like, so you should trust him when he gets real.
Okay, so hold on for a second, dude. Because once again, dude, we're looking for something that if you're going 500 miles per hour, if you're going 500 miles per hour, right? So you maybe forgot what I was going to say, Jimmy. Just go ahead, man.
Kosho, work on a little of the math for us. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, we don't need no math.
Yes,
just like the football, the most efficient. There ain't no math. Don, listen. Just like the football, the most efficient path isn't to kick it right at the field goal, which is analogous to us taking off in an airplane and aiming right for the city that we're going at.
What if you add in chaotic variables in the middle of this kick, Jeremy? This is where I think you're being unfair.
Okay, there's wind. Yes, there's other variables. There's wind and shit. Yes, I understand there's wind.
And they need to talk about also a big enough one where it maybe they should need to aim. They should be talking about the numbers too from their side. Like, hey, well, when it's this big, maybe we should be aiming because, we do expect it to be more than the wind and this and that. Like, the fact that they're not talking about it, I'm going to be honest, that's what worries me. But you got to admit that, like, at least they have a safe little plan, dude. Like, their shit makes sense, bro. Like,
it doesn't make sense. Listen, you're an airline. You're trying to use as little gas as possible. So you're not going to want to turn. You're not going to be wanting to fight a force the whole time, so you can go in a straight line. You're going to want that force to, just like the guy kicking the football. Let me just say my thing real quick. They agreed that the most efficient path is for the guy to kick the football to the side of the field goal post, so that by the time it gets there, the field goal post will be there. However,
don't
they're
have
not
an
agreeing.
agreement in the pure
Why are you
scenario.
interrupting me, bro? Every time I try to get through to somebody interrupts me.
I do apologize. I just want to make the note. They don't agree to the pure scenario, though.
Well, you can just think of a day with zero wind. So the air is completely in lockstep with the Earth. So every point in the atmosphere is rotating with the same point in the surface, right? If you try to follow your inertial trajectory, or what you're calling a straight line, in that scenario, you're going to be changing latitude, and that's going to make the you're going to have a sideways speed compared to the air. So even if there's no wind at all, now you're fighting the atmosphere, because you're not flying the same speed as the atmosphere. So trying to avoid Coriolis, now you're fighting the stationary air of the atmosphere, right? So that it doesn't make sense that you can try to forget about the atmosphere and then only create a path based on Coriolis and expect that to be efficient. It won't be.
The thing is, when you want to land
Amazing.
the
You guys let
plane,
him get his whole shit out. Nobody will let me get my whole shit out. Fucking amazing.
when you land the plane, you want to have your speed matched up with where you're landing. With the football, you just needed to reach the goal. If you want to match the speed where you're landing, or like where the football hits, you need the jetpack. You can't do that with just kicking it. It's just not
Why don't we
possible.
let Jeremy finish though, man? Because you got interrupted like a while back. I feel like it's the thing he's trying to explain.
Well, he's misconstruing the entire point. But yeah, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
I'm busy now anyway.
I'm just clarifying that when we agreed that it's the most efficient, it's only the most efficient for the football. When you have an airplane that you need to land, you can't just kick it where you want it to be. You also have to match where you're going to land. Because if you're not matching the speed where you're going to land, how are you going to land? Like, it's just not logical.
You guys just have to run around this, don't you?
Nice birds.
No one's running around anything.
Yeah,
you
you
might
do,
feel like
because
we
you
are.
realize that it doesn't work.
It's an apparent running.
Coriolis isn't included with any kind of flight instructions for a reason. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah,
RC Mice was just telling
the flight simulators use
earlier.
that. Oh yeah, RC Mice.
He was telling us earlier. There's a whole chapter.
Yeah, I heard his thing already. Yeah, that's.
Then why'd you say that then?
Because RC Meisty has that one manual that has it, included in there, but it's obviously not something you have to take into account. And regular practical use manuals don't put it in there. Flight simulators don't use Coriolis. You could say it's hidden in the winds, but that doesn't make any sense. Winds go in all directions, so it doesn't work for you guys. It breaks your model. Sorry. Doesn't cancel out. Talking about a 200 mile per hour acceleration sideways is just hidden somehow in the winds or the corrections that it's making, that it can't ever break, that it can't ever resist. It's just ridiculous. It shows that you're just arguing the point because you know the Earth doesn't spin.
How much acceleration did you just say?
Well, he said he'd have to pick up 200 miles per hour, 200 miles per hour difference between the tangential speeds of where it starts in New York, where it goes in Miami. Right?
That is not an acceleration.
Well, it's picking it up, right? It's accelerating more than it started with its original conserved speed, correct?
Over 4 hours.
Yeah, Coriolis acceleration is going to go high. I mean, at its
so it is
peak,
acceleration.
at about,
you said it. You said it's not.
I used the word acceleration.
I
used the word acceleration. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't even finish the sentence in which I used the word acceleration. So you don't get to say I'm agreeing with you just because I used that word.
I'm not even trying to cut you off. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, yeah. Acceleration of Coriolis, it reaches like 0.02 meters per second squared. This is a pretty small acceleration.
So you used the word acceleration, but you didn't mean to, but then you just used the word acceleration again.
Are you being dishonest on purpose?
No, you just said it's a very small acceleration, but it's not an acceleration. I don't get what you're saying.
I said what you said is not an acceleration. You said
no.
I remember how many hundreds.
I said a 200 mile per hour acceleration. That's what I said.
Yeah,
You said it's
that
not
is not
an
an acceleration. Miles per hour isn't even a measure of acceleration. That's a measure of speed.
Okay. So it's starting at one tangential speed, and it has to increase its sideways latitude speed. Right? It's linearly accelerating up to the acceleration
Not
of the
linearly.
new tangential speed, correct?
It's actually not linearly.
Sideways?
Yeah, it's sideways, but it's not linearly.
Okay, so let's call it sideways. Has to increase its speed sideways to match the new tangential speed. Call it acceleration, call it whatever you want. It's not something that would just be hidden or unnoticeable. It's ridiculous.
That's the whole point. You would.
So the most efficient path for the football is for the guy to kick it, not where the field goal is, but where the field goal is going to be after Earth rotates under it. So the most efficient path for the airplane would be not to fly at where the city is, would be to fly to where the city is going to be. Right?
We said why that's wrong. Have you just ignored the last half an hour?
Sufficient path.
Did you ignore all the other things we said about why it's not the most efficient for an airplane
Tell me
to do
why.
so? Okay, number one, winds. If you're gonna try and fly to where it's gonna be, you'll be flying against the wind. Two, when you're gonna land, you need to have matched the ground speed anyways, and so avoiding Coriolis to not have to match the landing speed is wrong, or it just doesn't make sense anyways, because you have to land, which means matching the ground speed anyways. So that's two things already.
That's the hard
why
part.
just heading to where it's gonna land is completely wrong. And the football example falls apart for an airplane. That's two, and we've mentioned at least four.
Yeah, matching the ground speed when you're landing, that's a trick that they would have to learn in flight school, wouldn't you think?
I don't know why we're still talking about wind.
Because you're ignoring a vital part.
Masters or some shit.
That's how airplanes fly. You cannot get out of it.
Yeah, you can't get out of the wind, I understand. You can't factor in for the Coriolis.
Like, you want to talk about airplanes without air.
Just like the guy with the football who can only kick straight. He factored in for the Coriolis and did the most efficient path, right?
Yeah, that's not an airplane.
It's not an airplane, and there's no wind there.
Shit, it's not an airplane. It's a thing moving through the sky that wants to take the most efficient path.
Yeah, it's following its inertial path. It doesn't care what's the speed in which it reaches the target. It just wants to reach the target.
It just wants to reach the target, and there's no wind, or at least chaotic wind in that example. There's two things already that just mismatch.
Stop talking about the wind. All right, I'm done.
We can't stop talking about it.
You see why this happens, though, right, Jeremy? You see why it happens? Because there is no answer. They have no answer, so they have to run around the question and start talking about winds and atmosphere, and that there's some kind of difference between the two that you just can't tell. And yeah, winds go in all directions, but somehow the plane's forced to correct, so it stays on its path, and you can never tell it. It's a straight line. It's curved, but it's straight. It's all this fucking conflated shit that the globe model requires them to argue. You got to hand it to them. That would be tiring. I think it's harder to be a baller arguing their arguments that make no sense.
And they keep score.
You know why it's easy to argue? Because it actually makes sense once you understand it.
No, it's not easy to argue. You guys are doing a terrible job.
Yeah, the reason why it's not easy is because you don't understand it.
No, you can try the I don't understand it, dude, but I do understand it. And everyone here understands it. Many people in this room right now understand exactly what I'm talking about, and they know that you have no good answer, and they're laughing at you all the time.
If you understand it, why are you having problems with it?
That's what someone that thinks that they understand would say, right?
Yeah. You say you understand it, and yet you're having so much problem with it.
You claim you understand, it doesn't do very much for us. You have to demonstrate you do, and you're not doing that. You're doing the opposite. Every time you speak about the subject, you miss something.
No, I'm demonstrating it. Plenty. I just go north to south. We already agreed. You agreed with me. If we go north to south and we go on a straight line, you would be able to see, or at least there would be Earth rotation. But you're not agreeing that you would be able to actually record it.
I'm not sure that arguing that they don't understand and that they demonstrate they don't understand because of the way that they're speaking, like that doesn't even make good sense as an argument, because they can just say that right back. He could say to you, obviously you don't understand, so you need to prove that you understand now.
This talk has been going on for several hours, and he's back to point one that's been argued for hours and hours. So at this point, we're not getting anywhere, and so summarizing is just he doesn't understand. And that's the end of it.
And he can
I know we're not getting anywhere.
The same thing right back to you. You don't understand because you still don't understand the point he's trying to make. So you don't understand. So prove you understand.
We're not trying to convince.
That, but we're the people who have been backing things up. He's just been claiming he doesn't understand, essentially.
Yeah, and we're not using that as an argument. We're not arguing. We're not trying to convince you or him that he doesn't understand. It's just something we said. It's not supposed to be an argument.
Yeah. The argument has been happening for several hours. We've reached the point where all the arguing has been mute because he still doesn't understand. That's all we're saying.
It lasted for too long.
I guess I'm not sure what the point is then.
Good luck.
Because
Jeremy understands it. Everybody here understands it.
Okay, then. If that's what you believe, I will let you believe that. But
I mean, we all understand that the most efficient path for the football is for the guy not to aim at the field goal post, but to aim at where the field goal post is going to be.
Yeah. And what everyone should understand is that footballs are not airplanes. Are footballs airplanes?
I understand that.
Can I ask a question?
As long as we all understand that footballs are not airplanes, then yes.
Yeah, we all understand footballs aren't airplanes. What kind of bullshit game are you guys playing? I want to know.
Can I ask a question? If Coriolis effect is not real, why is it in the new sniper scopes that the military just ordered?
Okay, man. Because they picked up on the flat earthers complaining it wasn't in the manuals, so they put it in this time.
No, and not even the manuals.
You're probably right.
The actual scopes. You put in your dope, and it does all the calculations for you and moves your reticle to where you need to actually shoot. It's the smart scope, the M203 or M.
Okay.
Damn, I got it.
I mean, you could argue that maybe they just say that to make it seem correct, but it doesn't actually do it.
Yeah. Is that the flat Earth answer?
He's probably right. Who knows? I mean, if Coriolis effect were real, we would be able to record it within a jet plane going north to south. Easily.
What?
So
okay, right. I understand. I understand this is the one thing you can talk about, but my question, new perspective: if it's not real, why does the scope account for it?
I have no idea what the scope is or what the reason is for that. Okay. Why would I know that? Doesn't make it. It's like saying, they went to the moon because look how much fuel they had. They had to use the fuel.
Actually, my argument for knowing they went to the moon is the retroreflectors that I personally have bounced lasers off.
I know, I've heard that argument too.
Jeremy, if you're still there, I'm working on this thing, man. But I'm starting to think that the question of which one is more efficient is a more difficult question. It's more difficult to actually solve than
yeah, for you guys because you think the Earth is spinning. So I understand.
No. I mean,
for you guys because you can't
hold on, man.
reconcile
Hold
it
on,
with
man.
the plane.
I'm throwing you a bone, dude. Hold on. I'm saying for me, and I'm also saying for everybody else, including you, because we don't have an answer, right? So I'm speaking for myself, though. But if you have an answer, then enlighten me because I'm working on this picture and maybe I can figure out which one.
The answer is Earth isn't rotating. That's the answer, Kojo.
That's not the question, though.
So, Kosho, when it comes to
What's
the
the
whole
question?
what's more efficient,
The question is so here the way I'm thinking about it is like this. The question is in the scenario where you kick the football and the scenario where there's a football with jets on it. There's two questions. It's which line is actually, so what distance is actually less? Like which line is shorter? Which one of those paths has a shorter path? And which one of those paths is also is the quickest? So which one of those paths is traversed the quickest? And I think that
good call. Good call. Here's how we're gonna know which path is shortest. The one that goes in a straight line, right?
Not necessarily, because of the fact that a straight line in this scenario, this is why it's confusing, man, is because the straight line path is talking about in what do you call that? In
so a curved path is
inertial
shorter than a straight
space.
path.
What?
You're now arguing with me that a curved path shorter path than a straight path?
No, I'm not. Listen, this is why it's complicated. Please don't start yet. Hold on. This is why it's complicated. Is because motion is described as a relative thing, and so when you're describing the movement of something in inertial space, and you're also describing it in reference onto a non-inertial rotating plane, the actual distance that is traveling and the actual speed, all this type of stuff, it's different in both those scenarios and describe it in either scenario. So it's just a complicated thing to figure out which one of those paths is actually shorter. So I got to kind of think
shorter related to what?
Exactly. That's the problem. Shorter related.
So in one instance, we know which one's going to be less distance because in one instance, the football is traveling in a straight line. In another instance, the football is traveling in a curved line. Which one's going to be the shortest distance?
Dude, that's the point, though. The straight line that you're describing is a straight line in inertial space. It's a curved path on the non-rotating frame.
But it sounds like you guys are talking about a destination as well. So to have a short.
This is the obfuscation shit.
That's not. It's not. This is why it's a complicated problem.
So we have a destination in mind, right? Because you have to have a destination in mind, otherwise, what shortest path from what to what?
There's a destination in mind. Just kicking a field goal.
Okay, obviously, the one that actually not forget the fucking reference frames, bro. The football in free space is going to take a straight line in one instance. In another instance, it's going to take a curved path in free space, right? Obviously, the one that goes in the straight line is going to be the shortest distance, right?
Yep, and
Okay.
listen, dude, because you're not allowing for to talk about reference frames, but the question you're asking is only a yes if you're talking about the inertial reference frame. It's a no in the non-inertial reference frame. So that's why it's weird to answer. And everything that's taking place here, everything that's important to us is on the non-inertial reference frame. So it's kind of confusing.
Non-inertial reference frame is Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
The inertial frame, the inertial frame is the one the planes or the footballs.
Are you trying to say that if the destination is moving, then a curved path would be shorter?
I'm not saying which one's shorter. What I'm saying is because you're on the non-rotating or the non-inertial reference frame, the rotating plane or the rotating Earth, in that scenario, the straight line path, which would exist in the inertial reference frame, is not a straight line path on that surface.
Bro, the shortest distance is going to be where the football or the plane or whatever actually goes straight, right?
Okay, I have the answer.
Straight from whose perspective?
I just figured it out, dude.
Straight in reality. Forget the fucking. Why are you guys bringing reference frames?
Because
we went this long without talking about reference frames.
That's important. I just figured it out, dude. If you have you kick the football, perfect straight line kicker, and the other one you have the football that has jets on it. Here's what's happening, and you're gonna get mad at this, so just listen and then get mad after I finish because I got to finish. In the scenario where he's kicking the football in a straight line, the straight path exists in the inertial reference frame, and you'll observe a curved path on the rotating frame. In the scenario where you have the jets on it, he's going to appear to make a straight path on the on the non-inertial reference frame, on the rotating one. And in the inertial reference frame, it'll actually be a curved path. So they'll be doing opposite things in opposite reference frames. And it just matters which one is relevant to us. It's obviously the
Yeah, he's just describing the Coriolis effect, Jeremy.
No, I did not just describe the Coriolis effect, dude. That's not what I was describing.
This is a huge obfuscation thing because obviously the only thing that matters is the path, the actual path in 3D space that the plane or the ball or whatever takes. Like they're always trying to make shit more complicated, especially you, Coach. So you're a fucking master at this.
Why do you say that that's the most efficient path?
I'm saying it's the shortest path. Shortest path is going to be where the shortest path is going to be the one where the ball or the plane or whatever goes in a straight line in 3D space, right?
No, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm telling you. What you're describing is true in the inertial reference frame. It's not the shortest path in the non-inertial reference frame.
This is crazy, Coach. Why are you doing it to me, bro? I like it.
I'm being honest.
Because he has no answer, bro. He has to explain it in this way.
Listen, if this doesn't make sense to you, that's fine.
No, it's not about
ridiculing it.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're saying.
This is the actual answer for which path is more efficient. Depending on which reference frame you're behaving in, is going to be there's going to be a difference between which one is more efficient. In the non-rotating reference frame, the straight path would be the one that's done with the jets making constant corrections because it's going to look like a straight path in the non-rotating reference frame.
It doesn't matter.
In the non-inertial reference frame.
It doesn't matter what it looks like. It matters where the ball goes through 3D space, right?
No. That's why I prefaced what I said, that motion this is complicated because motion is described as a relative phenomena, meaning that it only makes sense to describe the motion of the thing in reference to some other thing or some reference frame. And so in the reference frame of the surface of the Earth, if you're following the path of this plane, the path is going to appear to be making a straight line from the one goal to the other goal, or from New York to Florida. It's going to be a straight line on that reference frame. However,
it doesn't matter what it appears to be doing. Stop. It doesn't matter what it appears to be doing. All that matters is what the path the plane actually took through 3D space. Right?
The answer, no one's going to be happy with the answer, but there is no right or wrong one. Like, these are the two different paths, two different.
Only one of them can be an actual straight path, right?
Yeah, one of them is a straight path. That's right, but it's not the actual path. Like, it's not
and
that
the one
one
with
of
the
them,
actual. What?
It's not the case that one of them is the actual path and the other one is the path on the other thing. They're two different descriptions of the movement. So one is the description in an inertial reference frame. One is the description in a non-inertial reference frame. This is just the way motion's described.
Are you?
There is no preferred reference frame, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know why you brought reference frames into this.
Because it makes the difference whenever, let's say, for instance, you are adamant about the fact that the kicker's making a straight line path. The kicker kicks it straight. This is a straight line path. And this is true that in the inertial 3D grid space, this path is a straight line. And so that distance in that reference frame is a shorter path as opposed to the one that curves when you see that same path on the rotating reference frame. However, if you reverse that and you make constant corrections so that it looks like it's flying straight to the goal, but because it's making constant corrections, it's actually turning the whole time to make it into the goal. In the reference frame of the plane that you're on, it's going to be the shortest path. And in the inertial reference frame, it's going to be a longer curved path.
Are you misunderstanding that? Like, it is going in a straight path, but the destination is curving.
No, I'm telling you. I'm not saying this because I'm making this up. If you look up how motion is described in physics, you have to understand that it's always described with a specific reference frame or specifically in reference to something. If you're not describing it there's no preferred reference frame and then some lesser reference frame. These are two different.
Hey, listen.
He's right. It's inertial and non-inertial reference frame, and the plane would be in a different reference frame than the Earth. So that's the reason that we would see spinning of the Earth when we're flying in a plane, but we never see that. So
the atmosphere isn't velcroed to the Earth and spinning in lockstep.
None of these things that you guys are saying is what I'm saying. Okay, what I'm saying what I'm saying to you is when asked. Well, so imagine you're the football for a second, and I
get what you're saying. Like
you're recording what your path was.
To the people that throw the ball, it's going in a straight path.
If your job is to report back to somebody what your path was, then if you're reporting your path and then inertial reference frame, you're going to report that path as being a straight line. And if instead you're reporting it in reference to the surface, it'll be a curved line that landed in the goal.
Pretend we could actually put a ruler up in a football, right? This is going to be straight because the ruler is going to tell us, look, the football followed the ruler the whole time. Straight path, right?
Dude, he's describing the Coriolis effect. I don't know
Not describing
right, Kosho, right? If we had the ruler,
it would look straight from a third party's perspective. It would look straight, but it actually isn't straight to the person that's in the reference frame.
You're talking about how it's perceived by two different reference frames.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
Saying how
this is all a big obfuscation, red herring.
Go ahead. Go ahead and ask the
Kosho,
question.
if we had a ruler in the air next to the football, we would be able to tell which one is a straight line, right?
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Relative to us, relative to us.
Guys, 1 second. The one that follows the ruler, straight ruler, is going to be the shortest distance, right?
Yeah, except for that ruler that you just put on the ground, the ball that you kicked in a straight line in an inertial reference frame, it's going to look like it's going in a straight line. It's going to follow the ruler at first, and then it's going to curve and get its way into the goal. And that's because that straight line is going to appear to curve in your reference frame.
Jeremy, listen. This is why I'm saying all the flight paths would look different. When we look at a map,
They would.
and we
They
see,
absolutely would.
yeah. Because listen, what he's trying to say is this. I think. Okay, this is what it is. So if you were looking at the flight path, it goes straight from New York to Miami in a straight fucking dead line, right? But because the Earth spins, if we actually showed the real path of the flight, it would be following the ground. And since the ground moves and the plane's correcting, it would be still following the ground. But since the Earth moved, it would be a curved path, right? But they don't show us the curved path, because if it follows the ground and it goes straight to Miami and corrects for the Coriolis, the turning of the Earth, then it would be following the ground in a straight path as far as it knows to go to Miami. But if you looked at the actual path from a third party's perspective, it would have to be curved because the Earth moved.
Well, but that's the thing. That's why I said it's not the object that's curving. It's the destination that's curving towards the object.
So what you guys are actually doing is actually not listening to me, because I actually told you there's no actual reference frame. There's no actual path of the ball. There's no actual preferred reference frame. There are two different reference frames, and they're going to be described in two different ways depending on which one you're describing it in. There's not one that wins over the other and is
I never said
paramount
that.
over the other.
I never
There's
said
two
one
different
wins over
reference
the other.
frames. There's no
I never
actual
said one
path.
wins. I never said one wins over the other.
But then stop saying actual. There's no actual path. There's two different paths depending on which reference frame you're using.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
but if we had a rule,
the actual path would be curved though, because the Earth moved. So actual path would be curved.
Jesus Christ.
So if I had a ruler and I could just, it's not affixed to the Earth or anything. We're just gonna put a ruler up to the path the ball took.
Hey, right? Jeremy, use the plane because it's a much bigger difference. The ball is just like so minuscule. You know, we're talking about different tangential speeds. We're talking about a 200-mile difference.
Exactly what you said, though, Jeremy. In this these GIFs I made a ruler. I made a straight path so you can reference where the ball's going.
But instead of reference to Earth and this and that, what about from its?
Hold on, dude. I know
from its starting point.
Just hold on a second. Hold on, man. I'm in the middle of saying something to
from its starting point. What is its trajectory?
What's the point responding to you when I'm in the middle of saying something to him, man? Just hold on a second. Yeah, I already made a ruler in these, dude. So there's already a straight path that you can see the ball following. The only problem is that ball is doing that that straight line is only straight in the inertial reference frame, which is why if you're looking at the surface of the thing, as if it's not, you're moving with it, the ball itself is seeming to make a curved, longer path.
But it's not actually. It's actually going straight.
No, it's not about what's actually happening. There's no point in saying this over and over again, dude. There's no actual preferred reference frame. There's not an actual thing. There are two different reference frames.
Here's the thing: you're relating it to the Earth. When to find the actual path of the object, you want to relate it to its starting trajectory.
Now you're starting.
If it deviates from its,
instead of using the word "actually," use the word that's relevant. In the Earth's reference frame, meaning the one where the Earth.
No, I don't care about that. I care about what direction the object started going in, and if that deviated from its original trajectory. That's it.
Its trajectory in reference to what?
Itself, its starting trajectory. Whatever direction it was going in initially, that's all you're comparing it to find out whether it deviated.
No, it's not, because Jeremy's describing a straight line in the inertial reference frame. That's the whole point, is that you know the path it's going in a straight line in the inertial reference frame, which in both these GIFs and in the description, that straight line in the inertial reference frame ends up being a curved line in the rotating reference frame.
So you're telling me we can't make something actually move in a straight line?
No, you could. You could make something move in a straight line, but that's what I'm saying to you. If you're making something move in a straight line on the surface of the Earth, as it appears, so it looks like it's going in a straight line, everything looks like it's going in a straight line. If you were to measure that same object's movement in the inertial reference frame, that same path would now appear to be a longer curved path.
But instead of relating it to any
going
reference,
in a straight line? Is it going in it when the guy kicks the football at the field goal, right at it, he misses? Is that going in a straight line?
You said the straight line in the inertial reference frame?
Guy kicks the football. We're talking about the actual straight line the thing travels in. You said the thing could travel in a straight line in one of the reference frames, right?
It could travel it in either reference frame, but what you're describing is him kicking it and it not being dependent on the fact that the Earth's rotating. So it's going in a straight path in the inertial reference frame, is what you're saying.
You managed to get all your peoples out of this by bringing in reference frames, and so there wasn't even necessary to talk about reference frames. I don't know why you did this.
It actually was, man, because the question, like I said, nobody else had answered.
Otherwise
none of you guys tried even answering the question that you asked, which is which path is more efficient. And the answer to that question is
other than the object itself.
The answer is those paths are going to be different lengths depending on which reference frame you're measuring it from.
Okay, so let me ask you: in the path of the football, where the guy can only kick straight, which one's going to be the shortest distance?
Which one? When he can only kick straight,
and he's got to use it. The one where he's got to use the jetpacks and the thing curves, or the one where he just kicks it straight.
In his reference frame, the one with the jetpacks is going to be the shortest path.
Really?
Yeah, because it's going straight across the field.
Even though it had to adjust for Coriolis.
Exactly. Even when it adjusting for Coriolis, means that even though it's appearing to be going from his foot straight to the goal, which is obviously a straight path in that reference frame, the fact that it's adjusting for it means that in the inertial reference frame, he's actually making a longer curved path in order to make it appear like he's making that straight path in that reference frame.
Right, well, he can only kick it straight.
Instead of reference frames, though,
you were describing the kick in that case,
right? You go by the starting trajectory, right? If it deviates from its original trajectory, then you know it's deviated, right? You don't have to relate it to other things.
Can I have a moment of your time, guys? I just want to read something, if you don't mind. I just posted a screenshot of this first page on this link that I provided, and this is important to the discussion. The entire purpose of the TGF simulation is to create as real a simulation of actual aircraft flight over the Earth, as is possible. The only way to do that is to simulate what is real. That is why the TGF software assumes a flat Earth. The TGF is designed to have high fidelity to reality, the FAA publication states, and you can read that whole thing, what the FAA says. And then it says below that, the reality to which the TGF software is faithful is the Earth is stationary and flat. If the TGF simulator based its model on a false premise of a globular spinning Earth, it would create a safety issue for aircraft. The FAA simply had to assume a flat Earth because that is reality. If the FAA had assumed a spinning spherical Earth model, the pilots and aircraft controllers would be trained improperly and create the messy and embarrassing result of planes crashing with regularity. Sorry, guys. Doesn't work. Planes would
Where's
crash.
the original document? Because that doesn't sound like something the TGF said.
Oh, I'd put the link in the description. You can look it up if you want. Find some kind of contradiction to it if you like. Find where they're training air traffic controllers and pilots how to fly over a spinning ball, which is a totally different situation than they have to deal with. Good luck.
When did you post the link? I mean, I see the
put it in the live stream voice text.
I
understand. The link's right above it. The link's right above it.
All right, I see. Oh, okay. I got it.
Are you talking about the link from itsreallyflat.com?
Yes.
It's from Edward Henry, The Greatest Lie on Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to that. There's a lot more to that, too, that's interesting.
I want to see the original TGF documents.
Sounds like
any flight manual. There's no you guys already know there's that all flight simulators assume a stationary Earth.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
it's
so there you
simpler.
go. So that's the point. That's the point
It's
he's
simpler.
making.
But
Why are you arguing with it?
No. The point
because
he
it's
was
simpler.
making was that
Oh yeah, it's a lot simpler because it's reality. That's why flight
that's
manuals
cute,
assume a stationary. It's not
the,
cute. It's the
places where
reality
the
we live in.
adoption-
It's a
the
stationary.
places. Okay, you're not
stationary
talking.
flat
You're not
plane.
asking
Hold on.
communication.
Let Moyak go. Hold on.
I would like to see the original document, which I'll go and look for. But I'm sure the TGF did not say that the things the way that this guy said it in his little blurb here. And
but you already
to think
agree that the
they
flight
did.
simulators assume a stationary Earth. So what's
Because it's
what's your
inconsequential.
contention?
Because it's inconsequential.
But you think so?
All right, goodbye.
But it wouldn't be. Illusionary winds, Moyak. Are you going to come up with that again? Because that's inconsequential. The illusionary
I think he
winds.
just left. I can't see
I know.
the chat, but I'm pretty sure
He's the one that came up with the illusionary winds. Hearing him describe how these winds, these illusionary winds that aren't real winds, the apparent winds, the relative winds, whatever it is they're trying to come up with as an excuse of why this plane can never fly in a straight line to show the Earth spin, is ridiculous and hilarious. That's why he left.
Well, I mean, I think he left because he couldn't get a sentence out. It is math.
Well, I know. I'm sorry. But it is ridiculous what they were coming up with the other day with you. That was hilarious.
It's okay. They'll come back. The next day, there's nothing new under the sun. If they leave right now, it's okay. Tomorrow, they'll spiral about flat Earth again.
Who left?
Illusionary winds.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't really interrupt him. I was just illusionary. It was an illusion. I didn't really cut him off when he was trying to talk. But he agreed that the flight simulators assume a stationary flat plane. You know, nobody can argue with that. So
what you're
I don't
hearing
know what he was arguing about.
Mirage.
Yeah, what you got here is you dropped a book, a 600-page book. Should be easy to read. They can scan through that at their leisure. Actually learn what flat earthers are talking about. Learn what's being presented. But they really don't want to know anything about flat Earth. They just want to argue from a winning side. And then if they don't feel like they're getting what they need and want, then it's your fault. Because you're not explaining flat Earth to them in the way that they need and want. When you offered science, actual science, written.
Well, it's not even trying to explain flat Earth though. It's just trying to all agree on what is reality. You know.
Right,
right.
Which is flat Earth. Which is the Earth is flat.
Right. But you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's ridiculous. They think we're claiming something other than just what reality is. Which is his point in that thing I read. He's saying reality is this way. If it wasn't this way, we'd have all kinds of problems. And they'd like to say it's negligible or just not important. Or, it was a simpler way of making the design for the simulator. It was just much more simple for them to do it that way, so they didn't include the spinning ball. It's so simple. We couldn't do the spinning ball thing because we needed a simple model, and then we're going to put these pilots up in the air and deal with all the spinning, and it's going to be just the same except for winds and stuff, right?
it's just stupid. How can they?
It's so stupid.
That's the part too that it makes it seem like they don't understand flat Earth. You can simplify your own model to explain flat Earth. So if you still don't get it, what you're really not getting is a globe at that point. Because they use a globe, simplified it, to explain flat Earth on the globe. And you don't get it.
The thing with the football.
Go on, sorry.
The thing with the football is there's going to be you can put a string where the football started. And then you could put a string along the whole path it took.
Exactly, like I was saying.
And one of those strings is going to be straight.
Trajectory, isn't it? Like
one of the strings is going to be straight. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, like you just literally said about like what I was saying, like just finding out the object's trajectory itself. Nothing, not relating that object to other things. You know, like you said, that's a perfect way to do it. Is have a string attached. You can actually see the trajectory then of the object. You don't have to relate it to Earth or to who's witnessing the ball. You know, you then see the true trajectory of the object. Sorry, go on, carry on, Jeremy.
I don't even know what I was going to say.
Well,
they were running you around. They were just running you around in that conversation. They just kept you can tell how they focus on certain issues that are not even what your point is, but they'll re-explain the whole effect. And you can tell when they're not trying to, like, you're asking the right questions, but they're not giving you the answers that actually answer your question. They're just re-explaining it because they know you don't understand it completely. So they know that they can just fool with you. It seems like.
But you know how many times wind got brought up just now for no fucking reason?
Well, the wind is the
About
thing they
20
have
times.
to claim.
They
say it's hidden. They say the Coriolis is hidden in the wind.
Okay, guys. One of you guys has to ejaculate already, so we can get past the circle jerk. I gotta ask a question, real quick, Jeremy. Out of these two gifts here, Jeremy, let's see which one of you guys is the smartest one here. You guys will all have a lot of things to say, right? Crit,
let's turn it around. This is a tactic.
Jeremy,
you realize, right?
Use your string here, sirs. Use your string. Let's see which one of you guys. Let's see which one of you guys can at least listen to what the challenge is. Don't be a pussy.
Sounds
now.
like Kosho.
So take your string here, sir. Don't be a fucking pussy, dude. Just listen. Okay. Take your string that you just described, right?
You're ramped up.
Take your string and tell me which one of these paths right here, out of these two gifts here, what are the two lengths of these strings? Are they the same, or which one's longer? Okay? Have at it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Just like Jeremy was just saying with the football, he has a football, and you put the string at one end, and you put the string on the other end, and you get the length of it, right? Go ahead and determine which one of those paths is what the length of that string is.
What's your point?
Why don't you bring the MIT thing up where they do the ball? They got two guys spinning and they pass the ball back and forth.
The point is, regardless on if you fucking are afraid of reference frames, or you don't like reference frames, or you just don't fucking want to pretend they don't exist, these are two different paths in two different reference frames, even though it's the exact same image. If you take the path and you make it as a path in the non-rotating reference frame, it's going in a straight line. Okay,
yeah, you don't have to explain reference frames.
Non-rotating reference frame, and in the rotating reference frame,
we get the reference frames
around the spiral.
You're trying to make it about us not understanding reference frames now as a defense. We understand reference frames. We understand also that the Earth does not turn. Otherwise, there would be reference frames to deal with, but there's none.
Why would you even add that in, dude? We're talking about the Earth.
Because you're talking about Coriolis effect.
If the Earth were a rotating object, dude.
If we had to deal with a rotating reference frame with the Earth, if we had a rotating reference frame to deal with, then there would be something to deal with. But there's no Earth rotation, so there is no rotating reference frame.
Yeah, you're right, man. You just solved it, Jeremy. That's the answer to your question, man. The question that we've been asking this whole time about the football.
Yeah, the
actual
Earth
answer to the question is the Earth's not rotating, so there's no point in thinking about it. Let's just
exactly. Now he's being honest. Finally, you're being honest, Kosho.
New perspective. Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
From your TFG citation, will you please show me a rigid body aircraft that does not change mass?
Okay, so that the quotation that I was reading was just a claim
from
that you agree with, and everyone here agrees with. That flight simulator is a stationary Earth. That's all it was.
That flight simulator uses rigid bodies and fixed mass.
So,
can you find me one?
So what are they teaching pilots wrong? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
There is no plane of fixed mass.
So you're telling us that they're teaching pilots wrong, yeah?
Or it's a simulator so they can practice skills, not a world simulator, which is what New Perspective alluded to.
So basically, they're being trained on something that isn't reality.
So the skills don't have anything to do with their reality they have to fly in.
You heard it. That's a claim.
They are practicing the skills that are not dependent on Coriolis.
Right, so the simulator is
they're also practicing skills that aren't dependent on how much gasoline's in the aircraft.
What a waste
However,
of a
in
simulator.
the real world, there's things like gasoline that gets burned when an aircraft flies, causing it to change mass. They also have control surfaces which make it a non-rigid body aircraft, which is
So that
what
would
the
be a yes then.
TFG
They're
control.
teaching pilots in something that isn't related to reality.
Right. Microsoft Flight Simulator X, which is what TFG became. Did you know that new perspective? Oh, whoops. When it got updated to Microsoft Flight Simulator X, then they made it a globe because they actually modeled it to the ground. TFG is not even modeled.
They
Oh,
needed
so
that.
Literally a bare bones flight sim.
So there's a flight simulator now that includes Coriolis and teaches the pilots how to fly over a spinning ball. Is that what you're saying?
Microsoft Flight Simulator X is involved.
No, I know what you're talking about. In fact, it's when you zoom out, they make it a ball, just like you do with Google Earth.
No, nope, not at all what I'm talking about. But good.
Oh, so they're telling
good
they train him how to move on how to land on a moving runway. That's interesting. That'd be an important skill to include.
No pilot. It is being trained on Microsoft Flight Simulator X. That's a commercial grade flight simulator that you can buy and put on your computer right now. It's available on Steam for like $50.
And your claim is that it includes moving runways that they have to land on.
Yep.
Is that your claim? Oh, that's
And do pilots train? Do pilots train on
Microsoft
that?
Flight Simulator X? You can't find that? Oh my god.
Do pilots?
I didn't say I couldn't find it.
Train on that.
You said you. Oh,
train on Microsoft.
Sorry. We should go
Simulator
back
X.
to the TFG, which is an old flight simulator that uses rigid body.
You guys hear me? Is my mic on?
Good job.
I hear
You're cutting out. You're cutting out a little
bit.
bit.
A bit, Jeremy.
I mean, I heard you clearly.
Pilots on Microsoft Simulator X.
No, they don't train pilots on Microsoft Flight Simulator X.
Well, that's the point, dude. Then your point's totally moot.
You realize TFG no longer exists? Your flight simulator that the flight simulator that New Perspective posted, his citation, no longer exists. It's an old bare bones software that no longer is in use.
Right, so
Flight Simulator X, and then you brought up Flight Simulator X that they don't even use anymore.
Let me finish my sentence. You'll understand what I'm saying.
So how many?
You can't know what I'm saying if you don't shut up and let me finish my sentence.
I've got a good question. No, I've got a good question for you.
Yeah, I know, but
how many pilots, percentage-wise, would have been trained with this software?
Hey, regardless of how good your question is, we just all get in the habit of not doing that because it's causing people to get really irritated. People are just constantly interrupting.
The answer to your question.
Really bad. I thought he was done, but
the answer to your question, Earthborn Jin, is 0. That it was
no, you didn't hear my question. My question is,
you asked how many pilots were trained on that software. The answer is 0. That was a commercial grade.
So then, what's your point?
On TFG. What New Perspective posted was his citation.
So 0% of pilots are trained on this new software,
or the old one. It was literally trying. Yeah, it was a computer game, dude. It wasn't a flight. It was a flight simulator computer game for commercial widespread distribution. It has
so if it's
morphed
not Globe
and become.
If it's not the old one, what are they getting trained on?
Let me finish my sentence, Jim.
Well, let's get to what actually matters instead of having a long
and become like. Shut up.
Just get to the point. What are they being trained on? That's what we want to know, right? We don't need anything else.
None of the above. That's
so then what's your point? What's your point in saying there's a game that uses the turning Earth?
I don't know.
Why would that matter? Why would that trump anything I said about all flight simulators use a stationary plane?
Except
and you agree. Everybody here agrees.
That's a lie.
All flight simulators that train pilots. Okay, let me make that addition to the sentence. All the ones that train pilots how to actually fly use a stationary Earth because they want to simulate reality.
Okay, so this is if you shout the loudest, you're right. So go ahead, New Perspective.
No,
you can continue to be right.
Do I have to say it that loud for you to hear it?
Not allowing anyone else to actually finish a fucking sentence. You were rude cunt.
I'm muted.
I asked what they were trained on, and you said none of the above, so they're not trained.
He asks you a question and then interrupts you as you're answering, and then calls you rude.
Just relax. Let's let everyone finish their sentence, because it's crazy when you're trying to say something and no one will let you finish. It's really fucking annoying.
Jeremy, they're asking questions and then interrupting the answers, and then saying flat Earth is a problem.
Yeah, but we're asking them questions in the middle of his sentences.
No, but it seems like a lot of times they want to leave and claim something because they know they're wrong, and it's obvious that he was wrong because the pilots aren't actually trained on this thing that he brought up, so the point makes no sense.
Kool-Aid, why did you bring this Flight Simulator X up if no pilots are trained on it? What relevance does this have to the topic at hand?
It is what the TFG Flight Simulator New Perspective posted as his evidence no longer exists. It now is Flight Simulator X. That's where the coders went.
So they do train people on Flight Simulator X?
No.
Do they train people on Flight Simulator X?
No.
So his point was to say that
Why did we bring it up then?
the coders for the system that I was talking about, which is an old paper about an old code that had to do with an old simulator, is now these people are working for another company that have a game that uses the Coriolis. So therefore, that means that my point's debunked. Like pilots are trained pilots are trained now with this Coriolis. Is that what you're trying to say? Because otherwise, it makes no sense to bring the point up.
Pilots were never trained on TFG. It also was a game.
What is the simulator that they are trained on? Does anyone know?
It's called.
I posted a link. It says that they do use it right here. The Learn to Fly. You can use Microsoft Flight Simulator to learn to fly.
Yeah, to get the basics, but you're not. It's not a final check ride. You're not doing that in a fucking simulator.
Yeah, what's the one they actually use pilots to train for? I don't care if a little kid can learn how to, fly a plane at home. What's the one they're doing training actual pilots on? Does anyone know?
That would be the Bat Sim network.
The Back Sim network?
Does that include a Coriolis effect they have to deal with in the training, Kool-Aid?
I don't know about the programming on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you your video game from a long time ago doesn't, because it was a commercial grade video game never used to train pilots because it uses aircraft of rigid structures and fixed mass.
Well, if that's the truth, then that is a good point. That is a good point that it was a video game and not actually a training simulator. If that's your point you're making, I thought you were saying that there's a new one that they're coding now that has Coriolis, and so that makes sense that they are using Coriolis for training now. But according to anybody in here that knows what they're talking about, no flight simulator trains a pilot to deal with Coriolis.
How would one deal with Coriolis in an airplane? What would they have to do different?
You have to make adjustments for Coriolis.
Not really, because it's going to appear as wind. So
wind, illusionary winds.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. I'm reading the document that you guys are coming to right now. It says the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth, and that we here assume the development frame was the northeast down frame. So this implies necessarily that Earth rotation and the variation of the gravity vector with position over the Earth were ignored in developing the aircraft equations of motion. This simplification limits our mathematical model to the flight of aircraft only. The model will not properly handle the flight of suborbital craft and spacecraft such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, satellites, or the space shuttle. The model is adequate for all vehicles traveling under Mach 3. So why do you think these limitations exist? And why do you think it doesn't work on an intercontinental ballistic missile?
This whole question of, it's not got engine.
No, this is the document that you guys are all, you presented to us,
if it has
right?
an engine, it's not, it doesn't, it's not, Coriolis won't affect it if it has an engine. If it has an engine, Coriolis doesn't affect it, right?
No, I'm asking you, why is it saying that these the limitations is under Mach 3? It's
Yeah, so what you're saying
doesn't
is
work if this is an internet kind of ballistic missile.
Coriolis has no effect. Right?
So why do these limitations exist on this on these assumptions? Where it says using these assumptions, it's given these limitations. Because in real life, we can use ballistic missiles.
And the follow up to that is maybe there was a misprint in the way that they stated it. They said TGF to begin with, and then the next page it says, "Indeed, since safety is paramount, it was necessary for the FAA to verify with real life testing the algorithms in the TGA simulator, not the TGF simulator." So I don't know if you just printed it wrong.
No, I have the exact document word for word that was printed in there.
Can I bring up a
simulator that assumes a flat stationary Earth? The FAA publications state that the document concludes with a section on verification and validation, the process by which the various features of simulation are tested and verified.
Right, for an aircraft.
Can I bring up a quick fun fact? Crypto might back me on this. He might have heard about it. There was a game show in England in the 80s called Krypton Factor, and a guy. One of like, it was like a puzzle sort of game show. One of the things you had to do was actually fly a plane on a simulator. Now, one of the contestants was so good that he actually became a pilot.
Oh,
it's weird, isn't it?
Okay, check this out. It gets even better, dude. It gets actually a lot better, because the next sentence says, because it's describing where you can't use this model for, but you can use it for the aircraft. So even when you're using an aircraft, it says for trajectory propagation, since we can't assume a flat Earth, we cannot assume a flat Earth, the original inertial reference frame, denoted with the I in the subscript, is modified for the elliptic Earth. Thus, we align our newly defined surface frame with the inertial frame, and the surface frame then moves with the aircraft so as to provide a frame that is tangent to the Earth's surface when interfacing the trajectory propagation equations, parallel to the aircraft's horizontal plane. So it's talking about when it's interfacing with something like a missile or whatever else, you cannot use these equations. You cannot assume it's a flat Earth. And you actually have to use a elliptical model to make this make sense. Because again, from the same your document.
Are you saying this comes from Edward Henry?
This comes from the thing that he cherry picked. He took that little thing out.
Edward Henry.
I'm just reading the rest of the document.
Good source there, dude. A liar.
Just talking about reality, dude.
Except it's a misrepresentation of the papers that he was citing. So, I mean, a liar.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So you're saying that flight simulators actually do use a spinning ball Earth to train the pilots? Is that what you're saying? Is that what he's lying about?
What all these documents do, because I've read a bunch of these NASA and airplane documents that say this, and what all of them will say at some point is the limitations to which these assumptions can be granted. Because the fact that they're making these incorrect assumptions means that there's going to come a point where, in reality, they're either going to go too fast or they're going to interact with something like, whatever it's describing and interfacing with, where these equations are not going to be adequately give you any information that's useful. So in all those documents that say we're assuming a mass or a non-changing mass and a non-rotating flat Earth,
stationary Earth, yeah.
When it's specifically saying that they're assuming that, it's to warn you that these aren't going to be there's going to be some limitations to these assumptions, because obviously,
yeah, it would be detrimental if they weren't trained how to fly in a spinning ball, don't you think?
Yes, it would be detrimental if they didn't know that they were on a spinning ball. But these documents here are not for training people. This is for.
So is there a flight simulator that uses the spinning ball Earth to train pilots? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, you heard what what's his name? RC Micey. You said it yourself. RC Micey has his book.
No, there was that. His shit's been debunked. It's just one reference that he brings up, and there's no actual document that shows that it's used for flight training for any practical purposes. I see that flat Earth test. Brian, what's up, bro? You have anything to say about this? I'd like to hear what Brian has to say. He's available.
Oh man, I'm just listening in. I don't know too much about it. I vote RC Micey's full of shit. That's my vote.
That's for sure. He's been exposed over and over again.
It's gross, man.
Magnetic West.
That's what I wanted to bring up, man. But it's a little bit of a change of subject. Because they're that I was arguing that Australia, I'm sitting here, I got the globe, I'm making the video showing how if you go down any longitude line and you pretty much take a 90-degree turn, that pretty much, here, let me sum it up, okay? Let me just get cut right to the chase. The sun never leaves the ecliptic. We never view it outside of 23.4 degrees south. That'd be Capricorn, and 23.4 degrees north, which would be Cancer. So it's always within that. The analemma is, if somebody doesn't know what analemma is, it's taking the picture of the sun every day for a year at the same time, like noon. And we get the figure 8 looking thing with the bigger loops in the southern hemisphere. Well, so they're saying that that Australia, the sunrise on a globe shows it coming in from the south, and I'm arguing that, look, if it's coming in from the south, then it's coming in from underneath. It's coming from outside the ecliptic. I'm saying in reality it doesn't. In reality, where if you're in Australia, it might come in from the southeast. But on a globe, it doesn't work, in my opinion. But so I was looking at this, and I'm looking at okay, so if they're saying that east diverges toward the equator, and that's how it comes in from the south, because their east points up toward the equator, so the sun doesn't leave the ecliptic, but east on a ball is a geodesic. It's a great circle. If you go from the North Pole anywhere on the globe and you take a 90-degree turn, that 90-degree turn will give you a geodesic. It'll give you a great circle.
That's not true, though. East and west on the globe is not geodesics.
No. 90-degree due east or due west are geodesics. Okay, this ain't even the point of contention. You go to Google. This really ain't the point of contention. If you go to Google Maps and you just go to the middle of the U.S. and you just draw a line.
You're right.
And dead reckon, it's going to bring you to Africa, right? It's going to cross the equator. So that's their argument about the sunrise in Australia. I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, then if all of these due east, and I remember the first thing I did when I heard about flat Earth, it was right around the equinox, and I found the video of it. We went and pulled some string lines, and at Jack's Beach here on the east coast of Florida, on the east coast of the United States. I pulled a string line and looked at magnetic east, and then pulled a line due east, which is 90 degrees from magnetic north, and the sun came up. About 20 minutes later, the sun came up and it split my string line in half. I was like, cool, man. Look at that. I didn't really realize at the time, but if they're saying that all these, and their Google Maps that supposedly simulating a ball has these due east lines crossing the equator, okay? Now on the equinox, so if I'm on Florida, 30 degrees north, and I'm looking due east, I'm looking basically toward Africa. Okay, if I'm talking about one point in time, just right there, sunrise on the equinox. If somebody's 30 degrees south of the equator and they're looking due east, like in Ecuador or Peru, they're looking at Europe basically. That's the direction. So how are they going to have parallel sun rays? I've been having all these problems with parallel sun rays. If the sun's rays are coming in parallel on the equinox, they're saying we all look the same direction, but on their globe, that's not the same direction. They're crisscrossing. So that kills. So they could either have the Australian sunrise or they could have parallel sun rays, but they can't have both.
And we have a magnetic north and east and west and south, and
relevant
a different north and south and east and west. Because I don't think you're going to use the compasses. You're not going to use the compasses east and west.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me try and open up your mind a little bit. Okay, so if you go on the equinox, if you pull 90 degrees from your compass, or north is only a few hundred miles off, you'd have to be right up there for it to make any difference worth talking about. Listen, it doesn't matter. It's the same everywhere. Listen, it's the same everywhere. If you pull a string line 90 degrees from magnetic north, okay, that's where the sun comes up. Okay,
that's not true.
Due east. It doesn't matter even still, because Google Maps shows east crossing the equator. So the point is that matches a flat Earth. If they converge, if our lines of sight 30 degrees south and 30 degrees north of the equator converge about 6,000 miles away, right off the coast of Africa, that's where the sun is on a flat Earth. So, but what I wanted to ask you, Coach Show, was okay. So you would agree that if I'm looking due east, or if I'm on Google Maps, my line of sight crosses the equator, right?
Say again, if you're looking due east, your line of sight crosses the equator?
Yeah, my dead reckoning due east.
No matter where you are on the Earth, your dead reckoning in any direction is going to cross the equator.
So my dead reckoning crosses the equator. So somebody south of the equator, their dead reckoning also crosses the equator.
Yeah,
so
if our
lines are supposed to converge, our lines are never supposed to converge. Let's say if we're 2,000 miles apart, then we should have a straight line of sight to the sun, and our lines of sight should be 2,000 miles apart at point of the sun. So when our lines of sight touch the sun, they should also be 2,000 miles apart. It should be parallel. If the sun's rays are parallel, then our lines of sight would also be parallel.
Sure.
So do you see the problem?
They're not parallel though.
Okay, so the sun's rays are not parallel.
There's a slight angle.
Yeah, I know, but that's also irrelevant. That tiny little angle that gives you your penumbra, that's good for your penumbra argument. Listen, our lines of sight converge at about between 5,000 and 6,000 miles, dude. I mean, that's a far cry from 93 million miles. You don't see the problem here?
Yeah, you're saying that they converge on a flat plane.
No, obviously they converge on a flat plane.
If you take yourself off a flat plane and put yourself on a globe, your line of sight intersects the sun, just as theirs does.
What? Say that again?
If you're on a flat plane, then you're right. If you're on a globe, then your line of sight, what you're looking at, the sun, your line of sight and their line of sight intersect at the sun.
Yeah, but that is right over Africa. You got to understand that in the globe, dude. So they're supposed to never lap. It's supposed to be a straight line to the sun. My due east, like I said, I mean, look, man, if everybody's seeing parallel, if everybody's looking the same direction, then if you're on the equator for just that day, I'm not talking about any other day, just for that day, just that sunrise, if we're all looking the same exact direction, okay, then whatever latitude we're on, we're going to have to be looking parallel with the equator, okay? And I know that the longitudes are not parallel with the equator, but just for that particular time, if we're all looking east and we're all looking at the sun, then pretty much all the latitude lines have to be parallel for that point in time, and that's a big problem, man, for your model. I've found multiple problems with these parallel sun rays since that what's his name, Corey Kell, since he did his line. I haven't done his test yet, but it opened the door to so many other glow problems since I've seen Master Gunner Corey Kell's video with the parallel sun rays.
Okay, so what you're describing is parallel tangent lines. Okay, or parallel. These people are on the surface of the Earth, all on the same meridian, and the sun's rising for them. They're all going to be looking due east. If you're looking at the Earth orthogonally or whatever, you're going to see these horizontal planes that don't exist really, but are intersecting the Earth where they are. Okay, those lines are not going to be the same lines that if you were to make them on the surface of the Earth, because those lines on the surface of the Earth would all make circles that would intersect. You're right, the circles on the surface would intersect, but the surface looking out in the distance at the sun is that straight east that you're talking about.
I don't know if y'all caught any of that. Did you catch any of that about the plane? If a plane left Florida, I mean, if, where I'm at, dead reckon due east, and a plane left Peru, because it's pretty lined up with where I'm at, south, 30 degrees south, and they dead reckon toward the sun, due east. We crash into each other over Africa, right? And I was asking you, whether you agree. Do you see the problem that I'm presenting? Do you see where I'm coming from? That ain't the way parallel rays work, or parallel lines of sight.
I'll make a picture in a second, but I'm working on something. Give me a second.
Here's the way it works for me. Okay, if I'm on the equator and I'm looking due east, okay, I'm looking at a straight line. It's a great circle. Okay, now if I'm going to keep that line of sight to the sun, if I start moving north, and I effectively come up off the ground on a globe. But I'm not going to change my orientation. I'm going to keep the same orientation I had at the equator. I'll come off the ground when I hit 30 degrees latitude north or south. I'll be, miles up off the ground. But if I keep that orientation, I'll still be looking right at the sun. Now you drop me down on your sphere, okay? And my line of sight is not going to line up with the latitude line, and it would have to. It would have to. You're saying when I drop down to the ground, all of a sudden my view changes? Because my point is you can't have both. You can't have converging latitudes and parallel sun rays. That's a direct contradiction, man. On the equinox at sunrise.
Flight paths would look totally different. Were you guys in the middle of something?
Nah, go ahead, man. I just destroyed their parallel sun rays, or either their latitude lines, one or the other.
Nice.
Just give me 3 minutes, Brian.
Yeah, Kosho's going to clear it all up, or fucking make it way more confusing than it needs to be, which is his fucking in his repertoire. That's your MO, bro.
Right. Hey, so do you remember when you calculated which one was more efficient, which path?
Yeah, the straight line one, yes.
Yeah. And did you remember when you calculated on the GIFs that I showed with the string, just like you would with the football? Because
no, because
none
I
of
didn't look at the
none of
GIFs.
those questions were answered.
Because I didn't look at the GIFs.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? You're complaining about that you yourself didn't even do. You're complaining I got the wrong answer. You didn't even give an answer.
I recognize that one of the things takes an actual straight path, an actual 3D space, right? You're saying there is no actual path. That's insane.
No, I'm saying there is no actual preferred reference frame. This is the words I
Okay,
use.
but there is an actual straight path, right?
There is a straight path in one of those reference frames, yeah.
Then
Agree with that.
You're saying it depends on the reference frame, which path is straight?
Yep.
Oh boy.
I don't write this stuff, man.
No, you just agree with it, right?
Well, I do agree with that. That's true. And by this stuff, I mean the truth. Yeah, I disagree with it, but it's not like I'm, willing it into existence. It's my fault or something. It's just the way it is.
I don't know who the fuck was cleaning my section before I got up in here, but the shit is a pigsty.
Probably crit.
Listen, all I'm saying is if the Earth was really spinning underneath the planes, they would take that into account when they took off from the airport. But they don't. They just correct for it the whole time. But that's not efficient. You would want to just fly in a straight path to make sure that you weren't fighting a force the whole time. You don't want to fight a force the whole time. That's not efficient at all.
It turns out it is the most efficient path, actually, in that reference frame.
Fighting a force the whole time is faster than just going in a straight line and not fighting a force.
No, the straight line path, the straight line path
in the wind,
in the rotating reference frame is the most.
Who just said wind?
Reference frame.
Hold on, who just said wind?
The relative wind that you feel, the force that you're fighting. If you're talking about this is grim, dude. I know what I'm talking about with the relative wind.
20 times, bro.
What happened
earlier?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like this feeling that you're supposed to be feeling, it's not happening in that sense that you need to correct for so much. The atmosphere is going with, and you're thrusting, you're driving through the atmosphere, so you're overpowering the Coriolis by thousands of times. So you're not really needing to correct very much for anything other than just follow your path and push through. That's the easiest way to get it done without, because you're not really, it doesn't take a lot of energy. You're already using way more energy than it takes to overcome that force. So just point your plane in that direction and go anyway,
So what happened to one universal reference frame with the atmosphere Velcro stuck together?
Who told you that was a thing?
Wasn't it blue marble science?
I have no idea.
Your boy Blue be wilding, Osho.
My boy Blue.
Your boy Blue, old school.
So the atmosphere doesn't spin with the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Who's saying that?
Well,
It's hard having a
it's either
conversation
one or
with
the
you,
other.
man.
I don't know. Like, tell me, like, what does the globe think happens? What do the globe believers think happens? Is the atmosphere Velcro stuck to the Earth and traveling
So
with
you're
the Earth,
saying
or
she
is it?
knew the whale was pregnant after all? Like, wait a minute. What are you even talking about right now?
Yeah, I'm not following him, man. Like
Well, if
a
if
second
if
ago,
the
you were
atmosphere
asking.
is Velcro stuck to the Earth, then there would only be one reference frame, right?
This is going to sound maybe not mean to sound harsh, but as perhaps some of these definitions should be, we should agree on them. Okay, like what a reference frame is, and where reference. Like, the atmosphere is not just a different reference frame just because it's the air. Like you can describe anything as a different.
It's whether it's tethered to the Earth that's actually supposed to be spinning, is what I'm saying. If the atmosphere is tethered to the Earth and in lockstep, then there would only be one reference frame, right?
Making a picture real quick, so just give me a second.
Oh, never mind. Just ignore it. Don't worry. Tuck it under the carpet.
Oh no, it's just the thing is a whole lot of people on a certain side of this community discuss reference frames the way you're discussing them, and the truth is that's not that's just an incorrect idea of what a reference frame is. It's not like the atmosphere is one reference frame and then on the surface is a different reference frame or something like that.
Well, if they're moving separately, then yeah, they would be different reference frames.
You can describe a reference frame from any given point, and these would be different reference points and different reference frames. So the fact that it's the atmosphere though doesn't automatically make it a different reference frame, right? So it's if you're running and then
it's not in lockstep with the Earth.
If you're running,
it is, then it's the same reference.
If you're running and then you have like a glider on your shoulders or something, and you were running on the Earth and then you were gliding through the air, you didn't just transfer reference frames for the first time. You know what I mean? You're still in the same reference frame if you decide to be. You know what I mean? It's a difficult thing to discuss because there's infinite reference frames. It really just matters what's
point of perception, the point of witness.
Yeah, sure.
There's
And if it's relevant to the discussion or not. There's no point in changing reference frames when you're talking about being on the Earth and then flying through the air or whatever.
I don't know why you always bring up
isn't that what makes it non-inertial though? Like,
no,
if it's no,
what makes it non-inertial is the fact that it's rotating.
Rotating or not?
Right. So if the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, it would be the same reference frame.
But that's you're thinking of an object as a reference frame, and that's what I'm saying is being in the air doesn't push you in a different reference frame or something like that. It's like it's that's why I didn't want to get into it because you're in both reference frames all the time. You know what I mean? You're in the non-rotating, in the rotating reference frame in either case. It just depends on what's relevant to what you're describing. Here, let me finish this picture real quick, man. Hold on.
Tell me you're not drawing tangent planes from different latitudes.
It's like the ball from the merry-go-round. You know, when you throw the ball from one reference frame, the ball's in both reference frames, depending on which way you decide to look, right? So,
and Grim, in which reference frame is the ball actually going straight in?
And well, I would say, right, since I'm not, I would say that's outside the, the rotation. So I'm just from outside of the system looking down onto the entire system. I see the ball just going straight.
No Coriolis.
So the inertial reference frame. The ball's going straight in the inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah, but from the merry-go-round, right, I see what looks like the ball taking a curved path.
I know,
although
but I'm just
it's
trying to get
it's
something
just
sorted out with Kosho. So in the
there's a lot
inertial reference
moving
frame,
underneath.
that's where the ball actually goes straight, right?
The problem is the
In
word
my
actually.
opinion.
You're using it like there's an actual whatever, dude.
Well, yeah, the ball
What
does
you
not
asked Grim, what you asked Grim originally was the correct question and the correct answer. You said
Well,
which
listen,
reference frame is it going
Osho, the
straight
ball
in?
does not deviate. The land underneath it does. So the ball is always going straight, dude. Either way we look at it.
There we
It
go.
just
No,
lands
on
somewhere
the
else
rotating
because
reference.
the land moved out from underneath it.
No, from the inertial reference frame, that's
That's
true.
reality.
But from the non-inertial reference frame, from the rotating reference frame, it's making a curved path.
No, yeah, it looks like it's making a curved path, but no energy has been put on the ball to change its acceleration.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like you're
No,
saying.
so
It's
the
like,
ball
it's
has
like
not
you're
moved
saying.
in any other way other than the straight path that it was going in. It's the land underneath it that has moved, Kosho.
Yeah, but
Don't
that's
let
why we
me
call
confuse
that's
you
why
with
we call that.
problem.
That's
To
why.
be having here.
Hold on,
You're
another
trying
guy
to
who's trying to
relate.
respond for a second. I know you always want to jump in when
Sorry.
have a good time. But yeah, that's why it's called an inertial force because it's not. It's only a force in that reference frame. It's not a force in the inertial reference frame.
Well, no, it's like you're.
It's reference frame
The
dependent.
Earth is deviated, but you're trying to apply that to the object.
No, and any acceleration, whether it's rotating or whether it's just accelerating,
Because it's the Earth
it's
that's actually
one
changed.
is not. It's not that one is correct and the other one is absolute. Like one's absolute, one's.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah, from the reference of Earth, it seems to take a curved path, but it doesn't actually because.
No, that's what I'm saying. The words that you're using, actually, and this, and it seems to, these are not correct because in the inertial reference frame, it's taking a straight path, and in the rotating reference frame,
not
it's taking a
related
curved
to the
path.
Earth, not related to anything else, but its initial starting point. Does it deviate? Does it take a curved path from its initial starting point? Not related to the Earth or anything else, but to its original starting point.
Right. Particle stays in motion, right? What's the law?
Any 2 points are always going to be connected by a straight line. So that's a strange question.
Well, it's like you're trying to use the Earth's movement and applying it to the object.
No, I tried to say this before, and I'll post something in a second about the way motion is described in physics, and the way motion, speed, velocity, all these things are the reference frame dependent, and in reference to some other object or some other thing, there's no absolute reference frame in which
it can't be referenced.
This thing is actually doing this. It's always reference frame dependent,
or its starting point, or anything like that. Because it has to be a reference to something else.
It's like this. Look,
here is the starting
Kosho.
point here on Earth.
Yeah, Kosho, it's like this. I have a basketball. I'm spinning it on my finger, right? And then I throw another ball across the top of it, right? And it goes straight from the direction I threw it to its objective, to where it lands, straight across the top of the ball, never turning or curving or anything. And then that's the way, the direction that the ball actually went. But if you were on that little basketball looking at the ball, you would see it doing all kinds of curvy as you're spinning around on the ball. This ball's curving around. But that doesn't mean that the ball's curving around.
But it does mean that, though.
You think it is because that's the way you saw it from where you were standing, but it's still not curving around. Yeah, it's not curving around.
From your reference frame, it curved.
It still goes straight.
From your reference frame, it went straight.
You just saw a curve due to your movement.
Due to my reference frame, it's correct.
Yeah, but due to your movement, you saw a curve, but you can't claim that the ball actually curved.
Sure it did. From my reference frame, it curved.
No, it didn't, dude.
Yeah, it did.
Well, you just saw what you thought was a curve.
From
the point you're trying to relate to on Earth, it
from
seems
my
like
reference frame, it curved. That's correct.
But the object itself didn't.
But it didn't curve.
From your reference frame, from the outside reference frame, that's correct.
But from the object's reference frame.
The
You
object's
can't have
reference
it both
frame.
ways. It either curved or it didn't.
No,
right?
actually, it depends on
It
your
looks
reference
like
frame.
well, no, it doesn't actually,
Yeah, it
because I
does,
threw
actually.
the ball
It
in
does
a very
depend on your
straight
reference
line, and it only went straight.
From
No
your
matter
reference
what
frame.
you say, that ball, you got to add energy to it to make it take a
From
left or a
your
right.
reference frame.
You didn't add any energy to it.
From your reference frame.
You can't invoke reference frames when
Sure I
I'm
can.
clearly saying the ball straight across the thing, and then
From
the
your
ball
reference
never Yeah, exactly from my reference frame, and that's the
but from my
reference
reference frame, it curved.
But it did.
Sure, it did. From my
Energy
reference
to
frame.
it.
So that's a
No,
perceived curve trajectory.
that's an illusionary curve, dude. It's not
From
a
your
real
reference
curve.
frame.
Like
It's not
illusionary
a real
wind.
curve.
From your reference frame.
You can predict where the ball would be. You can do all that kind of stuff and using all your curves, but it still doesn't change the fact that that ball went straight.
From your reference frame.
You can say that again.
Good luck, Grim. I've been playing this game with him for about an hour now, so go ahead.
It's
Your
the
turn.
reference frame. It's reference frame.
Well, he's already lost himself. He's
You
already
can
lost
change the
because it's
direction of
clear
any
that
object by just
it's
changing
clear that
the
we
reference.
all know that.
That's all
It's
you
clear
want to
that
be
we
able
all
to
know
do.
that's how they end up with
Depends on your
math
reference
magic.
frame. In this case, it
Yeah,
actually
you can
depends on your reference
change.
frame.
You can change the direction of any object then just by changing the reference frame. Isn't that convenient?
Yeah.
It depends how it appears from your reference frame. What are you talking about? It's just an observational thing.
Oh, so light doesn't take straight paths then?
Light does take straight paths.
From your reference frame, you
Even from my
moron.
reference frame, light will take straight paths.
Just from your reference frame, you moron.
Don't call him, Grim. Hold on. Don't call him names, please.
Well, I was just calling him back, but he
Grim.
called me. He called me moron first, dude.
Well, you are.
Don't.
You know, open the
Who
floodgates.
started this?
Come on.
He's going to start this. I'm going to finish it.
Paid NASA Shield.
Nobody's going to finish
You
it.
finished before you even got started.
Please.
No, you once again, you did.
No, you are. You were finished before you ever got
reference
started.
frames.
Yeah, from my reference frame, you were already done.
Well, from your reference frame, you're an idiot, but.
Oh, right.
Hey, please.
I think
Hey,
that's from
come
your
on,
reference frame, right,
Well, he
bro?
started it. I'm going to finish.
I don't
Because
care.
I don't see myself that way.
10 years old?
Yeah.
Right.
He started it, mommy.
Clearly, you don't understand reference frames.
Well,
How did I start it when he called me a moron?
This is the thing, Jeremy. This is the thing, Jeremy. I will
Hey,
sink to the
ladies and
level.
gentlemen, that guy is an officer.
Oh, here we go.
From
Here
the
we
Air
go.
Force. The
Here we
guy
go.
calling everyone an idiot
Mr. Concrete Layer himself is here.
is an officer from the Air Force.
This concrete guy, this concrete man, the man who lays sidewalks and stuff.
Listen to this officer
is
from
now
the
going
Air
to tell
Force.
us all about all the things in
You
science.
must be scared because you're desperate to talk over him.
Yeah, well, look
Right.
at
He's
I'm
just
tired
mad.
of him coming
He's just
in.
mad because he knows.
Insulting me because he's an idiot.
He knows the ball
Listen
went
to that officer from the Air Force.
Yeah, listen to
That
this little
guy,
concrete
paid
guy.
NASA Shield,
Desperate to talk over
the
him.
way he acts right
Yeah,
now,
listen to this little
that's an
concrete guy.
officer from the
No,
Air
this is
Force.
an office. This is someone sinking
And
to your
if
level.
you believe that, you can believe in the globe. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
come on.
Because if you trust paid
Come on,
NASA
Mr.
Shield,
Concrete Guy. Tell me
is an
all about physics.
officer from the Air Force
Tell me
that
all about
refueled the
physics, Mr. Concrete
SR-71.
Guy.
There
Sorry,
is no
Ray.
way
Sorry,
in
Racky.
Come on,
hell
tell me all about
flew a
physics with
multi-engine
your great
plane
education
and
and
refueled
how to put in rebar
Now, enjoy this officer from the Air Force.
and how to
Enjoy
tote
it.
around concrete. And you're going
You're
to
gonna
tell
have
me
to
all
start
about
again, Ricky, because
let's
he had
relax,
to
guys.
talk over you the whole time. He was that scared of what you had to say that he
I'm
had
not
to talk
scared of what
over
he
you the
says. I'm
whole
just
time.
tired of him. I'm tired
Maybe
of
he
him.
could be quiet while he's talking.
I'm tired of him
That's why you're
insulting me.
talking
I will
now.
talk over him if he
He's a
continues
deceiver.
to
There
insult
isn't
me.
an officer in
I
the
bet
Air
you
Force
Tired of
Jeremy's
him
ever in
insulting me.
history that
than
acts
you
like
think.
this
All
guy.
right,
Ever.
fine. If you're gonna let him do this, Jeremy, you're
He
gonna let him
really
insult
doesn't
me.
want you to talk.
I want
He
everyone
really
to
doesn't
stop.
want you to talk.
Guys, let's just relax. Let's get back on track.
Jeremy, are you
Now, let
seriously
that
going to
paid
let him
NASA Shield
whine
call
to you
everyone an
about
idiot.
being a victim when he started it with the
No,
moron
let's
bullshit?
just
Yeah, he did it
stop.
first. He did it first. I'm an officer. He did it
I will
first.
sink to your stupid level if you can.
You
No, you
already
started
I
at
will
that
sink to
level.
your damn level.
becoming
Started
an
at that
officer.
I will
level.
sink
That's
to
Get
your
out
level.
of his
Please,
face.
Paige.
From
I
your
have to
reference
sink down.
frame.
I have to
at
sink
a
down to the
lower
level
level
of a
than me,
flat
dude.
earther.
From
I
your
have to get
reference.
down in the
Guys,
mud and
he's an
wrestle with you.
No, you've
Right.
already sank to the level of a glober, deceiving people
okay.
on
Hey,
purpose. Telling people you're an officer is a
With you in the
deception.
concrete. I'll
Yes, I
wrestle
do
with you in the
concrete.
damn
I'm not
wet
deceiving.
concrete. What
Are you
What's
trying
your
to?
concrete?
Are
problem
you
with
stealing
concrete?
valor there? Are you?
You
Is
have a
this
problem
stolen
with
valor we're talking about?
Yeah, I'll
he
have
said
to
he was an
prove it.
officer in the Air Force. So are
Are you
most
pretending
kindergartners. It
you're a
doesn't
fucking
mean
officer?
shit.
Yeah, but there's a couple things wrong with that in these days, right? Even from anybody's point of view.
Yeah, telling people you are an officer in the Air Force and refueled the SR-71, that's a problem.
Yeah,
It's
telling
not
people you
know
about physics when all you do is
haul around concrete. Should be jumping all over this guy.
I wonder when you guys are going to stop.
Yeah, let's just get back to these guys denying that things can move in a straight line in the air.
Well, I'm with you on this, Jeremy. It's clearly obvious that if you don't add any energy and you don't actually move the thing from one way, then a reference frame is basically only good for mapping a thing, not good for actually detecting whether or not energy has been imparted on a system other than
but that's
the
not the
rotational.
question, though. The question is
Yeah,
not,
but
hey, was energy imparted on that thing?
that's
These aren't the questions that we're asking. The questions that are being asked are, what is the motion of this object? What is
but
the
that's the
description of the
point.
motion of this object? These
Yeah,
are
and
the
we can do that
motion,
from
the
a
this is
actual
reference
why it's
frame.
motion,
reference frame dependent.
actual motion versus relative motion. I got that.
There is no actual motion. That's the point.
Except
There is no such thing as actual motion. It's only ever relative motion.
You already answered it, Coach. So we all heard you say yes. The object actually curves.
Okay, why don't you guys
used those
find
words.
any citations for the things you guys are bringing to the table? The things that you guys are bringing to the table.
You just
maybe
said
you're
it a while
correct, but
ago.
why don't you guys provide some evidence of it?
The
because
other guy
it's so
said
simple that
the ball
all the
doesn't
writing in the
actually
world isn't going
curve.
to fix
He
this
said, yes, it
problem.
does.
Provide some evidence for
I'm
pilots
providing evidence
landing
for what
on a
I'm
moving
claiming because
runway.
this is what's actually understood in
Well, I
physics.
know what I can
And
do
if you
though.
guys have
I
a
can
different
throw. I
understanding,
can.
then provide it.
Kosho, just give me a second, man. I know what I can do though. I can just throw an object in one direction, video it from a spinning ball, and then show you that the ball only went into one direction. But
I
it
told
looked
him to
like
bring
it
up
spun
that
all over the
MIT shit
place
earlier
from
because they
underneath.
show it going in the ball going in a straight line, the ball going in a curved line.
But that's only your
Two different
reference
reference
frame.
frames. That's
In
right.
another reference frame,
The
there's
same
might
ball,
be a
right, Coach?
curve.
Exactly.
Yeah, the same ball, the same moment. It only goes straight.
It
Yeah,
obviously
it's not
doesn't
curving.
only go
Of course,
straight
it's
if
not
you can see
curving.
it going in a circle.
No, of course, it's not curving. The stuff underneath it's moving out of the way and something else.
And
That's
if you're
all it
in that
is.
reference frame, then you're also doing that. And the
Yeah, but
object
if it
from
went
your
2
reference
steps
frame is
forward and
making
3
a
steps to the
circle.
left, it would still be out of function, and you wouldn't even. All you could then say is that you don't know what the exact. It wouldn't call it Coriolis, would you? Because it would just be called the ground moved out of the way.
It sounds
First of
so.
all, all these things are understood. They're not even mysteries. Like Coriolis
It's not
and
that
stuff like that.
no,
That's
they're
Almost
not.
like
it's
it
an
doesn't
inertial
exist.
force for the
Look,
reason that
if you
it's
think
reference
that I
frame
don't
dependent.
understand
Sounds
your
like you could pick
position,
any
Dependent on the
reference.
fact it's in a reference frame.
you
All
think I don't
motion is
understand
described
that you think
in
it's understood.
relative to something else. And if you guys have any other idea of how motion is described, you can
It sounds
provide
like
something for me
you
so
could
that
pick
maybe I
any
can
reference.
learn something from you guys. But I'm telling you, everything I'm showing to you is that motion is not described the way you guys are describing it. It's reference frame dependent.
No, I get
But in
that.
that,
That's
in
the
that,
leading
you
theory
can
is
then use
reference frame
any
dependent,
reference frame
and it's very
to
useful. Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry,
You
Grant.
can use you can then use any reference frame to put to say this object takes this path. Whereas in all the different, like you said, there's infinite amount of reference frames. It could be going in many different directions. Then, right? You just pick the one that suits you.
No, see that's what a retarded cat would do, like somebody who's just doing stuff for no reason. When in reality, you do things for practical reasons. You don't
Are you
pick
kidding?
that you just want to pick to see if it's the object's doing some weird loop de loop. You
No,
pick
you
the
pick the
path
one you get
that's
rewarded for picking.
that's relevant to you. It's
on a
relevant.
No, you pick the one you get rewarded for picking is what you do. You don't clearly understand this shit. You're just picking it because you were rewarded for picking it. The A,
You don't
B,
get
and
rewarded
C.
for picking it. You're deciding which one is relevant to you.
Well, you've never been to school. You didn't get rewarded for picking the right answers.
It's not about right answers. If you're describing the motion of a car, for example, or you're describing the motion of a baseball, if you're on a cruise ship and you're throwing a fastball on the cruise ship and somebody's got a speed gun, it's not going to be described that the speed of the ball is the ship speed plus the water speed plus the ball speed, because it's not relevant to you. It's not relevant to describe the ball that way. What's relevant to describe the ball is the speed of the ball as it moves across the surface of the ship. And this is why motion is described this way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not.
For
It's not.
that
It's not. There's not an
particular
actual
measurement.
speed of the ball.
Yeah,
There's
for
a
that particular level of
relative
understanding.
speed of the ball.
Hey, bro, for that particular understanding of a situation, yeah, and for that matter, yeah, because we don't know. But if you know it, try to know as much as you can. You look out from as big as you can, right? You're taking speed and then rotation and putting them into the same exact category, where that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about relative speeds. That's why I said in some cases the relatives in this and that can matter more than in other cases. Like in the case of when you definitely throw an object straight between two objects. It doesn't arc, there's no parabola, there's nothing. It's just a straight shot. and you just put a video camera on a ball underneath that and spin it around, that doesn't mean that that straight shot actually isn't a straight shot. It's still a straight shot. You know that. But it looks like it isn't from the other position. And you don't get to say, oh, it changed the direction of that beam, because it didn't change. And you know it.
Nobody's saying anything's changing. What I'm saying is that
That's what
the
we're
actual
saying,
path
the
that you're
language gets
describing
complicated.
is relative to your reference frame. In that reference frame, it took a straight path. From a different reference frame, it did not take a straight path. This is why Coriolis is a force. It's a real thing. Coriolis is a real thing. Just so is the centrifugal force.
Reference frame, it looks like it.
I know that you were excited to speak, man, but I just
know you are
started,
too.
right?
I know you. No, you didn't actually. You spoke for longer than I have already.
No, I just started speaking, man.
Because you just gallop. You're going to go from point to point.
Nobody's.
Go ahead, man. You guys have fun.
Yeah. So basically, you understand that. You
Coriolis.
know, it just looks like it's taking a straight path, or taking a curved path. Pardon me.
It seems a bit like violating the law of identity. It's like it's taken a straight path, but it's also taken a curved path, and it's also taken an S-bend curve. It's also taken this curve. Like, depending on what reference frame you want to use, it's taken every different path.
Right.
Well, when you're having a speed gun, like I was describing with that that ball, what speed is the ball going? Does it matter what reference frame you're in, or can you just tell me what speed the ball's going?
We're not talking about.
I'm asking you a question, man. If you can't answer the question, then don't answer it. But
what does speed have to do with it? We're trying to find out.
I'm talking about motion, dude.
Hold on.
Speed is a.
Show. What's important in this conversation is what is the trajectory. That's it. Not the speed.
Maybe not sure. Maybe you're not clear on this, but there's position. And then there's position changing over time, and this is called speed. Okay, and then if you take the derivative of that, you have
if you relate that to a reference frame that's moving underneath the object.
These are all describing motion. Okay, so the description of motion is extremely reference frame dependent. You can't just describe. There's not a case where you can just take that object and determine what its speed or its path or whatever you want. It doesn't work like this. It's always in reference to some other object or reference frame. Otherwise, you're not describing anything. You find it be impossible to describe the speed of this ball.
Do we need to know something speed to observe its path? Thank you.
That's one of the properties of its
path. Do you need to know something?
You don't need to. I do need to bring it up though, because people have a hard time understanding.
It's just another obfuscation technique.
Exactly. It's so that he can pretend he's teaching a moment, because he can go back to something he's used to saying over and over again, and then repeat that, and it looks like now he's the controller of the goddamn air in the room, like he's saying something.
Let's not talk about the speed then. Let's talk about the path. Let's talk about the path of the ball. Let's talk about the path of the ball then.
All the wool over my eyes, but
let's talk about the path of the ball then. Okay, we don't have to talk about the speed. It's too complicated for you guys.
It's weird how you can't.
Talk about the path of the ball on the ship.
It's weird how
somebody throws the ball.
It's
too complicated.
Somebody
throws the ball on the ship.
Speed doesn't matter.
When somebody throws the ball on the ship, can you describe to me how far it's going, or what the path looks like?
Are you spinning the ship around?
Are you changing your reference?
Is the ship spinning on its axis?
This is too complicated for you guys. Then I don't know what to tell you. But it's fairly simple.
To understand the spin of the situation, you keep going to speed and distance.
The person's throwing the ball, and you guys, it's your task to describe the motion, the path of this ball.
I do get what you're saying, that an object has to be related to something else to find out how the distance
we know it looks like the ball
have a reference point. Get that?
I'm just not in the camp to believe that it actually turned, and that it wasn't the object underneath it that turned. Of course, it was the object underneath it that turned. It doesn't make any sense to even think for even a second that the ball actually turned on its own. Jesus, it's weird.
Nobody thinks that, Grim.
It is weird.
In fact, if you're listening, you would know that nobody here thinks that, especially because I've said to you 3 times. Well, you're gonna speak again the 4th time. So you might not ever know this, but it's an inertial force. Meaning it's a force that's reference frame dependent. Meaning that no one's describing it as some energy being. Listen, man, just go ahead, dude.
There's no force imparted on that ball other than what you threw it in that straight path, and it doesn't take any changes in acceleration.
Take a horse to water, but you can't forced its face down and make it drink itself.
It's weird how you can claim that something has changed direction, yet there has been no acceleration added to it. That's just fucking weird. There's no up and down in your reality, dude.
There's no absolute up and down. That's correct. The problem is there's no absolutes.
I meant that colloquially.
Everything is relative. There's no absolute motion.
This appeal for an absolute and claiming that if you don't have one, that's a violation of law identity. It's just nonsensical. I mean,
well, if you claim right that you can't energy continues going until you add energy to it to change it, and an acceleration to change its direction, but then in the same breath say that it's taking all these directions when you know that it's just the stuff underneath it. And it's a relative idea. It isn't an actual moving of the thing. And when you mix them both together, it's like you're saying that it also is just moving the thing. Instead of being more clear and concise, being that, no, the land underneath it has moved, though the path is straight. Because that's how it's explained to me when I was in school. Not that that ball actually took a left. The land underneath it took a right.
That doesn't actually work very well. That's the simple version of that. For example, if you're explaining the precession of pendulums, right? That's the way you just described. It can be explained if the pendulum is at the North Pole, let's say, because there you have a precession of a period over 24 hours. But if you have the pendulum at, let's say, 45 degrees latitude, it doesn't take 24 hours to precess, but it also precesses. And you can say, well, it's the Earth rotating underneath it, because if that was the case, you would have a precession every 24 hours, and you don't. It takes longer than that. So that explanation is just for the simple case in which you have this single surface rotating, and you have a ball rolling on it. The way you described it explains really well. But that's not a general explanation for Coriolis. That's explaining
it's relating it to where you are, so you can determine where it's deviated from your point of view. But that doesn't mean the object itself has changed.
That's right. That's all I'm saying. I understand how you use it and exactly how it works and how it's very useful and all of that. But then how it can also be confusing to people who are trying to think in literal terms, especially when you have it said to you as if, oh, it does change. I mean,
looking into Coriolis
looks to change depending on your. You're breaking up.
Coriolis is by definition a non-inertial frame of reference. So if you're using that as a frame of reference, then you do have a deviation, but it's a deviation in that frame of reference. You can't say, well, it's not actually deviating. Well, actually, the pendulum, there's no frame of reference in which that is not deviating, even in the inertial one, because it's rotating and it's not taking 24 hours to process. So there's no frame of reference you're going to find that the pendulum is not processing. It's going to process in both.
The reason I'm not talking about pendulums and I'm talking about throwing objects is because we don't. It doesn't matter if you're on the equator or not. You go towards the poles.
Pendulum is just an object being thrown back and forth.
But the pendulum is still tethered to the Earth.
Right.
That doesn't matter. It's still following its inertial path.
That's kind of the problem here. That's why you're going to see different rotations in the pendulum, which is all very understood, and I understand that. But you'll also see different distances shot from the same from the same rifle, east to west, and then you'll see different deviations from left to right, shooting north and south. Right? We understand that. That's not the problem here. The problem is somebody's telling me that bullet is actually taking a left.
Who's saying that? Who's telling you that it's actually taking a left?
Because of the way you speak about it in the reference frame you are. You're saying it both moves. Depending on your reference frame, it both moves. And I go, no, it doesn't move. It just looks like it moves depending on your reference frame.
I could see why you would think that I'm saying that, except for the fact that I've specifically was adamant about not using the word actually and got on everyone's case for using the word actually, because I'm not describing it actually doing anything. I'm describing its movement in reference to whatever reference frame it's in.
Don't make shit up, dude.
Right. So that's specifically corrected several people when they said actually.
You were the first one I heard say it when I came in the room.
Yeah, I mean,
I heard you correcting people.
Everybody in here remembers. I've said that everybody in here who was using the word actually, Jeremy and the other guy above him, I forget what his name is, but yeah, I told him several times there's no actual reference frame. There's using the word actually is the problem.
Well, yeah, I understand that you think that, but when I do shoot that object in a straight line,
would it not have its own reference frame?
That's another reference. What are you saying? You're shooting something?
Yeah, when I do shoot that object in a straight line between 2 points, right? Wouldn't that be the actual reference frame?
Like I said,
for the rotation of the between the two objects, wouldn't that be the first person reference frame? Me shooting that object, knowing that thing only goes in a straight line. But you know, with all your laws of physics, that you can't make it turn without adding energy to it. So you know that you shot it between these two things. It went straight in that exact straight, landed in the bullseye. Straight line.
In all fairness, though, I don't think they are claiming that things actually move. It's that they're actually it's just their subtle way of trying to claim that the Earth is moving. You know,
no, not really.
It's funny because when I say so, why is it so hard to say? Then it seems like it moves. Then why is it so hard for them to say that?
When you're in your car and
it actually moves, right?
You know when you're in your car,
it looks like it moves due to the movement. But when I say it looks like it moves due to the movement of the ground underneath it, how come you can't agree with that?
Hey, Nasty Show's about to make a good point. So I'm about to make it.
You know when you're in your car, and you make a right-hand turn and everything goes to the left. That's an apparent force. It's not real. It's a reference frame dependent in your car because you want to continue in the straight line. To say that force is not real because it's a real force. You can feel it.
If you're turning, you're not going in a straight line.
But you want to continue in the straight line. That's the force you're feeling.
Yeah, which is why you push up against the window of the car, or the side of the car.
But you notice how you don't feel any force, Coriolis force? You only end up, you see an effect. You don't actually get it. No, nothing
because it's very small.
Energy on you and moves you at all.
Have you ever been in what do they call it?
Dude, you're wrong.
What do they call it in that fair ride? That fair ride where you get your back pinned against the wall and then they drop the floor down and you're pinned against the wall.
Graviton or
whatever. That's not a real force either. You feel it.
It's the G whiz.
Would you mean it's not a real force? What's not a real force? So when you're on that ride and you're standing up, what's not a real force?
No, when he says not a real force, he means a fictitious force or an inertial force.
But what is
inertial
force?
Hold on a second.
It's a centripetal.
You wouldn't have to ask the question. You just wait half a second, dude. What I'm saying is, the point is, those types of forces are reference frame dependent.
What force? What are you talking about?
The force is holding you to the wall.
True.
It's not real. So I'm not being forced to the wall.
No, it's an emergent force.
It's an emergent force.
It's a fictitious force. It's a reference frame dependent force.
I'm imagining.
No, it's not. You're a liar, dude. That's not.
It's the same thing as Coriolis.
No, it's not. You're not going to get the blood rushing to the to your brain. You're not going to get the blood rushing to your brain.
It's the same thing as it's an emergent force.
It's just a mirage.
And you're telling me now. See, the problem is you can't seem to get ahead. In order to have a force,
the problem is
oh God, here we go again.
And you come up and
here
say
we go
that
again. I'm turning you down.
Ride at the fair,
I'm trying to talk to you on a way in the way you understand. I'm trying to rock you down.
Consensus says you're wrong.
If he's going to insult me, I'm going. I know consensus.
Why are you so triggered by Rakia, man?
Because the man isn't. I'm turning him down.
The man,
just let him talk.
I
thought
you don't get to do that in here, dude.
If he's going to continue to insult me, if he's going to continue to insult me, I'm turning him down.
What
tell him to shut the fuck up.
What is it that he's going to say that's going to irk your Nurkin so much?
Just all turn him down then. Yeah, fuck.
Fine, do what you want.
People, you get your ass turned down too. That's all you do is insult people.
Because you guys don't understand the simple concept.
You got reasons and
you don't understand
for why you do it. Are you an only child?
Force.
Yeah, how about some substance? Okay, because I've posted this a couple times, but I just posted a link or a document from it. But there's a literature on Wikipedia about what a fictitious or pseudo or an inertial force is.
No, I understand.
And it doesn't mean that it's not a force. It means that it is a force that's reference frame dependent, meaning it's only a force. It only behaves as a force if you're in the reference frame. Outside the reference
Right. So
frame,
you only describe it. You only describe it relating the reference frame. So you're not describing, like you say, its actual trajectory or its.
I'm not using the word actual because
Right. Again,
it doesn't belong
you know
here.
what I mean by that. Like
You don't
you're not
feel
relating its real, its true trajectory. You're relating it to your reference frame that you're using.
Well,
Right.
yeah, but those forces will have real
the
effects,
Coriolis
no
effect
results.
imparts no action on the spring.
Like you will, there will be real forces. There will be real effects. You could really die because of one of these forces. For example, you could really feel the acceleration due to a centrifugal force, for example. But these forces are reference frame dependent.
We understand that, but since you're not connected as a projectile to the Earth in any way, it's spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour underneath you. If you're just flying your same speed that you were already flying, you wouldn't feel anything.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter because it's not connected to you. So it's just the Earth moving underneath you. There's no fucking force there.
What are you talking about? There is a force. You can measure it.
What force?
The centrifugal force. It'll be subtracted from your weight.
What if you're not tethered to the Earth?
No, it's not about you being tethered to the Earth.
That's what I just
rotating. If the Earth's rotating, there's a force acting on you called the centrifugal force.
If I was stuck onto the Earth, then maybe you're right.
Hey, hold on.
Since I'm a projectile, you're wrong.
Kosho, what creates that force?
The fact that you're on a rotating frame.
Right, okay, so when you leave that rotating frame, what's causing that force that you're trying to say is being caused when you're not on the fucking Earth?
Well, I understand why you would have that question because you're clearly not listening.
When you
As
get
I
off
just said, these forces are reference frame dependent.
If you're not on the merry-go-round,
we're on the boat. You're not explaining yourself, Kosho. You're just repeating
they're
yourself.
reference frame dependent, meaning that in the reference frame, this force is existing. Outside the reference frame, this force is not there. It's reference frame dependent.
Not relating to its actual motion, but to your reference
You use
frame.
the word actual, and I won't respond to whatever you're saying.
Yeah, you don't like
no
the
point
word
using actual.
do you? You hate it.
There's no such thing as actual movement.
It's like holy water.
There's no such thing as actual movement. All movement is relative.
Yeah, I don't know why we're listening to this guy. He thinks he's an officer in the Air
I
Force.
got you
He might be
ignored, bro.
delusional.
Personal stuff in here, man.
One second. If you drop something on the surface, the tangential speed that he had when you dropped it, it's still there. So that you still should expect centrifugal force, even if you're not holding to the surface, just because of the tangential speed you have, because that's where the force comes from.
So you would expect deviation from anything you drop. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it would still be lighter.
It wouldn't drop straight down. It would drop in a weird path, in a curved path. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I agree with that, but that's not what I'm saying.
You agree with that, but that's not what I'm saying.
Let me try to clarify then. You have a tangential speed, right? And that creates a centrifugal force because you tend to get away from the surface. When you drop something that's no longer attached to the surface, but it still has that tangential speed, so it still has centrifugal force. It's still lighter. It still accelerates downwards slower than if it was in a different latitude. So saying that it has to be attached to Earth to have this centrifugal force is just not true. You just have to have this tangential speed.
Yeah, because you could be orbiting. You could be orbiting.
A bullet drops.
But isn't that where the initial force comes from? Is being tethered to the Earth. You're a passenger.
The initial speed, not the initial force. Yeah, that's right.
You're a passenger, right?
Really?
So anything
bullet, if I shoot a bullet 1,000 yards, it drops at the same speed if I just drop a bullet. It lands on the ground at the same time as if I just drop the bullet.
Not if you shoot east and west. If you shoot east, it takes longer to fall. If you shoot west, it falls faster.
Isn't it actually the
centrifugal
force
that
is
the backwards? But I also agree with that. Yeah.
Isn't the centripetal force the one that's going to cause you to feel ill on the graviton, and the one that's causing all these things? It's the central force.
Hold on. Let's get back to the bullet real quick. I mean, we're almost here. We're almost done, right? With the bullet, real quick though, did I have more gunpowder in the shell for the east and west for the east bullet than I did for the west bullet?
No.
No, the difference is the
all right. So
Earth's-
the
the Earth's
difference
rotating.
is the Earth is rotating.
That's
Right.
correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Because you have a greater speed. One
Either adding to its rotation. I mean, it's either adding to the bullet's ultimate velocity, tangential velocity, or it's being subtracted from it, or it's being subtracted from it. The bullet speed.
Or it could be electromagnetic. Who knows?
Well, that almost doesn't
How
make
could
sense.
electromagnetism do that in a consistent way?
Well, what's the bullet made of?
Metal.
It could be made out of wood,
Matter.
for all we know.
As long as it has electrons.
I didn't ask if electromagnetism affect metal. I asked if you can do that in a
No,
consistent way.
but instead of your claim of it being because of the Earth spinning, it could be another thing.
Right, but can you predict? Can you make a prediction that makes sense for electromagnetism to do that consistently?
But wait a minute. Actually, I want to see
only if
this
gravity
proof of things, bullets dropping
Sure.
sooner in the east
Sure.
or
One
west or
second.
whatever.
I'm gonna get you a video. 1 second.
Chuck it on. Chuck it on.
Yeah, that actually happens. I mean, that's not the. I don't think for me, that's not the point.
If you draw a force
No, but
diagram on
it
it,
does
I
still
believe
seem a
the
bit
Coriolis
quite
effect
weird.
and all that. You know what I mean? It's just that the specific language about trying to make people believe that it is curving when it just seems to be due to the movement of the thing underneath it. I figure like
I mean that's an absolute fact. If you were describing the path of an object from a rotating frame, the path of the object would be a curved path. From that reference frame.
it would look like a curved path. You would have to understand that it wasn't though, and that you were
Because
moving.
you're in a curving.
curved.
I mean, it indeed is a curved path in that reference frame.
You're in a reference frame that's curving in your model, right?
You will see it curve.
So you apply that to the object.
Well, what else are you going to apply it to? You're looking at the object curve.
So you're using the motion that you experience to the object that might not be experiencing it.
That path is indeed
It is
curved.
moving, though. Relative to me, it's moving. That's what
Right,
reference
okay,
frames are.
relative to you, but again, like you guys don't want to use the word
That's-
actually. You don't
Well,
want to
there
know
is no
its true
actual.
path.
There is no actual.
There's no
Listen to me.
true
But
path.
we can't
There's
actually.
no. There's no.
Well,
We
there's an
can't-
actual
we can't
path,
shoot-
actually.
We can't
No,
shoot
there
a
is no
true
actual
shot.
path. All
We can't
motion is
shoot a
relative.
true shot.
There's no actual path. What the
All
There's
motion
definitely
is
an
relative.
actual path, dude.
Actual
Because
path
I set it up
relative-
myself. I put
relative
one
to-
point here and one point there, and
But
I shot right between the 2
I'm
points.
observing from a different reference frame. It's moving.
It doesn't matter
your
if I'm
reference
moving around or
Yes, from
sprinting
my
or
reference
doing
frame.
anything.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, but I
All
shot that
motion is
thing in a
relative.
straight line.
Thank you very much.
No, your
From your reference
observations of it look relative to
From
you.
your observations, for your
That
observations,
doesn't
they
mean that
look
they are
straight.
relative.
Well, how
You know
come?
what the
How come
problem?
you are correct and
That's
I'm
one
not?
of the. You realize that this is a big argument in the
why are
scientific
you-
community.
why are
You
you
guys
correct
are
and
winning
I am
here.
not?
It's like
Why
me
are
being in
you?
one of
Why
those-
are you? Why is your relative? Why
This
is your
is so
reference
funny.
frame
y'all
Do
know
more
it's
important than
one of
mine?
the
This is a key. This
Back
is a
back
key.
turn down. Insult me all you want.
When the
I can't
officer
hear you.
speaks, the conversation goes to
Use up your
shit.
voice.
Do you know how funny this is? It's like, have you ever been in one of those wacky houses where they have those curved mirrors? It's like me
Yeah.
going, oh, by my reference frame, I'm quite skinny. And then other people
Yeah.
not looking in the mirror, looking at me going, nah, mate, you're actually
Why would you
quite chubby."
judge? Why would you use a reflection of something to describe an observation
Because in my
as
reference
being as
frame,
being
I
as
can
being
see the
accurate?
reflection.
That's not what's
In
that's
my
not what's
ref-
being discussed here,
in
man.
my-
They've been
my
Yeah, well, no,
listen,
Kosho, Kosho,
Nothing is
in
being
my-
distorted.
It's put simply. Listen,
The
Kosho,
autism is
Kosho,
so strong in
Kosho,
here.
to put it
Wow.
simply,
my-
dude, I've
hello,
given you the most.
hello,
You seem to have a
Hold
big
on,
case.
hold on a second.
You seem
Yes.
to have a
Hello,
big
can I
case
not
of
finish what
reference
I'm saying?
frame.
This
You
is
seem
what
to have a
happens
huge case
when
of
you let
your
that
reference frame
officer
being the
from the Air Force
correct in
come in here
quotes
and run the show.
one.
So in
This
my
is the
reference
type of
frame, I look
conversation we
skinny
get.
in the mirror
No,
because
that's
that's
a
my reference
That's not
frame.
what you're saying.
But
Doesn't make sense, man.
people in a different reference frame see me and, oh no, actually you're quite chubby, mate.
What
So
you're
what's
saying
real?
doesn't make sense, man. So just please, just try to answer this question. And if you can't answer it, then just think about why you can't answer it, okay? But I
Oh,
told
It
God.
sounds
you
like
about
It
I told you about
choose your
I
reference
told you
frame.
about the ship, or you have to listen to the question first, man. There's no point in trying to respond to something you haven't heard yet, right?
But he was right in the middle of saying
if
something
you're,
here,
if
Mr.
you're on,
Fishy Pants.
yeah, he's asking
You
about
realize that,
looking
right?
at a reference
They didn't
frame,
want to
looking
make.
in a
They
mirror.
didn't
Yeah, but
want to
you
hear
weren't
me.
trying to
It doesn't make
understand. You weren't
sense.
trying to
He's answered the
understand
question
through
that was
your.
answered already.
Yeah, but
seem
you're
to
being
This is
so,
all. This is audio chaos, guys. Come on.
yeah, your
Let's try to go one
autism
at a
was so
time,
strong that you weren't
please.
trying to understand that he was
Yeah,
just
because
joking.
Grim thinks he's always allowed to talk. No matter who's talking, it's always Grim's time to talk. And
No,
actually,
just
Grim,
one at a
it's
time,
sometimes
please,
some other people's turns to talk, man.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to tell
so
you right now.
So tell me my faults with the scenario I made there.
It doesn't make sense. It's not how reference frames are described. The mirror
So
is just an observation. It's not a reference frame. However,
what's a reference frame? What do you do in a reference frame? Do you not
however,
observe?
a real example with a real
Do
reference
you
frame.
observe something in a reference frame?
Yeah.
Well, then, just
Yeah,
like
I
you
thought
are.
it
Honestly,
worked fine for
what
colloquial
you're
use.
saying doesn't make
Also.
sense and isn't relevant to this conversation.
Right, from
Looking in a
my
mirror doesn't change your
reference
frame.
frame,
It's not. It doesn't
from
make
my
sense.
reference frame, I'm skinny looking in this mirror.
There's no distorting mirror in
But
any
there's no
reference frame.
true. There's no
I'm
true.
There's
no
no
true anything, is there?
There's no
Nothing's
distorting.
real, right?
Yeah,
There's
how
no
can we ever know what you
distorting.
actually
All
look
those
like?
blurred
There
lines.
is no distorting mirror in the moving reference frame.
I'm
There's
not
not?
talking about the moving reference frame, though. I'm just saying in my reference frame,
Well, no,
I
see,
look skinny. I look skinny. So it must be real, right?
You're equating reference frames. You're equating reference
Guys,
frames to
I'm skinny.
you're equating reference frames to bent mirrors, and that's just false. Sorry.
Yeah, but no. It's what you perceive in that reference frame. That's what you're saying.
Not
You're
how.
saying,
Yeah, I took it
because
as
I'm in this
allegory.
No, it's a
object is
bad one.
curving.
Okay, will you
as
finally
allegory or
will you listen to the
metaphor.
question at least this
Curving in
time,
my
dude?
reference frame.
And then maybe it'll finally make sense to you. Because reference frames in the mirrors is not
You
relevant.
really got to quit talking to people.
A reference
Why not?
frame would be something like I told you before, like a ship, or if you think about a train car. If you're in a train car and you're describing the motion, the path of a ball, you throw the path of a ball. Grim, do me a favor. Be a man.
Is it
And just
spinning?
stop speaking until I'm done, okay?
I am
Just
being
be
a
a man.
man.
Man, just stop speaking until I'm done, dude. Just don't say anything. Don't ask any questions.
Is
Don't
the
fucking
train
like,
spinning though?
wait for me to finish what I'm saying. There's no point for you to do that.
Is it fucking spinning though? Since that's what we're talking about. Or are we still talking about moving faster
Just
than
hold
another
on,
object?
Grim. I'm on your side with this, Grim. But just hold on. Let Kosho get his thing out, and then we'll all go nuts responding. Go ahead, Coach.
There's no point, man. There's nothing to be gained from this. You guys just gotta figure it out.
I knew he was going to do that because that's his MO. Why don't we let the officer talk some more? Maybe tell us how he refueled the SR-71. I would love to hear how he did that.
You just put diesel in it, right?
Well, he did. He was doing in-flight. They do in-flight. The SR-71 is the plane that fuels the shit in flight. So
It doesn't have a different reference frame than what's refueling it.
Is it spinning?
The reason this whole thing got started, is because I was trying to explain to Kosho if a guy kicked a football and he can only kick the football in a straight line, then I don't know. It's a whole scenario. Never mind. This whole reference frame thing is a huge red herring because we know that the ball actually goes straight and it just appears to curve to us.
Well, it sounds to me like they don't want to know the actual path. It's like it's better not to know the actual path.
To the guy
because we'd rather have blurred lines. Yeah,
you can't have black holes if you have actual paths.
To the guy kicking the ball, the ball would appear to curve because he's in the rotating reference.
Yeah, it's the game they play with the math.
There's no true
one on that math.
There's no true path.
I figured out with this whole thing with. I figured now
it wasn't even a goal.
I figured out this whole thing with Neil deGrasse
It
Tyson.
wasn't a
It was
goal
like
because
4
there's no true
millimeters
path.
was the difference.
It didn't truly go into the goal, did it? Because there was no true path, right?
Only from a reference frame, yeah.
So why did
Did you observe it
going
to
a bunch of lefts and rights?
Did the referee
Listen, let me pitch it how I started this.
Was it a score?
I don't know what the referee said.
Let me pitch how I started this whole thing hours ago, probably 4 hours ago now.
All right, I'm ready.
So there's a guy kicking a football. He can only kick the football in a perfectly straight line, and the field goal, is only as big as the football. right? So he's got to kick the football where the field goal is going to be in order to make the thing, right? In a straight line. He can only kick it in a straight line. So we know it's actually going to go in a straight line, right? So
Gotcha.
so when they take and that's the most efficient path. Pretend the football had jets on it and it could deviate its course. And the guy kicked it directly at the field goal. But then you had to kick the jets on. Obviously, the more efficient path is going to be the one where he just kicked it where the field goal is going to be, right?
Right.
Right. So when they take off from an airport, they shouldn't be flying at the city if you're going north-south. Like, say you're going from Canada to Hawaii or Mexico or something.
Yeah, they should be intercepting.
You wouldn't
Right.
fly. Hold on, man. Hold on, please. You wouldn't be flying at the city. You wouldn't be flying at the city. You would be flying at where the city's going to be by the time you get there, right? That'd be the most efficient path.
If the airplane
If you
was
were a
ballistic.
projectile.
Yeah, if the airplane was ballistic. Airplanes, I've noticed, airplanes are not ballistic. You see those little big long things sticking out of them?
If I ever agree with NASA shill again, fucking cut my wrists for me, guys.
Okay, so
I know it seems bad to me too. I want to take a bath.
Wings on it. That means it's no longer the more
dirty.
efficient.
If it's got an
on it, that
engine,
means it's no longer. Because it has wings on it, does that mean it's no longer the most efficient? The most efficient path changes because it has wings.
Because it's not ballistic.
Does this make sense? The plane has wings, so now the most efficient path changes.
Because it's not ballistic. It's flying the shortest route between the two. It flies a ground path.
The shortest route. The shortest route would be the
It's a
straight
ground
path, and
that's correct.
Straight path would be the plane takes off and heads in a straight line to where the city's gonna be when it gets there.
If it was ballistic.
I don't know if it's ballistic or not. That's irrelevant to the efficient.
No,
most
it
efficient
is
path.
quite relevant.
It's the only part that matters, Jeremy, actually.
Okay, so the most efficient path
You'll
for
get
the
it.
football. Let me get this straight. The most efficient path for the football is for the guy to kick it where the field goal is going to be, right? But then all of a sudden we're talking about planes, and for some strange reason, the most efficient path changes. Because it's a plane, that shit doesn't even make sense, dude.
Because
Come
it's not
on,
a
guys.
ballistic flight path.
No, now you're
because you can make inputs to it.
Now you're putting input into the system, and you have to drive it. You can drive it straight to your location. Yeah, you just drive it straight to your location. It's not just lobbing over there anymore. It's got thrust and.
Okay. The football had jets on it, and we could have deviated the path, but we all agreed that the most efficient path was the one where the guy kicks it to where the field goal is going to be, and to not use the jet.
What is most efficient?
I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, if we put everybody on ballistic rockets and shot them all over the place, that would be hell of efficient. But the inertia damper system aren't ready for that kind of technology yet. We'd be splattered liquid on the side of but we'd be there and more efficiently. I get you, dude. But we have to fly for now.
Yeah, we were flying in a plane, and we want to take the most efficient path, right?
Yeah, but you're swimming through the atmosphere to do it.
Field goal, the football swam through the atmosphere to get to the field goal.
It didn't swim. No, it didn't swim.
Path. There's a big difference. Bullets on ballistic paths too. Artillery
shell. The path is the path. Forget about the ballistic path or the airplane path. There's only one most efficient path, right?
No,
there's not one most efficient path. There's two more efficient paths.
Depends
at the same time.
Depends on your reference frame. Don't say it. Don't even say it.
It also depends on what most efficient means.
Well, for the football, the most efficient one was the guy kicked the football where the field goal was going to be.
Because he has a ballistic path.
Traveling the least distance.
There's jets on the football. He can change its course if he wants to. The most efficient path. Now that we can change the course of the football, which path is the most efficient path?
Well, is the football hovering at any time? There's a big difference between being in free fall the whole time, which is with ballistics. They're always in free fall, even when they're moving. And the plane is never in free fall.
What does free fall have to do with this?
Free fall allows your disconnection from the atmosphere to allow for the rotation, to the effect of it to
Wait.
What's
Start
the word
that
I'm
again.
looking for? Express itself by your location.
Graham,
Start
come
that
on,
again.
Graham.
Let me clip this. Say that again. Let me clip this.
I don't even know what I'm saying, man.
Ah, you don't want to say it
ahead
now.
of
Huh?
time.
You don't want to say it now that I said I'm going to clip it. Is that right?
Sort
The
of, yeah. It's
football,
like
guys. The
watching me
football has
pee. You want to watch me pee now? I'm having stage fright.
the football and the plane can both change their course. Okay, the football has little jets on it, and we can adjust its course. Right, but the most efficient path, even though the football can change its course, the most efficient path is still the one where the guy kicks it where the field goal is going to be. Right?
The difference is between the ballistic and non-ballistic, though.
What makes the difference, Grim?
You're swimming through the atmosphere.
What does swimming through the atmosphere mean?
Adding energy to the input, so you're not free falling anymore. That's why it's in, the Foucault pendulum shows the expression because of the ball being in free fall in one motion. That free fall allows for that disconnection for you. For if anything is moving underneath in a rotational way, it should express itself by you having a new location underneath.
All right, Grim, you realize they've done drop tests and saw that when shit's free falling, it still shows Coriolis effect.
That's because
free
they
fall
say
shit
that
is another red herring. That's all you guys got from these red herrings all day. Reference frames, free fall, ballistic trajectories. It's fucking bullshit.
Your inability to understand it doesn't mean it's bullshit.
Those
It's
are
not that
like
I don't
lightweight.
understand. I understand your red herring bullshit. That's what I
No,
understand.
you don't. Yeah, I know.
You've seen the guy driving down the street. It's on top of the movement of the earth and all the other stuff, but it shows how all of that can happen when he's bouncing on a damn trampoline at 35 mile an hour and keeps landing in the trampoline, right? Not behind the trampoline, not, where you would imagine he would be if everything you're saying added up. But this inertia continues. It's real. I mean, so it wouldn't be like unlogical, just an unlogical progression to think that, this is an explanation also for this bigger system, which is still happening, right? And their explanation and model, it's not something that it's just, oh, look at this isn't happening. We don't have that. We have, that it does happen, even in smaller situations, like on, like driving a truck with a trampoline, or, we can demonstrate these effects drastically over smaller and more rapid rotation. Why would we think that a less drastic one would be, you know what I mean, unfeasible or whatever? I don't know if this is a good one. That's all I'm saying to argue about, because it seems to logically add up pretty simply. Like,
Okay, so you're saying it's more efficient for the plane to fight the Coriolis the whole time, just go in the direction and have the city land under it and use the rotation of Earth.
well, think about the Coriolis effect, how very small of effect that is. And it's like a 2 mile an hour wind
it's a small
takes
effect.
over. So the fact that you're not really fighting it, because you already have to well past fight it. You fight it just to get through the atmosphere, and the fight to get the plane up in the air is so many hundreds of thousands of times more than the fight you're trying to imagine there is.
What are you?
This is
talking
red herring bullshit.
about?
There's like
Come on,
no.
Graham.
Why are you saying it's a small effect?
Well, because if
They
the
just
Earth and
posted
the
a thing where
sky
the
is,
bullet moves to the right like over a couple thousand feet, and you're saying
but
it's a small effect?
yeah, does the bullet move or does the Earth move though?
The
Remember we just
bullet
went through that.
traveling faster than the speed of sound
I know,
moves that far to the right because he's shooting west or whatever direction. Y'all are
we
full
just
of
went through
shit,
that
man.
though. Rakia, we just argued that against the ballers though. The bullet
You
doesn't
can't have it
actually.
both ways, buddy. You can't have it as a small effect
I'm
that
having it the
you
same
can't
way.
feel and you can't really measure, and then have it affecting a bullet over a couple thousand feet when it's moving greater than the speed of sound.
You didn't hear
Which
me
is it?
arguing against. You didn't hear me arguing
Yeah,
against the.
but I'm just saying.
Jeremy, can you stop
Now
him
you're
from
saying
doing
it's a
this, man?
small
I can't.
effect.
He's not even going to
Are you
allow
kidding
a
me?
peaceful conversation.
Doesn't matter how big of an.
Yeah. Do you mind? Do you mind for a
Grim, it
second
doesn't
though?
matter how big. Grim, it doesn't matter how big or small.
You heard what I'm
ahead,
saying,
Grim.
Jeremy. Thanks, man. You hear what I'm trying to say to Rocky, right? That I just argued that there is no actual force on the bullet, that only the earth moved underneath it. So he can't tell me I'm trying to have it both ways. I never had it the other way. I'm sitting here saying there is no fucking actual energy being imparted on the bullet itself.
So if it travels straight, how could the Earth be moving
Claimed
underneath?
it was a small effect.
Yeah.
You could
If
barely
it
see it or
travels
feel
straight,
it.
how could the Earth be moving underneath it?
Listen,
If it's straight from where it's shot to where it lands, would that not determine that the Earth isn't moving underneath it?
no, because that's all you got to do is realize that the atmosphere is rotating with the earth.
Oh, okay. So now
So
someone's
it could hit wherever.
There's pressure.
someone's claiming that, right? So it's
They
lockstep.
always have been. It's not lockstep in that sense.
It's the Velcro.
You still have crosswinds and different things going on like that are inside of the total system. But the total system.
So then you agree with the video
the fact that there's pressure at all shows that the total.
The video that Bacon posted is full of crap, then, right?
I don't know any of these people. I'm not looking
Grim,
at the
whether it's a
videos,
small
these
force,
these
Grim,
new
whether
ideas
it's
of
small
people coming into this.
force or a big force, Grim, whether it's a small force or a big force, wouldn't it be better to not have to fight that force the whole time and use it in your favor?
Well, Jeremy, didn't
Yeah, but
me
he
and you
did
just
already
argue
say,
that it's not
in
a
all
force?
fairness, Jeremy, he did already say there's no force. So
Yeah,
being
thank you.
effective.
And
Okay,
Jeremy,
so
didn't you and I just
whatever's
argue
making
against that being a force in the first place? So why are you trying to pin me to some force? I just supported you
What
that
did
it's
you
not a
say? It's a
force for
small effect or
an
something? What did
hour
you
and a
say to me?
half. All that's happening is the earth, you're already moving with the earth right now. You're moving with it. So like if I'm
You can't prove
No, I'm not.
okay, well,
We can talk about it in theory if you want, but I'm not.
right,
The Earth isn't moving underneath me.
in this theory, it's not moving underneath you. No, you're moving with it in this theory, right? So that's you're already moving with it. Like if I'm on,
No,
So
not
you're going to go
really.
by
in
laws
this
of motion,
theory,
and then the bullet is going
do you
to
mind? There's like 1, 2, 3,
adopt
4, 5.
laws of motion.
Yeah, interruption.
all that stuff.
There's no way you can actually
Are
ever
you
know
really
what I'm
mad
about to
about
say.
interrupting?
You really don't. Yeah, absolutely. I'm the only one who's
You
being
really
interrupted
are.
constantly. Yeah,
Really.
thanks.
Everyone
Rakia,
gets
I was
interrupted.
You
supporting you
Have
a
really
a few
believe
moment.
drinks.
that?
Calm
You're
down.
not
Rakia,
delusional about that?
I've been supporting you. You came in mad at that other guy. I'm mad at too. Right? We've been working
I'm
together.
not mad at you.
Right,
But
but
you're
you're interrupting
complaining
me.
about interrupting people as I've heard you interrupt the whole night. It's crazy.
This is
It's
when
like delusional.
mad at someone
Maybe you're just
though.
high.
Yeah, you say you're not.
Well,
Right.
I'm just going to apologize for interrupting because I've been doing that a lot. Like, I can't help it, man.
All right, listen. The plane has to adjust for the Coriolis effect as it's flying, right? Right, guys?
No, because
not
it's
really.
such a small effect.
No,
Not
it doesn't.
really.
It's not
not really.
affected by it because it's got engines. Remember?
Grim, the plane has to adjust for the Coriolis effect while it's flying, right?
It's barely, if at all, and
Barely.
you don't
So,
realize
yes.
it because you just drive in the path that you want to go. You don't realize that you're trying to adjust for any Coriolis because you're already going that fast.
I'm just going to ask the same question again when you're done.
It's like, okay, hold on. Let me finish then. All right. Before you decide you need to keep asking the same question, because I lined it up with the premise that it resembles the same thing that if you're already in motion, like on a trampoline going 35 miles an hour in the back of a pickup truck, right? That you will continue to be in motion as you're in the air and falling. So while you're already in motion on the ground in the theory of the earth spinning, and then you lift
Like,
up off the ground.
Hold on, man.
You still hold that same angular momentum into the direction that the Earth is spinning at that time. So you're not really deviating from. You're not in free fall. So you're still moving along with that until you have overcome it with your thrust of your engines and all that. So there's no real need for you to adjust for those times where you're basically landing or taking off. It's all during the flight. You're not really trying to adjust for Coriolis so much as to just drive your path through the the
Okay.
location.
So it's
because
the effect.
I got
again, all you're trying to do is catch up with the land that moved away from you, if at all, right? You're just trying to catch up to it. There's no force imparted on you. You just have to spend a little more gas.
We got it.
Thanks.
Got it, man. I got it.
But you're not including tangential speed difference, electric university.
Ah, man.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a fucking yes or no question and then a follow-up question. Can I get a yes or no, Grim? Forget it. Just fucking forget it.
Probably.
Yeah, forget it.
Why are you getting so fired up, though? It's just conversation.
So you claiming
man, I got a yes
atmosphere?
or no question I want to get a follow-up on. People know that, and they're trying to, like, get in between you with your fucking monologue. I got a yes or no question, and I had a follow-up question to go with it.
Well, I feel threatened when people start asking me
Coriolis.
questions and then freak out when I try to give them answers. It's like, why ask me questions? It's almost like you want to fight. You ask me a question and
Yes
you
or no
freak out
question.
when there is no yes or no
bro.
questions in this shit, dude. That's like some lawyer bullshit.
Grim,
Yes or
is
no,
the
trying to
plain
lock
and just
someone
for
to a
Coriolis
position.
effect.
If we don't understand each other's positions, there's no just quick yes or no's here. You can't be that impatient.
Sounds like a great obfuscation.
The plane either has
Is that not you talking straight over Jeremy the whole time with a bunch of bullshit? The same guy who was complaining about being talked over. I
wasn't interrupting
really
him,
high.
Mafia.
Just give me an
Hold on.
You talked all over Jeremy.
Hold on. The plane either has to adjust for Coriolis or it doesn't. Which one is it?
Is the plane in free fall?
Or is it
I
there's
don't
no
know.
Coriolis?
I don't know what everybody argues, man. I don't know why you're trying to hold me to the fire on this, because I don't give a shit, right? It's not one way or another. It's not. I mean, like, I don't care if you win or lose this debate.
We've gathered that by the fact that you've claimed Velcro atmosphere.
You're the only one who's ever said that.
None of the other
I didn't say Velcro atmosphere.
None
That's
of the
ridiculous.
other Globers wanted to claim that. We know you don't.
Either does.
We have air pressure, dude. And it's not the Velcro atmosphere. It's not the air pressure itself. The air rotates, but it's also the inertia, the momentum, your angular momentum.
It's a perfect way of saying
that's
here's an
mostly
effect,
what it is,
isn't an
right?
effect
But those
because
other
the
little
Earth
things
it's
are
like
variables
here, there's an effect,
that
but
you
you
have
can
to
never
either add or
witness it.
subtract.
You can never witness it because the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth.
Well, it's not necessary though for the atmosphere to be spinning with the Earth. That
was what you said, though, right?
But for the projectile, it's not necessary. It's just for the flying.
What do you mean necessary? Necessary
That's why
for
I
what?
said during the landing,
Deviation?
because you're not really flying when you're landing. You're dropping that very last couple seconds of landing a plane.
And the Coriolis is there when you're dropping because they've done drop tests and saw
But
that
you
there's
don't.
Coriolis
Who's going to measure
when
that?
things are dropping.
I'm not claiming that you can measure that. No, stop. Just stop.
Wait,
I'm not
Grim,
does the plane,
Grim,
does the plane adjust for Coriolis effect or no?
Not that I know of, dude. I don't think they do at all.
Hey, Grim, I just want to. Hey, Grim, do you understand that there's different tangential speeds that the plane would be flying into when it goes north to south, and it wouldn't match the original conserved momentum?
You mean if it's taking a left or a right?
No, if it's going north to south, and there's different latitude lines, you have different speeds because the circles get smaller as they go up north, right? At the equator, it's 1,000 miles per hour. Then you go up 700 miles per hour, 600 miles per hour. So if it has an original speed that's not the tangential speed that it's flying into, it doesn't match. That's what the Coriolis effect comes into play, because the ground speed is now different than the original conserved speed from any projectile. That's the reason this is a problem for them.
Listen, if the plane don't adjust for Coriolis effect, fuck Coriolis effect. Just for Coriolis effect.
If the Earth was spinning,
but that's why he claimed Velcro atmosphere. So
he's an electric universe guy, though. He's not a typical baller. He's not a typical baller.
And I didn't claim Velcro atmosphere either, dude. Right? I didn't just claim Velcro atmosphere. I just said that's part of the equation. It's not like, because the atmosphere only. Oh, well, then I could take away and run around and say, oh, you're claiming Velcro atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. And I clearly said fucking
but that is
momentum
what you're doing,
as well.
so that So
oh well, what about
because
angular
because
momentum? Did I not mention that,
there's
or
no
did I just mention it? Velcro
because there's
atmosphere,
no
the funny
witness
catchphrase that I've never even
because
really heard of before.
because there's no witness of the deviation. Yeah, yet you claim this effect happens. When there's no witness of it,
No, you're
you'll have to
sublimating
say,
arguments onto
"Oh,
me,
there's
bro.
this
You're
other reason
sublimating your
why you
Glober
don't
arguments onto
see
me.
it." Can I
You're
finish?
arguing with the
Can I
Globers. Yeah,
finish?
but
Can I
you're
finish?
treating me like the Globers who.
Oh, you're the one that came in, started claiming Velcro atmosphere, bro.
But
He
No,
was
you
on our
did.
side.
It must be a
To be
Glober.
fair, Grim was on our side when this whole thing started.
Yeah,
and
he
now he's
doesn't
not
really
for some reason.
he doesn't understand it the way the ballers try to explain it. He doesn't, because he thinks that it doesn't matter if you take off, you're moving with the air, and you don't have to worry about Coriolis. But you would have to if you're going over a long distance, north to south, because the tangential speeds you're flying into don't match your original conserved speed. Not
Yeah,
that
but
you
it wouldn't
conserve
matter
the speed
if you've got
forever anyway.
I understand that in the theory they wouldn't match, right? But I haven't seen any evidence of them not matching. That's all I'm saying.
Well, because
I'm not
that's the
saying
only
that
reason.
I
Yeah, but the
understand
only
that
reason
the
that you
theory
don't
would
see
work.
any evidence is because the Earth doesn't spin. That's the reason you don't see any evidence.
Right. Well, see, then you can go there with that, right? And I could be like, interesting. Now I could take a bite of that.
Or
And
you
think
can
about it.
imagine that the Earth atmosphere.
But he's
spins
treating me like
with
I'm one of the Globers who want to
Yeah,
defeat.
yeah.
Isn't that what you
yeah,
could
just
do?
let me tell you, he's not a typical Glober. He'll argue against the ball and for the ball in different.
I get it. I've heard him
aspects.
before, and it's
Yeah.
just a surprise for me to hear him like this. Like you sound like
I'm
a
surprised
Glober.
she doesn't know. I'm surprised she doesn't know about the tangential speed differences.
Well, no, I'm just trying to learn what you guys are trying to throw down. So I'm throwing out what I understand and what and stuff, and I want to see if there are any flaws in what I'm saying or
Well,
anything.
if you
so
think
I
about
can
it this way, if
you're coming at me
flight
like
goes,
I'm the aggressor,
yeah,
and I'm not,
bro. Grim, it's real easy. If a plane's able to keep straight, right, and just go straight north or straight south, then the Earth would be spinning below it, just like a projectile, right? But they have to say that it corrects for it, and that they can't really. There's no reason to train the pilots to correct for it because it's mixed in with the winds. But then they also have to say the winds go in every direction, so it contradicts that. So
Right.
they get
That's
this
all
is a
I'm
big
saying.
problem for the ball.
hear
This
what-
is like the biggest. This is the biggest problem for the ball. It ruins
All
their whole
right,
model.
that makes sense. Yeah, see, why couldn't somebody just say it with a cool tone like that, and so I'd understand what the argument
Yeah, I
was about.
apologise, man. I've had a few beers, man. Like I might come across a bit arrogant and whatever, aggressive, but it's the only time I ever really have the courage to come and speak in here. Like I don't give a shit once I've had a few beers.
Yeah, I hear you.
Everything, a lot of other stuff you're saying, bro, makes sense though. So yeah, other than jumping on Grim like he's a baller, that's cool.
Yeah, no, I apologise for that. It's just the Velcro atmosphere. It gives them that get out clause of why we wouldn't witness the effect that they're trying to claim is happening.
And
but you know what?
I'm
It doesn't
saying
though.
their
It doesn't. It
right?
contradicts it. Even if it was a Velcro atmosphere, it fucks them up even more. First of all, they'll never claim it's a Velcro atmosphere because they can't say that the atmosphere completely exactly matches the turn of the Earth. They have to say it's close to the turn of the Earth, right? Because
that's why they say
there's fluid mechanics and all that. Yeah, but even if they did, if you were stuck to the atmosphere, you'd never be able to fly against the spin. So it fucks them up because you have to be able to fly wherever you want.
But there is no spin if they have Velcro atmosphere. That's why it is their get out clause. When you don't see what they're trying to claim, they can just say, "Oh, Velcro atmosphere."
Yeah, but then it still doesn't work because if you even give them the original conserved speed that the plane's flying from, once it flies over different tangential speeds that don't match the original conserved speed, they have to claim that
you would have
illusionary
to see
winds and
you'd literally have to have
to explain it.
You'd have to be in Jello for that to happen. It'd be a Jello atmosphere.
It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Hey, Grim, you realize that the plane has to correct for Coriolis effect as it's flying, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't land anywhere near the city.
It does because I'm not assuming there's a Coriolis effect. I think
that's what it is, Jeremy. The Coriolis effect is the difference in the tangential speeds, the difference between the ground moving, the speed.
Yes,
they're at a different speed. That's what it is. Yeah. So he gets it. He gets it.
Yeah,
I know.
Well, that's the thing, though. I haven't in those extreme north and south type situations. Haven't seen those evidence of that ground speed going faster.
Right, the results. Yeah.
By you just left your engine on fucking 700 mile an hour, and then all of a sudden you're going, 900 mile an hour over the ground. I want to see that.
You should see.
That's all I'm saying.
You should see data that corresponds to what they're trying to claim.
I should be crossing those mile markers faster than, you know what I mean? So yeah, makes sense.
So my argument was that if the path for the football, when the guy kicks the football to the side and then the earth rotates under it, and football goes through the field goal.
My answer is the same, dude. I don't want to frustrate you anymore. I'm just letting you know.
The football has little jetpacks on it, and we can change the path of the football if we wanted to. Is it still not? Falling has nothing to do with it. This free fall thing, I don't know why you're even talking about that, bro.
Well, because that's the ballers' argument. They say if it's in free fall, then it's going to show because I don't get that either, because they say because it's a powered flight, then it's not as it doesn't go straight. It can't go straight for some reason. It's just weird.
Okay, listen to me.
I still don't get it. What's this free fall shit? Like, why did they?
Because they always want to bring the argument back to projectiles, because they've gotten it so that the projectile deviates to a certain degree for whatever reason, and they've been able to claim a Coriolis, and then they have snipers claiming it's Coriolis, so that it backs their argument. It's just like a way of deviating from air flight, which would totally show it way more and more easily and more emphatically. And every time you bring up airplane flight north to south, they have to deviate the conversation to how a projectile works, or go to like Foucault's pendulum or some other thing that they've, got some kind of backing that they believe in.
Grim, drop down a live stream too. Grim, drop down a live stream too real quick for me, Grim. Will you?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeremy. Say that again. I spoke over you. Sorry.
He wants to go to a different conversation with the football scenario.
No, but I just wanted to make.
Explain why to Grim why free fall shit doesn't matter, but I can't get it out here, so I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes.
I just wanted to say free fall shit. Like, wouldn't you see deviation? Like, it's not gonna fall straight down, right?
Right. Right.
That's right. There's fucking Coriolis in the free fall. Yes, I don't know why he's bringing this up. I'm gonna go try to explain it to him.
No, but the reason let me explain to you real quick why the ballers use it. Because it's only over like a long distance, Jeremy. Because if a projectile is going over a long distance, it's going to travel over a different tangential speed, right, from where it started, and then they have to claim Coriolis because that's what it would do. But there's flat earth snipers. There's flat earth snipers saying that they never use it, and there's no practical use for Coriolis, and it's just
there's no evidence
supporting their myth
changing over those tangential speeds.
There's different reasons it could change though. Like it could be the barrel distortion from the gun itself. It could be winds. It could be just drop in general. But it's so minimal. It's like it's so easy for them to claim, oh, well, look, it's 3 inches, so that must mean Coriolis. And it's just a way of making it, minimalizing it. You know how they always do with all their claims? They minimalize it so it's easy to smudge the results, if you will.
Of course.
They don't want you to talk about like airline, a flight that goes 5 hours and it's going to be 500 miles off course if it doesn't correct for Coriolis, because that's a big, huge difference. And yeah, all the flight paths would actually look different, but you see all the flight paths, they just it's a straight line to the destination, north to south. The only way that could be possible is if it's not moving.
It's funny how all the globers are quiet now.
They've been losing this argument for 5 years, 7 years, whatever. And it's my litmus test, because if it's somebody that actually is trying to figure it out and they still believe in the ball, they'll get the logic of it and they'll say, oh, okay, well, you're right, that doesn't make sense. But if it's someone seems to be arguing the ball side for whatever reason, whether it's just deep cognitus or some kind of ulterior motive, then you can tell, because they're just arguing that side of it and trying to obscure and conflate the argument into something that it's not, coming up with like illusionary winds, Moyak, or relative winds, or Coriolis winds, but the winds aren't the weather. It's just winds that make you. It's the atmosphere. It's not winds, and all these different weird ways of explaining it that somehow make it work for their model to stay alive in their head.
Why do we argue about things, an effect of something that would be happening if something else was true, when the other thing hasn't been? The Earth's rotation has not been proven. Why are we arguing if its atmosphere would be Velcroed, or if there would be an effect on an airplane or a bullet or whatever? You have men posting videos of people shooting rifles a couple thousand yards and going, look, the Earth turned this and deviated this because of the Earth rotation. Bullshit. I mean, you got to prove the Earth's spinning first.
Well, this all came up a couple last week or a few days ago when I brought back up my scenario that I put up with these GIFs that show a jet F-35B that has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and can hover in midair and fly 1,200 miles per hour. And my argument is that this jet, with all its capabilities, can fly in a straight line and put a camera underneath the jet and show your Earth spins. So I was giving them an opportunity to, find a jet pilot and show this Earth spinning, which it could be easily done with a straight north to south or south to north path of a plane with an airplane with a camera underneath it. But it's so funny because they are automatically so convinced that this would never be possible to see, yet they're so convinced the Earth spins at the same time. So it's hilarious.
If you go above something at point A that's spinning underneath you at 1,000 miles an hour from left to right, you would notice it.
Yes, exactly. Automatically, because you would notice. Yeah, even if you just go straight
5
up,
miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if you go straight up, it's a greater circle than the ground of the Earth.
Yeah.
So it's automatically out of sync.
So why did we argue about it for the last 3 hours and listen to people who claim they're an officer from the Air Force? I mean, I'm not joking about that, right? I hope he's not even here because it would prove my point even more. Do you think that guy's an officer? Or do you think he's a YouTube character in here carrying on an argument about nothing?
Well, if he was maybe he's an officer who's getting paid extra to do this or something. I don't know.
Come on, man.
Who knows?
Well, to quote
you
Gem
mean like
Panda,
an officer would tell the truth? I don't know.
To quote Gem Panda, we've been doing this a long time. We're not idiots. That's their side. 7 years. Controlled opposition.
Yep.
PSYOP. We are in one. 100%. No bones about it. We are involved in a military, psychological, mainstream scientific PSYOP.
Yeah, listen to him. Ask Kosha what military branch he was in, how many languages he learned. What's he doing here every night again? What about Paid NASA Shield claims he was in the Air Force? How was he trained? Who was he trained by? What about B-Ball? Still in
I
the
imagine
military.
how bad it would suck to be as paranoid as some of you guys, man.
Make no secrets about it, right? Kosha, were you in the military?
Waking up in the morning and
it's just a guess, Kosha. Were you in the military?
Everyone you meet is some sort of
were you in the military, Kosha? Because you do hang out here a lot, right, Kosha? Like you don't think the CIA exists, huh? You don't think intelligence? You don't think psyops really happen?
I don't think that you have any intelligence.
Were you in the military?
Rakia, I don't speak.
Kosha, were you in intelligence? Were you trained in multilingual?
Kosha's a smart guy. He wouldn't waste his time without getting paid.
This dude is here almost every day. For what reason again? Control the conversation. Riding on eggshells. Look at him. Controls the conversation every time he's here. Poor Paid NASA Shield. His own side doesn't even let him control it. I think that's funny. You ever ask Paid NASA Shield a piloting question, Kosha? Why not? He's the most qualified pilot in here ever. multi-engine jet Air Force pilot refueled the SR-71. Nobody,
Would it
even
answer
on
if he's
your
single
side.
for you?
Yeah, you cut me off. No one's ever asked him a question.
I think he
You
might be
don't-
single. I can ask him. I'm not sure if he's into dudes, but
Yeah. You think it would be cool to have that story told of how he refueled the SR-71 for years? No one's ever asked him. Why not? We talk about bullshit all day, and you don't want to hear from the guy who refueled the SR-71, the most exotic plane in the Air Force that was used to spy on people, which you don't believe happens, right? You
if I
don't think.
never had to speak to you again, I would consider that a gift.
Yeah, well, you can go on mute. Why are you talking? We weren't even talking to you. Were you in the military, Kosha? Were you trained bilingual intelligence? I bet you were. And for those who are listening, he's already admitted that he was. I pointed it out like a year and a half ago because I knew he was. It's just the profile, right? Here, controlling the conversation on a daily basis.
If it wasn't so obvious that, I don't know, M. Scott Veach steps forward in Gem Pandas. There's a rocket scientist in Gem Pandas, geodesic surveyors, military operatives. Can it get a little bit more obvious, people? You guys are fucking exposed, Kosho. Go back to your controllers.
You think these officers from the Air Force that were, you know how much you have to be trained to fly in the Air Force multi-engine jet airplanes? The training, the money they spend on you, you think they're going to come in Discord on Jose's and on Geo's, no offense to these people, and act like they do? If they're not doing it on purpose or if they're not delusional? That's one or the other, right? They're either delusional or they're here for a purpose. And let me guess, the scripted answer would be to, I don't know, prove that I'm ignorant. I'm just a concrete layer. Who says concrete layer anyway? What is that? Does that sound like an officer to you?
Oof.
Man, I'm embarrassed. I really am. Kosho just put in chat a
No,
while ago. You would believe
you're
there's
strong.
10 men in here?
You're strong.
Yeah,
You're
I'm strong in my
stubborn. You've got resilience, stamina. And that's what fucked them, because they didn't plan for that. I think they thought we were going to buckle after the first couple of years.
Yeah, after they attacked our kids and our family and our way of life, our religious beliefs, our way of making a living. Yeah, all of that was happening to me in the first year.
Queen
And
comes for you,
I ain't going
pretends to be a flat earther, tries to get personal info on you. That's their network.
For over a year, she did that, gave money to the site, acted like our friend, gained information about all of us for over a year. Who's this?
Queen.
Trish Blythe. And I'll say Trish Blythe because that was the name she used for a year as a flat earther, and then became a Gappy, and now is Queen. A Gappy, her icon was an old man. And she trolled in the chat and just was discussing and vile, wished death on people, wished death on me. And now as Queen, admits that she was a Gappy, the troll. That's the psyop, right? That's the people you're dealing with. And
Yeah.
Kosho, you're not part of that? You're full of shit, man. I'll call you out right now. What are you? You drive Uber? My ass. Fix any flat tires today, Kosho, in your spare time?
Well, they don't have any answers for the arguments, so they're helping us out in the long run. When you look at it that way. There would be no spectacle if there wasn't another side to argue with. I mean, if they're here just to keep the argument going, that's one thing. But maybe Kosho's a double agent. He's actually a flat earther, and that's the reason that he just argues the other side because he knows flat Earth is going to win. The only way to get there is to have an argument. That's the best I can do. Maybe, I don't know. His fiance is a flat earther, or becoming, or getting there. He's proud of her. He said he's proud of her. So I don't know what that means. I think a lot of these ballers are secret flat earthers. Maybe they're just making bad arguments on purpose. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Not that there's any really good arguments.
I do apologise though, guys, for being quite a bit of a,
You're worked up. It's all right. We all get worked up in here.
Well, it's just because I'm drinking, innit? And this is the only coverage I have to Sure. Normally I'm just stoned and just like, yeah, let everyone else hide in the corner. Like.
Are you at a bar?
When I have a few drinks, it's like, unleash the beast.
Right.
It's how you know it's not good.
Are you at a bar right now?
No. I'm just at home. I've got a few of my friends on a PlayStation party, so I'm just listening to them like get raped in Warzone and cry about it. So yeah.
Well, that's probably got you all in a war mode too.
No, I'm not really paying attention to them so much.
Yeah, good for you.
I'm forcing them to listen to you guys.
Hey man, y'all have a good night. Keep up the fight.
Take care. All right, you too, Rocky. I appreciate it. What do your friends say about it? Maybe you're not listening. What's up, Merle?
Hey up, Dave. Concave Earth's coming, Dave. Big resurgence. No, seriously.
That's a distraction.
I
think they hire those guys. I think those are CIA agents, probably. Oh, we'll just reverse it and make a whole movement about the reverse of the ball, and that'll be easier.
But here's a weird thing, though. Like, what's more buried in the mainstream? Is it concave or is it flat Earth? What's more buried?
Concave.
What's less reachable?
Concave.
Well, just because it makes no sense. Concave's ridiculous. It's not buried. It's not like it's hidden. That's the claim, because it's less. Every flat earther has looked into concave, seriously looked into it to see if it would make any sense. And it's all the same ball malarkey, but reverse. That's all.
Of course, yeah. It's in reverse. We get that, but is there not some sort of like middle ground where it could meet the flat Earth?
Well,
yeah, there is. That's what
you can call it. If you're talking about a bowl-shaped Earth, then the oceans are in the bowl. It's just a flat Earth with bowls of water. It's the same thing as a flat Earth.
No. I don't mean in that sense, because obviously I am a flat earther, right? If you think that the Earth is if you think you're inside a globe, right? Then
right.
Yeah, but the weirdness about that is they don't.
The sky would be land, right? In that theory, right?
Well, yeah, people are upside down relative to each other, and there's a center sun, and there's no rotation. The Earth isn't moving in their model, which is weird. So people are just stuck to the ball inside without the movement, which is crazy. I don't know how they think that works.
Well, but here's the thing, though: if it's concave, right, the sky would be the land.
Well,
so it's obviously not true.
It's more an evolution. Would be in the middle. It's more an evolution out of geocentrism. It really is.
If you're at the bottom of the bowl, when you look up at the sky, you would see the rest of the bowl. You wouldn't see sky. You would see more land.
No, that's the thing. They say it's so big you wouldn't see the other land. You would see the sun in the middle and all of
the space is what's in the middle of the ball, so you wouldn't see it. But if you could see through, if you could see through what we call space, you could see the people hanging upside down relative to you.
What's the biggest difference between concave and geocentric?
Well, it's the inside out.
Not really.
Not to geocentric, but what?
But geocentric
geocentric
is a ball that doesn't spin, right? And everything spins around the ball. And so it's the same thing, but reversed, where people are inside the ball, but the sky is the center, and the sun is in the center, and there's like all those movements going on, looking up, but you're actually looking towards the center of the ball. And all the mathematics work out the same as the ball. It's just reversed.
Right.
Except for the spinning part of it.
Yeah, because Harry tried to sort of make the conclusion that, you know, coordinates only work with circles. And it went on for a while. And then Lemon came in and basically said that the Earth is a circle, a flat circle, surrounded by a dome. Not that Lemon's the arbiter of truth or anything, but it was interesting, you know, it was sort of, it arrived at a point with geometry and everything we know, and we were listening to each other. So you've either got a stationary, you know, Earth inside some kind of dome or sphere. There has to be something spherical. There has to be.
Like the sky or something. And you hear that quite a lot when you hear the Realm talk, because he obviously sounds like he's come from a concave background, but he's realised that it is the globe in reverse. So he's trying to sort of bridge it to flat Earth and get away from the globe mentality of it. I do think there is some middle ground that could be reached. I don't know.
Yeah, I do too. Because like for a lot of us, once you get to, it doesn't have to be flat, but, you know, stationary plane with fucking mountains.
Yeah,
right?
if we were all going to be honest, we don't know what the Earth is in its entirety, right? We just know that it's not a globe curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, yeah. And so, you know, eventually you'll get to a point like, okay, it's not moving, but, you know, and then it keeps going. You know, if you're really on that path, you won't be able to stop thinking about it. You know, it'll haunt you. So some of these people after years, I think, and then this reemergence of the concave, which is funnily off the back of LSC supposedly dying, they all re-emerge, which is kind of interesting in itself. But we've come full circle because, you know, even Branch will admit there's no new arguments. It's stuck because everyone who's been involved in it now requires more information. Without exploration, we've only got Google or whoever's got an old book to draw from.
Well, see, all of that's working.
When you say stuck, do you mean from a globe perspective or concave?
What's that?
When you said like there's no new Branch said there's no new arguments, is that coming from a globe perspective or concave?
From any side, from any side. The only cool. The only people really bringing something new forward is concave.
Well, that's the thing. Is the whole argument's been pigeonholed into everyone thinking that they have to define the whole thing, which is that's
which when we all agree, no one knows what the entirety
and probably couldn't. And even if we could, what would we compare it to? You'd have to go, even if you found one edge or one place where the dome meets the ground, you wouldn't know if the dome meets the ground on the other side. You wouldn't be able to prove that. You'd have to walk around the whole thing and prove it, just show the whole thing. And then you wouldn't even know what the whole thing is. What are you comparing it to? What's outside the dome? Yeah, so it's ridiculous. And that's what showing us the ball did. They showed us the whole ball, and then they made the argument the flat Earth has to prove what the whole thing is, otherwise it's a ball. That's how the whole argument got totally pigeonholed. All we can prove is what each of us observes and experiences. And since Merle's in Australia and he's experiencing the same thing we are, there's no reason to assume that he's experiencing anything different.
Yeah, that's when it comes to objectivity and subjectivity again, isn't it? Like, that's a minefield.
I mean, it's a simple argument, but one thing that it kind of changed my perspective in a way. Someone said, "Well, Mel, you get up out of bed and you stand and then you're upright in Australia," and they said, "I do the same thing in England." And it just clicked. It was like, okay, everyone's standing upright wherever you are. That's it.
If there was a force holding you upside down, you would feel the force. You would feel like your leg going down wouldn't just feel like the weight of your leg. You would feel a force pulling your leg down.
Yeah, and they'll make every excuse why we can't detect motion, but we can detect when we're upright. You know what I mean? And it was simple, but it was profound. It was like, okay, and then I could really see the lateral nature of things here, but some people, I don't know, some people need simplicity, some people need really complicated stuff. I've noticed that over the years. Some things are just too simple. It's all right. It's just different kinds of minds, right?
Yeah, that is the beauty of the world, isn't it? That everyone is unique. But the worry is that they're not, and they're being pigeonholed into, being not robots, but trying to force an opinion on the majority. So it's kind of taken away the uniqueness of each individual. I think that's the problem we have, like media, mainstream media, and all of that. Even social media, like people are just literally being programmed.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's become, I call it generic, or like a ready-made. But the product placement people and the designers, they've just made a really banal, materialistic, fucking generic template or preset, and then expect apparently divine individuals from some kind of eternal life force to compress themselves into a one-dimensional linear time frame where your emotions are governed, all your thoughts are being dictated, and then if you don't, like Lemon says, tap into groupthink, then it's fucked. That this Earth and what it's become on that kind of
scale,
level, it's really intense.
Like
for
you can
me,
see that people are being sort of like pushed into an area where this is an okay opinion. It's not their own opinion. It's not their own opinion. It's just what's allowed. Okay, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can adopt that opinion because it's allowed by the mainstream. Oh, my bloody button keeps going off. It's like this opinion is allowed by the mainstream, so I can adopt that. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like.
Yep.
No one wants their own opinion anymore.
Yeah, because again, I think there's a little bit of the fear of being the weirdo or not being normal.
I don't have that problem as an Aquarian, so
good for you. Good for you, Jimbo. Yeah,
I'm happy being against the grain, man. I'm happy about that. If you're doing something different than the rest, then you're doing something right. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. Yep. I think just you know this already, but that thing of stay true to yourself. You know, even I remember hearing that back in the day with the Beastie Boys. Stay true to yourself, and you will never fall. That was just one of those things. I was like, yeah, that's fucking true, man. You know?
Yeah, when you try and bend your own sort of instinct or your own sort of path that you want to create for yourself, that you're becoming something that you're not, in a sense, and it's like you're being untrue to yourself. And I think a lot of the world isn't aware of that, and they're happy being not themselves and just being one of the masses. You know, they're just happy being one of the masses instead of showing their unique weirdness or whatever it is. Like, I just think that the world is stronger with everyone being themselves instead of everyone being the same. It doesn't shout out what's the word, innovation or variety. It shouts out robotism to me, you know.
Yeah, and the creators not like that. It could have, say, if it's like the creators going, okay, I'm going to create a place, I'm going to call it the Earth, and I'll give them like some things to eat and some stuff to do because I'm a nice creator, but I'm just going to give them apples, no bananas, no other thing, you know, just apples, and there's no variety. That's it. The human diet, apples. Every living creature, apples. So you know what I mean? It's like you've got a limited range to draw from, but in our world, this creator gives you a whole abundance of variety, possibilities. And then if you're creative as well, then all the flavors you can mix and combine and make it, and that doesn't just stop at food, right? So the whole point of the exercise, as far as I can tell, as a creative, is to be just that, with consciousness, your abilities, the opportunities you can find as you go along your adventure.
Being true to yourself, to express yourself truly.
Right.
And the people in charge would totally agree with you, Merle, for themselves, right? They encourage all of those things amongst themselves, but they want the masses to be one apple.
Yeah, categorized, narrowed into a box.
Yeah. Right. That's how they separate themselves. That's why they gave the masses the exoteric knowledge and kept the esoteric knowledge for themselves.
Oof. Bastards.
Red pill.
Yeah. The spoils. Yeah, I think they went to great lengths, guys, to ensure that for themselves. But like you say, the scales got tipped, you know?
Just like we spoke about previously, with the liberal arts. Why isn't that taught in school anymore?
Right. That's why I sort of stuck with Del, to be honest, Jim, because you look at him just as a man, and then it probably sounds a bit gay, but like his physique as well. When you combine then the liberal arts, the trivium, discernment, knowledge,
geometry, music,
you know, you combine the whole thing, he just goes into it's like a warrior mode. And then if everyone was operating at that level, humans would be unstoppable.
But then again, that again, the way you say that, it's sort of kind of buying into that roboticism. You know, if everyone was like him, but no, we want.
I don't mean like him, like yeah. I don't mean like him, like all his
just in the same vein. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Just more
the same
empowered. Yeah, like everyone has access to that real body of knowledge where you can draw strength. You can. It's almost like putting all the wires back where they're meant to be, and then you can. It's almost like just a lot of us as we've gone through this process. That's what it makes some of us realize that we are the processor, like a computer. And how can we get it to run at optimum and not defrag and, your random access memories trying to load a fucking 2 terabyte hard drive and there's all this data in a cloud and, you've got to kind of streamline things sometimes and get rid of what you know what I mean? It's the whole process.
It's a weird one because it's like you want everyone to be on the same page, but you want also everyone to be able to have their. Sorry, my button clipped off again. So you want everyone to be on the same page, but also you want them to have their own unique individuality, which strengthens the mass in a sense. You don't have stale thought because if everyone has the same thought, where's the new idea?
Right. No, 100%. Each child's unique.
Every brain is
different. Rather than the parents. I don't know. I think there's you open, like if you could open up the top of someone's head and pour the information in, or you can't put an old head on young shoulders. The parents, we're all trying to do the best for the kids, apparently, right? And pass on the legacy. But I've noticed that as I'm getting older, like parents or the school doesn't tune into the kid. They put the kid in the school and then expect the child to adapt and conform to all the social norms.
It's like the
right?
parent isn't aware of what the kid is being taught.
It's a strange sort of dance.
But here's another one that you just made me think of is what was it? Hold on, it'll come back to me. You guys continue.
You're right, though. That's the contradiction. We want everyone to be on the same page, but we want everyone to be unique at the same time. And that's the balance. It's hard to keep.
Oh, that was it. Like you said about. Well, I don't know what it was you said that provoked this thought in my head that I'd been having for a while is where we see us now in this day and age, we see remnants of the past left for us as breadcrumbs, right? But who today is doing it? Who today is leaving a marker for the future generation? Who today is leaving that something written in stone for the future generations? Who's doing that? There's no one doing that at the moment, unless, well, of my knowledge, I could be naive, but it feels like people in the past left things for us, as clues, as breadcrumbs. Who's doing that now for the next generation? And should we be? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, should we be leaving breadcrumbs for the next generation?
Hey, Merle, that's something that E1 planned to do with his model of the Earth, etch it in stone, the top of a cliff where he climbs. Yeah.
What a legend!
Right?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with leaving a legacy. There's even some stone or something in Japan, and it says don't build beneath this stone. And all the people who got hit by the tsunami in Japan did. So, I guess it's just a take it or leave it thing sometimes, but at least the people who leave their legacy I guess it's, leaving behind what they thought was significant or important in life.
So
And
would
then
you
it's up
say
to
that
Yeah.
it's due to our lack of knowledge that we can't leave anything to warn future generations, that we're so in the dark, we have nothing to leave as breadcrumbs for the next generation? We're so
No, I
Go on.
wouldn't say that, but I hear you. I definitely hear you. I see. I can recognise myself that all of this require more information. I kind of mentioned it to Bandsaw last night, but I'll talk to him about it today. But he was saying, "Oh, you'll never know everything, Merle. There's just some things you're never going to understand or know about. You
I
won't
think
have all your questions answered, right?"
I think we're all at peace with that. Like,
Yeah. But I think when it comes to what we've all delved into, which is the Earth and where are we and what is it and what the fuck's going on, we need some more information, like genuinely, and that's okay to acknowledge and admit. That's not a weakness; that's recognition. But where that information is actually going to come from, and when, and how, and why, I think that is the moment for me personally, because it's always been said, if the powers that be had any integrity or honor, that was the word that was used, honor, it would be gradually, we'd be brought into the picture. Not just one or two of us, humanity itself, right? But they're not. I don't think they're ready. I feel we're ready. That's the last thing I'll say, Jimbo. Like, I think a lot of us are ready in our heart. It's almost like spiritual.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. In a sense, we feel like we're ready in our heart, but when we hear the info, we might not be ready.
I kind of think it's going to be brutal what we're about to find out in the new age. But
and then again,
that
like
sort of goes with it.
Because just like what you said, it just made me think again about wars and destroying ancient buildings that could have been those breadcrumbs that we needed to piece things together.
Yep.
And it's just been erased, and there's no way of getting it back.
Yeah. Like and again, I mean, to each their own, but this is just my full stop on it. I don't, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, that would be the best case scenario for everybody, and we could all kind of digest it in our own way. But I think at this stage, I might not find out, in all of us, what started all these wars and greed and the quest for power in the first place. Where did that come from? But for some of us to find out where we are, and if we actually have divine origin, I think we'll change humanity, because then rather than coming from nothing and a big orgasm that the universe just had one day for no reason, we'll know that there was a mind, and we were created, and we do come from something we don't fully understand yet, and that's where the mystery is. That's what keeps me here after all these years.
And that also adds responsibility to all of our actions in this life. Yep. Whereas in their model, nothing really matters, does it? You can do what the fuck you want. It doesn't matter.
That's right. They'll say that too. Ballers will say that. It doesn't really matter. We're all gonna die anyway. So just enjoy it while you can.
But either way, it's just a story that we have to believe. Even if they announce the truth about our origins, how do we know they're telling the truth?
Right, we'll still be skeptical, of course. Yeah, that's why I say about finding the breadcrumbs that the past generations have left for us. Instead of believing the power structure that is in control now, why not look at the warnings given to us from thousands of years ago? But they've been blown down, didn't they? They're trying to destroy that history.
Seems like they have many times over. Maybe. Seems like just
yeah,
many,
but
many
they
resets.
built all over the world, so it's taken them a long time, and they're still doing it because there's still remnants left, and they have to keep destroying it. Otherwise, we might find a breadcrumb.
Oh yeah, there's lots of breadcrumbs. I just sent you a video. Actually, have you seen Iwar Anand stuff at all, Earthworm Jim?
Yeah, I've watched a lot of that. I mean, quite a lot of that is all right. Yeah, obviously the most questionable part of it is the moon being some sort of
Yeah, there's some speculation there for sure.
Well,
almost on the verge of cringeworthy, but I'm open to all.
That part of it, at least.
You got to have an open mind, right? Even as a flat earther, of course.
Sure.
It's funny because say if there were 5 breadcrumbs, and you had time to suss them all out properly. I think the true breadcrumb, I think eventually our discernment, just us going through this, I think we'd recognize it. When flat Earth came to some people, they hand wave it, right? Some of us did that too.
All of us did.
Back, right? And yeah, because there's something there. There's a resonance to it. So I think when the truth really starts to unfold, and it is, it's got a resonance. It'll start to awaken things in your psyche. That's why they keep it from us.
Why do you think they've got to destroy it?
Unlock
it. Obviously there's something there that is beneficial for the masses that they don't want there. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yes, that's why it's been hidden. That's why it's so.
That's the way
important.
I logically deduct it. Is that why would they want to get rid of it? They don't want people to see it. Why don't they want people to see it?
Disempowerment, confusion.
And here's
delusion.
another thing that I've thought about only recently. I'm pretty sure quite a lot of other people have thought about this. But like when you see writing at these ancient sites.
Where are you going?
Go on, Jeremy.
You're hot micing, Jeremy.
You're a robot. Go on, say what you got to say.
He was hot micing, I think.
All right. No, yeah. So when you see this writing at certain ancient sites, do you know what I just thought the other day? What if it's not writing, and what if it's some sort of musical writing, and it's denoting sound, right, and not language? I don't know. It's just one thing I thought.
Like which kind of writing? Which kind of writing are you talking about?
Any sort of ancient writing. How do we know what their language was? That could have been any ancient culture's language of music, right? We might have our symbols for music in this modern age, but what do we know about what they used for music language back in the day? How do we know?
Yeah, maybe the way that they pronounced the words, even if we could translate it, the way that was pronounced was maybe more of a.
Well, this is the thing. I don't even think
melody
they're
of some
words.
sort. Yeah.
I don't even think they're words. It could be a composition of sounds, of keys, and all that. Whereas we get the mainstream go in and go, oh yeah, this alphabet means this. It might not even be a fucking alphabet. It might be music.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I only thought of that recently. Like, what? Hold on a minute. All of these languages apparently that we can't decipher. What if it's actually denoting music and sound? Because we've all come across how powerful sound can be and sound technology, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things, the ideas in Ewar's stuff that he touches upon, as well as other people with
I didn't notice
cathedrals. Oh yeah,
oh right,
if you watch them all, there's
and all
more.
that. Yeah. And water.
The
but not about
frequencies.
the writing itself. He didn't say anything about the writing.
No, but just that the importance of harmonics and frequencies and how that
and the geometry of the holes and
the stained glass
resonance.
windows.
Yeah,
for resonance. Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
The idea of resonance like that resonates.
Hello, hello.
Who's that?
Just saying hi.
What's up?
Sorry. Go on.
What's up?
Who?
All glory
Guy.
to the Most High.
Hello.
What's up?
Yes.
Hello.
I missed you, bro, on the other server. Good to see you here.
Cool. A mass migration out of Gem Pandas.
Yes,
Fuck yeah.
exactly. There's
Respect.
6 of us here.
Man. Fuck that guy.
Respect.
Bunch
6 of us
Nazis,
here right
man.
now.
Bunch of
Good.
delusional fucking Nazis in that server.
Welcome.
Hey, I know
Welcome.
I'm a bit of a like on the low end of the flat Earth scale, as in knowledge, and I think in a sense I'm just lazy. I haven't really properly gone and looked. Not that I haven't properly looked, but I haven't embedded all of the knowledge that most flat earthers have with the arguments. I'm lazy in that sense, but I don't think they'd like me in Gems, especially if I've been drinking.
Is it flat or is it concave? There's a difference.
Who fucking knows? Who knows what it is in its entirety? If you're going to be honest, right? We know it's not what they say it is, but we don't really know what it is in its entirety. True?
Are you talking about the server, Gem Panda server, or the Earth?
I am talking about that place. Yeah, I've never been there. Like, I don't think they would like me there though, especially when I'm drunk like this.
They don't like anybody that disagrees with their thinking.
Of course.
And if you do, you are going to be viciously attacked by
That's
their
fine.
there's about
We're
4 or
used to
5.
it. We're used to it. Come on, like, how's that going to scare us away?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning from the other side of the globe.
Afternoon, not morning. There we go, guys and gals.
It's fucking 11 p.m., you futuristic fuck.
It's 3 in the morning, guys. All right.
But anyway, what's going on?
It's 3 in the morning
Well,
here.
we had a nice little Coriolis talk for the past about fucking 5 hours.
Yeah,
I loved it.
little.
Oh, damn. Did we talk about bullets again and snipers?
Yeah,
Bro, bullets, footballs, planes, everything.
Balls.
Get Moscow Daily.
Planes aren't ballistic. No, it's got an engine. It doesn't. A Coriolis doesn't affect it. Yeah, that's what we got.
Oh, we got a few new faces. Oh, glory. Yes, we got Southern Belle. Hey,
Welcome
guys.
all the new people. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's up?
Hello.
Bandsaw's clearly more hospitable than I am. I didn't acknowledge anyone.
Exactly, like big welcomes.
I don't know if I could trust this Kohan guy though in here. I don't know about this kid.
Who just spoke there?
Yeah, who was that?
Kohan. I don't know if I could trust this guy.
Trust what guy? Who? When? Where? Who? Be specific. Be specific.
Kohan.
Oh, Kosho.
Oh. Yeah. The guy with J08.
His name.
Yeah, Kosho's not to be trusted, but everybody knows
Can't
that.
trust this guy because he's a mod in Gem Panda's server.
Yes, he's a rat.
He's a Nazi. So
Listen, as far as the Globers go, Kosho's not bad.
Yeah,
we're literally from Gem Panda server, and he basically banned us all because we were going against his narrative. But this guy in here, he's a mod there, so I don't know.
I'm a mod.
Here's the thing, though,
too.
Here's another thing that I don't like about quite a lot of these places, that you get people that play acts. Right? I don't like. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I am what you get.
Yeah.
What you hear is what you get. Is what I am. Yeah. Whereas a lot of people seem to play an act in these places, and I don't like that, man. I don't like the disingenuous nature of certain people. But
welcome to the show.
This is the narrative of that server. So I joined the very first day. I'm like, listen, I believe at the time, right? I believe the Earth is globe. But the people who are coming in here and saying it's flat or concave, I want to hear them. I want to stop suppressing them. Stop muting them. Let them speak. I want to hear the opposition. I want to see their reasoning and the details they're saying. They wouldn't entertain it. They wouldn't entertain it. They just muted people. And then the other thing I noticed, there's like 400 of them in there, right? What they do is they bring 2 to 3 flat earthers at a time, and then when they speak, like 30 people attack them. It's never like, as soon as it gets to like 5, 6 flat earthers, they start kicking them and muting it because they never want the server to be equally like divided.
Right, but if you're going to be fair, you have the same thing on the Flat Earth 24/7 thing. Right? You do have it. You do have that, right? But it's great to hear, though, the fact that because those flat earthers are muted, it raised your suspicion. Why are they hiding what they want to say? Why are they stopping them from speaking? And it's given you the the interest and the intrigue to go, wait, hold on, what are they wanting to say? I'm not getting to hear what they want to say because you keep muting them, right?
Listen, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get muted over at Gem Pandas. I mean, have you guys spent a lot of time there?
I've never been.
Oh my God.
What happened was there was like 6 or 7 of us there, and then we basically went against their narrative on everything, politics, their global views, everything. And then they felt threatened, and they did like a mass cleanup, and they like banned us. Yes. It wasn't any particular reason. It's not like we broke any rules. They're telling everybody we did, but we didn't.
We treated them with the same type of energy they treated us, and they just
you became mirrors. You became mirrors in one. Respect, guys. I heard some of that.
But this is the thing. That's why I love this server. Thank God to Geo. I praise Geo so much because this place seems like a great balance between. There doesn't seem to be an outweighing authority on either side. You know.
That guy that guy in the chat, BioDuel. His name is BioDuel. That guy's a fucking piece of shit.
I want to ask a question. Is Kosho in here?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
muted. He's muted.
He's probably doing blow at the moment.
Oh, well, Kosho was always very nice to me over there. And I will say that when I would go in and they would start their attack on me, he would always, he was fair.
He would always simp for you, right?
Like Meredith, you were there. You heard what they're saying, right? You heard how they're telling you that I was being racist there?
Thank goodness Kosho is deafened. Oh my god.
Kosho's not.
Hey guys, does Gem own the server as well?
I will have to say that Kosho is very patient and very, very polite to anyone, but in a way that kind of makes me feel like he's not being genuine. Do you know what I mean? That's what.
No,
he's just playing an act. That's what it does. To
no, I disagree. I disagree because I heard him absolutely get in some very vicious fights with some of those people. I'm just saying that I don't know how many of you have been in over there, but if you don't agree with their narrative that Biden's the best president, everybody should be vaccinated.
Oh my God. Is that what they think over there? Oh my God.
I can't speak on the social guy. I don't know what his views are, but
I actually think you get a pretty good crack over at Gems. You might get only torn from pillar to post, but they let you speak. They don't not let you speak.
You're gonna get bombarded by Globers over there, but it's the same thing with
narrative.
I think from what Southern Bell
bombarded by Globers over there, but
go on, sorry, Jeremy. Go on, Jeremy.
You're gonna get bombarded by Globers over there, but it's the same thing if a Glober comes in here and starts talking that Globe shit. You got to really be wilding out to get muted or banned over there.
Not so much.
No, it's nothing like that. I mean, you cannot imagine.
It's a lot more lenient here than it is the Flat Earth 24/7 server.
No, Jeremy, have you been there? Have you been?
I'm a mod in Gems.
He's a mod there.
Oh, he's a mod there.
Yeah, I never had a bad encounter with
the fuck
Kosho.
out to get banned or muted or something. For real, guys.
They're spreading this narrative there that I was being racist and I was attacking their server. That's what they banned me.
Guys, let's stop ragging on other servers, can we?
No,
Yeah.
no. To be fair though, Benny, they just all got booted from there, and
Yeah,
they were
Yeah,
all.
well, I'm
There's
not.
a
This isn't
passionate
about
team.
preaching other servers. It's because half of the people here
they're
we
not.
know, and I just
And-
want to like this is in my defense and name because I don't want any confusions. What they did was they're telling everybody that we were racist, that we were attacking the server, which is all a flat lie. So Murden is there, he knows, and so are the other people. Like, I'll give you an example. There's one guy in there, this rocket scientist.
It happens and stuff. We all know it. We've all been there. We've all been to all these servers and stuff.
Exactly.
Right? You are judged on what you do here, not what you do in other servers.
That's fine. I'm just explaining to Murden. That's it.
And that's why I love this server though. It does feel like it's got that balance. Whereas 24/7, it can just like you said about gems, right? They might not mute the flat earthers, but that's because they need them to attack. Just the same as in the 24/7 server, they need globers to attack, right?
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's balanced, and it's just like if you overstep the mark, that's when a mod jumps in and goes, "Stop it." Yeah?
So Merlin,
And
for
that's how it should
example, that rocket scientist guy, right? This is like one example. He moved to Canada like a few years ago, but his parents are from Pakistan and he was born in Pakistan. What I said was, okay, listen, you're living in Canada, but you're not Canadian. You're from Pakistan. You're Pakistani. That's what you are. It's no different than if I was, let's say, I was born in Italy and I moved to the United States. I'm not American. I'm Italian.
It depends on the age.
That's not being racist. That's just speaking the reality. You live in a country,
Right, but
something else.
But if you're going to be definitive, you got to talk about age, because if you travel at the age of 5, right, to another nation, you are effectively
okay. But what I'm saying, is born in another country,
nation that
your
you've moved
parents
to
are from there. Your ethnicity is from that country.
I get that. Your background, yeah, your lineage, but your mindset has been molded by the current climate you live in, right?
Yeah. No, that's true. I get that, but that's not. But that's my whole point. So I basically just pointed that out, and that this applies to anybody. And then they ran this narrative that I was being racist when I wasn't.
So, yeah, they labelled you as a racist. Of course they did. Yeah.
So let me ask this: if somebody called somebody a packy in here, would you guys ban them?
Yeah, I would like to ban you right now for saying that.
That's not where I come from. That's
No,
not
I'm
a
joking.
racist thing, but I've heard it is a racist term
No,
in
it
other
is,
countries. So
definitely racist. I wouldn't be happy about that being spoken in front of me, even as a white guy. Like, I would slap anyone that says that.
Yeah,
in
the
front of
proper
some
term
other
is
Asian guy.
Pakistani. It's not Paki, but yeah.
Like.
See, I
that's
didn't know
wrong.
that was bad. I didn't know that was bad. And
in America,
that is bad.
in America, it's not a racial. It's not a racial slur in America,
No,
but I've
it's
heard
not.
like England.
Here
maybe.
it is. Here it is, right?
Yeah.
And I remember one of my first days at secondary school, right? You got this white kid getting beaten up. My button keeps fucking up. Right, yeah. So my first day at secondary school, right? You got this white kid getting beaten up by some Asian dude, right? And I said, why are you punching? Like, why are you hitting on him? And he's like, he called me a Paki. Yeah. I said, okay, fair enough. But are you from Pakistan? Right? And he's like, yeah. All right. I was like, all right, fair play. Beat away. Like, what's the fucking stupid white dude doing calling someone a Paki? Like, you expect a beating if you're going to be racist. Do you know what I mean? But if the guy wasn't from Pakistan, you got to just laugh at the guy for being wrong. Yeah, but because he was from Pakistan, he had rights to be offended.
It's all fucking bullshit, man. It's just a word. We're human beings, not country divisions.
No. You got to respect. No, because it's used as a
People can use words however they want.
No.
To take the interpretation.
Because if you know it's going to offend someone, you're trying to offend someone.
But
it's a losing strategy, bro.
I don't agree with that because if you watch the news in NCAA, a transgender woman just won the female swimming race. But he or she, whatever you want to call her, beat every woman there is. Okay, so if I say I don't agree with that and the person gets offended, that's my fault? No.
Wait, no, say that again. Sorry.
Okay, so let me give you the little background here so you understand the whole thing. So in America, the biggest college competition in the whole country is called NCAA, right? So there was a guy who was a legit guy even in college. It was a dude. Competed in swimming and came like 437th in the NCAA. Like out of all the guys, she was like top 500, not even like top 20. Then what she did was, or he at the time, transitioned into being a woman, okay? And then last night...
So that he could compete in the
Yes,
women.
he competed with the woman, not the men this time. Last night he competed and he became number 1. He won the whole thing. In the women's swimming race. So now they're saying she's a transgender, she won the whole race. A lot of people, there's a big backlash on her. There's people protesting outside of the university and everything. Because they're saying this is not right. Like you can't, like if you actually believe a woman's right is valuable, you would not support this. Because if you look at the video...
But here's the thing. Women want equality, right? That's equal, right? Okay? So if they want equality...
It's not equal.
Hold on. No, exactly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the feminists say there's no difference between men and women, so give it to them. I get that.
That is the point. It's not equal, right? So if they want equal, they think they're equal to men, then they have...
Okay, I get that, but I'm saying to your point on previously what you were saying...
And then they'll realize that it's not equal.
Yes, I get, but what I'm saying is to your point, you were saying if the other person is getting offended, then you can't say it or whatever. Okay, so I don't give a fuck if this person gets offended if I tell him, hey, listen, you're a biological male, you compete it's not right. And if you get offended, I don't give a fuck.
Bro, he needs to speak. You gotta control yourself, man. He's gotta speak. He's got to speak.
One at a time, guys.
He's sorry. Go on.
I don't know if there's a delay or what, but you keep speaking over me.
No, he said he's sorry. Go on.
No, I said basically what I wanted, but basically that. Like I'm saying, if you can't just go based on, okay, I have to watch what I say in order for the other person not to get offended. No, there's some stuff that's universally offensive. Like if you go to a black person and say the N-word, that's offensive. I get that.
Right.
But there's certain things you can't just censor everything you say because somebody could get offended. That's not my problem.
So what's wrong with the N-word being offensive to black people and Paki being offensive to Asian people? Why is that not equivalent? And here's another thing. This is the thing that actually makes you be racist, is when you intend to offend someone.
Exactly.
No, if the
intent behind it is to offend someone, then you're being racist. Then it's wrong.
Right.
When you say something,
you have to understand what the context is.
Hold on. When you say something out of ignorance or being naive, then you might have some leeway of being forgiven, right?
Yeah.
But if you know that what you're saying could cause offense, don't fucking say it, right? I get it. Offense is taken, not given. But if you know the word you're going to say will offend people, don't say it.
As long as you say no offense after whatever you say.
I literally gave you the context. I literally gave you the context. If I go up to somebody who's from Pakistan and I say, hey, you dirty Paki, whatever, yeah, that's offensive. I get that. But if I tell somebody, hey, you weren't born in that country, stop saying you're born in that country, your heritage and ethnicity is Pakistani, that's not offensive. That's factual. If you get offended,
rocket scientist has a Canadian accent.
Right. Would you
have a Pakistani accent?
Broaden that though. Say
it doesn't matter. That's not first of all, I don't care. No, first of all, I don't care what you say because you're a mod there. You're defending and going based on the narrative.
That's fair. I wasn't going to say this. I wasn't going to say this, but the reason why you guys probably banned isn't because you guys are racist or something. It's because you guys are terribly annoying and like nonstop interrupt people, and that's probably why they decided to ban you.
Nonstop interrupting people.
Hey, that happens everywhere.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse. That reason you just gave, it's even worse. It tells you based exactly what I was saying.
Listen,
not really though. He's got a good point because if there's a productive conversation being taken place and someone's interrupting it all the time, you want to mute that guy.
No, you're missing the point, Jim Baroni.
You're missing the point, and to be honest, you're interrupting more than anybody here right now. But
No, it's just my button keeps messing up, and I'm speaking.
Yeah, I
and
got
you guys
that.
are not
I
hearing
got
me.
attacked by Queen of Trolls the next day, and then I got banned in the morning for no reason.
Kosho, baby, that Queen of Trolls lady, she's basically living off of that grow guy's asshole.
All right. Hey
Do you
guys,
agree?
let's stop whining about other servers. All right.
Yeah, but it's a
Let's move
community
on.
ban sort. They just
Let's
go
move
on.
on. We don't do that here.
Hang on.
No,
Hang on.
hold
They go on a
Banso does
round
have a
robin.
point. He does
They
have a
go
point.
on a round.
No, don't overtalk me, Mel. Right? I asked 5 minutes ago for it not to happen. Right? And it's been going for another 5 minutes. Move on. Find another topic. That's not what we do here. That's not.
But in a sense, though, Bantor,
Doesn't make any difference to you. Right? My word is final. All right, my word is final.
Here's the thing, though.
Move
We're not
on.
actually,
Do we have to move to another server?
Banso putting his foot down.
We're not actually talking about other servers. We're just talking
Yeah,
about.
you are, Reagan.
We're just talking about what happens when people
Are you
talk.
going to force us to move to another server to talk about this?
You can if you like. You can if you like.
We're not actually talking about other servers, though. We're just talking about the moderation of
all the ballers are from Gems, Bandy. All the ballers are from Gems. It's a round robin. It's a one community. Don't talk over the top of me, Bandy. Don't talk. Let me get my point out, mate. So there's a community, one community, two servers. It's a round robin between the two. The ballers bounce from Gems to here. Troll us, go back there. That's what's happening.
So what?
That's what's happening.
So
So you're going to
he does
shut
have a
down
point,
conversation
Banso.
about that.
A little bit.
Yo,
we don't allow the trolling here. All right.
Yo, the 6 of us that joined, Queen of Trolls in the past 48 hours has abused all 5 of us.
Okay. Well, you're not being abused here.
Yeah, I know.
But here's the thing, Bansal. We're not actually talking about other servers. We're just talking about the politics of what happens when people talk with each other. Yeah, but we're just talking about we're just talking about the interaction between people. We're not talking about a specific server, right?
Correct.
So you're a good mod, Bansor. I lost my mods because I wasn't a good mod, and I can't toe the line.
Oh, fuck!
I'm too much of a rebel.
I wouldn't want that responsibility.
But you're a good mod, Bansor. You are, and you respect Geo. I respect you too. But sometimes, just let it roll. Sometimes too. You don't have to be a cop. You don't have to be a cop,
you're
mate.
great in bed
You're
too,
putting
man.
your foot down. I muted SD and Rakia one day. I lost my mod status.
We want to talk about it, man.
Well,
give a fuck about mods, man. Like here's the thing.
Start up a private call, right? But this is going out live. This is not what Geo wants, right, for his stream. He wants nice conversations.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
We're having
on
a
that
nice
one, Banso.
conversation.
I don't blame you.
Maybe we can do it in Dawn server instead. We were having a very nice conversation.
Right. Hey, Glory. Don't challenge my authority, all right?
I'm not. I'm not.
I agree with Banso on this. If it's being recorded and he doesn't want it.
What's up, Don?
What's up,
Long time no
If he
see,
doesn't
dude.
want long time. If he doesn't want that, then you should abide by what his rules.
I mean, let's be fair. I mean, we were just talking about if it's racist to call people that word, and obviously it is. And so
exactly. No, that's a good point, though. That's a good point, though. We're not talking about other stuff.
I've been listening. All right. So
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we can move forward. Like I think let's run this course. We can talk about that. But I don't know if you heard about that.
No, but
there's a proof.
What Ansel is saying, though, we do have to be aware of, keeping it sort of in this server, in a sense.
Speaking of which, there's that proof that we decided to go after. Jeremy's excited about it. He's we're actually calling it Jeremy's test.
Proof of what?
Yeah.
Proof of what?
Well, Jeremy has this idea, okay, about like like an AE map. You ever seen an AE map? You can imagine. Yeah, there's like a tropic of Cancer, and then there's an equator. There's a circle outside the Tropic of Cancer, and then there's another circle called the Tropic of Capricorn outside of that. And so you would imagine these circles are getting bigger. The sizes of these circles are bigger. And on our model, the globe model, I mean, it's not mine, but it's a globe model.
It gets small. It gets smaller south. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, they're the same. They're the same size to both the tropics, and they're both smaller than the equator. And so the idea was to use the sun, because the sun travels over these locations. Use the path of the sun to try and extend that out to the entire length of that
to
tropic.
sort of pinpoint locations.
Yeah, but we have a better idea. We have a much better idea.
Are you trying to track the speed?
So
well, it's like if you had two people in the same town, like just down the road from each other.
Kind of.
And you're taking pictures of their heavenly bodies, right? Wouldn't you notice a difference between those two people that are only down the road from each other? Would that not help you clarify positions of things?
Yeah, it possibly could, but this test that we're talking about here is relating to the actual GP of the stars, because the almanac and then things like that, the GP of the stars, you'll end up with the latitude and the longitude. And what happens is the latitude stays consistent as the day moves on. So you'll have the same latitude for any given star's GP, and the longitude will change. And so you can you can try to measure two positions, right? And then measure the time difference at, let's say, 15 minutes, and then multiply that distance out to, 96, and you'll get the total size of that.
Where did you get 96 from? What does 96 correspond to?
The amount of 15-minute segments in a day.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so you just multiply that out, and you come up with some value. What did I say? Oh yeah, right. I forget what I was saying now.
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. You're good. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, to get the distances, and so yeah, we can determine the different latitudes of the different stars' GPs the same way we were going to do the tropics and the equator. We can compare the latitudes north and south, the size of them, and compare them with the equator, and ultimately find out if the circles are getting bigger or if they're equally sized on either side of the equator. It's a fairly simple test, actually. Anybody can partake.
Is this that concentric circles thing you're talking about?
Yeah, this is the concentric circles. It's supposed to be done with the sun. Coach was changing it as usual.
It's called Jeremy's test. We're calling it Jeremy's test, is what we call it.
Slippery.
Just to throw a spanner in the works, though, what do people think about the fact that we still use Capricorn and what was the other one? Cancer. Why is it that we still use those, even though they're supposed to be from 4,000 years ago?
It's a standard, you know.
It's a standard from
4,000
like
years ago. How we still call
Native
Americans, we call them Indians, even though they're
why
not from
do we
India.
still use it?
Why do we still use imperial system of weights and measures?
No, that doesn't change with the times. Whereas the Capricorn,
last time I checked, they changed it, but we stayed on the mile. Everyone else went to the kilometer here in America.
Because this was in the time of Aries, right? We're 4,000 years past the time of Aries. So why is it we still use Capricorn?
Right. 300 years past the fucking when the king made the foot and the mile.
So what you're saying? It's all just like.
It's all just like shit that it's residue, bro. It's like asking why is English why is all this shit fucked up in English?
And agreed upon average and all that sort of shit.
It's just what's stuck, dude. And people don't really. I mean, to change it, it would be like a big deal, and it's kind of like a waste of effort.
It shouldn't really be a big deal though, because that's how we should be understanding the world that we live in. Because if we're not in the age of Aries. If we're not in the age of Aries, we shouldn't be using Capricorn and Cancer.
Right, but we don't speak Latin anymore, and yet we have Latin.
It doesn't matter
about
whether we speak Latin. It's where the stars are in the sky.
Well,
it doesn't matter about whether we
We're not in Rome. We're not in Rome, but we still speak Latin.
It doesn't matter about that. It's where the stars are in the sky should determine what age we're in. Should determine what those what are they called again?
The tropics are just used to say where the sun is at its is doing its is going to turn around basically.
Right, exactly. Yeah, which is wrong because
changes on a yearly basis because of
Capricorn
drifting.
and Cancer was from 4,000 years ago in the age
Just
of
the
Aries.
name.
Right.
It's just a name. You need to build a bridge and get over it. It's just a name.
Yeah, that's
it's
what I'm
just
saying.
a name, right? So it doesn't matter about.
No, you need to build the bridge and get over it. I'm sorry.
Come on, no antagonizing, please.
Get over what?
Get over the fact that it's the wrong name.
Get over the fact it's called the Tropic of Cancer.
Like I said, we still call Native Americans Indians, and it's been known for a long time that they're not from India. So
it just is what it is. It's stuck, and people don't really change their names.
But it's misinformative.
We
call
Build a bridge, get over it.
Why do you think, Jim?
They called Greenland fucking Greenland and Iceland when they're the fucking reverse and opposite. A lot of shit is misleading.
They call gravity.
I'm not complaining that they call they're not calling Greenland Greyland and they're not calling Iceland Mossland. Like it just is what it is.
What were you saying, Jeremy? They call gravity what, man?
The thing is that these people do a lot of shit opposite than what it should be. So they just do opposite shit. Like they'll used to say the economy, but there's nothing economical about it or efficient. It's totally based on the opposite: waste and sick people. They'll say gravity's the weakest force, but it's the strongest force in their model. Like they always do shit opposite. I don't know why.
Inverted. It's only the strongest in a black hole where light can't escape.
I feel like it was kind of exaggerated a bit too. How it's from 4,000 years ago. Wouldn't the like going from Aries to something else have happened like only 2,000 years ago, something like that? Like it's stretched from 4,000 to 2,000 years ago, so it's not like it's 4,000 years old. It's more like
the ages. The ages are like 20 or like about 2,000 years, aren't they? Like 21.
Right. So what I'm saying is, it's more like it's 2,000 years old, not 4,000 years old.
No, I think wasn't 2,000 years old the age of
right. Yeah, we're only just moving into the age of Aquarius, so it is just about
right.
2,000
So the age of Aries would have been 4,000 to 2,000 years ago.
But no, actually, because that's two ages, which would be 2,000 years. The age of Aries
takes about 70.
And then you have
the age of Aries ends basically with Jesus' birth.
Then you have the age after that, which would have lasted 2,000 years. But we're moving into the next age,
2,000 years ago,
which is Aquarius, right? So that would be 4,000 years for two ages to have passed.
No, not really.
Years.
Only one age has passed, really.
No, we're entering the age of Aquarius. Right. Aries.
So 2,000 years ago, we're entering Pisces.
Ages before that, 4,000 years ago.
No, Aries passed away at 0 AD.
No, there's an age in between Aries and Aquarius.
Right, that's Pisces.
Sure about that.
Right,
that's Pisces,
so
which was
Aries
the last.
Pisces is the age that we're in.
Yeah, we're ending Pisces and entering.
I'm not really huge on this astrology stuff. Who cares?
Do it.
That's why they say that Jesus has the Jesus fish. They gave him that fish because he's a Pisces.
Wait,
Jesus fish.
Age of Aries, 23.
Pisces?
Well, I think that's where that came from. The Jesus fish came from the age of Pisces.
The age of Aries is like 2000 BC to 0 AD.
It says up to maybe 500 AD. But
it says
Doesn't an age last for how long? There's 12 zodiac signs, and each one is an age. So it takes 72,000 years. So then it take like 70-something thousand years to go through the whole cycle. So it's got to be chopped up into 12.
25,000 years. 72 years. 72 years.
Oh, it's 25.
A star in the sky will move 1 degree in 72 years. So in 72 years. The star you see in the sky on the same day of the year, after 72 years, it would have moved 1 degree.
You mean in that direction? But yeah, like you're talking about the precession of the equinox.
Yeah. So each age is 2,160 years, like I said.
Right. So
And
Aries
so if
was
we go back,
2,160 years, and then the age after that, which we've been living in, is 2,160 years. But now we're
right.
moving into the age of Aquarius. So we've already been past those 4,000 years.
No, we haven't. We've only been
Yes, we
2,000
have,
years.
because we're coming into the age of Aquarius.
You guys are both
Right,
right.
but
Okay.
we
Aries is
exited
two
we
ages
exited Aries. We
before
exited
Aquarius,
Aries
right?
2,000 years ago. We
Aries
exited
is
Aries 2,000 years ago.
bro.
Only been
Aries,
2,000
bro,
years since we
bro,
exited
bro,
Aries.
bro,
Guys,
bro,
just settle. You
bro,
guys are both right.
bro,
Okay. You guys are both right.
bro. Aries is two ages before Aquarius. What's an age? 2,000 years. What's
Right.
two ages?
So
What's two ages? What's two
Aries.
ages?
Okay, wait. So Aries,
If one
and
age is
then you
2,000
add.
years, how many years is
So
two ages? If one age is 2,000 years, how many years is two ages?
4.
Well done. There you go.
4,000.
We got there.
That's why you're both
Love you.
correct, because it was both existing 4,000 years ago and 2,000 years ago, because it was 2,000 years long. So
Basically,
both
because
correct.
we've kept the same shit, right?
That's
We've
why that's what I was trying to stop
we've
you
still
guys.
got
You guys are
Capricorn.
kind of get heated about
we've only kept it
Mate,
2,000 years past.
I've just been drinking. Don't worry about me being antsy and pantsy and worked up about it. This is just me, like at the moment. Like, bro, this is just what you're gonna get from me right now. So don't think you're gonna change me by going.
All right, well
Don't
then
need
expect
to
that you'll be
and
muted
you
if you're
don't
going
need
to
to be
scream
like
and
this,
yell
and
and
don't need to
interrupt
be like
people.
that. You're just gonna
Let's
That's
some
fine,
new.
but just expect to be muted if you're going to scream and yell in a drunken fashion. over
apologize,
people who are
Jim.
trying to speak.
As I said, there's some new people in here, so I was just maybe we could, just hear some new voices or whatever. So
No, I'm sorry, man.
no, you're good, man. You're good. Gio, I mean, I haven't heard from him. He's been silent.
He has been hiding in the wings there, hiding in the shadows.
Gio, could I just quickly ask you? There's a guy here called All Glory to the Most High, and he was just saying he doesn't have VC permission or something.
Okay.
Yeah, he's he's an interesting.
He's from Don's server. I've seen him around. I've chatted with him a bit.
Yeah, he's got an interesting perspective, I think, at some stage between your, research and the process, right? I think I'd like to hear a discussion at some stage.
And
He's got some
Gabriella
interesting
can't talk
things.
either.
Okay. Yeah, we need a bit of help for these new crew who've just come in.
Okay.
Everything's just a bit hot and passionate because they just all got kicked out of Gems. So
even you two, Gabriella and Southern Belle, you guys are also.
No, they didn't ban us. We're not banned.
Okay, great. I was going to say, there's a mass
exodus.
It takes a bit to get banned from
But
there.
they've threatened to ban us many times. Queen of Trolls says she's doxed me and knows where I live, and
yeah, I've seen her.
What a nasty.
I wouldn't. I would take that seriously. I would take that seriously, but the threat of being banned from her, she can't.
Yeah, I wouldn't take anything from her seriously.
That's a very adult way to conduct themselves, isn't it? Yeah,
that's one specific person.
I'm used to Glober's always calling me the kid. Yet, I mean, I've never doxed someone in my life.
Okay. Well, she's not really a Glober. Regardless, that's not important. I'm looking at this Mercator map of the starry heavens. Who posted this? It's a cool picture. Great picture,
So have you guys seen that moon? Like that moon picture that's supposed to be the Earth projected on the moon?
Yeah.
Could you post it? I guess I don't think I've seen that.
You're talking about the craters of the moon being the land masses of Earth, like it's a reflection of Earth. Yeah. Ewaron, and like I said, that's the most questionable part of the whole Ewaron series. Like that is the most. It's like they're building you up to sell you that point. That's what I don't like about it, is that most of the other information in there is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Then but it seems like they're trying to build you up to eat this point, and that's what I don't like about it.
Yeah,
My skeptical mind.
I would like to ask. I mean, because I was looking at the map earlier, but I wasn't directly comparing it to the moon. Because you know how they show the moon and then they show like they turn the white spots blue and they turn the dark spots green, so it looks like oceans and land masses.
Right.
So I was looking at it, and the way they set it up, they have a lot of features that look quite similar to the features on Earth. And I was wondering if someone had looked at it and seen if they had actually like changed the shape of the darker spots on the moon or not. Because I was looking like there's a peninsula that, well, not a, there's like a triangle that looks like India. There's a part that looks like the Red Sea. There's a part that looks like the Caspian and Black Sea. There's a part
do you guys have an image?
It all looked like it was, like, it looks distorted as fuck, but you can still kind of see the outlines of the places they're saying is what is where. And I even found it kind of interesting that in their map, the only thing that's kind of within the biggest northern or the smallest northern circle is like the North Pole in Finland, and people in Finland are known to be quite genetically dissimilar from the rest of people in Europe. So I don't know. I was just looking. I found it interesting. And yeah.
Do you have this picture, the one you're describing?
There is a YouTube channel that does a lot of the picture work of it.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. Do they have a
Yeah, I was
title?
trying to find the picture.
I can't remember what the name is of the.
I'll see if I can find a video link for Kosho, and I'll send it. I don't have a picture myself.
I love to learn, man. I love to learn. Jeremy was teaching me earlier, dude. I thought I was teaching him, and turned around, he flip-flopped it, and he was teaching me, dude.
You're too smart for your own good, you silly man.
No, I don't think so.
Well, like Confucius said, you know, if you're in a room and there's only 3 people in that room, one of those people, both of those people, other people are teachers. That's the way you got to see it. You can learn from anyone. You can learn from anyone.
Kosho, I have the link. It's not the actual map, but it's a video of someone like. I've been searching for this map all day. I can't find it for the life of me. But I have a video that someone is basically zooming in on parts of the map and showing it. If you want the link, I don't know where you want it. Where do you want it sent?
No, you just put it in Livestream one. That'd be cool.
Okay,
but yeah, Jim, that reminded me of something. I had an old mentor dude who told me something one time. He said, if you look around and you see 4 losers around you, then you're the 5th one.
Good form, Kosho.
It's just similar to the other one, but not really. It's kind of similar to that. But yeah, I appreciate this. I'll take a look at this.
I love you too, bro. I love you too.
Well, no, but that wasn't towards you, though. By the way, Jim, I'm just.
I'm not offended, bro. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. So if you look at that video, Kosho, like, I mean that the continents are highly distorted, but like certain markers, like certain shapes and stuff, look very eerily similar to like lakes and or peninsulas on Earth. And I just suggest you look at it, because I'm not sure if they basically distorted the darker parts of the moon or whatever to kind of more better fit all these peninsulas and stuff. I mean, just look at it, and then while you're looking at that, look at a real map, and like you'll see the shapes, and it's kind of weird, dude.
It is kind of weird, you know. But I was thinking about it. Why don't we just turn this into a game? Play a game, okay? Because I like geography and stuff. Why don't we try and see if we can identify
get away from reality
on this map? We identify on this map what these different blotches are supposed to be, right? Because I see one that looks like New Zealand, but that can't possibly be New Zealand. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, I think that one at the bottom. That one at the bottom is probably Japan. Huh?
Well, here's the thing. I've already
Dude, it
said
should
it.
be
Like, that's the
all
most
labeled
questionable part.
in the movie, in
Any
the
of
in the
you?
video I sent you. Like they should have all the countries labeled and
Yeah, no,
cities and stuff.
yeah,
Here's
that's
the
no
thing.
fun.
Here's the thing. You could fit anything into those gaps, right? And that's what makes it the most questionable thing about that whole series, right? Is that you could fit anything into those gaps that you wanted, right? And that's what
Dude,
makes
I
it
don't
so
know.
questionable to me.
I don't know. Some of the shapes are eerily similar. Like I don't think you could put India anywhere else on that map except for that place where it's at.
Wait, is this supposed to be a flat map, or is this like a part of a globe or something?
This is like basically they took the moon, then they took off all the craters and just left the high and low lands. And so then they painted, I think, the lower lands green and they painted the higher lands blue. And they basically then said all the green spots are land masses, all the blue spots are oceans. And then they went and kind of just filled in half of the spot and claimed that
No,
I guess
I
the
understand.
other.
Yeah,
I
basically
understand
the
that.
idea
I'm
is
trying to
that
see if this is supposed to represent a flat plane, or if there's another side to this.
No, that's supposed
basically
to
the
be like
idea is like
that's supposed to be a different.
silver is used in photography, right? And the moon is always related to silver, quicksilver, blah 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 blah. And they
It's supposed to be a reflection,
take my
Jojo.
fucking push
It's
button.
supposed to be a reflection.
Right,
Yeah,
so
it's like
basically
another version. It's like
the
another
moon is
flat
supposed to
map
be a
that's not
camera.
azimuthal projection, basically.
The moon is basically a camera. That's what they're trying to claim that. And in a sense, it might make sense that every
I think they're
every
claiming
month
it's
it's
a.
taking pictures of the Earth or whatever. I
No,
don't
I
know.
don't think that's what they
No,
claim. I
no,
think they're
no, no.
strawmanning them. I think they claim that.
They're saying that the moon is reflecting the Earth. That's what they're saying.
No, I don't think that's
Right,
the
but there's
claim.
an imprint on the moon.
I think you're
right?
strawmanning the claim, both of you.
So if you take into
I
the
think
moon,
both of you are
if you take
strawmanning
the
the
moon
claim.
cycle into
Okay, what? How so?
I think the claim is that it's not actually reflecting; it's a snapshot of. Therefore, it was like a snapshot or a reflection thousands of years ago, and it's always stayed the same. Basically,
so it
because remember
stopped taking
the guy in
pictures.
the video,
So
the guy in
thousands
the
of years
video
ago
specifically,
it broke,
dude,
right? So
dude, what
thousands
is
of years
this?
ago, you're saying it broke, and now it's not
What is
taking
going
any more
on in
pictures.
this server?
Hey. So both claims are kind of a little bit right, numpty. It's a reflection and a snapshot.
Well, yes, but it's not like currently reflecting live time, which is I think you guys are kind of like saying like you'll see like a boat being reflected on the moon. What I'm saying
Well,
is,
of course not.
what the guy in the
Yeah,
video
no,
said, he
Hey,
called it a
no one's
snapshot.
saying that, bro.
Jim, hold on. Let Numpty finish. Go, Numpty.
Yeah, like in the video, and I'm not. This is not my claim. I'm just clarifying his claim because I feel like you're about to, like you guys are about to strawman it. But in the video, he specifically states this is a snapshot from ages past, and then he points specifically to one of the land masses, and he says like, "This is Atlantis, and it's not here anymore, but it's on the moon map or whatever."
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying there's an Atlantis or a Lemuria or whatever the fuck, but I'm just saying what his claim is, so you don't strawman it.
No, not trying to strawman it at all. Like I saw it a while ago, and I was under the impression that it was a reflection. Jim said it was like a snapshot, so it's a snapshot of a reflection, but of some time ago. You're saying, do you know, Numpty, roughly how long he thinks this snapshot was?
Like before. Let's just say definitely before
when was it workable? When was the moon? Hold on.
Dude,
No,
you know how to
Hold
fucking properly talk on fucking.
Hold on, Jim.
Discord,
I've just muted you, Jim. You're just interrupting. Just let Numpty finish, please.
Yeah.
It's only a temp mute. It's only temporary. He'll unmute you in a second.
Yeah. Okay. This is speculation, but I would say when he's talking about it, it seems like he's speaking of like before, like pretty long ago, like before the age of Aries or whatever you got, probably like 4,000 years BC or prior to that, like quite a long time ago.
Cool.
Yeah, it would have to be millions and millions of years ago, I'm assuming.
Not millions. I think it's just thousands. Is what he. I could be wrong, but
that's
I would
the thing,
say
like,
roughly before 4,000 BC. sometime before 4000 BC. Because when he describes the video and shit, he's talking about like all these. I don't know.
You want to see something cool? Oh,
Because that's the problem. That's what makes it so questionable to me, is because when did it start recording and when did it stop?
Well, if it's a snapshot, it only recorded one instant of time.
Well, I don't think it doesn't sound like it would be a snapshot. It sounds like it was like a long imprint, like it was.
That's what, yeah, and that's what made me jump.
Like that.
What
The
made
guy
me
in the
take
video.
That's what made me take
snapshot.
And that's what
and then
made me
he specifically gives evidence that Atlantis is this landmass, but it's not here today because this is a snapshot before when Atlantis existed. So what I'm telling you is it's not a live time reflection. It's not like an imprint. Like the guy literally used the words snapshot in his video.
So what he's saying is like things are going in cycles too. Lands before, lands coming, lands thereafter. Everything's going in cycles and moving. So the lands that we see today, we couldn't see them in the past. Some of them we can see now, but in the future, we're going to see new lands, and some of the lands now will be covered up again. That's kind of the thing that he's talking about, isn't it, Numpty? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It made me jump to a logical. It made me jump in a logical jump of maybe the moon's phase is. It's like every month it's taking a snapshot, and it's adding it to the overall image. But again, I'm just being open-minded because I'm questioning this completely. You know, for me, it's the most questionable part of all of the E1 series. Like, it's the most questionable thing.
I got news for you, man. If it's taking snapshots every month, dude, it's a pretty shit camera. Because
I agree.
I don't know. It's just, I mean,
yeah.
Looks
I don't
like,
know. I think
it looks like I could see how somebody could have, taken the artistic liberties to, they did try, but it doesn't. I can't really find anything in there that looks like what it looks like on the actual Earth.
Because I was looking and like when you look at the Caspian Sea that he labeled and the Black Sea right next to it, that looks like it to me. I mean, the Norway, Finland, and Sweden look pretty similar.
Yeah, but then what's that part right beneath the Caspian?
I mean, like the Mediterranean looked pretty similar too, with the boot for Italy and Greece right next to it.
Right. But you said the Caspian and the Red Sea. So then, what's right south of there, right beneath that? Then
I'm not looking at it currently, so I can't answer that question right now. But I'm just going off of my memory of me watching that 8-minute video, maybe an hour.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But like, I'm not saying that they're good matches or whatever, but there are some land masses that they matched pretty well, at least to say that.
It's interesting, man. I made a model. I made a model for the flat Earth.
Let's see it.
You've seen it already. I mean, I've already shown it. That's a cool picture of the moon. By the way, the picture of the moon I've posted. This is a legit picture of the moon. I thought that
if you want to see visualizations of it, Vibes of the Cosmos is the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. Yeah.
Right.
That's the one I sent you, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Because I posted that picture. But yeah, this moon picture is cool, and so is the one that Paulie posted. I wonder, did you take that, Paulie? What part? They kind of saying. Yeah, did you post that moon picture, Paulie? Or did you take that one? I mean, I wonder if you got it from the same guy I got this one from. I'm gonna post my flat Earth model. You guys have all seen it.
So, what background knowledge though do you have to create that flat Earth model? Like, how much traveling have you done?
I have actually circumnavigated the Earth before.
No, but I mean, like knowing sunset times and sunrise times in certain places of the Earth.
I've made
how different it is. Like one of my friends, I introduced to this whole flat Earth thing, right? And he's originally from Sicily, right? And he still can't wrap his head round how in England, in summertime, it stays light late enough until 11 at night. Yet it's warmer. It's warmer in Sicily. Yet it's dark by 9 o'clock in Sicily.
It makes sense.
What do you mean you've circumnavigated the Earth? Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Well, as you know, Merle, I used to be in the world's greatest Navy, the American Navy,
Yes.
and yeah, they have these things called MAC flights, which are very cheap flights. But if you can catch it, then it's worth it. But anyways, they stop every 2 hours. So I was in Seychelles, Spain, and so I had to stop every 2 hours to get to where I was going from basically Virginia all the way around to Japan and then back to the West Coast.
So, but did you spend whole nights in those places though?
No, I was on the plane for like 28 hours. So no.
Right. So you didn't witness the sunrise and sunset and note down what time those happened.
Well, I've lived in other countries. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that trip was a circumnavigation. It wasn't
Did that plague your creation of the model? Like knowing that sunset happens a lot earlier in certain places, yet it's warmer than other places where it happens later.
Yeah, wait, can we talk about that?
That's not that bizarre to me. It's what's bizarre is that actually New York City is further north than Rome, actually, believe it or not. But no, the further north or south you go, it may get colder and you may have longer nights. But conversely, you also have longer days on the other half of the year, so it makes sense.
Yeah, that adds up, actually.
But it's the temperature difference that is a bit boggling, no?
Yeah, true. But the hottest place, or the place where it's consistently warm, the equator, it's consistently 12 on, 12 off. And as you move further away from the equator, it just gets the day-night time frame just gets funky. So it's going to be funky in one way or the other. You're either going to have eventually 24-hour days, or you're going to have 24-hour nights at the other end of the year.
For a certain period, yeah. Yeah, because I worked with a guy that came from Ecuador, and I just remember being out having a cigarette break and saying to him, "Oh, you're probably not used to this English weather, innit? It's cold." And he's like, "No, I actually quite like it, because back in Ecuador, for him, it's like you only have 2 seasons. It's either hot or it's warm."
Yeah, I imagine.
So he's quite appreciative of having a bit of hailstones and rain.
Fuck that shit.
Hey, we don't get any hurricanes. We don't get any fucking tornadoes. We don't get none of that shit.
Your Sicilian friend, does he have a sister?
Nah. Is a spoiled single child. I say spoiled, but no, it's not really.
Well, the
He's
equinox.
basically English anyway, so he's lived in England most of his life.
Yeah, my best friend's Sicilian too. He's the good people. Some of them, except for the mob, of course. But the equinox is coming up in looks like 36 hours or something like that. Maybe a little longer. The equinox, that's actually when the sun is
March 21st.
Oh, it's actually the 20th this year.
20th.
Yeah, and the sun's it travels the path of the equator. And there's a bunch of interesting tests that can be done around the equinox. So I don't know if any of you guys were interested in that.
Yeah, what do you guys think about this whole solar drift that's apparently happening of solar noon? Is it the solar noon? Like during the equinox, it keeps drifting apparently. Apart from obviously, like you say, during the equator, where the equator is, it stays.
So the sun's moving right now northward towards the Tropic of Cancer, down from where it was during near the Tropic of Capricorn.
Well, it's moving
so what
towards
it's
the
about to
equator
do,
right
Like, because they were measuring this in Mexico, weren't they? For a while, and then they stopped measuring it.
What are they measuring?
The drift of the sun's path every year. So
MLM?
No. Like where it is above the observer, it's drifting. Below
So the
the
same
equator
time, so
and
the
above
same
the equator.
day.
Whereas at the equator, it's staying the same.
So
So
what? Can
apparently
I
it's
just try to
drifting
clarify
15
this?
meters. Hold on, I'll post a video. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, the sun is just about over the equator right now. But yeah, actually, you know, there's. I mean, I'm sure you guys don't want to partake. You know, the Aristosthenes style test, and then of course, it's a great test, man. I mean, if you know, it's one of my favorites.
It's simple. All it is finding a pole, right? And then it makes a shadow, so you get chalk and go outside every hour and create an outline of the shadow. It takes literally 5 seconds.
Every hour.
Right, what does Kosho think it's testing, though?
Well, no, see, because on the equinox, you have a perfect day where it's a 0 day. So one thing that you can confirm, basically, is you can get any size stick, put it straight up on the ground, and at the local solar noon of, you know, when the sun's directly south of you, measure the shadow and the ratio between the well, you have to do some trigonometry actually, but yeah, so the angle that you're going to get, not the elevation angle, but the complementary angle is going to be, or the zenith angle is going to be the same as your latitude. Precisely.
What do we have to presume, Kosho? What do we have to presume to do that?
That you're sane and capable.
I bet you have to have level ground for the shadow.
Yeah. That would be a mistake if you did not have the level ground. Yes.
Okay, nothing else. That's it. That's all we've got to have.
You have to presume that the sun is far away and the rays are parallel.
Well, no, you can confirm that pretty simply just by measuring. Let's say, like, you probably have friends, I'm sure. Somebody who lives in the same town as you, but maybe 10 miles away. You know, if you did you would see that at any given point of the day, especially local solar noon, your shadows are going to be the same. He's not going to have some funky shadow, and you're going to have some other shadow. You guys are going to have consistent shadows, and that's an indicator that the sun's far away enough that the rays come in parallel enough to use them.
So 10 kilometers away, how much difference of shadow would you expect if they weren't parallel, Kosho?
I mean, you expect to be able to see at least a degree or two, depending on how close it was. But you can actually what I did. Go ahead, sir. What?
A degree or two over.
Well, depending on how close it was, I mean, you'd have to determine the distance. But when I did my proof, or when I did my Aristosthenes test, and for the proof for the distance, I just used the you get a ping pong ball and then hold it up to the moon, and then compare the shadow on the ping pong ball that the sun's making, and compare the shadow on the moon that the sun's making, and then you can be pretty secure.
How's that giving you distance?
No, it doesn't give you distance. It gives you the idea that there's parallel rays from you to the moon coming from the sun.
Check it out, Kosho. I just did that.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Like a couple days ago.
But yeah, so what do you guys think about this apparent drift, though, that's happening north and south of the equator? It's receding 15 meters a year. 30 in total, because 15 either side. So 30.
You were just talking about that earlier. About the
I know. What do you think about it? Like, is it actually happening, right? So
yeah, you talking about the precession of the equinox?
So, but
no,
is that what it is?
Well, the tropics are changing. The actual position of the tropics are changing. This is what you're talking about.
Well, It's like yeah, the sun is receding to the equator.
Wait, the physical location of the tropics doesn't change, just
Yeah,
like
it
the
does.
equator does.
Oh no, it does change. It varies from 21 degrees to like 25 degrees or something like that. 21 to 24, something like that. And right now it's 23.5.
Similar to the axis,
So are
right?
you saying that the equator is different than it was 6,000 years ago?
No, I'm saying I'm strictly talking about the tropics.
Well, the tropics are directly 23.5 degrees north or south of the equator. So if the tropics were to change, the equator would have to change.
Yeah, you would think so. I guess it does. I thought maybe they both added up on both sides, but yeah, I guess one subtracts and one adds. So
Well, no, yeah, they're
that makes
the
sense.
same. They're the same amount of angle change from the presumed center of the Earth to the outside. So at 23 degrees down from the equator, that's where you get your tropic on the south hemisphere, and 23 degrees north of the equator, that's your north tropic. So if you were to change the position of the tropics, you'd have to inherently change the where the equator is at, because the tropics and the equator are essentially the same thing. Equator is where the sun is at
But the
equinox.
thing is,
Tropics is where the sun is at the
but the thing
solstice.
is, the sun shows itself at the equator the same, so it wouldn't change the equator. It's receding from outside the equator.
Well, I'm saying, like, I'm asking you, 6,000 years ago, where the equator was, is that different?
Well, that's a good question. Like maybe we should ask. Maybe we should look at
Because if the
literary
tropics are
from back then.
if the tropics are at a physically different location, then the equator has to be at a physically different location.
Yeah,
Because
That's what I'm saying. If the tropics are just increasing, which I'm not 100% sure.
Right,
If they're both
or the
increasing, then
tropics are
the
just
equator is in the
narrowing.
same spot.
there's something called Pangea. I don't know if you guys
Oh
have
my
heard of
god,
it.
no! What you
Right.
what?
Well, basically, the idea was all the land was together, one clump, and then the
Right.
waters come and it all spreads out and it's moving around all the time because of the plates, tectonic plates.
After millions of
I'm
years.
not saying I agree with that, but it is one of these scientific fucking things they chuck out there.
Yeah,
They need to cover all their bases, right? You know. But it's interesting what Numpty just said then about the 23 degrees, because that sort of matches with the tilt of the Earth, doesn't it? Well,
That's
just
exactly
20
what
degrees.
that's exactly what the cause is. Yeah. Well, supposedly.
Yeah.
yeah, like the difference between the reason the Earth is said to be tilted at 23 degrees is because the tropics is 23 degrees above or below the equator. That's why they didn't come up with the idea of it tilting and then made the tropics. They made the tropics and then later came up with the idea that the ball was tilting.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that was. I mean, the idea. Yeah, because I mean, the sun has been observed since beginning of time. But no, but actually, I think I
They're
was.
taking something real and reifying it into their own model.
Well, they're just making sense of the observation that they've always had. But it looks like actually that it's not that the tropics. It's not that one's subtracting and one's adding. I think that they're both. It's getting wider, so they're both on both sides.
Oh, so it's tilting more, basically.
Let's see what the cause. Let me see.
But I thought a precession was not the. I thought when something precesses, it doesn't tilt more or less any more or any less. It's actually just the direction of its tilt.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
yeah, you're
definition
talking.
of what
Yeah,
a precession is, right? A precession is when you have a pole moving around another pole, but the degree or the angle change or the tilt of the precessing object doesn't change. Just the direction of it does.
yeah, as it processes. Yeah. Let me see. I'm reading about this thing now about this this addition. Let me see what they claim. says about 0.2 per decade, or about, I guess that's 1 degree in half a century is what it sounds like. Wait, no, it's gotten faster. So it's now 2 degrees per decade. What?
Well, I heard it was 15 meters a year. They were measuring it in Mexico. The receding of the sun. I think it's during the equinox. It's receding 15 meters a year, both north and south. So that would total 30 towards the equator.
No, I think they said it's getting bigger.
Well, it said it's receding. They were measuring it in Mexico, and they stopped measuring it in 2015. I don't know when they started. I think it was like 2008, and they were noticing like a 15-meter recede every year.
Yes, there's some people. It looks like one of their guesses has to do with global warming. I don't know
Whatever we're doing here on Earth is affecting the sun, right?
That's hilarious.
That's a joke. That's a real joke right there.
Yeah, we have a spike in myocarditis because of global warming.
Like, I had a tea today, so it made the Earth bulge or something like that, right? What I do here on Earth is affecting the sun.
The sun.
Yeah, it's the sun that's receding.
You know that there was a helium was first discovered on the sun before it was discovered on Earth.
Really? Who went there to confirm that? Icarus. Was it Icarus?
He used spectroscopy. Icarus.
Icarus
did attempt to fly, and he got his weird.
Shout out to Icarus.
It was Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin's the one who discovered
the
it.
wax melted. The wax smelled. He got too close.
What a dumbass! Like, why would you use wax wingsuit? Could you find something lighter? Like, you could just make it out of real feathers or something. You know?
I think he's a badass.
I think the story of Icarus was real feathers, but the wax is what kept the feathers on his fake wings.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I knew a guy in high school that wrote a song about it. He used to sing it, and he was getting singing lessons, and he couldn't sing very well, so kind of tattooed in my mind. Icarus.
Iron Maiden have a badass song about Icarus.
Cool.
Love Iron Man.
So was it Icarus then that found this helium that you speak of?
Oh no! I don't. Did you guess Icarus?
Oh, you're talking about
Isaac Newton.
Spectroscopy.
Yeah.
You're right. Isn't that right? Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Icarus is on a album cover of Led Zeppelin, and the spectroscopy that Isaac Newton used that discovered helium was on the cover of Pink Floyd.
So it must be true, right?
Well, it must be true because it exists on Earth. So it's like the fact that we discovered it. It's called helium, you know? Does that sound familiar? Like Helios?
Right. So what about all that stuff in between that we don't know? How do you rule out what you don't know?
What's in between? What do you mean?
Exactly. How do you rule it out if you don't know what it is?
Well, it looks like there's nothing in between.
How do you know that it's not affecting your results if you don't know what's there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is we could be speculating about it now if it weren't for the fact that we indeed later on discovered that helium, we can get it on Earth and we get it all the time, and so it's like we know that it was helium that they saw. You know what I mean?
So you're saying it's a fact if in future we confirm it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
We haven't verified
if you identify something and then
we haven't verified it yet, but in the future when we possibly could.
I think what Coach was saying is that they predicted that a certain frequency range of light would be produced by an element they had not yet discovered yet. And when they aimed their spectrometer at the sun, they got that particular frequency of light. And they said, wow, the sun must be made of this hypothetical element. And then later, when they discovered that element on Earth, they put that in the spectrometer and found that it was the same frequency of light as the sun and as predicted.
Yeah, that was basically the only thing I was to say was
but that just completely
they didn't necessarily predict it beforehand. They just noticed that there was something that they didn't yet identify yet.
Sorry, Coach. Whoever spoke last, that just bypassed my point, right? If there's medium if there's a medium of elements in between that you don't know what's there, how can you rule them out to have a valid result? If you don't know what's in between, how can you rule out, this is what's in between, so we want to rule that out to find out what we're actually measuring, which is the sun. So
do you want me to answer that?
So everything in between you have to
rule. Can I please answer that? Okay. So what happens is you get this frequency of light when you point it at the sun, and then when you point it anywhere else in the sky, you don't get that frequency of light anymore. That's how they rule it out and determine that it's coming from the sun and not something else. Because you directly point it at the sun, get the result. You directly point it away from the sun, you don't get the result.
What, you don't get any result?
You just don't get that result. You can think of it like a barcode.
Are you claiming that you don't get any result?
You don't get that result. It's a specific.
Hold on. So when you point it, So when you point it away from the sun.
Think of it like a camera.
Hold on. So when you point it away from the sun, you get a result of no element. Is that what you're saying?
I'm glad you asked that.
You don't pick up any elements if you point it away from the sun. So you pick up nothing. Is that what you're saying?
Think of it like a barcode scanner, okay?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are you picking up other elements when you look away from the sun?
1 second, sir. Imagine the like a barcode scanner, and yes, and of course, when you're scanning things that aren't barcodes, you don't pick up anything. But when you look at barcodes, you're getting barcodes.
Oh, I get it now. So when you've got
a
book of known elements, right? You can compare it to those known elements, but elements we don't know, you just assume don't exist because we don't already know
that you just discovered it. Yeah.
Right. Clarified.
So like. Yeah, dude, what part of that isn't understood?
So you pick up no elements when you look away from the sun. Did you not understand my question?
What?
So only when you look at the sun you get a you get a signal back. But when you look away, you pick up nothing. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
So there's nothing out there.
You know how you need a flashlight. You know how you need a flashlight to read.
Maybe I didn't explain it properly. Basically,
but there's no elements out there, right?
Basically,
you're looking at the sun.
No, that's not what I said. Basically, there is a certain frequency of light that is produced when
and what question I'm asking is, when you're not looking at the sun, what frequency do you get?
Jimbo, let him answer.
Yeah, but they're not getting what question I'm asking. They're going off on. They're going off on. They're going off on.
Let him answer and
they're going off on something.
Then correct him.
Oh, whatever, bro. Whatever.
Then correct him after his answer.
Dude, if this was like, dude, you've interrupted a lot of times so far. It's
his birthday, man.
Yeah.
Really?
And it's
my birthday yesterday. My birthday yesterday. Beat you to St. Patrick's Day.
Anyway, go on now. Finish up.
Happy birthday to both you guys.
Thanks, Gio. Thank you, Gio.
This is the most passionate I've ever heard our mate here, Jim. So let's join forces. We'll get through this.
Yeah, but you got to let people talk though, Mel. All right.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just
but when he
trying.
starts answering the question that I'm not even
Anyway.
asking,
All right,
what's
but
the
at the same
fucking
time,
point?
I
What's
hear
the
you, but
fucking point? If
okay.
he's answering a question I'm not even fucking answering,
Go.
whatever, bro.
I'm going to ask it to Noah. I think this was
Do what
answering
you
it.
got to do, stupid mod. Like fucking.
I
do what you gotta do.
want you to verify if this is the right question or not. Noah, I think what he's asking is, what happens if you're not aiming it at the sun? Can you still get a reading if it's not aimed at the sun?
Okay,
Right.
so
What elements are you picking up when you're
Dude.
not looking at the sun?
oh my god.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Right. So is that the element you're picking up? Oh my god. What's that?
No, man, I was about to answer Kosho and you just came in again. That's what I
Oh,
was saying.
it sounds like you were saying "Oh my god" to what I just said.
All right, dude. I honestly, I don't
Happy
need to
birthday.
I don't need to have this.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday,
Belated
bro.
happy birthday,
Happy
bro.
birthday. Happy birthday.
They came in 2 by 2. All right.
All right, let's let Noah completely have the floor without interruption, please.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, basically there's different frequencies when there's a certain element and the electron drops in energy level. It produces a particular frequency that only
You
that
don't need
element
to
can
tell me this.
produce.
We already know this.
All right, dude, Jim. I'm just
Okay.
gonna have to temporarily mute you. It's just temporary, so Noah can finish. Go ahead, Noah, for as long as you
Okay,
need.
so we know that different electron energy levels are different in different elements, and they all have unique energy levels that produce unique frequencies of light. Now, when you point your spectrometer or whatever you're doing to analyze that light at the sun, you get like 90% of the light rays coming to you match the frequencies of like helium and hydrogen. When you point them elsewhere, you get other ones. You get other kinds of like frequencies and stuff. And so yeah, that's all I wanted. You get you also get stronger light, right? You get way less light from pointing not at the sun. So that's what I had to say.
So you don't want to tell us about what elements you find when you're not pointing at the sun. You don't find any elements. Is that what you're trying to say? Or do you have and here's the other thing: spectroscopy only works in a confined system. They have to actually have it in a enclosed thing. That's how it works. So you can rule out all of the other atmospheric things.
Actually, most of our a lot of the telescopes and stuff are very similar to spectroscopy because they're
come on,
basically taking like radio waves, X-rays, gamma rays from space, analyzing that.
Have fun, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, Jim. The one thing that is important to remember, like in the first picture I posted, there's something called absorption lines and something called emission lines. And so, say for instance, the sun is emitting light, or some flashlight is emitting light, and say there's some gas in the air absorbing some of that light. You'll get mixtures of different emission and absorption lines, and
you get signatures of like knowing if this much absorption is happening, then it must be this element in the way.
Well, it's not about the amount. The amount will just tell you how much of that thing is there. Like I said, when I said barcode, I usually use that example because it really is a lot like a barcode where they're distinct, unique patterns that you can rely on. Going to any store, they're going to be able to scan it and it'll have the same item will come up.
Unique signature.
And
Yeah,
that's what the lines are basically.
Yeah, for not only elements but molecules as well.
But I thought it's only accurate if you've got it in a confined thing, because sorry, you didn't hear any of that. The Earth is dynamic though, so because you can't predict or guess of what is in the atmosphere that you're looking through at that time. So you're saying the results will show you what you're looking through the whole way. Will it determine 5 meters in we've got this element, 10 meters in we've got this element, 15 meters in we've got this element? Is that what it is? Is that how it works?
I think the part that makes the most difference is that you get a very different reading from pointing it at the sun than pointing it elsewhere in the sky. And that's the thing, is when you point it at the sun and you get a very distinct and unique signal from when you point it anywhere else in the sky, you can kind of infer that is the sun's actual light reaching your object, or at least
it's unique signal.
All right. So number one, it's when they say it's a unique signal and they kind of imply that it's a reliable thing. That's not the case. I remember looking into this like about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, and oftentimes you have the like spectra, the absorption spectra of the sun, and then they compare it with the actual gases of hydrogen, helium, and stuff, and there's specific wavelengths that are just missing. It's like alpha wavelengths, or I don't even remember. It's been so long, but like it didn't match. A lot of the times it didn't even match. It was you had to kind of like allow it, right? Because it was just kind of close, but not really. So that's number one. Number two, it's still an affirming the consequent fallacy, because you have no sample of the actual sun, or you don't know where it is. You don't know if it's maybe a different element that satisfies all these different bands, or if it's a combination of different elements. It's just kind of like
or if it's a reflection of the actual source.
You have no definitive evidence. It's unreliable.
Well, that's the part that is an interesting thing. You brought that up. That you can sometimes, you will always get a mixture. Like I'll show you an example of a combination. But that's the thing about the combinations, is they're distinct. Like it's like just like a barcode, except for widely spread out. If you have multiple, if you have there's distinct patterns that exist in a portion of it. So when you run it, you can easily see that bottom, the mixture part, and you can split out the rest of them in this crude example. But like I said, they're more exact. You can parse them out pretty. I wouldn't say easily, but I mean without too much error, because there's not many that have the same unique patterns.
That's fine, but you still got to rule out what you're looking through. Yeah,
that's the absorption lines.
So that is going to tell you what you're looking through.
If you're getting absorption lines, that means that the light that wherever it came from passed through the whatever absorption spectra you're getting. And the emission lines is telling you what type of what type of material is actually emitting that light.
So is it also detecting all the elements in the atmosphere that you're looking through at the same time?
Right.
Right, so you've got to rule out some of those to get an accurate reading of what the sun is giving out, right?
Well, yeah, and the way you do that is you point it at the sky without the sun in it, you'll get one pattern. And you'll point it at the sun, you'll get another pattern. Part of the patterns will overlap because they're both pointed at the sky. The difference between the patterns is one is going to have this light from the sun and the other's not. And so that's how you're going to differentiate between the two.
Have they done the same with the moon?
I don't
is
know.
accurate. One's going to be the light of the sun, the other one isn't. But it gets to be inaccurate when they say the light of the sun is made up of these gases, which have these absorption line spectrums, and they don't actually match. It's not like this example that Kosho gave with this mixture, what have you, where it's very clearly a match. For those it's not clearly a match. The lines that are missing in hydrogen aren't exactly the same lines that are missing in this sample of this light or whatever. So you have to allow it. You have to kind of just. It's not reliable evidence, is my point.
I have to take a look at that. I do know that the one weird thing about the sun is you would expect a lot of the material to be emission lines, but actually a lot of what we get from the sun's makeup are absorption lines. So it's basically, as the whatever is emitting the light, probably hydrogen or whatever, it's passing through the sun, and we see the absorption lines. You would assume you would see emission lines, but
I don't understand what you mean because they're reciprocal.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, but the
Oh, you mean more? You would assume that you'd have more emission lines.
Yeah. I would say, I would just intuitively, I would think that I would just be receiving mostly emission lines, but most of the identifiers and stuff like that from the sun are the absorption lines.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'd like to. I'm interested in what you said, just because, I've seen. I know that's one of the issues, and there's other issues, but the one thing that is, like it said, like a telltale, like these signatures, the fact that they saw this signature on the sun and then later discovered it on Earth, that it emitted the same spectra. I'm sure it was a enlightening experience, because you definitely would have the feeling that you indeed did just discover something on the sun that exists here on Earth as well. You didn't know about before.
Right, is this data publicly available? And have they done it in winter and in summer?
They only do it in spring, dude.
Oh, really?
No, they do. People do it all the time, dude. Anytime you want. I mean, the thing is, so there's what is called spectrometry, which is like when you are identifying the atoms, molecules, or whatever, that are physically in like a gas in some room or in the atmosphere or something like that. And I mean, I think both these methods are actually the pretty good identifiers for these things. Like I said, the percentage of you've seen, because I haven't dove into deep data, but
Have I seen what?
I haven't dove into deep spectral data. I mean, I've done some spectral lines. I've looked at some data, but yeah, I'm curious to see. Maybe did you read that somewhere or something like that?
No, I actually looked at like the different absorption spectrums of the different elements that they say are in the sun, and the sun itself has the light from the sun has its own absorption spectrum. And I checked to see whether or not these lines were overlapping and stuff, and I found that a lot of the lines were missing. So that's why I was like, it's not reliable. If there was hydrogen in there, then there shouldn't be this one shouldn't be here, and it was.
It's interesting.
I would like to actually see the specifics of this, these charts and shit.
Just search absorption spectra of sun and hydrogen, helium, different gases, and
because I had
compare and contrast.
Yeah, I had a gig in the spectrometry lab at my university for a bit, so I actually understand spectrometry quite well. But I haven't actually looked at the ones they used on the sun and shit. So I'm not saying what it is or what not, but I might have to take a look into this because I didn't know about that before.
That's cool though that you've been privy to the ones in the lab that actually are in an enclosed, controlled environment compared to trying to look at.
There's a lot of different types too. That's why it's kind of like a case-by-case basis. It depends on which light, what kind of spectrometry you're doing.
Well, that's why I also said about summer and winter. I'd like to see what the results are from summer and winter, and to see if they differ.
Well, yeah, but I don't know why they would. But the spectrometry though is a little bit different than spectroscopy. But I think the PCR test does something related to spectrometry.
No, not at all. PCR is a polymerase chain reaction. That has nothing to do with spectrometry.
I thought so. I thought there was a that's what somebody told me. This dude that works in spectrometry machines. Let me see.
Funny how they go from a controlled environment to a non-controlled environment, though, and still think the results are accurate. It's quite surprising.
No, it says mass spectrometry and what is this, and PCR testing. I don't know. Maybe these are two different types of tests. I'm not sure.
I think the PCR is just the reaction that builds up the molecule. Like, I don't think the spectrometry is like. It might be part of
that's how they identified. I thought
it might be part of the test, but I think the reaction happens. They put it into a reaction basically. They don't. They might do a spectrometry afterwards, but
I think that's what that's to identify. I think.
There's different ways to identify compounds, though, outside of spectrometry.
Yeah, because I met this guy recently, and he, I guess he works for a company that sells them, and he specifically has to fix them or something like that. He says they're expensive machines.
I just wonder how the results differ from day to day. Not even winter to summer, but just day to day.
I'd like to say something about the PCR real quick. The PCR is a reaction to basically duplicate sequences of DNA. Spectrometry might be used after to analyze it, but the actual PCR, the polymerase chain reaction, is not spectrometry. It's a chemical reaction.
Yeah, of course, but that's what I'm saying. To identify the like molecules,
signatures.
They use the mass spectrometry. That's what I thought. I think that's what I found.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not. I never worked with a PCR before. They could probably do that with a mass spec, but I'm not sure it's the only method, and I'm not sure you always have to do a mass spec on something that you used PCR with, because PCR is just the reaction. It's like you do the PCR and then you analyze the results, right? But the actual reaction itself is independent of the analyzation, right?
Mm-hmm. So would it be like you said, like to identify the specimen? I mean,
like you're talking about witnessing the result instead of witnessing the reaction itself.
Well, what happens is basically, what the PCR does is it just duplicates sequences of DNA. That's what the reaction is. That's all it does. And then I think then you use some sort of detection method, which could be mass spec.
The mass
spectrometry. It could be. There's other ways to analyze DNA though. Like there's other reactions, other biochemical reactions and proteins that you can use to sequence DNA. I don't think it necessarily has to be. Mass spec might be the easiest way to do it, but I would say it's not the only way, right? Because the PCR is just a reaction, right? It's like if I said I'm gonna whip butter, and then you said, "Oh, you use a magnifying glass to look at the butter after," I'd be like, "Well, whichever way you observe the butter after it's whipped, the whipping of the butter is its own like thing, right?"
Yeah, right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I just know those are expensive machines. It sucks that
the way the PCR works though is the way they at least did this whole COVID thing is they just computer simulated the virus and then said, this is what the DNA sequence should look like. And then basically they'll just PCR you, ramp up the fucking resolution, and you can basically get sequence naturally human genome like 39 times or something like that. So when they're using a PCR on you, they're searching for a sequence that's already in your genome. and by using a PCR, you're only duplicating the amount of sequences. So like
A
the
biased result.
whole shit just seems very fucking fraudulent to me, at least. But
well, there's a dude in here.
They're trying to
not that
test
long ago.
something that's already there.
Yeah, there's a dude.
Yeah,
that
basically, what they did was they created a computer model of their coronavirus because they couldn't actually physically isolate it outside.
That's actually what I was about to tell you. There's a dude that was in here like 20 minutes ago who, well, he says him and his lab they've isolated it.
Really?
A long time ago. Yeah.
Really? I'd like to see that. I'd actually like to talk to him about that.
He's a cool dude. His name is Jace. He's like a white icon. He's probably sleeping now, though, I imagine.
Last I checked, they couldn't isolate it because basically the stage in which you could get a working like DNA set out of the virus was when it was already in the cell or something like that.
How do you know it exists until you isolate it?
Yeah, this is why I can't really speak on it, but I literally saw on one of the PCR sites that they had based the genome they're looking for off of a computer model they did. So they didn't isolate it. Maybe this guy who was in the chat earlier isolated. I don't know. I'm not claiming he did or didn't. But when I was looking into it, one of these PCR manufacturers literally just used a computer generated model of a virus to find their DNA sequence. And then they search for this DNA sequence with their polymerase chain reaction. But this is the sequence that already naturally occurs in the human genome. Because, like, there's billions and billions and billions of bits of information in your genome, right? There's a lot of patterns. It's like searching for some sort of pattern in the digits of pi, right? Over time, you might probably run across that pattern if it's a certain length.
Man, I messaged him, but I don't know, he probably, wakes up early or something.
So this spectroscopy that is utilized to find the signature, should we call it, of the sun?
Of any material, yeah.
Right, but does it have a certain term to it? Like, what branch would it be titled as? Would it be celestial spectroscopy?
Oh yeah, I guess stellar spectroscopy, yeah, something like that. They look at different stars and the material in space. It's one way to. And Gio was saying that they also use it to determine distances, which is true. I know because they use like redshift and blue shift. Because that's the cool thing about it is if it's been redshifted or blue shifted, the actual spectral lines will have the same pattern, but they'll just be shifted over a little bit, which is the knee indicator. So I know that's one way they try to determine distances.
Geo, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Merle?
I just wanted to. It doesn't have to happen right now, right this very second. But there's a guy here called All Glory to the Most High, and I'm just really interested in the concave and alternative model discussion. And I was just noticing in Gems, he kind of had an audience, but he didn't really have a fair hearing, as far as I'm concerned. Neither did Smokey or the Realm, but over here I've got to at least hear what they're thinking. So I just at some stage it'd be great to hear you guys talk about it, because I'm genuinely interested. Just putting it out there.
By the way, what's up, Don?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
What's up, Kosha?
Dude, you're interrupting Geo, dude.
Mic check. Ain't Geo ain't talking.
I know, I'm talking with you. You playing poker? What the hell?
Yeah. Got a big event tomorrow and then that circuit next week.
Oh, Godspeed, sir.
Didn't do shit last week. Actually, the event I told you I was playing last week, I actually didn't even fire.
Best of luck to you, dude. Do me a favor.
I had to charge my phone. I left earlier. Y'all was on that wind bullshit.
Hold on, man. I think Merle's trying to bring something. What's it, Merle?
He probably can't, sometimes you got to rejoin or whatever. No, I just feel every time concave gets brought up, everyone veers in different directions, right?
Kind of like concave Earth.
Yeah,
I'm up for having any type of discussion on cosmology, so I'm up for
Good on you, Gio. Yeah.
Well,
I don't want to put Glory on the spot. But.
What about those yes hair theorems on the black holes? What y'all think?
What'd you say?
I posted a thing about.
I'll look for it.
All right.
Yes, here theorems. Oh, you were talking about
yes hair. Yes hair.
Are you talking about for Stephen Hawking's Hawking
radiation
thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I gotta check that out. Oh. There's a thing in science. It's an actual real shape. Okay, it's called the hairy ball theorem. No joke, dude. I think that's related to what you're talking about, because it's just describing a type of surface, the way which it behaves. Very weird.
Maybe not exactly the same, but
no, it sounds fucking dumb because a bunch of nerds made it up. Like the hairy ball theorem, but it actually fits to what it's talking about. It's basically just describing the surface and how it has one, I think it's like one source. It's hard to describe.
Over here.
What's up, Chronic? What's that in here?
Chronic ain't here. Chronic is a bronze player hater. Anyway, Coach, if ain't no one talking, let me know how it went with Jeremy earlier. How did that all end?
We're good, man. I mean, it was good, dude. You definitely helped them out by giving them a false sense of assurance, and
oh my God.
That was good of you. It was very
there was no false. Everyone agreed on everything. I don't know why it can't be like, all right, we all agree, but now, let's just measure it and then talk about it. And whatever. It was just fun, man.
Wait,
He's like,
what was the insurance?
Dude, he ain't gonna be able to tell you. Give me a deuce.
It's so funny. Did you see that, Chronic? That's so funny. I'm sorry, Don. I asked Chronic. I said, what did I say? I said, do you know about Harry Ball theorem? And he said, what do you mean about with black hole, related black holes? So he knew what we were talking about, dude. That's funny.
Yeah, there's like, I don't know, search my post, man. It's a cool little article, bro.
Check it out.
Gravitons,
It's all starting to sound like a joke, isn't it? Harry Ball theorem. Who titled that?
They're not. That's not even. No, that's not. They don't call.
I think he
them
did,
that.
dude.
Oh,
no,
right.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm telling you that it's a description of a type of surface. It really is.
Yeah, sure. But that's not really
exactly how to describe it. But it's like, you know how like in your hair you have like a part in the back where there's like a source almost, like it's like a swirl, it's one swirl. Yeah, it's basically just describes like how many swirls you have to have on a
this is talking about interconnectivity, talking about hairs that are connecting from the inside to the outside, like from what's inside there to what's still outside in the universe. That's what the new thing I read was. But that Harry Ball, that's old, bro.
What, like tree rings? Yeah.
To tree rings.
To determine,
exactly.
yeah.
That's what they use on black holes. That's right. They use the Harry Ball of the black hole, and they can count the hairs, and they'll see how old the black hole is.
Black holes have hairs now.
Oh yeah, man. That's one of the grossest.
I thought even light
parts
can't
about
escape
it.
black holes.
Black holes and balls makes you think like the
hairs.
They're kind of just making a big joke about the whole thing, huh? Hairy balls and black holes.
Well, it is a bit of a big joke, though, isn't it? Really. So there's no surprise.
Oh, please tell me why it's a big joke. I'm fascinated.
Tell me why it's not a big joke.
Hairy balls and black holes? Does that have to be explained? Hairy balls and black holes.
No, the black hole thing itself. Why is that? Yeah, I got that. Somebody.
Yeah. I mean, it fit the hairy balls thing. I mean, if the description fits to what it is, I got to look it up again so I can really stick my teeth into this hairy ball theorem.
Get balls deep in it.
There you go.
The hairs are there to stop the chafing. So why isn't it a big joke then, paid NASA shill? You didn't want to answer.
I mean,
sell it to me like it's not a joke.
Why would you think it's a joke?
Sell it to me like it's not a joke. Stop trying to reverse it.
No, I want to know why you think it's a joke, and then we can work on it.
Well, make it not a joke to me.
What's
Sell
not
it
a joke?
to me.
It's an
Sell
observed
it to me.
phenomenon.
Give me your pitch, bro.
It's an observed phenomenon.
Great pitch.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretend like it's American Idol. But oh no, dog, sorry man. Not for me, dude. Supposed to be Randy Jackson. I'm just kidding. Anyways, if you thought the black holes
What the hell?
If you thought the hairy balls and the black holes was dirty, look at that. They have hairy donuts now.
Of course, fucking of course.
I'm sorry, I just got done watching them fake another launch.
Oh, which one?
This was a Starlink launch.
Somebody was telling me something about. Actually, it was Crit. Yeah, he was saying something about how the Russia thing is going to cause problems for SpaceX because they get a certain component from that can only be manufactured in Russia or something like that. You know anything about that?
I don't know about that.
They're done. You didn't hear this? They done with us, bro.
They're done with us. We used to be best
Russia
friends.
is done. No, they done. They ain't bringing us up there no more.
Wow, that's a shame. It's a good thing we have a homegrown SpaceX right down the street from where I live that will take them up. But
finally, you better hope.
dude,
Good job.
That's
what they hate. That's why they mad. Yeah, they mad, yo. They mad ever since them dragons been doing. They hate, man.
Good job. They're still.
Damn.
Good job. They're still.
Don. Russia and America have struck an agreement. The cosmonauts are safe. They'll be brought back home by Russia
Just like
if they need it.
Just good job. They'll still be friends in space, right? They'll still be friends in Narnia. Like, you can count on that.
I'll be right back.
you guys are friends with Scott Veach, right? He's a buddy of mine. You guys know who he is, right?
Yeah, I know he is.
Anyways, I have something eerie to show you.
Leave your hairy balls out of it, right?
Hey, whoa, okay, well. Hold on, though. I'm trying to remember this fucker's name, and I can't remember this fucker's name. So give me a second.
Don Pettit.
No, Don Pettit's pretty cool, dude. It's crazy how you guys all make fun of him. Like it's crazy how you guys think like Einstein, Newton.
He's the cream of the crop,
you know, these guys are like the biggest dumbasses in the world. It's so crazy.
He's the cream of the crop, isn't he?
He's one of the smarter astronauts, man. Yeah, he. If you actually look at the experiments that he conducted, it wasn't even scheduled or anything. He sort of just investigating stuff, and so he did something with like salt in a plastic bag, and like was kind of like, you know, because obviously things on a small scale, they actually don't think that gravity is a big player in like making like tiny things coalesce. So he was kind of showing how electrostatically this coalition could occur, which would, you know, create these small objects, and then gravity would make bigger objects. Kind of cool.
And he didn't get a leak.
That's right. Yeah, not on his watch. You guys love that answer. Like he's like a big retard or something like that. And that was his answer. How about this? Imagine a world where I don't know. He really can go to space, and he really is a astronaut. And somebody asks him that question, and he gives that answer. Do you think it's possible that maybe it's such an irrelevant, like nothing question, maybe like a not interesting question that he just like, you know, we got to leave.
Just in the same vein that maybe you know, like a foot soldier has no idea how certain parts of the tank work or something like that. Like
no. It's not that he has no idea how it works. It's that somebody asked him. It's like if somebody asked you like, hey, so what would you do if you were driving and you got a flat tire on the side of the road? Like, well, then I have a flat tire. You know, you just switch the tire out. Like it's not like it's not an exciting thing or anything. I mean, I guess it could be exciting. There's an easy thing, you know.
Not naivety, but what's that phrase? How it goes? Plausible deniability, in a sense, you know.
Are you guys still upset that he stopped the leak with his finger or something?
Yeah, well, if there was a big fucking thing, they'd be toast. But when they're small, the way that the ISS, the shielding is made is actually kind of
two O-rings, isn't it? Well, two O-rings, isn't it?
Say what?
That's what 2 O-rings, isn't that what?
What does that mean?
Well, there's 2 little O-rings. Stops the vacuum of space.
No, dude. No.
Yes, dude. Yes.
What I'm saying to you is let Don. Yeah, because it would be.
There's 2 O-rings, isn't it? That's
interrupt after you did.
Of the ISS,
together.
There's a bunch of O-rings in the damn thing.
Right, no, so it's not just 2 O-rings, but O-rings.
Forget about the O-rings, dude. Right? Forget about the O-rings. Because it's actually...
No, I won't forget about the O-rings.
It's more brilliant than that, dude. Hold up a second. Because this might save your life, dude. You know, if let's say you're in a building and there's terrorists, okay? God forbid. Or, you know, you're at some bank robbery and there's bank robbers. If you can get your hands on a couple of books or a couple of floor tiles, okay, this mechanism itself, the fact that you have multiple tiles, right, will do will do a great deal to save you from getting shot from a gun. You know, better than having an actual shield, because it does a good job of, like, you know, the bullet will hit the first plate and it will dissipate the impact before that whole plate that's dissipated is giving that impact to the second plate. And so, you know,
it's basically the air in between that helps.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's air. And it's also, like I said, that the impact is being spread out through the plate. So it's actually an ingenious, it's a very simple, ingenious way to stop like high velocity impacts. And basically, the shielding on the ISS is a lot like
what air is in between the O-rings.
The air is not relevant, really. It's not really the air. It's the fact that there's multiple plates like this. You know,
it's the space that's important.
The layers.
Yeah. There is space in between them, but there's like I forget how many layers there are. But once it goes through one or two of those layers, the impact is, you know, it's not really going to do much damage by the time it gets through all this stuff, because it's been dissipated so much by the time it's, you know, get to that shit. Yeah, then you can make yourself a hero in one of those scenarios. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, but what does that have to do with the? Okay, so he was joking kind of about the O-rings, but it's still, what does that not mean anything to you?
It doesn't mean anything to me, but let's ask him. What does it mean to you? I bet you it has to do with the Challenger, but it's kind of not the same. I don't know.
We heard O-ring on Challenger, but I don't think that's what he's.
Yeah, let's find out. What's up, Jim? What's up with the O-rings?
I think he's talking about, Jim, can I guess before you say it?
Do it.
Are you talking about kind of the thing, the airtight thing, but that seals the bearing, like on the ISS windows and stuff?
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Very same interview where he said, "If you've got a leak, then you've got a leak."
Yeah, Kosho, you gotta be able to read the context, buddy.
All right, thanks, Dad. I'll take some fucking notes next time. But yeah, okay.
Fail, you've got a leak.
But what's up with the O-ring? Is that not?
Well, they should be worn out and brittle. And the guy, there's been the guy who made them got interviewed kind of like by a flat earther before. I remember the guy was like, yeah, he was like, nah, these things are these little things, and you know, they get worn out and blah blah blah. You know, they're just little rubbery things or something, right? Little silicone things or something. Wow. Or what are they made out of? I don't know. But isn't that weird? They've been up there decades and shit, and it's not like no leaking. Like, that's really weird, isn't it?
You ever come across like a really old can of beer?
Protected by
I would never drink that really old can of beer, but I have news
with
for
that
you.
Rubber.
That old can of beer is going to be undergoing more corrosive, I don't know what you want to call it, more pressure than this O-ring, so I think you'd be fine.
But what if you get a leak?
Yeah. Have you ever dropped a can of Pepsi or beer or something, and it hit the ground? It didn't explode, but it, like, there was a tiny little cut. It cut the can in such a way that it's like spraying out this like fucking annoying amount and it's getting sticky. Yeah. That's how I imagine this leak that they're talking about in the ISS. The only difference is that Coke can leak or whatever. That's actually a greater pressure difference than the one.
Yeah, but here's the weird thing: is any amount of leak from the ISS, how do they get air back in there? Like, any amount of leak is going to equal no air inside the ISS eventually.
Right, because they can't pump it back in.
Yeah.
They can't pump air back in from space.
Yes, they can. Well, not from space, but they've got a bunch of it in like big containers
that
they ship up there.
Right, yeah, they'd have to have a payload, but that would take months, right?
Still is a limited amount on there that they have.
They have water that they help cool the ship down, and then they drink, and then they piss it, and they drink it again, and they cool the ship. And you can, I think they have I think they can use that also for oxygen.
Okay, fine. It still is limited.
For fun.
Yeah, but you're talking. It's not. Well, it's small. It's not tiny. I mean, you take a decent.
Take the biggest balloon in the world, a balloon as big as a mall.
Okay.
Okay, and it's leaking like the beer can. How many days you think till that? Let's say it's a bouncy house as big as the mall. How many days you think until that bouncy house?
It's not really the best example, though, don't you think? Because the pressure acting on the balloon outward is creating the shape, right? So there's a lot of atmospheric pressure that's pushing on the shape in the other way. So it's pushing the air out a lot. So it's not, I don't know. It's not really the best. I think it'd be better if you have the same Coke can or whatever. Like you have a big fucking keg or Coke can and it's spraying out the top like slightly. How long is it going to be until that thing's empty? Probably never.
Wouldn't the pressure difference be greater in space?
No, actually,
in outer space.
Never.
What's the difference between your tires are what 45, 60 pounds gauge?
I think
what's outer space?
Zero.
Can we check Kosho's analogy real quick though? Can we really check it?
What's outer space then? What's that compared to your tire?
Well, compared to the ISS, it's like I think they keep the ISS at 12 psi.
I actually, it's under 14, but I gotta take this opportunity to call out. I think I'm calling you out, Kosho. I think I'm calling you out. You got a Coke can leaking in a vacuum or with atmospheric pressure around it.
I'm talking about in reality. So
yeah. In reality, though.
Yeah, I'm saying in reality, like not in a vacuum. I mean, it'd be a little bit different.
Let me get it. So, okay. If we were to have two scenarios, one where it's in the vacuum and one where it's just with the atmospheric pressure, you were saying the atmospheric pressure makes it leak more.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he said that it was a greater pressure difference.
No.
Yeah, you were saying
this is what you guys didn't, because I didn't finish.
No, if I got it wrong, I got it wrong, buddy. But
no, it's not that you didn't get it wrong. I never finished the sentence, so I can understand why you. What I'm saying is the pressure difference of the atmosphere versus the internal pressure of the can. That's a greater difference than the pressure of the ISS and the external pressure, which is zero.
Okay, now
it's a greater pressure difference in the can and the atmosphere.
That's not. I don't think that's true.
It's definitely true, 100%.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Oh, it's pressure in Coke can.
No, but how can this be true? That the atmospheric pressure. Are you saying because ISS is at 12 and not 14?
No, I'm saying because a Coke can can be anywhere from I think 40, 50, 60, 70, usually about 40 or 50.
Right. So if the
17
Earth's pressure is 14,
is it 17?
If the Earth's pressure is 14 and outer space is 0,
right?
How would Earth's atmosphere be a greater pressure?
No, he's saying that the range is different, but and I'll give it to him at initial, but it's like as soon as I guess I'm thinking that the leak is already there, Kosho, in our example of like a bouncy house as big as I mean, once you have that initial rupture, you're losing. Like
depends on the size of the rupture.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Wait, I still don't get it. So you've got 12 apparently. PSI.
12 to 0 is 12. 12 to 0 is 12. But he's putting the Coke can at like 40.
No. The first thing I saw.
Yeah, but 0 is still lower than 12.
No, listen. 12 minus 0 equals 12. So it's 12.
Space, right?
And the other one is about 17. Depends at 17 at 40. If you let it heat up, it'll get to 40. And I had one actually blow up in my car in Texas when I left it in the car for too long.
So 0 is still lower than 17 and 14.
Yeah, but just the problem is that it's the difference that matters. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. So 0 is lower than 12. So it's a great.
What's 12 minus 0?
Guys, don't pile on them. Don't pile on them.
0 is a much greater difference from 0 to 40 than 12 or 17 to 40.
What's the difference between 12 and 0?
It's not an exponential thing.
Guys, let's let Payne's Shield get it all the way out because I think it makes sense.
What's the difference between 12 and 0?
12.
What's the difference between 40 and 14? 16.
30. 26.
Yeah, 26. So it's the difference. It's not the absolute. It's the difference.
Right. Now, I just want to ask Coach to clear up, though. So all things being equal, though, like the atmospheric pressure would help keep a container more pressurized than with a vacuum, right?
But you heard what Payne's Shield just said.
Without that, yeah. I'm saying all things being equal.
Hold up, sir. Before you start shouting at me, dude.
Bro. So yes or no?
Hold on, dude. I can't do this again, dude, because I got so turned off earlier when this was happening nonstop.
Yes
But all I'm saying is that he already just said that the only thing you're worried about is the difference. Once you you compare the two and you have the difference, it doesn't matter that there's an atmosphere that that's already been calculated into it.
But surely plus or negative benefits one or the other.
Right. Either way, the ISS can't be leaking. Okay, that's the point we talking about. The ISS cannot be fucking leaking a tiny leak or nothing. Okay, I don't care how weak the leak is. If that shit is leaking, bro, it's gonna be terrible within like a couple days. Like, come on, man. Like, come on.
If you let it go for too long, I'm sure. Yeah.
Apparently, you try to.
We're shouting all the time.
Apparently, you try to keep the ISS at an atmosphere sea level about 14.7. Interesting.
And I'm sure that's actually what they would have probably detected fairly quickly was a pressure difference, and then they would have went search for the leak. So I don't think that would ever become a big problem. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't become a problem that you had a leak somewhere slowly, losing air.
Why did Chris Hatfield post the album cover for the?
Maybe he wants to be part of the action, and so that's the first thing he could find. Maybe, I don't know.
Dude. Okay.
Wait, you have to understand that the only people in the world.
Dude, there's always going to be an excuse. Kosho will always have an answer for you. Like you ask him, he'll always give you a smooth. It'll always sound
right.
Good
But
too.
I read people. I like to read consistent behavior. So I want to see what he's gonna put his bet on, how he behaves while he says it, and all.
Okay,
that.
let me ask you this, Don. What other reason would there be that Chris Hadfield posted that picture?
To Russian propaganda to feed flat Earth.
To feed flat Earth. Okay. So the answers you gave don't make any sense.
That makes
sense.
sense.
The answer I gave, it may not be the right answer, but it's the only answer I could come up with that would just made logical sense.
If there's people that are constantly skeptical of the ISS, and then they keep doing this okey doke, haha, be skeptical, but we got you, like be trapped in the middle shit, dude. That's a fair answer, Kosha. Why are you not
plain sight? Could you share that picture though? I don't know what you guys are on about. I haven't heard about
it. He posted a picture from a album cover that was like a hole, and he tweeted out that there was a hole in the ISS, and it was a kind of a weird, bizarre, like a confusing thing. But he's also Canadian, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
I love the way you give that caveat.
Why not?
Oh yeah, you can't.
But Kosho, the main point is why wouldn't you take a picture of the actual fucking hole in the spaceship? Wouldn't that just be like the proper thing to? Oh, there's a hole in the spaceship. Here, I have my phone. Let's just take a picture of the hole. No,
I don't think he was.
That would have been ideal if he was actually there. Then maybe he could have done that. But
yeah, it would have been cool if they were playing around with water.
Why are we upset? Why are we upset with this hole? I mean, why are we on this again? What's the deal?
Well, it seems a bit of a weird claim, though, doesn't it?
Why? They're micrometeorites.
Well, and then them plugging it with their thumbs and.
Yeah, but we just went over
actually,
that.
It wasn't plugged. It was you put the finger over top of it. It was a very small hole, like a quarter of an inch, not an eighth of an inch, wasn't it?
Right, but you've seen what happens to a marshmallow when you suck the air out, right?
Yeah, but you put your finger over the hole. There's like 14 pounds. I mean, vacuums don't suck.
That's what I was saying.
Well, I'm not saying a vacuum sucks. I'm just saying things grow when you take away the atmosphere.
All you do is seal it with your thumb. You seal it with his thumb until you get a piece of tape, right?
Yeah, then we start swelling though, right?
No, because it's like
remember the Coke can. You have
a little bit.
The Coke can. You can easily put your thumb over it. You're not going to be worried about anything.
It's
the Coke can is a vacuum.
It's the seal. It's the seal around your thumb. It's not like it's going to suck your thumb out the hole.
No, but it's being exposed to where there's no air, basically, right?
So what? You push your thumb against a piece of metal. You think there's air between your thumb and the piece of metal?
It's science.
But Jim, do you have to remember the key thing that he said a second ago was about the pressure. When you're wondering how much strength you should be worrying about or trying to measure, it's the difference in pressures.
I get that, but surely
I know, but hold on before you go, because you're about to say, yeah, surely there's a vacuum at zero.
No, I'm not going to say
that. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to say that one is going to benefit whatever we're talking about. higher or lower is going to benefit that thing, right?
Pressure, whatever the pressure difference is, that's the strength that you're going to be looking for. Like I said, the difference in a Coke can, in and out of a Coke can, is bigger than that difference, and it's not a scary, pressure difference, right? Like it's like you can manage a small hole in your Coke can, or you can, and they're like Paymaster Show said, they're on the other side too. So they're on the side that's, they easily can put something over it. You know what I mean? The pressure's on the inside.
Do you think you get like a space hickey or something?
Yeah, basically.
No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Vacuums don't suck.
Yeah, but you still be exposed to the difference in temperatures out there or whatever. No, there's no difference in temperatures out there.
Well, is a difference in temperature out there, but
it's not really cold out there or really hot, depending on whether
really
you're
hot. I don't know. I have no idea. I forget where this was, on the sunny side or the cold side of the show.
But they didn't care because it didn't really matter.
It was probably up, so probably toward the top. So it may have been warm.
I don't remember that there's the several layers, so it's not like that is a direct directly to the outside.
They had gloves on, right?
Whoa.
No, he put his thumb. He put his bare thumb up there and pushed it. And that's it.
They equalise, don't they, NASA?
What equalizes?
The two pressure zones, they equalise, yeah.
No, it has not.
They're equalising, yeah.
It's like you put your.
Look, we know how minute it is.
If you have high pressure and low pressure, right? They're going to want to try and equalise, yeah.
Through that little
Let's
hole.
talk about this.
It's just like when you see one of those tankers implode.
Yeah, but you have like a 4 millimeter hole, and you put your thumb over it. You're going to seal around it.
But look, I don't think they actually put their thumb.
I'm not questioning the hole at the moment. I'm saying that these pressures try to equalise, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all agree.
Okay, so that process of equalisation, right, causes a sucking motion.
Not when once you stop the flow through it.
Wouldn't it? Right.
I'm
not talking about that. But that motion itself of the pressure trying to equalise would cause a sucking motion.
Yeah, but once you put your thumb over it, you stop the airflow.
Yeah,
At that point, it doesn't suck
Y'all
anymore.
don't try to get distracted from the hot side and the layers that come.
No, God, you guys are all getting.
Y'all distracted. Y'all agreeing. Don't argue about something y'all agree with. Let's talk about this hot side right here. Can you imagine burning your thumb because the shielding? Can you imagine that?
Because the sucking is not ever happening at all. So usually it's the opposite. Like the sucking is just creating like a vacuum so that there's a.
And he didn't get frostbite.
No, he didn't get frostbite. He didn't burn his thumb. People can touch.
I don't think he actually put his thumb up to the hole, and if they did, it wasn't for long.
Was it his wiener?
That's correct. It wasn't for long. It wasn't his wiener either.
No, they used to stick their wieners in the fucking. Dude, they used to, on the what is it mission? I'm not even kidding, dude. On the fucking.
Yeah.
I want to say it's called the Mercury missions.
The Mercury missions, they were wearing condoms, basically. They're peeing in them.
Yeah, exactly. And it was optional. And they had a valve on the side of the fucking ship.
Apollo did, yeah.
And basically to
pee out the ship.
Release the pee in space, they would open the valve a little bit. And
wasn't it? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so you can imagine there's probably people that like peeing, like, why are you peeing for fucking 20 minutes, dude? He's like fucking, playing with the machine or something like that. But yeah, it wasn't a direct. I used to think I thought that it was a direct.
He was having too much fun having a wee.
Yeah, I thought it was like a direct interface with. It's not really a direct interface, but there is a vacuum. There is the valve that will suck the liquid out. Once you've peed into the thing. So
wasn't the toilet itself on the ISS like a multi-million-pound development?
Yeah, but they didn't use they were pretty crude back in the day. They used to get naked, completely naked when they had to take a shit, and they would just go it'd be like in a truck, like the two people are sitting in the seats, and the guy just goes behind them, takes all his clothes off, gets naked, and like shits in a bag, basically.
Completely naked.
Can you imagine being stuck up there? What is it normally they're stuck up there for? 6 months or so?
No. Well, the ISS maybe.
Take your clothes off every time you need a dump.
I'm talking about on mission, like the Apollo missions, like specifically Apollo 10. that they on their transcripts that there was fucking shit floating around the capsule.
It's
Like,
a
oh,
floater.
so we got a turd floating around. And like,
It's
whose
a
is that?
floater.
If you guys, speaking of floating turds, if y'all haven't seen HBO's Avenue 5, I mean, dude, I just seen season 1. I think 2's over. If you haven't seen season 1 of Avenue 5, they are straight roasting the shit out of that. Like, it's written by flat earthers, like, for real. Like,
I still haven't seen Capricorn 1. Anyone else seen that? I haven't seen that. Is it worth watching?
That.
That's an old one.
6,000 years ago.
It's exactly how it would go down. I wonder why such a profound movie was made, Kosho. I wonder why.
I'm not sure how profound.
What show are you saying is written by flat earthers?
Avenue 5.
Is it a movie or is it a TV show?
It's a TV series from HBO. No commercials. It's an amazing show. It's hilarious. They make fun of Buzz Aldrin. It's like the old space guy who nobody likes.
Do you think it's possible to get it on YouTube?
YouTube, no.
It's an HBO show. So HBO.
On HBO, so
it's got House, the doctor from House. In it.
Yeah.
Oh right, the English wannabe American.
Laurie, what's his name?
House Laurie.
Hugh Laurie.
Laurie House, whatever.
Yeah.
Hugh Laurie. I didn't know he was English. I didn't know he was English because my kids like the show House. I thought he was like American until I heard him talk.
You know what I didn't know for the longest time? I didn't know that House was supposed to be an allegory for Sherlock Holmes. I didn't get that.
You didn't? Oh yeah, definitely.
A slow person, dude.
Yeah, I didn't like him. He was too big an asshole.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes is actually a cool dude. So.
I thought you would have liked him, NASA.
No, actually, I didn't like him at all. No, I don't like assholes. I don't know why I like you, Bandy.
Only
hairy
ones.
I didn't know you had kids, man. Everybody's got kids but me, man. Even Bansaw's the ultimate father. He's a grandfather. I wish I. That's when you've really made it, yeah.
Exactly right. That's the big leagues there, Kosho.
I saw a bumper sticker that said, "If I knew grandkids was so much fun, I would have had them first." Going like,
the good thing about them at NASA, you can hand them back at the end of the day.
and it's like, oh, they're crying. Here you go, poof.
Yeah.
You wind them up, feed them full of sugar, get them all wound up. And here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, and your life go, payback's a bitch.
Who's this guy? Richard Garriott. Okay, so that's what I was going to tell you guys earlier, dude. If you guys know Scott Veach, he's an old friend of mine, okay? He doesn't really come into this community anymore because he got ran off by Don. But anyways.
He's a bullshitter. Fuck y'all bullshit. I'm going to call all y'all bullshit out, bro.
I'm messing with him. But his dad was an astronaut, and also his uncle was on the moon. All right? Believe it or not. Pretty cool dude.
Wait, that was a good start. Wait, his uncle was on the moon?
Yeah, dude. And get this. When his uncle was on the moon with Alan Shepard, right? They're fucking walking around the moon. They're walking around the moon, and they're supposed to go to this crater, and they got lost. They're like, fuck, dude, where's this fucking crater? And then Scott's uncle, he fucking pulled a map out of his back pocket of the fucking moon. He's like, what the fuck? How did you have this fucking... How did you get that map from?
You took a wrong turn, bro.
Yeah, I don't even think they found the crater. Like, they were supposed to go to some crater. I don't think they actually... They failed. But anyways, that's not important. What's important is... so yeah, his uncle and his dad were astronauts, and... you know, he's a computer science guy. He studied computer science. Anyways, this guy, Richard Garriott, this guy has like almost like a paralleled life with Scott because his dad was an astronaut. And Richard Garriott is a huge video game maker. And a couple years ago, I saw that he debated a flat earther here in Austin, like on a radio show. He did like a live debate with some flat earther here in town. And the only other thing about him, so this is what makes him a little bit better than Scott. He's also been to the Mariana Trench. He's one of the only dudes who's been both to, I think he is the only person to have been both to space and to the Mariana Trench. So that's pretty crazy.
Fewer people, only like a handful of people have been that deep.
Yeah, I thought there was only like less than 5 or 6, but I think now there's
they have to make they have to make custom made vessels to go down there, don't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. See that's the pressures down there, at least 15,000 psi, right? Compare that with the pressure difference, like we were talking about, like a small pressure difference.
Yeah, and then compare the
pressure down there
cameras.
is way,
And the footage down there for some reason is way better. Like, guys, like, isn't it amazing the beautiful footage we get down
Yeah, it's
there?
amazing. It's amazing what 30 years, 40 years of technology does to cameras. Huh?
Yeah, NASA will throw one of them out in
NASA
space,
just don't
buddy.
want to upgrade, though, do they?
You guys
Throw
are
one of them in
there's not good footage of the fucking Mariana Trench. I don't know what you guys talk about.
But what about that lake underwater?
Yep, there's
That's
good
Salt
footage
Lake.
of that, isn't there, Jim? Hell yeah, great footage of it. But is there great footage of the Mars lake? No. Is there great footage of things floating around in the middle of space, spinning around, looking at the Earth and the Sun and the Moon and the Mars? No, there's not. No,
Yeah, there is, dude. If you go to sdo.gov or whatever, you can see like the sun live in like 19
Why would you need
colors.
to go to SDO, whatever you said, like instead
so
of it just being
shit.
plastered everywhere? Like, this is.
I would be
like,
blasted
the
everywhere and not on a specific website.
Fuck
Why does
that
even make
close up
sense?
of the sun bullshit. We're talking about what you saw when they look at that lake. There is a camera floating around looking at the lake, looking at everything around the lake, not a fucking close up of the fucking one spot of the lake and shit. Like they be, dude, Coach, there's no references on that sun shit. It's just the sun.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool camera. I'm looking at it now. There's like 12.
But that's what you do. You play dumb. That's the same shit Veach would do, dude. He's too fucking smart to play stupid like that all the time, dude.
It's not. I think what you're saying honestly is stupid, Don. Okay, you're talking about comparing a lake on Earth and how we have cameras on it, some stupid lake, and the fucking hottest thing and the thing that gives everything in this fucking world.
Look how he's playing dumb, guys. Y'all see how he's playing dumb.
It's a pretty big deal, dude. It's pretty dangerous to actually go over there. Okay?
First, the thing I said was cameras everywhere looking at everything, and Kosho pigeonhole strawmanned it, played ignorant to say I'm only talking about
you were on
looking at
that
a
lake
hot
thing
thing.
for a
Like,
while,
dude, you're so exposed, Kosho. Stop.
Whatever. Wait, I was gonna say what Richard Gere had done. Oh yeah, he's one of the people that are the flat earthers. Because he actually did magic tricks when he was on the ISS, and so I don't know if you've seen that footage where he's got like a playing card and it falls straight to the ground. They're like, "Wait, what the fuck? How's the gravity on the fucking ISS?" But he was doing a magic trick.
Magic and Freemasons, eh?
I'm sure he's a Freemason,
But carry on with the story about the two guys lost on the moon, man.
I mean that's the whole story. I mean that's it, dude. But Alan Shepard snuck a golf club. So get this, Alan Shepard, he did sneak a golf club on that mission up to the moon, right?
Right. And he
Gere,
didn't get like. Could you imagine like, I don't know, a soldier smuggling a drug somewhere? Like that would be the equivalent of that. Like,
No, it wasn't a drug. It wasn't a golf club either. It was the head.
Extra weight to the payload that's supposed to be going
he didn't
up.
add extra weight.
We added some extra weight. It was the head of a golf club, not the entire club.
Because I heard that he took one of the rods out of one of the cases or something like that, and he replaced it so the weight was basically the same.
I thought the weight. Oh right, okay. So he removed something
he was
else.
Careful. He's a fucking astronaut, dude. These guys aren't fucking.
So they had to remove something else, equal weight, mass, whatever you want to call it, of the golf club. What did he remove then from the ISS?
I think from what I remember, I thought it was like there was like a case and there was like a rod in the case or something like that. And he was like he replaced the rod with something with I think part of the club or something like that. I don't think there was much of a weight difference. Is my point from what I remember. But this is the weird part, though. When he was up there with Scott's uncle, Edgar Mitchell, on the way back, unbeknownst to the rest of the fucking NASA or anybody, he actually was doing his own experiments with some psychic. He was doing psychic experiments with somebody on doing some fucking. I don't know what. Like the guys making them see if they could guess what number he was thinking of or something. I don't know.
Did they say that your lie is going to be revealed?
No, I don't think so, man.
No? Oh, not a very good psychic then.
Scott's uncle was a pretty cool dude when it comes to what's it called? What's the thing called? The distant seeing? what's that thing called? The CIA. They had that program where people could see
MK
without being
Ultra
there.
or remote view.
No. Remote viewing. That's what it is. Yeah, he's the one who started that program at the CIA. They did that. They ran that for 25 years.
And here's what else just happened. Kosho knew the answer, but he throwed it out there to see who was going to say the answer.
No, I didn't. I fucking forgot what it was called. Remote viewing. Yeah.
Don't believe you.
He also wrote like a long poem about his experience up there, and the term overview effect, I think, also came from his description. Like he described this feeling that most astronauts describe about like sort of like an epiphany or a feeling of like being one with the world or some weird shit.
Did he speak about his alien abduction as well?
Well, yeah, that's attributed with him that he believes in aliens, but I don't think he actually does. I think he was like on interview shows where some other people did, and so he got like associated with conspiracy theorists and stuff, but I don't think he actually made claims about aliens. I'm not sure if you knew that or if you're just making a joke, but yeah, a lot of people know him as the actor who believes in aliens. No, but yeah, that's what he's known for by a lot of people, is like the astronaut who supposedly believes in aliens, but it's not really the case.
So on a neutral one though, guys, how's the weather for you guys? Like it's only finally started getting warm here. We're literally just experiencing spring, the start of spring.
Yeah, that's literally today, dude. Tomorrow.
Same for you guys as well.
Well, I mean, for the whole world, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Not really,
Yeah,
though, is
equinox.
it? Because in Australia it's autumn, right?
Yeah, but the equinox everywhere, and
Yeah, great time to do the Eratosthenes experiment. Actually, show you guys that the Earth isn't flat.
Mm-hmm. What are we assuming, NASA?
You're not assuming anything. You're just measuring.
Really? We don't have to assume anything whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay, then I appreciate your
Well, what do you think you have to assume?
honesty. I don't know.
Exactly. You
I
don't
don't
have to assume
know. I was
anything.
asking the question. Never
okay.
done it. Do I have to assume anything when I do it?
Nope.
I also
Kosho,
say
did you
no.
get any Kosho, you get any people take you up on that offer?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Me and Bacon, yeah, absolutely, dude.
So they're
no,
gonna get their solo cups and cut a hole in it?
Yes, exactly, dude. But guess what? I had another epiphany last night.
That you're wasting money and it doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay.
No, I'm not gonna have to spend that money though, because the celestial navigation thing that I made, and Bacon also made one as well. Anyways, like mine, for instance, it'll give me the GP for any given star that's in the almanac, right? Or you could just use the almanac and try to calculate it yourself. Regardless, at any given moment in time, you have the GP of any given star, right? So why wait on the sun to be over the equator or the solar or the tropics when you could literally do it at any given day, any given time for many more locations? You know what I mean? To measure these all the different latitudes.
It's easier for idiots to identify the sun than it is a particular star.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. But I'm starting from the position of confirming, of using the GPs as confirmed, as they are.
How is so it's easy to confirm the sun is exactly at zenith with that solo cup, right? With the shadow it casts. Yeah. What shadow? How different is the measurement for a star at night?
No, it's not about. So, like I said, I'm coming from the starting point, which would maybe seem unfair at first. The starting position of knowing that the almanac and my calculations of the GPs are correct, and I have evidence. Somebody said, do Denver. So I looked up 3 stars in the almanac and the elevation in Denver. I pinpointed the exact location. So that means that the almanac that I have and the GPs of the stars I'm using is correct enough to give me correct answers. So,
when you take a sighting of a star, you usually don't look directly overhead because figuring out directly 90 degrees is difficult.
Yeah, of course. Let me make it clear that what I'm talking about is not people. I'm not talking about anyone making observations. Even I'm talking about simply using the GPS of the stars and their positions, and how they move, and basically how a GP will move from one position to another position, like 15 minutes later, calculating what that distance is, and then multiplying that by 96 to get the distance for the entire latitude. Right? Like it's it's actually a pretty quick way of.
You're going to show the sphericity by doing this. Huh?
Yeah, well, we'll confirm one model or the other. We might just discover that the Earth was flat this whole time or something.
Yeah, I was waiting. I want some flat earther to even attempt to claim the 10K out there by MC Toon.
No, that'll never happen. Kosho, you're presupposing
so funny
the.
How all of these globers are desperate for flat earthers to take up this McToon challenge. It's so
Take
funny.
it up. Well, the reason is that I've heard for the last year now that the sextant proves the flat Earth. So now I want somebody to put up or shut up.
Right. Well, I've heard that there's so many globe proofs, and yet no one's claimed free Bitcoin.
The problem with the free Bitcoin is I don't think it exists, and I don't think that it's going to begin because he doesn't have.
Well, I don't think the 10 grand exists.
Actually, it's there. You can check the blockchain.
Guys, there's no reason. I mean, the smart assery is awesome, but it's like when you know it can't be finished, why even
check the blockchain?
Yeah, but
I'm gonna go check out what's his name, David Weiss's challenge, and I'll do it with this thing we just discussed and see if he gives me the money. He won't.
Proof.
Flat earthers never pay off their money.
Yeah, but what were you saying? Chronic, you were saying there was a one issue or presupposing.
Yeah, presupposing the almanac is true.
No. I just confirmed that, dude.
So you can
Do you see the picture I posted?
No.
Okay, well I posted
it. It just seems a bit desperate from the globers that they're all trying. It seems like it might be a trap because every glober.
I want someone to put up or shut up.
Every glober want
either claim MC Toon's $10,000 because it's so fucking easy, or shut the fuck up about the sextant proving the shape of the Earth.
I only bring up the Bitcoin thing if you guys bring up the McToon thing.
Well, I'll do it.
Bitcoin, don't bring it up.
MC Toon's money is out there.
We're not here pressuring.
You have the blockchain. I don't think that he's got. I don't think he's got.
We're not here pressuring you to.
Flat earthers never pay off their bills.
Give that globe
never pay
proof.
off their bets.
We're not here pressuring you to give that globe proof to David Weiss, right? But yeah, all you guys are always trying to. Oh yeah, do McToon's challenge. Do
McToon's challenge, or please be quiet.
So you should mention it because Riding and I were working on it last night.
Really?
Yes.
How you coming on it?
Well, we're trying to make our own sextant system.
Nice.
We actually are working on it.
It's gonna be more difficult to make your own almanac, but okay.
I think it's unfair that he doesn't allow you to use the almanac. That's
the almanac is a globe document.
Kind of.
How is that not fair?
Hold on. We can't use the almanac.
No.
It says what it says in his thing is it says you can't use any star charts or anything like that. So you can't even use some other star chart. But it seems like if something was in the past, it seems like it should be fair game. Predicting something in the future might be bad. But
that's absolute rubbish.
I think so too, man.
Yeah. Well, that's rubbish. Then if you can't
the
use
almanac,
the challenge is null and void.
Yeah,
the almanac is a globe document. If you use the almanac, you're succeeding that the globe exists.
No. Okay, then fine.
Wait, how did they get those documents?
NASA, this is what I'll do, right? Give me about, 70-odd years, and I'll sit out in my backyard, and I'll plot all the stars, and I'll make my own. All right? 'Cause that's how long it's going to take.
Here's the thing, though, dude.
It's rubbish.
Right, Chronic, sorry.
Why would you need 70 years? Go ahead, Kosha.
What I was going to say, on his challenge, I was reading
star cycles.
It said he has on there the first part of the challenge, the specific date, which was 4 years ago, and the 3 stars that he wants you to use. And so that's what I'm thinking, like, it's not, he says any star chart. So, I mean, there's so many records. There's many, many, many different programs you could use to go back in the past. But like I said, he doesn't allow any of them.
They're all based on the globe.
Yeah, but they don't have to be if you really think about it. Like, if you're just recording the position that the star's over at a point in the past, you could claim that was done on a globe. It probably was, but that information isn't based on like knowing that information. There's ways that you could have gained that information without knowing it was a globe. You know what I mean?
Wait, these almanacs, are they taking angles? Is that what they're?
No, they basically just tell you when you can calculate the position, the GPS of the stars, basically.
So they don't use angles. They don't need to.
That's your job.
They don't need to use a flat.
That's the
plane
challenge.
to get their angles.
That's what the
right?
challenge is.
No, I'm asking whether the almanacs already do that to get their measurements and their numbers, right? Don't they already do
The
that?
almanac gives you something that you can translate into a longitude and latitude.
Do they have to work angle?
No, that doesn't give you an angle. Listen, dude, it gives you.
No, I'm just.
I know, but you need the information to the question you're asking.
Whether they need to measure or account for angles, and that's how they get it. Because you would need a flat baseline for that, wouldn't you not? So the almanac is already a flat Earth thing.
I don't know.
The almanac is a globe thing.
It's an absolute rubbish challenge. Then absolute rubbish.
I think he could have done the challenge and not included that in it, and it'd still have been not impossible to do. So.
I agree. With or without his almanac requirement is still impossible to calculate on a flat Earth.
It's correct because cell nav will not work on a flat Earth.
Well, the angle of equal altitude, the distance of the GP is the killer, you know.
Yeah, I think partially so there's a small loophole you could try to find if you're able to use almanacs or something that go way back, or almanacs that were incorrectly derived or something, to loophole your way into. Maybe getting it to work on a flat Earth, but
you got to read his challenge, dude, because he's pretty explicit about.
You think I'm taking time out of my day to read a flat Earth challenge, Kosho? Come on.
It's like you make me feel bad for doing anything, dude. For fuck's sake, man. But no, but I did read the whole thing yesterday, okay, dude. And guess what? It's so long and explicit, and there's so many caveats, like things that you have to basically show how you derived it. And it can't be based on random shit, basically.
How many caveats does David Weiss's challenge have?
I'm going to find out, buddy.
Well, the biggest caveat is you can't confirm any of the money that he's promising to put up. With MC Toon, you can confirm it.
Right, but if you use a loophole, then you might not actually get it. Like you were saying, there could be a possible loophole.
You hand-waved the entire point away.
Cheating.
You hand-waved the entire point. The biggest caveat between the two
I get what you're saying. No,
is it's impossible to confirm that his money is not where his mouth is.
I get that. On his
address
side,
it.
proof of the price is there. That's fine.
So who would ever take that other challenge seriously if you can't even confirm the money's there?
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. No, that's fair enough.
What's his name of his channel?
David Weiss or whatever.
Yeah, it's like Dorf.
Dearth, D-I-E, yeah.
Oh, he's Dearth?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he won't pay off.
It's like your arch enemy.
I only know MC Toon's challenge on a surface level and don't care to read more into it. I love hearing people like paid NASA shill bring it up just to trigger flatter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I would have made it more accessible because that's what makes it fun. Is like
that money's not being claimed by anyone ever. It will never be claimed because it's an impossible challenge, and that's the whole point of putting up money that you can.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Though he could have made more of a point by making it more accessible. You know what I mean? Because
he's got $10,000 of his own money out there. You want to make sure nobody worm their way through in some sort of stupid,
Yeah, you'd end up playing yourself.
You know, you're right. The caveats with you can't do made up shit and stuff like that. That's whatever. But saying that you can't use records of the fucking stars is kind of messed up because it's like, what the fuck? How are you supposed to know what the star or the angle of the star is? Or what the I'm sorry, not the angle of the star, but the wait, no. If you're doing it in the past, so yeah, it would be difficult even for a glober, dude, because you'd have to look up.
He's given a 25 mile an hour. He's given it like a 25-mile radius jet to get tolerance. And I think that if you use current charts It would be well within that tolerance.
Yeah, but you not only have to determine that date, but you have to use the star on any given night and then translate it to that date. You know what I mean?
And you're saying only three stars are allowed to be used?
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, you have 3 stars. Yeah, that's all you need.
You need 3.
You only need 2.
Any 3, not just a certain 3.
No, he's given 3 sites to 3 stars.
Right, that's cool. Not just a certain 3.
Well, a certain 3. He's given a site to 3 specific stars.
Yes,
Specific.
3 unique stars.
Those certain 3, not like any 3.
No, it is a certain 3. It's a 3 unique stars. They have names.
Right, okay.
The Arcturus and whatever the other 2 names are.
Right,
You have to
right.
use
Okay.
those.
So he has narrowed it down.
Dude.
I don't. Arcturus is the only one. I don't even know the other ones.
Well, there's 58 of them. I don't have them all memorized. I'm sorry.
I have a list. Of the ones I have for my bot. My bot's not that great, but anyways,
I'm confused. Sorry. You can use 3 out of
David Weiss.
No, he's giving you 58. Well, there are 58 navigable stars in the almanac. He has the sites to 3 of them.
Okay, I see. Okay.
He actually has the fucking angles already.
Yeah, he has
that's
the angles
easy,
and the
then.
time. So all you need to do
that is easy
to do the math.
So I guess that would never mind, dude. That would be kind of. I mean, I can see why he doesn't want people to use the almanac. He's already given them all the information.
Yeah. All you need, what you really need. I mean, he's taken the sightings. You just need to do the math. So we're on the flat Earth. You are using flat Earth math. The almanac is a globe document put out by people like the Royal Naval Observatory and I forget who does in the United States. The naval
USNO.
Yeah.
USNO.
Wow, bro.
Don't you worry. I've got
You're
writing
so
on it.
patriot.
We'll work it out.
So,
there's a 111 kilometers, right? Instead of 69 miles or 60 nautical miles. There's maybe something you could do with that. 111 kilometers. Somehow,
Well, if you multiply it by 6, it's 666. So.
Yeah, that's true. There's some reason why you need to use 111 kilometers.
I want to know why these guys are going. Somebody went crazy the other day on 273, and I can't figure out why.
Jeremy goes crazy on that.
Oh, everything is linked to 273.
I know, but what's important about 273? Is it like
There's a couple
666 or
No,
33?
it's the fact that there's a lot of things like the I think that's the lunar cycle.
I know, but sometimes it was like 23, and sometimes it was 273,
and that's what the problem is.
The units are all off, and I mean, so the numbers. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just like people finding 666 everywhere.
You do find 273 everywhere.
Is it important? I mean, is it like a Masonic number or a Knights Templar number?
No, it's not Masonic. It's just a number that comes up quite regularly. It's kind of interesting. Gestation periods, cycles, freezing points, lunar cycles. Kind of 273 is linked in all these different ways, but it's got nothing to do with anything Masonic or anything like that.
Okay, that might be like some secret.
No.
Australian Masonic Lodge number or something.
No.
Anyways, I'm trying to find the I'm always caught in the middle of 5 different things, dude. But I'm looking for Dirt's channel. I don't like the guy, by the way. It's not a secret that I'm Jewish. You guys know that. And also, this guy happens to be the only flat Earth Jew who celebrates Christmas, by the way. But I just thought there wasn't any of us.
They call it Jew who celebrates Christmas, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. Well, my dad, he was a rabbi, right? And he actually started out being a rabbi as a Messianic Jew. But
Messianic Jew, they're sort of.
He dropped Jesus, man.
Cool, the subject's changed quite a bit since I've gone downstairs.
No, I'm looking for Dirt's video, dude. I was just talking about how I'm kind of ashamed. I thought there's no flat Earth Jewish people. Gave me some pride. I mean, you also don't see a lot of flat Earth Chinese people though either. So
really, Have you been to China and checked it out? There's millions and billions of them.
Okay,
They're
there's
too
billions
smart.
of
They're too
Chinese flat earthers. Okay,
they're too smart for flat Earth.
they probably didn't have the opportunity to like.
Yeah, they believe in aliens instead.
Probably they probably met some of them, you know. But they have so many. They have secrets in China that we don't know about. Like they have pyramids and shit. And you ever notice that we don't like? What's the name of their secret service? Right? Like we have like KGB or Mossad and CIA, NSA, MI6, MI5, whatever. Well, what does China have? They're so secret you don't even know what they're called, right? Think about that. Anyways, where's this challenge? I'm looking at his videos, and I don't feel like looking at them any longer. Does anybody know what's like if there's like a special title or is it?
No, I'm looking for it. There's nothing.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, he's real weird with his videos. He does so much like so much flash.
I just put on the Globe Challenge and nothing comes up.
Yeah. People still give him love for that that when he went for some reason he was at an old folks home. Who knows why? But and he was fucking
talking about old Nana. What the hell?
That was yeah, but I mean, was he? We don't know that. But who knows why he was there? That's not important. But yeah, he's like that lady. I felt so bad because there were some points where she was telling him that she's like, yeah, I mean, we didn't really, I don't know. I forget exactly what she said, but he was basically telling her that, we basically know now that we didn't really go to the moon and shit like that. She's like, what? Like she fucking is in disbelief almost. You know what I mean? I don't think she was agreeing with him. I think she was learning from him because she has that,
Well, don't you think she should have known the truth before she passed on, Kosho?
Well,
I mean, in a sense, though, like I think that is so questionable, though. Like an old lady, you don't know, whether they're sound of mind or whatever. Like,
well, you do know that they're not sound of mind.
Well, yeah, I've been a bit suspicious about David Weiss for a while, anyway.
Damn.
He seems like a good guy sometimes, and I don't really have anything against him, so I can't say too much. But he's a funny guy. Like at the Flat Earth conference in Dallas, like somebody put up a airplane, that's one of those banners that was like said like research the fucking globe or something, and he bought a plane that said to basically buy his app. Like it was like an ad for his app. I was like, that's pretty smart.
Yeah, another red flag raised right there.
Well, no, that makes sense. But where's his stupid? Do you know where his challenge is, man?
No, it's not on his channel. I just looked.
His challenge is just one globe proof, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but where is it? Like, where do I find this?
Not
There's
on
just
his
one
channel.
globe proof. That's it. It's that simple. There's no caveats, right?
Right.
I
It's word of mouth. Okay.
I think he said it once.
I got news for you, dude. I'm not the kind of guy who would take that from him, anyways. You know what I mean? Like I would.
Really?
Yeah, dude. First of all, McToon, maybe. I don't know what kind of money he has. Maybe he just fine with money, but I don't think he wants to give that away. And I definitely don't think that David Weiss just wants to give 3 Bitcoin away.
Yeah, I feel the same. I don't trust either of the challenges, to be honest.
That's like $120,000.
Well, Roof is guaranteed to back up returns, apparently. So I wouldn't feel too bad about return.
Well, I feel bad about Roof then, man. Oh, he has more money, that's right.
Rolling in it. Don't be worrying about his money. That's like console change for him. 10 grand.
Jeremy's gonna want to take it from him and give it to us poor people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe you should, man. Anyways, I'm looking for this video, man. I'm kind of.
You won't find it. I just told you I went on there. It's not on there.
Don't you hate it how when you look for Flat Earth videos, you just can't fucking.
Yeah, thank the algorithm for that one.
Yeah. That's how I got into it, because I was showing my friend. I was showing my friend 9/11 shit, and then it was just playing just replaying and replaying or auto-playing or whatever. And it was moon landing shit. And I was like, I wasn't even watching it. I just, it was on in the background. And then eventually Flat Earth one came on and I was like, what the fuck? And, yeah. And then it all went down.
Well, autoplay.
Yeah, autoplay. You know what that means? It's like automatic.
Yeah. I know what it means, but like automatically brought up a Flat Earth video.
Yeah, you used to do that. I mean, there's a lot of people who
got
into Flat Earth just from that mechanism alone.
Before the algorithm, yeah.
Yeah. Now it like protects you from Flat Earth.
Right.
Like it'll specifically show you like.
But it's so stupid they have to hide it.
Well, no, I think that first of all, it's like, yeah, I can see your perspective, like the conspiracy perspective about it, but they did get, a Senate hearing, Google.
Yeah, I saw that court case and they personally mentioned Flat Earth. Not,
if you think about it,
not the Mandela effect, not any other conspiracy.
That's not the flat Earth is unique in a lot of ways.
Worldview.
Yeah, because that's what's so crazy about it is the claims are at face value, like right away it's like laughable, but then when you give it the time of day, or you start giving your rebuttals, like you're like, wait a minute, this is just you could just look at the fucking this or whatever, you can just go to the other side of the world and there's no sun, whatever. But then right, but with the Mandela, there's an answer for all that stuff. Be real. It's like an answer for everything, and then there's also like shit that you thought was true that ends up not being true, and so it's a little bit it's an easier trap to fall into than some of the
David Weiss was actually on Australian radio a couple of weeks ago.
What was?
David Weiss.
Oh, right.
Why?
Spreading the love.
Jem had this Australian guy on his show. I don't know what he was at, some sort of meeting or get together. There was like a huge crowd of people, and he was fucking flat smacking thousands of people or something.
Where?
I don't know. Maybe I should find the video. I'll show it to you. Okay. I didn't even watch the clip, to be honest with you, but I saw it was a huge crowd.
Interesting.
I only go on BitChute to watch Jem's show. I never go on there for any reasons.
Why do you go on BitChute to watch Jem's show?
That's where he fucking posted. He can't post it. I mean, he it's not going to permanently stay posted on YouTube,
Oh, okay.
That pussies, dude. I honestly, I gotta be honest with you, dude. I shouldn't be saying this. This is the truth, man. That's the that is kind of the reason why I have neglected to get the the sax, the old saxophone. You know what I'm talking about? The jab. Yeah, it's just because it's kind of weird how I don't know. They really, I don't know. It's just like they're kind of weird about people. If you talk about it at all, you're like, a red flag. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like that's a red flag for me. So but
then it plagues on your mind. Is it a double bluff?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
There's so many ways to.
That doesn't play on a double bluff.
Make you think, oh, they're going to hide it because it's important, but they bluff that. Because they know how people work.
Yeah, okay. That's like the people who think that Kennedy wasn't killed. He actually faked his own death and became Jimmy Carter or whatever.
What? No way. Who would think that?
And it's like there's already a conspiracy theory, but the conspiracy theory is deeper. They like you said, double bluffed everybody. They let people know that they killed the president.
Come on, Clinton couldn't hide the fact he got a blowjob from a girl. You think you're going to hide the fact that Kennedy faked his own death?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
I do believe.
But in a sense, though,
I think that is dirty. Though.
Like, I think they had all the power to keep that hidden. In a sense, like
what do you mean keep it hidden? Like keep like his? No, I don't think so, dude. I honestly, I think they. Like when you first of all, this is why I think that it was an inside job, or at least complicit sort of job kind of thing, is because when there's so many holes, like when there's so many there's a pattern of a lot of weird shit that happened. Like they killed Oswald, the Ruby killed Oswald for whatever reason, right? And just weird shit, a lot of weird shit like that.
Senior Bush being involved, I heard all about that as well.
It's not only that, dude. There was actually a handful of professional hitmen who were collected in Dallas that day, in the area. So like for some reason they have these collection of hitmen from all over the country that happen to be there for whatever reason.
And the babushka lady.
It's just a bunch of shit,
Kosho, is that your out of like all the mainstream conspiracy theories? Is that the one you subscribe to the most?
No, that one is like the lukewarm one compared to the. Because I mean, honestly, I'm a pretty firm.
Which one do you believe the most is a true conspiracy theory?
Well, the one that is probably the most conspiracy theory, like before the flat Earth was a thing, 9/11 was those were the.
So 9/11 for you.
What about the Federal Reserve? Is that just
that's obvious though, the Federal Reserve stuff. But with 9/11 though, I don't say the weird shit that people say though, because I actually have cold hard evidence of complicit actions from our government and the actual people who were perpetrating this thing. So I don't go with things like no planes or shit like that, because they could easily been planes and all that kind of shit,
What about Pearl Harbor as well?
Well, yeah, I mean that stuff's already known though. Like Pearl, it's not that Pearl Harbor was like planned or something, but it was kind of known about before it was actually like they could have protected it more. But
there's still people that aren't aware of that.
Yeah, sure.
So it would look like a conspiracy to those people.
But that's part of the problem. Is there's so many people who are so on the other side of conspiracies that when there's things that are actually based on some truth, people go so far away with it that
they just avoid it.
I think that's.
Remember the movie Dave? Remember the movie Dave?
Who was in there?
Eddie Murphy?
No, Dave. The one where who's the guy? They replaced the president because he had a heart attack, so he replaced him with an extra.
With little
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Little Dicky was in that.
I've not seen that.
Anyway, they had Oliver Stone on there, and Oliver Stone is going like, "Well, if you look, if there's a mole that's suddenly in here," and Lewis goes, "Yeah, that's just you," and he had it right,
Yeah, well, Oliver Stone,
It shows. I mean, it showed that he had a sense of humor about it that I didn't. Dave, Kevin Kline was in it.
Yeah, that's right. I know exactly that movie. Yeah, that was an old '90s movie. But no, Oliver Stone. I haven't seen it yet, but on Showtime, there's a new documentary where he goes over, because he made the movie obviously in the '90s JFK movie, but he there's a documentary with more evidence and shit for the JFK thing. And the thing is, there's so much shit that people don't know about what actually went down that day. That's like it screams in your face that there was obviously some people had to be complicit, and a lot has to do with like the body, the bullets, and all that kind of stuff.
I actually don't get it. So if you ask me that question, about what like mainstream conspiracy theory is most likely to be sort of true, I would say the JFK thing, but not like I don't care about all this nuanced and the subtle clues with the body and all that stuff. Like just the Zapruder film alone and the physics of how a bullet and a body reacts to a bullet. Like you don't need to go any deeper than literally that, in my opinion.
I said that the other day.
Wouldn't it be weird to title them as mainstream conspiracy theories, though? That seems a bit of an
in this community, dude. Yeah, dude, absolutely.
Does it say when I say that term, it doesn't make sense to you, or?
No, it just seems a bit of an oxymoron. It's like if it's fed by the mainstream, then you're being fed a story, right?
He's saying that it's a more commonly shared.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm saying mainstream in the context of popularity, not how people are being fed the information. Just
right.
I brought that up though the other day, the exit wound, and on that kind. There's a couple in that kind. You can see there's several shots taking place. Plus, there's a massive exit wound on the opposite side of where it should be, and stuff like that. And Anyway, they have to get made fun of just last week for saying that. But
no, just that alone, just that alone as a.
Plus, he like I was saying, there's a motive, and like I said, the person was disagreeing with me, but he was starkly at odds with his own Justice Department. Well, not the actual Justice Department, because his brother was the Attorney General, but the CIA and the intelligence agencies and shit.
Have you seen that James Franco? What's it called?
James who?
James Franco. It's a TV series. I'll find the.
Oh yeah, I've seen that, the Stephen King one.
Where he goes back to he goes like back in time to the assassination.
Yeah, November 22nd.
Was there supposed to be
some whatever
dodgy dealings with the coroner?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Was there some sort of dodgy dealings with the coroner at the time?
8.1.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit like that. Yeah. What are you saying though, dude, about that show?
Nothing. It's really high. It's pretty highly rated on. It's got a lot of good ratings.
Yeah, man. That's all you care about, dude. My friend actually, it was highly rated by my friend, my roommate, and so I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this. It's a great show," and it just was lukewarm for me.
Doesn't highly rated mean groupthink?
No, it just means like people, like critics, think that it was good. Well, good job.
It's a statistic. Well, yeah, groupthink has nothing to do with it.
Like you can, like
there's a majority that like it, right?
It's a statistic. It's just how the math comes out, regardless of emotion or.
You can look at different, like if you look at Rotten Tomatoes or something, you can compare the mass amount of, like there's two different ratings. Like there's the people, and then there's like the critics rating. And so, you can. I don't like looking at ratings though.
I like looking at ratings if you understand the distribution and who was actually voting. And
I don't even like to watch trailers. Like, I don't like to have any because I feel like if it's a good movie, like the movies I like are really good movies, and usually if it's a good movie, movie, he's gonna present the story to you exactly how it's meant to be expressed to you. So that watching trailers and seeing shit out of context and hearing people's opinions about it just gives you like a fucking.
I get what you mean with that, because quite often they give you all the kind of good bits out of the film just in the trailer, and it's like, oh, cheers for ruining it for me.
That's how you know it's a shitty movie.
Right? Yeah, when
they all the fucking good parts
in the trailer.
Yep.
Like I hear like a lot of you guys in America saying that the newest Matrix was a bit of a letdown.
So I didn't even want to hear that. So far I had got no reviews about that until you said that to me. The Matrix has always been in my top 3 favorite movies. The Matrix original. Disappointed now that you said that.
But I did hear that a lot of people are disappointed with the newest one.
All I can do is hope that you are just as correct about that as you are about your idea of the shape of the Earth. Because I was excited.
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is in its entirety. I would need to scan the whole of it, wouldn't I?
I'm just messing with you, man. What do you think about that?
I'm just being honest.
Yeah, what do you think though about that? What we were talking about with the measuring, like using the GPS to measure like the length of the circumference of different latitude lines or whatever. You think that anything will come of that?
So the GP is where the star is directly above on the Earth, right?
Yeah. So let me give you. I gotta give you a little bit more information because I have the data right here, and so I've actually been collecting some of the data over time, like just every 10 minutes or something like that. And what ends up happening is it gives me the longitude and the latitude for where the star, the GP is, and the latitude is consistent. It just stays the same. Okay, so the longitude is changing at just about 15 degrees per hour, actually.
So we're talking about it like in longevity terms, like what circle does that one star create?
Yeah, exactly. Because if you just measure 15 minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes apart, the distance of the GP, right, and just multiply that out by
right. Yeah, you can calculate further and further time. Yeah.
288. Yeah.
But what about going back to older knowledge of what has already been spoken about of the stars. So if you go, say, 400 years back, or what, if you go, say, however far back you can be happy with the accuracy of the results from
No, I don't think you get
ancient time of the stars.
No, but that's not.
Then you don't have to just do the 15. You
No,
know what I
no.
mean? Like, you don't have to do the 15. You can go, well, if 200 years ago it was here,
Yeah, but no, but you
now it's here. Right?
You don't have to do that though. If you know that in 24 hours it's going to stay on the same latitude and it's going to go at every spot along that longitude, and
I'm saying doing both methods, so you could correct any errors that you might create by going back and going, well, it doesn't add up with previous observations.
Well, no, but it's not. It would. I mean, that to me wouldn't really matter. Like if it because today's observations, if it tells me that the circles, like the latitude lines, let's say, like what I would predict is that the latitude lines they get bigger and bigger as you get to the equator, and then they get smaller and smaller at the exact same rate south of the equator. So
right,
it's like
but
a
what
mirror
I'm saying
image.
is,
And so, I mean, if I saw that, I wouldn't have to look at past information. You know what I mean?
No, but what I'm saying is, like, if you were to relate what you've just recorded, and then compare it to previous observations, and if it doesn't, and with those previous observations added into yours, doesn't create a circle, then one's wrong.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I would at that point. I wouldn't even know. I would wait, but the Earth used to be not a globe, but it is now.
No, I'm not saying about globe or.
No, but I'm saying
I'm saying about
that would confuse me more than anything.
Like if it's becoming egg shaped, right? Then
oh shit.
If it's becoming egg shaped, then one of the observations are wrong, right?
For a second, I thought you were saying like it's slowly transform. What if the Earth was actually flat and like it's transformed slowly into this sphere? How crazy would that be? Anyway, that's
anything's possible, eh?
Sure, yeah. Until the measurements are done, and then you're left with the results, of course. But I try to be fair and not make any conclusions before. Because I'm saying this is what I would expect, but anything can happen. Yeah.
Always try and halt your bias, eh?
Yeah, that's important, actually. I did when I first got in this community, I did an experiment with 23 people, and it kind of sucks because I found out that other dude, a very famous YouTuber, also did the same thing with exactly 23 people. So it looks kind of weird that I also did it with 23 people. But anyways, Slice Sparkan is what I'm talking about, and yeah, so he did like a Aristosthenes type of measurement, and yeah.
Not presupposing the Earth's a sphere in the start. Huh?
But what's funny is what I did was I used 23 people, but I didn't presuppose. What I did was I made predictions for both models. So I made predictions on what I would expect everyone's data would be. I made predictions for every single person. Every person, I had 23 people. I made predictions for all their shit on if it was based on it being a globe.
Right, but the problem with that is the flat Earth doesn't have a proper model, whereas the globe has a model that they claim is factual, whereas the flat earthers say this is what we kind of think it might be.
Yeah, that's all I used, though. I didn't use any other facts besides.
But we don't know what it is, so we don't really have a model.
No, but I didn't use a specific model. I used, in the case of the globe, I used the Earth was spherical, the size that we think it is, and that the sun was far away enough that I could use the light rays as parallel. That's what I used for the globe model. And for a flat plane, I used the Earth was flat and stationary, and that the sun was close and local, so that it was able to give me different angles. Obviously, just use those two things, and then use that to make predictions.
Fair enough.
And the results?
Yeah, to my chagrin, No, I'm just kidding. Actually, funnily enough, I got flat earthers help me. The person who gave me the most data was a flat earther, and all my predictions were all within half a degree of the predictions I made for the globe Earth.
What
Everyone's
a surprise,
measurements.
man! Can you hear? I'm falling out of my chair. I'm so shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to hold on. The Earth's spinning so fast.
Well, it's funny, Chepa,
I'm dizzy.
like
I'm so
the
dizzy.
guy the flat earther who gave me more data than anyone else, he disagreed with the results more than anybody else. And to this day, like I wrote a paper on it and all this stuff, and nobody's read it. Nobody's convinced by this by it at all.
Maybe you should team up with the Realm.
Yeah, maybe. What for? What goal? What game?
Making a model.
Oh yeah. I've shown he actually was talking about my model earlier. He likes my model, so I have the two boobs or whatever. I'll show you.
Giggity.
The problem is like I can. There's some definite proofs, like some absolute proofs, like this this GP thing. Easily determine the size of these latitudes, but I don't. I'm not good at presenting it to people to compel them to be convinced or anything. So it's almost like a reverse effect. It's like I have a reverse effect on flat Earth.
Oh,
flat Earth more.
I'm pretty sure a lot of flat earthers feel the same way.
Well, some of them are literally. Some of them do. Like I know people who turn back to the globe because of spurs chemo. I think Sean G said that's why he turned back to the globe was mainly because of spurs chemo.
Yeah, it can rub people up the wrong way. That's why I've always kind of said that, trying to bring someone into a different idea or knowledge.
Yeah, ease them in.
It's almost like you're putting them on a position to either agree with you or disagree with you, and it's almost like you're imploring them to prove you wrong.
People aren't going to give me credit for this, but I always give myself credit because I know what happened. But when before I got banned for 24/7 and went to gyms, I was in there, every day hanging out with them, was friends with everybody. But they didn't used to check people when they came in, and they didn't used to have a standard spiel or anything. A lot of times, what would happen is Ron Sheckelson, for example, would unload all the most stuff that you could introduce somebody into if they're comfortable in the community, but showing Sandy Hook kids at prom,
softeners,
stuff like that. So people who are brand new aren't going to respond to that. So I was just telling them, I was like, dude, you guys have to come up. You guys got to ease people in by bringing up JFK, the moon landing, and then feel them out, get them into. It's lube, what do you call that? Foreplay. You know what I mean? You got to do foreplay, lube, all that kind of stuff, dude.
Right.
Just fucking going hard with the fucking Sandy Hook shit. You know what I mean?
Would you say Gem Panda ever had the similar problems like 24/7 had with Globers coming in and posting porn and playing?
This is another thing that
music to get them copyright strike. Did Flat Earthers ever do that in Gem Panda?
I'm going to take the credit for this because I know it's partially true, but the security from 24/7 was also kind of my fault because after I got banned, I kept coming back with different alts and stuff, and so they got in the habit of actually doing interviews, checking every new person,
VT checking
to make sure it wasn't me. Yeah,
but in all fairness, I don't know how big Gem Panda is compared to 24/7 because
he doesn't have the same problem though, dude. It's not like people rarely go there to troll.
But did they have the same numbers?
Oh no, not at all.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he's like a tenth of 10%.
So you'd expect more problems at 24/7 anyway, because of the amount of numbers. So it's not really a fair comparison.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. I think Becky was also I think Becky had been a part of some video. Some kids came in one day, and Becky was in a video that ended up going on Twitch, and like a bunch of people saw that, and after that happened, like so many people started coming to like they were getting like hundreds of new people every day for like a couple weeks. So they blew up after that whole thing. They were already big before that even. Pretty dead in there now though. It's kind of embarrassing for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's fallen off, and it's fallen off pretty hard.
Well, their model is
as
no pun
predicted.
intended.
Yeah.
What was it? Were you doing some flat Earth pun?
No, go ahead.
I was making a pun. I thought I ruined your pun. I was kind of like, fucked up his pun.
No.
I forgot what my pun was.
Something about how it's dead.
I did say that, man. You said falling off, and I said, who knows what it was? It wasn't a good pun. Point is, oh yeah, the model. That's what it meant. I was like, yeah, their model, no pun intended, but 24/7's model, just not a good model. They don't allow for any color. You know what I mean? Like it's
freedom of expression.
Well, it's not just that. It's a freedom to be challenged. Like in here, Geo, any of the flat earthers,
it's
any of
open
the Lobers even, are basically it's free game to challenge anybody and take up the challenge, and you're not gonna be silenced just because of what side you're on or whatever.
Right. That's probably why we all like it here, eh? Because even all us flat earthers have been banned from 24/7.
Dude. There's a strange paranoia over there. That's why I got banned originally. I didn't even do anything wrong. They just thought that I was a Mossad agent because I wasn't debating them as much as like other Globers who would come in. Yeah, so they just thought that I was like secretly holding back to like collect information or something. I don't know.
I got banned for saying angels and demons are just as theoretical as gravity and black holes.
That would get you banned. No, I can see that. Yeah. in the wrong company. Yeah, there's people. I don't know how bad they are at it now, but there's people that are just trigger happy, ready to ban people, for no reason. Sometimes in a very ugly way. But we don't gotta talk too bad about them. I told you, my girlfriend, she made an account and we're trying to infiltrate their rankings, dude. Maybe get I'm hoping I can get her a gold rank.
Jim, can I ask you a quick question just to spur some friendly conversation?
Sure.
And again, we can keep this light and friendly. No need to. So what?
Don't worry, the alcohol's worn off. Don't worry.
All right. Awesome. What leads you to say that black holes are only theoretical?
Well, show me the reality.
All right, I'm doing some searching right now.
Just got a black hole in my pocket. Hold on.
They are only theoretical.
Spare black hole in my pocket, mate. Yeah, have a look.
How about the fact that they are only theoretical, Chronic?
They're not. I don't want to steal.
Fucking guys are disrespecting fucking reality right now.
I don't want to steal Chronic's question, but
how dare you sit here and say
sir?
There's a thing that exists there.
Hold on,
that's a placeholder. There's plethora of different theories of what it could be. So to sit there and say it is real,
okay,
you
dude,
can't. Hold on.
Chronic.
He cannot define his motherfucking it. So therefore, it's a fucking theory of what it fucking is still.
Well, thank you for taking
that. So Jim gonna be right in the end. Y'all ain't gonna bust this dude down and say act like you can prove a fucking black hole. Y'all is kidding right now.
I was gonna ask one question, dude, and it was gonna take a third of the time that you did to say whatever it is.
That's funny though. It's funny to hear you guys spill, isn't it? So let them go.
I'll just ask you this quick question because I'm not gonna follow up on this. I'm just while Chronic's waiting to give you his thing or whatever he's gonna show you. I was just gonna ask you how you feel about neutron stars. If you don't think that black holes are real, like
what you mean?
You believe neutron stars are real?
Is so heavy. Like a teaspoon of it is so heavy that it'd fall through the earth, right? That sort of shit. Is that what you're talking about? Neutron star is so dense that if you had a teaspoon of it, it would fall through the Earth.
Frank's trying to show you something.
Yeah. So
I'm responding to what you just said.
I know, but I don't want to steal Chronic's thunder. My bad.
Yeah. First of all, Don.
Abort.
Who asked you, by the way? Okay, Jim. There's a few things in the. In the Discord. So yeah, of course, science doesn't prove things. Obviously, we all agree on that.
The donut, really?
Yeah,
Science
and
doesn't prove things. No.
And the GC star orbits.
We don't know where L2 is.
So of course, again, for the sake of a friendly conversation, assuming that we understand what these mysterious lights and things in the sky are.
Well, yeah.
Would you ponder a better?
Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but then that makes the conversation excruciatingly boring, obviously. So
yeah,
let's move past that.
Theoretical, isn't it? After
of
that,
course not. Of course not.
It's all theoretical after that. So then you prove my point.
No. We call measurements and observations empirical.
That's the end of Snoop Dogg's blunt.
If we can assume
That's
that we
the
know
end
what
of Snoop Dogg's blunt. We've all seen this image, Show.
There's a difference between
Snoop Dogg's blunt.
There's a difference between Merle. Who asked you? There's a difference between theoretical and empirical.
Who asked you to push mainstream science? Who asked you, Chronic?
Wait, there's a difference between theoretical and let's just assume we know what the things are up there.
Empirical.
No, there's no difference.
Fucking Snoop Dogg's blunt.
Hold on, guys.
There's no difference, is there?
I'm not going to hang on. You're not going to handle this room. Ballers aren't going to handle a flat Earth room. Fuck off.
Hey, let him talk. Just let him talk, Will.
The room was dead. The room was dead before I posed the question.
See, this is what I mean about rolling the red carpet out for the ballers.
Oh, well,
why?
No, but
why?
But it's
Why do
enjoyable.
it? Why
Mel,
do it?
you got to enjoy the bullshit. You got to
enjoy the bullshit.
You got to know that the audience is hearing it. The audience is hearing this. Do you know what I mean? Like they're showing their true colors.
No one gives a fuck.
Exactly. Just soak in the BS and let the
y'all two
conversation
are gonna
happen.
keep it friendly, so we're gonna peanut gallery you motherfuckers.
And I've already stopped them in their tracks because let's just assume what we know the things are up there is akin to saying theoretical. So they're already lost.
Of course, for the sake of the conversation, though. For the sake of the conversation.
For the sake of the conversation, you've already admitted it's theoretical.
They're real, but theoretical.
Would you ponder some other explanation for these empirical measurements and observations that we have?
So we need to ponder on other things because it's not
for
real.
the sake of the conversation, yes.
For the sake of it to be real,
unless you want us to die of boredom and have no conversation.
Because it's not real.
No, there's plenty of conversations to be had besides Snoop Dogg.
The room was dead before I asked the question. The room was dead.
Hold on, because we want to deal with reality. That's boring to you.
No, because Kosho was.
Jim,
trying
I'd be
to
interested in your
control the room
imagination.
as usual.
Maybe he wants to do this. Let's see how he positions.
Chronic hasn't spoken very much.
There's certain controlling personalities.
Hold on, dude. I'm really curious.
You hold on. You had a good fucking hour or so.
I'm curious
You had a
to hear
good
from.
fucking hour or so, Kosho, to make your point. You're talking over the top of me now.
Yeah, you're the one obstructing the conversation.
Fuck off back to the hole you crawled out of. No, I'm sick of this, man. Why do you keep pandering to these cunts?
No, I get it. I get it, Mel. I do get it.
Gio's on my side with this, Bandsaw.
Really?
Yeah, he is. And I'm going to raise it.
Good. Raise it, Mel. Raise it. But you don't.
Right.
Stop being so
So you don't have to
destructive,
get involved right now because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Chronic and
I'm
Kosho.
saying
They're
stop being so
fucking
disruptive,
trolls,
right?
mate.
Oi, stop being
They're
so
trolls,
disruptive.
mate. I'm not being disruptive. You're being trolled. Can you recognize when you're being trolled?
No.
Can you recognize when you're being trolled?
It doesn't matter.
Can you recognize when you're being trolled? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter.
Do you have that troll meter, like a bullshit
matter.
meter, or does it just fucking scale off the chart when these guys start talking?
Is it impossible? Is it impossible to have it? It seems like it's
What
possible.
a fucking joke this is.
This is the thing, Mel.
You and Kosho are a joke.
Merle, I
That's
usually
how
give
we
I
get
usually
treated
give
out in
you the
fucking
respect you deserve,
Poland,
man.
don't we?
And I just
I'm not
going
going
to
to entertain you guys.
continue?
You're a joke. Fuck off.
I get that, Mel. I do get that. I do get that. But they're showing that they're even begging us to assume if we understand.
Listen to their dirt.
Can we have a normal conversation?
Hold on for a second. Hold on, Jim, for a second. Merle, I just want to ask real quick. So yeah, they're talking. I just got back. I was out for a bit. So they were talking about black holes, and you sounds like you're frustrated. What would you prefer to talk about?
I'm fine with conversation flowing, but he showed Snoop Dogg's blunt.
Right, but it sounds like he's wanting to talk about the space thing, like with someone. So are you not? That's not the conversation you want, because we do have 2 live streams. The other one's more the debate.
I mean, if you want to entertain his trolling, you can.
What do you mean by trolling? He's
trolling you.
He's an astrophysicist.
Kosho and Chronic are trolling you.
Well, as far as I know, Chronic has an astrophysics degree, so obviously he's talking about.
He's still trolling you, bro. He still is.
Are people allowed to have conversations in this?
Yeah, you're keeping it friendly, but you already put your card of why you do. I mean, you want to laugh at whatever idea is going to have, like, that's fine.
Yeah, but
that's
Don,
you're going to be like, oh, well, therefore we're going to call it this because you have
Don, there's a difference. There's a difference between having a genuine conversation here with a peanut gallery, as you claim, versus literally someone just triggered to death, destroying the conversation before it even can begin.
Absolutely,
a huge difference.
We'll start
moderate. Merle, let them moderate.
Try to do that.
Very quickly, I was just curious because I heard you describe it. Could you, whatever, I think somebody else was about to say something, but could you describe the pictures that you posted just so I can understand what's happening in them?
Yeah, so they're empirical observations and measurements that are taken. We all know this though, but I'll continue. The first are stars orbiting a dark, massive object at the center of the galaxy that we have a very high confidence is a supermassive black hole. Keep note, I never say the word prove anywhere in this description, first of all. And the second is an interferometric measurements taken, observations taken with like a dozen radio telescopes across the entire Earth, whatever shape you think it is, to form the first image of the shadow of a black hole, or what appears to be the shadow of a black hole with some high degree of confidence. Of course, it's not proven to be. Anyway, there's your description, Kosha.
Thank you, sir.
So the conversation never gets past and it's kind of sad to me, obviously, like Gio said, my profession, I like to discuss the deeper, the nuances here, and not just not have the conversation get destroyed right in the first 2 minutes about it's just lights in the sky, bro. It's just lights in the sky, bro. You know nothing. Lights in the sky. You have no idea. You can't travel or touch that right there. That's so. Do you understand how that is just like
but can we be honest
boring and just?
Can we be honest though and address where this conversation started from, which was why do you think they're theoretical, Jim?
Yeah, I asked you that.
Yeah. So if we don't know what they are, it's theoretical, right?
No, we're making these observations and the empirical measurements in reality. I'm not dreaming these measurements that I'm taking. I'm using instruments and taking and measuring the data.
Measurements of what?
Do you see what I've posted?
You're not measuring the data. You're interpreting the data.
That second photo, Chronic, was that taken with a dozen telescopes, did you say, and then all those images are put together to make that one image?
Yeah, it's called
the first one?
It's called interferometry, the second
image. One?
Yeah. Okay. With like 12 radio dishes at different locations around the Earth.
And this was believed to be how far away?
Whatever distance the M87 galaxy is.
Honestly, I like the first GIF is I think it's
wait, hold on. How did they measure that distance?
To what, the galaxy?
Anything.
There's a bunch of different ways you can. So on galactic scales, you can use things like standard, like supernova, like standard candles, Cepheid variable stars.
Is this measurement or is this calculation?
These are measurements based on empirical observations and data that you take.
So the brightness of something can tell you how far away it is.
Okay. Yeah. So in particular,
if you guess what the size of that object is in the first place.
Yeah. So in particular, whether or not it's you subscribe to it, the the top animation is a time lapse of like 25 years. Okay, 25 years of high resolution data that's taken, imaging that's done, very high precision. So in those 20 in those what is bullshit about what I just said? In those 25 years of data that's
Absolute
taken.
bullshit.
Yeah, in those 25 years of data that's taken, you can see there are obviously a lot of mysterious objects that are emitting light. Who knows what they are, but they're mysterious objects, and they have accelerations and they have motions and velocities, and they appear to be orbiting something that's dark, that's not emitting light, that we don't see there. So
Can we
this is
talk
how
about it?
So
this
if
is how
I
you
was
imply
to,
things.
so Chronic, if I was to stand at the end of the paddock on a pitch black night, okay, and I had two torches, one was really bright and one was really, really dim, right? And I had them at exactly the same distance, right? You could tell the distance of these lights due to the brightness of these lights.
It seems like a false analogy.
But he's asking because you brought up standard candles and the Type 1A supernova. The thing is, it's a definite it's an explosion that will give off about the same amount of energy each time. So that's why they can.
I brought it up because you said because of the brightness of the light, Chronic. Because I'm just going on the information that you gave me. Okay, and so I could stand at the end of the paddock, like I just said, with a bright torch and a dim torch, right?
Well,
But then
obviously you can't, but these are
both.
Sorry,
Sure, I can't.
Sure. This is why it's a false analogy. Because Type 1A supernova, Cepheid variables, these have very, very well understood mass luminosity and luminosity distance relations, and empirical relations. I'll add that word, empirical relations that give us an extremely confident idea of distance to these objects. So of course, with two torches that are not at all.
But you have to make assumptions
like
to create those categories.
No, not at all. They're empirical based, with no presupposition known.
Well, one presupposition is that all of those objects are actually different distances away in the first place, rather than being in a medium. And what you're doing is just the observation, which I hear what you're saying. There are a lot of observations we can make of the sky, but where are you making a leap? Because I would say that if you're using something, what you're claiming distance is, that's basically you're calculating it within a model.
No.
He said confident idea. An idea is an abstract, so it's not something in reality. Their idea of based on the presupposition.
No, empirical based means it's based on observations
Empirical
and data
based.
that you're taking. Yeah.
Empirical based means you have actual measurements, or evidence.
Exactly.
But now, when you say it's an idea, confident idea is an abstract. The two don't match.
Okay. I don't recall saying this is an idea. This is a proven method to use to get distances.
You said you had a confident idea of the distance.
A confident a confident understanding based on empirical measurements. Sorry if I misspoke, but there you go.
Can you remind? Because I may be wrong, but doesn't it have to do with like a binary system and like it's when it's like taking the energy from another star or something like that? It's like it ends up having about the same amount of energy each time one of these supernova occur, right? Because it derives from two stars that had a specific mass, right? Something like that.
For Type 1A supernova, I think it's just the characteristic light curve, like the change of the peak luminosity during a Type 1A supernova that you measure.
So it's not the absolute.
No, it's a standard across all Type 1A supernova that we've ever empirically observed and measured.
So how do you class it as an A1? What's the credentials?
I mean, there's
A1.
I can link you to many lectures that describe the
but is that
classification.
But that's all theoretical, I guess, right? That's
of course not. No,
it's all guessing and assuming.
No, it's
that
all
we know what sizes are and distances.
It's all empirical based.
Empirical how? You
By
can't
taking
verify
measurements in reality.
How did you measure that?
With an instrument.
Okay, can you give us the example of what instrument you measure? I mean, you said an instrument. I can say It wasn't. I mean, can you give us that information?
Yeah. So you can use instruments like spectrometers on telescopes. You can do imaging. You can
I'm sorry.
combine
Spectrometers measure distance.
spectroscopy. Yeah.
They measure distance.
You can also do just straight imaging and different.
You said spectroscopy measures distance.
What?
GeoLove told me that the other day.
Asked him, how did you get the measurement? He said with the instrument that he's measured spectroscopy.
Mm-hmm.
How is that a spectroscopy giving you a distance?
Again, so there is a class of supernova. I swear you guys have learned this before.
How do they clarify classes though? This is we have to get past this point.
Yeah. I'll do the research for you. I
guess. I'm about to post a picture. I'm about to post a picture right now, man.
As far as I can tell, spectroscopy isn't used for distances; it's used for the composition of the star.
No, but it can be. I didn't realize that either, or I didn't think about it. What GeoLove told me that the other day, and then I was looking at it, and it can be used. There's several ways it can be used for distance, actually.
Yeah, they claim that they use spectroscopy by measuring the brightness of certain objects, and they use calculations to claim certain distances to celestial objects
based off of how bright it is.
Brightness and also what they claim they're picking up what they call spectroscopic parallax.
Ideally, we'd walk up to the thing, be a whole lot less assumptions.
Obviously, Lemon. Obviously, we've all heard
is that you? Is that an admission by you that it is assumption?
Of course not. It's an admission that I've heard 8 million times. You can't travel to it and touch it. I'll take my win.
No, but Chronic.
How is that your win?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, just saying. How is that your win? I can't go there.
He's not saying it's his win.
I'm saying it's your win. I'm saying it's your win.
Doing an impression of Flat Earther and then winning. But anyways,
impression of you guys. Sorry, go
Chronic,
ahead.
I was just going to ask you when you, because for instance, let's say you came up with this conclusion that Type 1A supernova is caused by whatever's in this picture here.
Yeah, but how do you
so hold on. I have to ask this question.
Classify A1 supernova. We're still not over this point.
Sir, let me ask Chronic this question.
You still haven't told us how you classify an A1 supernova.
While Kosho and I are discussing this, take your keyboard, do a quick search, and learn how the classification works. And you
learn how they
categorize
A1 supernova.
Jim, I'm respectfully only going to ask a very quick question and then let him continue. But I was only going to ask you, So you were describing making observations. Obviously, they're observing these supernova and this and that. But also, one thing that they have at their disposal would be a catalog of previous data and observations, right? Like a catalog of the night sky of certain areas, so you can see what sort of stars were where, and what sort of pairing would have caused something like this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is that a question, or are you just?
Oh yeah, I was just maybe if you elaborate on that,
or is it just?
Sorry, there's a long list of a rich catalog of these transient events that have been observed over decades and decades and decades. I have no idea how far back it goes. Probably over 100 years at least.
Well, I know Hubble specifically is the person I'm thinking of that wasn't, because he famously is one who realized that galaxies were the other islands or whatever. But he used Type 1A supernova. I may be wrong, but so yeah, he would have had to use previous observations to realize that those were Type 1A supernova.
Yeah, in the 20s, right? 20s, I think, or something. I forget exactly when, but something like 100.
Where's James Webb, Chronic?
He's dead and engraved somewhere.
He's still
alive. No, the telescope. The satellite thing.
Mm-hmm. Are we gonna devolve into
proving
L2
I always
exists?
enjoy your answer, like how you'll tell me it's at L2, and then I'll go, "That's a million miles away, right?" And you'll go, "Yeah," and I go, "How'd you verify that?" And you'll go, "I don't know."
Exactly.
Right?
Yes, we've had the conversation 8 million times, Merle. Think of
But
some new
it's
material.
still not an assumption, right?
No, of course not.
Still
It's all,
can't
it's all empirical based observations and measurements.
Still no honesty here, right?
Oh, I'm being 1,000% honest. So circling back to my first question, Jim. So take whatever presupposition, assumption, theory, whatever you want to claim. I simply just want you to try to just think critically about what you know, what you understand about the world, the universe, anything, and just ponder on an explanation for the orbits of these stars and how they could be doing what we empirically measure them to be doing.
Well, I'm not going to give an opinion on things that I don't know, and I won't pretend to know.
Hilarious
Your
to hear.
side. I won't pretend to know things.
Absolutely the funniest thing I've ever heard you say, Jim.
I would say because it's an electromagnetic field, and the
there you go. At
least
I appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead, Gio.
No, I think it's part. Yeah, it's part of the electromagnetic flux of the ether.
Sure. You at least had the courage to ponder, to theorize something, hypothesize something.
Yeah, because there are various observations, pulsations, and movements of these lights that we can witness, like you're describing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, could be. I think personally, in my opinion, the better explanation is there's a very dark, very massive object that these things are orbiting around.
Is it possible it could be a Dyson sphere?
A dark Dyson sphere?
Yeah, dude. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, dude.
12 million times the mass of the sun, maybe.
Yeah, dude. There could be really sophisticated dudes out there, dude. And it would be dark, wouldn't it?
Well, another explanation for things like, as you're calling orbiting, like that are pulsating within certain areas, magnetic nodal points will have that effect on the surrounding field.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That
sure.
it can create like a vortex in its own that other objects will essentially have those centripetal and centrifugal directions that can pulsate from around a certain source like that. Doesn't mean it's a black hole or some of the descriptions of the models that you might be describing or something else, but I'm just saying that magnetic nodal points can create those kinds of movements.
Could be. Definitely can't rule that out 100%. But I think
can't rule anything out when it's just speculation, can we?
Well, there's some things you can rule out, but in terms of proving with 100% without any shadow of a doubt, of course not. That's not the point of science.
But you threw out the Dyson sphere thing like it was a joke or something like that.
I didn't say it was a joke. I said a dark Dyson sphere that's 12 million times the mass of the sun. Sure, that you also can't rule that out.
Are there bright Dyson spheres somewhere?
Well, if there's a bright Dyson sphere, they're not doing the point. They're not doing their job correctly.
When did they measure a Dyson sphere?
No, they don't exist yet. But I thought
Dyson spheres, on the other hand, are purely theoretical. That's something theoretical I'm happy to talk about. But go ahead.
But again, you ascribe a mass to it as if it's real.
Huh?
No, but wouldn't an effective Dyson sphere
12 million times the mass of the sun? So you're reifying it as real because you're giving a real attribute to it, right? A physical attribute to it.
You can see its attributes in the GIF you posted.
Yeah.
Is it not theoretical though? So it's theoretical, but it has physical attributes.
Sure.
So is it theoretical or is it actually physical?
I'll say yes because I'm curious what Kosho has to say.
Isn't it implied? I mean, implied or inferred? Inferred, I mean, is a better way to put it. It's inferred by the fact that it's orbits there. But anyways,
yeah, of course.
But a Dyson sphere, right? Chronic. Wouldn't an effective Dyson sphere effectively block out whatever light was coming from the star? So it would be capturing it.
That's the point. That's why you wouldn't. That's why it would not be detectable.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. There would be things orbiting it though.
Would there?
Wait, there could be. Is what I'm saying. There could be things orbiting it though.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Let's not rule it out, dude. What if the center of every galaxy is actually not a supermassive black hole, but a fucking Dyson sphere that's already been
true?
Every galaxy
could be. You can't rule it out. It could be.
What if it's like a really big milkshake? And
that might be as
some
equally.
Guy's got a straw and he's like just sucking the space, and that's what's making everything swirl.
Now, Jim, now you're willing to hypothesize? What changed?
Sarcasm.
Intergalactic research department.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the actual observations we can make. Is anybody denying that we can make these observations? Now, granted, there could be some that are fabricated and fake with various equipments and CGI and things like that in some of these fields. But let's just say what we can get with our own telescopes, let's say, or what we can access ourselves directly. Like, is anyone denying the actual observations? Because if we can observe them, then it is something.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm denying is the fact that they apparently know distances.
Well, right, that would be exactly. Well, if they're going to claim that, then yeah, they don't. That's not verified. So that would be either a model, speculation, or pseudoscience.
Yeah,
sure.
But most of their theories boil down to the distances, right? Because if you're measuring things by how bright it is, you have to also know how far away it is and how big it is.
I said there's very, very many, and I pointed out just one or two. I mean, I could bring up the P word. We could devolve into a lot of different branches here, but.
Do you define real quickly, just because I'm a simpleton, what a standard candle is? Because maybe it'll help me understand the brightness thing.
You know what one is.
Yeah, but I know, but you just asked.
Yeah, but wouldn't that change due to the distance and
You're
the
like
size?
the teacher's pet in a fucking class, Kosha.
You're just a bad teacher. I'm just trying to say, dude, he's asking what the brightness thing is, okay? The reason why
my job is not to be a teacher here, dude.
Well, listen, Jim, the reason why you can that's not a problem, what you suggested just now, is because the reason they use these things called standard candles is because those specific set of observations are things that they can rely on knowing or having good confidence of what the brightness is or supposed to be, so they can then use that to see what the apparent brightness is or luminosity, and then use that to determine the distance.
Yes, Kosho has researched this sufficiently.
He's asking, man.
Well, Kosha, what you're doing is the definition of sea lining, where you're like asking questions that you already kind of know the answer to, just to try to get some kind of reaction.
True.
Trying to help this guy. This guy literally asked that question, man.
So, but could you not have a body that's small, closer, and a certain amount of lumens, and have another body that's huge and a similar amount of lumens, right? And you would expect that there'd be the same distance, but they're not. One's actually a lot bigger and a lot further. So how do you decipher the difference?
What scales are we talking about here?
I don't think that necessarily works that way because of the inverse square law, but they will claim certain claims about gravity and how light travels within a vacuum to then allow that to be the case.
Yeah, but like with Betelgeuse, right? It's supposed to be huge, so because it's so far away, though, it would just look like another star closer, right? We'd get the same reading of lumens, even though it's closer and smaller.
To first order, this is a degeneracy that plagued early astronomers before the advent of new and more useful technologies like spectroscopy, astronomical spectroscopy. But since we have these other tools now, these new innovative tools now, that degeneracy doesn't exist anymore.
How did it eradicate?
If you can use the tools. So with spectroscopy and stellar classification, we can understand better and break the ambiguity between something bright and far away compared to something dim and close. With the ambiguity is broken there.
Right, but the brightness is the same.
No,
just
the
distance and the size.
There's a difference between apparent and absolute brightness. So what you're describing is like I would call it ancient astronomy, that where we didn't have the current tools that we can use to better understand that. So a long time ago, what you're saying is correct. In ancient astronomy, a long time ago, but it's no longer the case anymore,
But again, you're gonna, with this new technology, you're still assuming distances, right?
No.
So it's still flawed.
No. There's many different.
There's no indiscrepancies in distances and brightnesses still in cosmology today.
I don't know if you just jumped in, Grim, but let me get the last sentence out to Jim real quick.
Sure.
So Jim, there, like I said earlier, I only pointed out like one or two different methods. There's at least like half a dozen, or more that are widely that are ubiquitous and used all the time, that to understand the distances. There's the big P, obviously parallax.
Doesn't mean it's true.
P. Well, of course it doesn't prove anything. Science doesn't prove anything, but I don't know. That rebuttal is kind of weird to say. It doesn't mean it's true. Well, okay, you can say you're a man, but it doesn't mean it's true. No, like that's not to be offensive. I'm just random. No. You could say Kosho has a big one, but that doesn't make it true. Right?
It got even weirder.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know it's all right.
Chronic, that's a terrible analogy.
It's a perfect.
We can ask you what you mean by a man, and we can go and check it. What do you mean by a black hole? And let's go and check it.
No, but his evidence that he presented, I think, was like the first one with the swirling fucking orbits things. That's actually a fairly good evidence. It doesn't prove a black hole like he said, but it offers the suggestion of it. And it also gives reason why you would think that, because there's something missing there, and the things are obviously orbiting it, and you can tell by how much they're orbiting it, how massive it would be. So, you have something to go off of.
Also, don't chew on Mike, Don. That's rude. And I'll throw your ass into a black hole.
Deluxe nuts, motherfucker. Deluxe mixed nuts.
I thought you were talking about. I was like, chewing on. What the hell are you talking about?
He's eating some shit on Mike.
Yeah, he always does. He's always eating fucking nuts, dude.
If you suck nuts for a living, trust me, at least it's these.
Got it.
I didn't remember where we were, dude.
I
was just saying, the black
claiming
hole.
that it's a unicorn instead of a black hole that the stars are orbiting.
Even if
plausible, but as likely as a black hole there, I don't know.
Well, let me throw this concept out there, Chronic. Let me hear like what you think about this. So one concept would be this, that the heavens are a mystery to humans, always have been, always will be, meaning every human that's ever lived has always only been able to view them. We can't go up there, can't get a sample. You can't go up there and open up the control panel and start, changing the lights. So it's like, it's just the wonder of the heavens, whatever that is as a human. Now, in terms of like out of body experiences or like spiritual experiences, that's a whole nother topic, but I'm just talking about being in a human body and in the kind of ordinary human consciousness, as it were. And so in that idea, it's always been something that we can just view. And there is certainly a wonder to it and so on. And then, the colors, the way they move, things that they call shooting stars, lightning. I mean, all of these effects. Well, lightning is something that we can actually measure on the ground. So that's a little different. But I was just saying that, like, I was just making that link because a shooting star, I think, is an electrical release of electricity in the sky field, in the heaven field, rather than one that comes to Earth. So it's just a similar concept. Yeah.
Can I say something real fast on the end of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to reply to Gio also. Go ahead, Hank.
I'll be super quick. So it's like this: if you can't manipulate the variables in space, how do you even science space, bro?
Yes, got it. QE, we've heard that one. Gio, I would argue in response, and of course, it's you believe what you want to believe, but I would argue we have a star of our own extremely close to us that we can study in extremely high detail and at all levels of detail.
Comes with a lot of assumptions, that does.
Sure. You assume that whatever assumptions you want to make, that's fine. So
what assumptions are we making? We don't know where it's at. We don't know how big it is.
Or whether
Like,
it's
are you guys
same as a
are you guys
distance
claiming to know the mass?
Of course. We
Sorry
haven't
for
sent.
interrupting,
We've never
but
sent probes there. We don't currently have satellites orbiting it, studying it 24/7. None of that. All
Be
that's
clear,
fake,
you're talking about
obviously.
the sun, huh?
Yeah, of course.
I don't think everyone.
You didn't get. I was talking about the sun, Coach.
I did know that. I don't think anyone else did.
But anyways, and we've resolved the surfaces of other very, very close stars that, for whatever strange reason, appear to be, extremely similar to this really big bright thing that's close to us. They're just further away.
That's
my argument. You can take
the closest star is like 4 or 5 light years away, and you said because ours is close, we can compare it. How do you compare something that's not like at the same distance? Like if I wanted to compare you, right? But I wanted to compare you to the Chinaman on the other side of the football field, I'm not going to be able to tell a whole lot, right?
Huh?
If
Of
I got
course
you
you are.
right in
Why
front
wouldn't
of
you
me,
be able to? What do you mean?
well, because he's so far away, I could barely make him out.
Well, just yank out your telescope from your closet.
Right, but this is astronomical distances. That's not going to help.
Huh? I don't know if
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay,
Just
so
because an astronomical distance seems too large to you is unbelievable. Is a you problem. It's not a me problem.
Okay, so how close
What's
is
the range of a telescope?
But they have
Visual
all different
visual range of a telescope.
telescopes come in all shapes and sizes.
Oh, yeah, but what's
all
the
different
range
all
of
different
one of the
resolutions and
observatories?
powers. Yeah, of course.
So it's what calibrated
Like
to millions of miles. And light years?
Galileo's telescope that he built and engineered is obviously not going to make the same high precision measurements in the GIF that I just posted.
You say GIF, you mean GIF, right?
Yeah. When I say GIF, I mean GIF. Like the creator of the file format intended. I say
know,
GIF.
dude. He's a retard.
Yep.
He's a choosy mom.
You know why I give you a hard time, Chronic? Because I know even with all your magnificent tech and your hard work, I know as a human, you still have to make a lot of assumptions about what's going on up there.
You know what I
And that's
like
it.
about you, Merle? Is that you never give up. You never give up, Merle.
Thanks, bro.
I wanted to give Merle some props just now too, but he was kind of mean to me a little bit ago.
Nah, you can. You know how many times my field of science has been discredited on Discord now? I don't lose an ounce of sleep over any of it. So.
Well, I guess that's
no one should on Discord because it's.
Wait,
it's
what's your field of science?
What's
your field of science?
You have?
Astrophysics. What? Go ahead, Don.
What experiment? When can we go to the black hole, Chronic?
You know the answer to that. I would stuff you so hard into a black hole in 2 seconds, Don, if I could. But obviously, you know the answer is we're not.
Well, I guess that's pretty chronic. Yeah, because you talk, in terms of astrophysics and everything. So, I guess my question to you, like, how are you defining what you're doing as science? Something that could be tangible, provable, etc. How are you sort of thinking of that compared to the idea that what you're involved in is actually just a very, very complicated philosophy based on models?
But Gio, your statement was oxymoronic in and of itself. You used the word provable. So you either answered or discredited your own question in the same exact sentence.
Well, I think somebody discredited the concept of science at saying you can't prove things in science so that they could deceive people.
I guess if that's your opinion.
Because that's what science does. Is it actually? That's what it resolves proof.
Hey Gio, go and Google the term scientific
let me ask
proof.
This question. Let me ask this
Tell
question.
me why no one agrees with you.
I'm going to make a statement. You guys tell me if it's correct. I have proven from my own experience in my house that if you add enough heat and time duration to water, it will cause it to boil.
Incorrect.
Is that incorrect?
Yes.
That almost didn't make sense.
Just so everybody can hear it, right? The flat earther is saying that heat causes water to boil, and the ball earther is saying incorrect.
No, but the beginning part
was saying it hasn't been proven.
God.
You can heat water a trillion times and the water will boil a trillion times. You still have not proven it. It's just so fundamentally simple to get. I don't understand why you guys can't get it.
I've experienced it. And if that's not proof to you,
it was,
I don't know what is.
Right, it's to your standard of proof, right? If you're talking about formal logical proof, then no. You have proved it to yourself in the, what's the word? Fuck, what's the word where it's like your personal...
Is that
subjective.
Zetetic or
Subjective,
whatever?
yeah. You've reached your own subjective standard of proof, right? That's not formal logical proof. You can't put it in formal
Is what
logic.
you're
I'm actually
implying,
using...
is
real
what
quick,
you're
if I'm
implying
using a
then,
sign...
if you boil that water, if you heat that water 1,000 times, there might be one time out of that 1,000 that it doesn't boil. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the next
when
time it might
when the
not
lights
boil.
go out because of a storm. So think about it like this. I'm claiming that from my experience, I have proven that heat causes water to boil, but you guys are claiming to know that the Earth is a sphere, and you haven't used any science?
Not claiming to prove it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we don't claim proof, and we never have proof.
So if you
We say
guys haven't
all our
proven
evidence,
it, why
all our
does it
evidence is
say on
consistent
all
with
those
the Earth being a
YouTube
sphere.
videos? Why does it say on all those YouTube videos that the flat Earth model has been scientifically proven wrong?
Yeah, you can disprove things. Absolutely, you can disprove things. You can't prove things affirmatively.
Okay.
I can't think of the
So
word.
if it's a dichotomy, right? Like either this switch turns on that light or this switch turns on that light, and then you
That's not a
disprove
dichotomy.
one, doesn't... Yes, it does. If there's two switches,
No, they
and you
could do
find that...
nothing.
Hold on,
The
Will.
switch could do nothing.
You're obfuscating. You're obfuscating, right? I'm asking a question. If you prove one wrong, doesn't that automatically prove the other one right? If it's a dichotomy,
If it's a dichotomy, yes. But you didn't present a dichotomy. You said,
so
does the switch
science
turn on
does
this
prove
light
things.
or that light? You
So
said, does it
science
turn on
does
this
prove
light or
things.
that light? Where's the third light possibility?
So, well, I guess if you find one, then it could be there. But that's not my point.
Yeah,
My
but
point
you haven't
was, if you say that science,
ruled it out.
bro, well, there was no third light in my explanation. Now at this point, you're just obfuscating.
I know,
So,
but
if,
I'm proposing a
could you-
third light.
Okay,
the
then
explanation.
I guess at any time I would remain open-minded enough, right? Like a flat earther should, and be open-minded to say, "Show me what you got. I'll take a look at it." Right? And maybe, just maybe, you might prove something else to be true, right? But if it
You've missed the whole
disproves
point.
the first thing, then it was never proven to begin with. But if it's as
You've missed the
simple as
entire point.
causing, you're not being consistent.
I have never claimed that we can logically prove the Earth to be a sphere, or logically prove anything to be true in the real world. You can disprove things. You can show a contradiction.
Are you a man?
But all you can do, yes, I am. All I can do
Okay,
is show
can you
you
prove
all
it?
the evidence that is. No, I can't. No, I can't.
Okay, well, I can prove that I'm a man, right? You can
Can you?
go all
How?
the way
How can
back
you prove
and look
it?
at my financial records, yeah, and you can see that this whole
They're
time
fake.
I've been acting like a man, and I can
Fake.
physically prove it with physiology, right?
No, that's a fake penis. Fake penis. You had a fucking
No,
penis
Isn't that
transplant.
your subjective opinion?
Oh, Ruhif.
It's a fully
Hold on,
rounded.
let's get to the
I
bottom of
can
this for
come
real,
up.
dude.
I can come up with anything, right?
That's not
To
scientific.
cast doubt on your assertions.
You
Fake
live
penis,
stream right
all
now?
your fake documentation.
All right, Ruhif, at what point does this just turn into schizophrenia if you're talking about that you can't decipher reality of a man being a man?
No, I believe he's a man. The question is, can he prove it?
Yes.
To whose standard? You can either prove it using formal logic, or you can accept enough evidence to meet your subjective level of proof.
So then you're saying proof isn't proof, as in like it's like you're saying that there's a proof for everyone. So there is no.
I'm trying to remember the word, and I keep thinking of fucking congenial or something like that. What's the fucking
subjective?
word?
Subjective or objective?
Well, one
No,
of the
the
definitions of
colloquial.
proof-
The colloquial term of proof, right, is meeting your subjective level.
Well, I guess
That's
it could
what we
also
mean
depend on
colloquially.
what kinds of definitions you're talking about. Because I mean, one of the definitions of prove is to establish the truth or genuineness of. So if he's a man, there's a truth that he's a man, And if he desires to try to prove it in whatever way, case, or form, shape, way, or form that would be done, it would be validating and establishing the truth and genuineness of his claim that he's a male.
Yeah, Ruhif, you could put formal logic to reality.
You get him to stand there, right? And you get 100
Get your cock out.
You get 100 people. You get 100 people. Would it not be self-evident to those 100 people that he's a man?
He has proved to each of those 100 people. Yeah, he has proved to each of those 100 people their colloquial and their subjective level of proof. He hasn't proved it in a formal logical sense.
Ruhif, let me offer you something, bro. Sir. I get that you're talking about this colloquial thing, but you could present a formal logical scenario where you ask questions like, okay, if we accept that there are us people here, where you're not questioning reality, you go, okay, if there's just males or females, if he's going to have a penis or not have a penis, then we're going to call him a man. You can present it with some logic gates to where you go, yes, we have formally proven that this is that. I mean, you're going to put assumptions into your parameters for the formal logic, but you're still going to have evidential, tangible proof right at your hand.
The evidence, right? Like I said, if he flops his cock out, I'm just going to say it's fake, right?
No, but you could put that in the beginning. You could make that a parameter.
When does something become objective?
When does something become objective? That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not to go all sexual since we're talking about this. I mean, if you could feel, touch, feel this person, whoever we're talking about, we could talk. If that person ejaculated and then made a woman pregnant, I mean, at what point is it? Do you need?
He has a special machine in his fucking prostate which shoots semen out of his fake penis. I can keep going, Gio. Right?
Yeah, but you stand them for machines and there are none. Now what?
Out of their penis. Hang on, give me 1 minute. I got to automatic.
Yeah, now you stand them for machines. There are none. Now what?
But anyway,
at some point, this philosophy is schizophrenic in nature because it's the inability to decipher reality from non-reality at this point.
Right.
Ruhif,
and objective from subjective.
Either that or he has a phobia of the word proof.
You mentioned
right?
it.
It's one or the other. So either he has a phobia of the word proof, he's afraid that something might be rock solid proof, or he does have schizophrenia and he's lost touch with reality and he thinks you can't prove things, very simple things, like if you boil an egg for 15 minutes, it's no longer going to be fluid inside.
And not to be anal, but our ancestors established things in language like facts, 100%, definitely. They're very particular words.
This is I disagree though. I think in science it doesn't prove it. Dude, Ruhif, I think this is where we get a little weird, bro. Dude, the logical proof, you can prove it, and you can apply logical proof to reality a lot of time, but scientifically, no, because scientifically you're always going to be open-minded. Think about the corner cases, think about the flexible variables, all that shit. Like
scientifically, all you can show is that your results are consistent with your hypothesis.
Right.
They either contradict it or are consistent, right? They don't prove it. If you do an experiment and if your hypothesis is true, you're supposed to get X result, you can do your experiment 1,000,000 times and get 1,000,000 X results. That does not prove.
All right, but I think it's messy. How come you're not going against YouTube? Hold on. How come you're not going against YouTube and Wikipedia going, wait a minute, we've never proven the shape of the Earth. Why are you guys lying? Why are you teaching children that we've proved the Earth is a sphere? Like, I don't see you doing any of that.
That's the distinction between colloquial proof, like meeting your own subjective burden of evidence, and a formal logical proof.
No, see, Ruhif, this is where you No, let me get in here real quick. Ruhif, this is where I think it's getting messy. I think the colloquial proof is the formal logical proof and not the scientific. I think, listen. When people colloquially say the proof, they mean through little logic checkpoints, right? Right.
Anything in a syllogism.
You're separating those two. I think you need to keep them the same. The scientific proof is like, there's some logical checkpoints, but it's not really definite because we still going to have these open-ended questions or possibilities where in the logic, you're kind of summing it up. You're boxing in.
Why would you conflate the two?
Let's go through an example. Right?
Yeah.
My fucking let's go the Oakley fucking.
Do you understand my hold on before we go on? Do you understand my point though, Ruhip? That I'm just saying you should.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you're wrong.
Could you repeat my point back to me?
That you think I should conflate like a subjective kind of level of evidence as proof, as formological proof, and that's just wrong.
No, I don't know if that you should conflate scientific evidence with logical proof. That's not what I'm saying. Ruhip, you keep saying the word that people commonly use logical proof colloquially. And they mean like assumptions when they say that. Like Hank he's colloquially proven that he can boil an egg or whatever. Right? That it's the egg's gonna boil or that you a man or whatever. He's colloquially proven that. Right? By formally saying, hey, there's only men or women, which one are you? Right? But scientifically, that's where you're going to keep coming at him with this crazy shit, motherfucking scientifically open-mindedness, saying, well, scientifically, maybe you're lying to me. Scientifically, maybe I need to look deeper and make sure you don't have a fake thing. Scientifically, maybe I need to do this and that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Should we go through the example?
Scientifically, I need to test if it's a fake thing or not. Sure, okay, your turn. I just want to make sure you hear what I'm saying, man, because it don't sound like you do. All right.
I'm about to try and make some cream of wheat, guys. Check this out. I'm about to try and make some cream of wheat right now, but I just gave up because I'm not sure the water's going to boil.
Right.
I'm sure to my subjective level of evidence that will if you apply heat to
wait
it.
a minute.
Yeah.
I'm out. Now we got mass formation psychosis. This shit is spreading. So we're going to have to nip it in the bud, right? So here's the deal. If I were to take Press Don, right? If I were to take him to my local hospital and get my medical records, and I show him my birth certificate and my medical records, I bet he would bet everything that he owns after seeing just the paper. Like, just, meeting me at the hospital, I pull my medical records and I hand it all over to him. I bet he would bet his wife, his kid, his car, because you can prove things simply by just taking... Right.
Colloquially, yes.
So
formally.
So
if he has a birth certificate, listen, if he has a birth certificate, he's a man formally. Scientifically, you don't look deeper though.
Formally.
Hold on. I'm saying he would bet everything he owns, right? Because it's not an outrageous claim to think that Hank Hill is a man. And then, I could show you my son, right? This is my son. He looks like me. Interesting, right? So I think that is enough proof. Now, some people might say that's not enough proof for me. Like, okay, so you have a higher standard of proof, right? But you're saying you believe that they've proved that it's a globe, right? And you probably, have you made any measurements?
I like that you brought it back there. Ruh, if y'all being a gentleman, being patient, let us all take our turn.
I was going to add to it. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, have you made any measurements over the Earth?
Sorry, I'm just halfway through ordering Macca's.
Yeah, well, I was going to add something to what you said, and maybe you might align with that or whatever, but what you said about objective and subjective, when I think about science and what science is, I'd like Ruviv think that the only thing that you have access to is this subjective, view of reality. But that's the point of science is a tool and a method to approach the objective truths of reality. And so that's the relationship. The relationship is like, it's like kind of having like a number that repeats forever. You know what I mean? Like it almost gets to like 99.9 repeating. It's like you can only approach the objective truth, but there's still a slight uncertainty. But this method allows us to get as closely as we possibly can. You know what I mean?
But it's weird because it's almost like he's coming across to say there is doubt that us men in here aren't men. But there's no doubt.
Thank you.
No, let's let him make his case again. I know you're trying to subject.
Or even the same with the water. Like billions of people across the world right now are boiling their kettle, right?
Yeah. Of course,
I think it's weird that
they all know.
He's conflating scientific proof with logical formalities.
What is scientific proof to you guys? Are you one of those anti?
No, I'm actually not conflating them. I'm making the distinction.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Are you one of those anti-QE people where you don't believe in, natural science? You believe in observational science, but at the same time, you can't trust your eyes? I mean,
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
I think QE is a fucking moron, if that answers your question.
Okay, so what QE says specifically
anyone
about
think of
needing to manipulate the variables when
Let's do
conducting
that. Let's
natural
go
science?
through an example. Let's go through an
Okay.
example that I was going to do a couple minutes ago,
I
right?
swear it sounds like
Real
you're
quick,
saying.
just give an example of how we can, how adding heat. Now, I'm not saying how much. I'm just saying continuing the volume upwards of heat. That's adding heat. It can be exponential, whatever, but accumulative. Raising the temperature on water. An example of how eventually the water won't boil.
I think it will. I don't think you can show it formally.
So wouldn't it be okay to say that with a very high level of confidence,
Yes.
heat is a mechanism to boil water?
Yes.
That is the formal, Ruhif. That is the formal. See, this is
it's not. Put it into a logical syllogism and DM it to me. All right.
All right,
And I'll tear it apart when I get home.
And I opened up with examples how you could say if we make these assumptions, if we do this, then you could.
And there are your assumptions.
That's fine that there are assumptions. Here's the problem.
No, but you can't prove your assumptions.
Let me get your ear
world.
for 2 seconds. Let me get your ear for 2 seconds. You started off by saying people colloquially use logic or use the word
Use the term
proof, just meaning they softly have proven it to themselves.
Yep.
You said that was one side of the coin, and then on the other side of the coin, there is this scientific and formal logic together on the other side. You combined them. Then you were telling me you made a distinction, and now you're telling me again that this person basically scientifically proves it, but not dude, maybe the last one I'm getting wrong, but all the other ones have been messy, and I appreciate you for listening.
Sorry, I was beeping at someone. Shall we go through an example, even following QE's, incredibly narrow definition of what the scientific method is?
You're right. Maybe it's too narrow. Maybe we should just see things and make shit up.
Anyway, do you want to do it?
Yeah, I just saw
dude, we were talking about black holes.
He has to be
dark
on
matter,
meth.
man.
I just saw a truck driver. He has to be on meth. There's no other. He has to be.
My observed phenomenon in the natural world is a sunset, all right? And I'm sitting here wondering to myself, hang on one sec.
What caused that?
Yeah, I'm going, what is my explanation for that? And my explanation, it could be the sun is rotating around us, or we could be rotating, and that's what caused it, right? So my hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating. Okay? Hang on one sec. All right, so my hypothesis is that. My experiment is to say that if the Earth is rotating, then I expect there to be centrifugal force, and if there's centrifugal force, then objects will weigh less as you get to the equator, right? So that's my experiment, is testing whether the weight of an object changes as you approach the equator. And I go and do that experiment and find out, yes, my results are exactly what I would expect if the Earth is rotating. Have I proven that the Earth is rotating?
No. I almost would imagine that they would have realized that before they figured that out, because they had scales and shit, and they were weighing things all the time, and they could have been in different locations going, these things weigh more at this location than at that location. They could have figured this out before they started figuring out
how do you stop the Earth
centrifugal idea. So it could have been retrofitted. Can you not interrupt me, because I don't interrupt you?
Yeah, Jim, you were.
Sorry.
I don't think it was finished.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, for all we know, those ideas could have been retrofitted into this idea. I mean, as a Globe, I'm just trying to be reasonable. Yeah,
he was, but I think his point is not really about that. It's more about how we categorize them, the logic and the terminologies and the confidence levels and all these.
Let me take a shot. Let's say that he wanted to prove it, right? Well, for me, he has to prove the cause. So let's say he stops the Earth from spinning. right? And then the sun didn't set for about a day, right?
You know
and
he's on your side, right, Hank? He did agree
No, you're
that it's
conflating. You're
I know.
conflating
I'm
the
trying to get. I'm
hypothesis
trying
with the
to.
experiment there.
No, what I'm doing is I'm showing you how to do an experiment, cause and effect, and prove the cause by manipulating. Sorry, prove the effect by manipulating the cause, right? And when you do that, and you see on and off, and then you look over on and off, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, then you know that they're related. There has to be a causal relationship because correlative is everywhere, right?
Right.
Maybe their hair is standing up on the ISS because it's hairspray, right? Or maybe it's because they're in zero gravity and hairspray just happens to be there. Right? We
Right.
don't
So
know.
like,
Hang
just
on.
like
You've
if you were to
conflated.
confirm,
Extra
if you were to confirm what you just said about weight changing for latitude.
Latitude, yep.
So if you stopped the Earth from spinning and that didn't happen, then would that not be a confirmation?
You're doing the same thing as he did, right? You're conflating the hypothesis with the experiment, all right? You don't tweak the fucking cause in the hypothesis. You tweak the independent variable in the experiment.
Well,
right?
what
The
is your
hypothesis is
independent
not the
variable?
experiment.
Is it not the Earth
That's the
spinning?
cause.
No,
That's
it's
the
latitude. No, latitude. I tweak the latitude.
Latitude
That's
is
my
the
independent
cause.
variable. Latitude is the
Latitude is the
independent
cause.
variable. No,
So
my
latitude is the
hypothesis.
cause.
My hypothesis is the cause and effect. All right, this is what I literally said it as soon as you open your mouth. You're
That's
conflating
the
the
bait and
hypothesis with the
switch.
experiment.
That's the bait and
No,
switch. That's the oldest trick in
this
the
is
book.
the misunderstanding.
What they're
This is
saying is
why
it could
Chewie
very
is a fucking
easily.
idiot, right?
What they're saying is it could very easily have already been known that there were weight differences, and this idea of latitudes and weight was retrofitted for a globe model.
That is a
We had
logical
scales.
possibility.
Yeah, that's
That
all
is a
that I
logical
think they might be
possibility, right?
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but what both of you have done is conflate the hypothesis with the experiment. You don't tweak. You don't the cause in the hypothesis is not your independent variable. The independent variable is in your experiment. Your experiment either disproves your hypothesis or confirms it. Or supports it is a better word.
Yeah, but surely, like I said, if you do manage to stop your supposed cause and then confirm that the weights don't change when you change latitude, longitude, then wouldn't that be a better confirmation?
Maybe.
Because before you stopped it, the weight changed.
Yeah.
And then after the weight didn't change.
Yeah.
Isn't that how you find out whether
That'd
that's
be
the
a nice way.
But you can't manipulate that cause, right?
Yeah, because Earth rotation is not my independent variable.
So it's invalid.
No, Earth rotation is not not my experiment. It's my hypothesis. Both
Right.
of you
He's
are
not saying
conflating
he
the two.
proved. He's not saying
I
he
got
proved
next.
it, brother. He's saying that he's
assuming that as the
because he
cause.
can't stop the Earth, right? Then he only can agree to a high level of confidence that this is what this is.
But you
he
can't
does
have
have.
multiple
He did
experiments,
move
right?
he did move one independent variable within his hypothesis, and that is sufficient for a level of confidence. Now we got to find other ways around that, and then that's called falsifying his.
Yeah, but your hypothesis is the Earth spins, and that's what is the sunrise, right? So nothing to do with weight, right?
Right. My experiment.
Longitude doesn't make the sunrise,
right?
According to him, it does. Let me say
You're
this
doing
real
the same
fast.
thing that
Okay.
I said 5 times now.
Hold on. Yeah, we know what you're saying, right? I'm about to prove you wrong. Go ahead and say it again, and then I'll read mine. Go ahead.
You're conflating the hypothesis as like a cause and effect, right? So the cause, Earth rotation, is the effect of our sun rising, right? The experiment is to try and validate or at least support the hypothesis.
Okay, here we go. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank, 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank. And the second blank, 2, is the independent variable, in parentheses. You manipulate to get the reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect your dependent variable. So this is like
technically you can't
Geological
do that anyway.
Society of America.
Yeah. My hypothesis,
Okay.
if the Earth is rotating, I will see weight change with latitude. My experiment is to measure weights at different latitudes.
I don't understand the
manipulate the latitude.
causational effect between latitude
we're trying.
and
I just
the
want to know what was
No,
discovered
not
first.
the cause. It's
Was
not
it?
the cause, right?
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Rotation
Did you
causes
find
it.
out which one? Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Wouldn't it be interesting to find out which was discovered first? Like if it was already discovered way back in antiquity before this this idea of latitude that you know, like I said before, I don't need to repeat myself, but you know, what if it was discovered before that there were changes in weight at different locations on the Earth, right? And you know, just because it was discovered that was, and it ended up so happened to being retrofitted into another idea, even though I agree with that idea. I'm not saying I
Yeah, that's
disagree.
fine.
But I'm
I have no
just
issue
looking
when
at different things to, you know, I would like to find out though, because I mean, it would be
I
interesting
guarantee
because
you
I think a lot of
the Earth.
physics is like that. I know we used to look at the sun a lot, and then all of a sudden Einstein just predicts that we're going to see light bending from behind a star. Yet it's been seen before. We look at the sun. It's the most looked at object in the.
Anyway, the
You know what I
latitude,
mean?
the latitude most
Because
certainly
I
came
mean,
first in history. So.
Okay, so I'm going to talk again. So the independent variable, the cause, that which is varied or manipulated by the scientists.
No.
Bro, how are you saying
didn't
no?
the
I'm
Egyptians
reading
weigh
something.
things on scales?
I'm reading something. How are you saying no?
Yeah,
Can I finish? You
because
said yours 5 times.
Okay.
You said yours
If I
5 times. Can I say mine once?
Yeah,
Can I say
Ruhit,
mine once?
let him speak. Let him
All right,
speak.
You
I got
can
2
say
minutes
yours
anyway.
at least 3 times.
Yeah. Independent variable, the cause, that which is varied or manipulated by the scientist to produce the effect. Right? Controlled variables are variables that are held constant, so not to be confounded by the test. So, there are 3 important variables. The independent variable, that which you change in order to provide the results. The dependent variable is what you're measuring. The
That's the
controlled
latitude,
variables are
independent variable.
the things that never change. So, if we go back up here, the independent variable, the cause, so you're manipulating longitude. So, if
Latitude.
you latitude, thank you. If you say that latitude is the cause of the effect, the sun going down, you sound like a madman to me. Sorry, bro.
Okay. So as soon as you said the independent variable, the cause, I'm like, no, wrong. The cause is the Earth spinning. My experiment is manipulating the latitude.
Right. What's the effect? Is it the sunrise or is it
Different
weight change?
weight change.
So what are you talking about the sunrise and the start for? It's like you're trying to combine two different
the
hypotheses
observation.
or two different
One sec.
experiments.
He's got to go for a
Right.
second. Hold
You
on.
first got to prove that it's spinning in the first place, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it sounds
Yes,
like he
sir.
started one
No,
experiment
it's all right, I
and then got bored and then decided on another experiment.
Anybody?
Hypothesis.
I just want to say, I didn't say that. I was reading from Penn State University, right? So I didn't say that.
Ooh, Penn State, dude. Jerry Sandusky, dude. Got good stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, before I go, like you're trying to give me a citation to back up your point, right? From Penn State
Yeah,
or whatever.
because I'm just an idiot. What do I know?
No. But I'll give you a million citations that said the Earth is a sphere. What happens then?
Okay, so
Do you
these
accept them?
citations, I accept them as evidence for your claim. I don't know
Okay.
if they're
But you accept that the Earth's
high-end
a sphere?
evidence.
Didn't
No,
Kevin
you doubt them,
Spacey go
right?
to Penn State? LOL.
But you doubt my citations, right? You don't just accept them straight up. All right.
exactly. Yeah.
But I don't think that Hank was requesting that
Okay.
you accept it straight up. I think he was just stating, that particular citation. So I guess the bigger question is, do you disagree with that citation, but you agree with the ones that say the Earth is a globe?
I disagree with his citation.
Is it
Richard Feynman.
colloquial?
This is Richard Feynman. It says, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. That's a simple statement is the key to science. Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize in Physics. So you can disagree with Richard Feynman all you want to, right? And you can do the whole, bait and switch. I'll bait you with, the sunrise is caused by the Earth spinning, but I'm not going to stop the Earth from spinning to manipulate the cause. I'm going to manipulate this other thing that has absolutely nothing to do with the Earth spinning, and then present it as the cause, but somehow it's not the cause. I don't understand what you even try to do there, bro. You confuse the shit out of me, to be honest.
The cause that you're talking about, I think this is what people get confused about. They assume that it's that's ultimately what you're searching for is the cause of something. But when they're talking about cause and effect, they're talking about the relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable, meaning that one thing changing is going to be the thing that affects the other thing changing.
Yeah, I understand all that. So the sun sets, okay, that's a dependent variable. We all witness that. What's the cause? The cause is that thing that you must manipulate to prove things.
Their location on the sphere. If the sphere is spinning,
because you want to be able to turn it off to see that there's no effect, and then turn it on to see that there is an effect.
As an experimenter, you have the liberty to choose whatever, like boiling water, like you said that earlier. When you're doing an experiment, you can choose what you want to be your dependent variable and what you want your independent variable, and you can change them to different things. Like you can use the amount of water, you can use the amount of heat, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
I know. But if I light a match and I say
an example that you're giving, you wouldn't purposely choose something that you can't actually physically have any way of changing. You would try to find something that you can vary and use that as your independent variable.
Right, but what I'm not going to do is say, okay, I see the sun setting, right, and I know the Earth is standing still, so I'm going to light this match, right, and it burns really good in a room full of oxygen, but if there's a low amount of oxygen, it burns pretty slow. So that proves that, the Earth is standing still. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree with
It doesn't follow. It doesn't prove anything.
100% agree with that, yeah. I agree with that. That didn't make any sense. But I don't know what your point is.
Yeah.
My point is that you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, and then you can prove cause and effect relationships. That's all.
But that last part of what you said is not the outcome, first of all. Second of all, it's not the point of the experiment. The point, let's say you have a question, and then what you're trying to find out is what can I vary to see how the outcome changes as this is varied. And there are things that you can do things at different times of the day, for instance, or you can do things at different locations. You may not be able to turn the Earth or whatever it is you're questioning, but you can change different variables and then see how that changes the outcome.
Right, but there should be no other variable. All other variables should be controlled. Now, how do you do that when you're trying to show different weight change across latitudes? You can't control for every variable.
You can.
How do you control for all the static fields and electromagnetic fields and these sort of things that might...
Whatever you think is going to be an interfering variable that you want to keep consistent, or you want to make a control variable.
The mass of the atmosphere could be different in different places. Who knows?
Why don't you just do it in a vacuum? Just do it in different places in a vacuum. If that's
but every vacuum is not going to be the same. We can't make a near perfect vacuum. And then you can't synchronize vacuums to make sure that they're exactly the same.
That's where you're wrong. You can get a vacuum chamber and a pressure sensor, and you can make sure that.
Yeah, but if the weight is if you're right in your assumption of weight change, then wouldn't that affect how a vacuum operates at one point on the Earth to another?
No.
So there's a young child in school. There's a young child in school, and they say to their teacher, what causes all those pretty lights at a sunrise or a sunset? And then you get told you're in the universe orbiting the sun, and then the kid says, can you prove that? And then the teacher says, no, science doesn't prove things, it just says things.
No, you can.
Isn't that kid going to be confused?
Affirmation. So saith the king, right? The so saith the king.
You can
So it's nothing but affirmation. Hold on, bro. It's nothing but affirmation of their indoctrination. Meanwhile, experimentation is totally rejected.
Well, that was a good rhetoric, but for the substance again, yeah. If someone was answering that question, they would say something like, you would describe refraction, and then what teachers usually tend to do is they have presentations or things that they can do that can demonstrate that same phenomena. So I was like, oh, there's pretty colors at sunset. He's like, oh, well, there's different wavelengths of light, and they refract at different and diffract at different rates in the atmosphere, and then you can get like a prism and do something like that and show them the same principle, which is not necessarily proof, but it gives them the idea that that this is how this thing is working. So there's you don't have to be left with just giving them a guess or something like that.
The kids don't get an alternative. They get the mainstream.
Well, call me crazy, right? But I think that through my experience of, cooking for 20 years or more, right, I can guarantee anyone ever that if you add enough heat and enough time duration and enough proximity, or the least amount of proximity possible, you can make water boil, right? And that's a fact. It's been proven time and time again all over the world. Cavemen knew this, and if modern science doesn't know this, and it's not knowledge at this point,
well, that
mercy.
statement, I don't know where that follows from. That it's not knowledge or modern science doesn't know this. I think what Ruhif was arguing was that it's not considered a proof, or maybe something to do with certainty. But whenever you say that you've done something a million times and it works, and you would trust it, maybe with your life even, that's fair. That's fair to do. No one's saying that. No one's saying that you're wrong for that. That's how you should behave. You should behave as if that something's been tried and tested, so you're confident it works. But I think what Ruhiv is arguing, and what I'm arguing, is that there's no guarantee to the certainty. Like you just can't be absolutely certain that that's the case, or make the claim that that's absolutely certain.
My whole life experience is the certainty.
Yeah, but
if you got some other kind of experience, let me know. You have another kind of experience?
There's people who have these sorts of lives, you know what I mean, where they are living in delusion in their brain, and
who's in delusion?
To what?
Who's in delusion?
No, I'm saying that that's a possibility. Like the things that you're saying that you're certain of because of your experience, that it's happened so many times, and it's a guaranteed it's true. Practically, you should use that as if it's true, but technically, there's not an absolute certainty without any chance of it not being true. Like there is a slight chance that you're hallucinating somewhere and don't know about it.
Okay, well, show me. Get some water, add some heat to it, and show me that I'm hallucinating.
No one's claiming you are hallucinating.
Okay,
that's the deal. No one's claiming that you're hallucinating, and no one's claiming that the thing that you're saying is wrong. What's being claimed is that you haven't reached a level of 100% certainty of it being true.
I never said 100%. I never said 100%.
It does sort of sound like you're trying to tarnish an objective truth with subjectivity.
Subjectivity. What I'm trying to share is, at least the way I understand it, is that we don't have access. We don't have naked access to the naked, bare, objective truth. Where we can be intimate with it. What we have is a proximity to it, and if we're clever enough and discerning enough, you can approach it and be confident that you're approaching it. But because you're subjected to your, flaws of your, the way you experience things or whatever it is, your brain, you don't have absolute access to it. But you can be confident that you've approached it if you've done the due diligence.
Okay, I say this every time, and you guys always accuse me of violence. This is a thought experiment only. I'm not actually going to burn you. You're actually very safe. Let's say that you walk up to a cattle farmer. He's branding his cattle, and he says, "Don't touch that." It's hot. If you touch it, it'll hurt you. I have to use these special gloves. Does he say? Well, does he saying that prove it to you, or the fact that it's glowing red hot does that prove it? Or are you just gonna? Are you just gonna pick it up and prove him wrong?
No, I would have no reason to bring up proof in that situation. You know what I mean? It's like I could trust him and also know from experience.
Because you don't want to experience the truth, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Have you ever been fooled before, or have you ever realized that you've been fooled for a long time before? Because this is a phenomenon that occurs and takes you by surprise when it happens. And the thing is, you can say something that is absolutely known to be 100% fact, and it probably is, but you're still subjected to your brain and your sense, the way you sense things and all this other type of stuff. So ultimately, you're limited to what the objective truth. You're probably right what you said about the heat and all that kind of stuff, but there's
what you're saying is like humans can't be completely unbiased.
Is the Earth a globe, Kosha?
Say one more time.
Is the Earth a globe?
I mean, I believe it to be sphere shaped. Yeah.
No, I don't care what you believe. Is it?
Yeah. If you ask me what shape it is, that's the shape I think it is. Yeah. So that's a shape. I mean, that's a shape I'm telling you it is.
How do you prove that? How do you prove that?
I can show you that it's the truth.
How do you prove it?
I mean, for the sake of what I'm arguing, I wouldn't tell you that I could prove it, right?
Okay, so you can't prove
it's the truth. I can show you it's the truth and present to you reasons why you should also agree it's the truth. But
so, is the truth not provable, Kosho, to you?
Now, see, when I studied math and logic, right, these things have built-in ways to have proofs and whatever. But it doesn't make sense to me, unless you're speaking colloquially about proof, to give these subjective experiences or knowledges to claim them as proofs. Because, like I said, we're all human. You know what I mean? We all have the ability to be fooled to the absolute degree. You know what I mean? Not just being wrong about something, but we could honestly be fucking drugged and hallucinating right now. Just not that that's probably happening. It's most likely not happening, but it's not an impossibility.
Can I read out a paragraph quickly from Hank Hill's thought?
I didn't realize you were still here, Bruce. My bad.
No, I'm not. I'm only going to be here for 2 minutes. So from Hank Hill's Penn State source, the nature of today's research is to prove a hypothesis false. Experiments are designed to falsify the hypothesis by yielding evidence to disprove it. If the evidence that is gathered does support the hypothesis is accepted on a trial basis only. It is never accepted as absolute truth. Future investigations by you or other investigators may falsify the hypothesis.
Right, now to do that with your to do that with your experiment earlier, you would need to stop the Earth from spinning, right?
No, that's the hypothesis, is the Earth's rotating. My independent variable, the thing I'm going to change, is the latitude.
I just watched a video of a guy figuring out.
So you're not
the map.
trying to prove that the Earth spins, you're just trying to prove that weight changes at different latitudes.
Yeah, and that supports my hypothesis. If it does, right, it supports my hypothesis.
I just watched a video where a guy was determining that. Hey, wait, just real quick. I just watched a video. A guy was determining what 150 pound person would only weigh a half a pound less at the equator than at the poles.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Thereabouts.
That's.
If you listen to what Ruhib just said a second ago, what you were asking just now, Jim, would be irrelevant because he's telling you that you're setting up a test in order to attempt to disprove your hypothesis as best as possible. Right.
So that's why I was just asking how he would go about it in his supposed experiment earlier.
Y'all know that if a flat earther came in here and said that, did you know that you weigh a half pound more or less at the equator and the pole, and that proves that the Earth is stationary, you guys would laugh your ass off until you farted and smelt your own farts and laughed again.
Sure.
Stop being some kind of
proves it.
revolutionary.
And I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah.
If you fart enough, you might weigh a half a pound less just from that.
Geo asked the question though, and Kosho sidestepped it, but it was a great question.
So the question was, but at least to hit Hank's question, I agreed with Dave when he came in, but nobody said anything about proofs. He just said, "Hey, did you know that you weigh this much here, you weigh this much there, or a person weighs that much there, they weigh that much there?" I was like, "Okay, yeah, I do agree with that."
Well, I think what I had mentioned,
and it's reflected in reality.
What I had mentioned, if something is, I think what I said, what Merle might be referring to, if something is true, okay, it is absolutely true. Can that not be proven? Or maybe wording it differently, can't that always be proven if it's true?
No, it can't be. All you can say is your experience or your observations or whatever match it.
Okay, then what is truth to you then? Because now that's a whole. You're using a different definition perhaps than I am.
That which conforms to reality.
Okay, so that which conforms to reality cannot be proven in your mind.
Correct.
So in a sense, you're saying reality is subjective.
I think it's more of
It absolutely is. I'm not actually saying that, no.
I think that what he's trying to say is that you can't absolutely prove something because there could always be an explanation that explains the same thing and also might disprove your explanation. And that's why you accept the explanation that fits everything, all your observations, and also makes more sense than other hypotheses.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be taught that it's a fact we live on a spinning ball.
You can say
there's because I mean, like, there's things that are accepted as factual that can be disproven, but then it's more of like a agreed upon thing.
Right.
There's a good definition of fact that goes around. It's something like a fact is something that would be perverse to deny.
But don't you think that it'd be perverse to have a fact that denies all common sense?
Which fact are we talking about?
Well, it's not. It doesn't make any common sense that we're spinning and that the Earth is curved and we see no curvature and we feel no spin.
Oh,
so it denies common sense.
Well, that's a little bit of a side thing, getting into common sense, because that's kind of that could be subjective in its own sense, like But what I was just going to say before, just about the words prove and truth, I mean, part of the definition of prove is to establish the truth. And then the truth is a true or actual state of matter, of reality.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think
right from the just basic definitions of those, the proof establishes the truth, and the truth is the true state of the matter or the reality.
I think and you build from true. You build from there, though, Ruhif. That's the infrastructure. Like, even with the first principles, there has to be a foundation. There has to be.
That's called foundationalism, yes.
And I'm not saying you have to prove it something, but if you want to, if you're claiming you have the truth of something, then you have to prove it.
Yeah.
If you want someone else to see that, as it were, if you want to propose it to someone, of course. I mean, if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. But
should, and you would think that it would like generally line up with what we generally consider common sense, and not the opposite of what we would imagine.
Well, it's irrefutable. Like, like there's anything you could throw at it, you cannot break it. Logic, anything you could. Chuck everything at it. If it's real, it'll stand up.
Yes.
And that would be the most accepted hypothesis, or now it would be a theory, scientific theory, if nothing disproves it.
Yeah, if you chuck the kitchen sink at it and you can't disprove it,
then it's the most likely to be true theory.
Well, you can't say that about the ball.
That's where I think that's where this mainstream model has done a huge contortion. They're saying that you don't have to prove things. We haven't proven it, but since you haven't disproved our story, our narrative, our model,
that's
plug
not how
it
that
in,
works. But
and we're going to generally accept it as true. It's such deception on so many levels. It's actually mind blowing that people even think that that's in any way in the order of logic.
Agreed.
I got a question from your perspective before I go.
Go ahead.
Quick question. Yeah, right. You said like there's no curvature to be found, right? Do you agree that on a curved Earth, things would be hidden from the bottom up?
I think perspective does the same thing.
How does perspective explain that?
That's what I was going to get to straight away. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't. Anyway, I'm out. Catch you guys later.
Oh, it does.
I can demonstrate that.
I can't even believe that you guys are arguing that perspective doesn't hide things from the bottom up, as your angle of attack is totally showing that would happen no matter what.
The only way for that to happen would be for the diffraction, like the limit of how large of a detail you can see, or I should say how small.
The Livestream voice text.
If you can see the top half clearly, then that is not.
Let me give you an example. The best way of explaining this, okay? If you have, let's say you have a one-story building, right? Let's say you have two one-story buildings, right? And they're going away from you, and just assume it's a flat plane, right? So how far away do they have to go before they completely disappear? Like, would you say like 10 miles?
They would have to. It's not. It would have to be They would have to be smaller than the limit of like a. You would probably have to measure like an angular size.
Okay, but they would.
See. But they wouldn't. That doesn't tell you to
far
bottom
enough
up.
away. They could go far enough away that you wouldn't see them, right?
If you're assuming that there's atmospheric distortion, then yes. But if you had
I mean, you wouldn't see. You don't see forever. Obviously, the buildings can go far enough away that you don't.
Well, it depends
them, right?
on your optics too.
Yeah, but okay. It's just a thought experiment. Okay, so the one-story building, like say 10 miles, you can't see it anymore, right?
Okay, if we're saying 10 miles is the limit, though, but that won't cause it to be bottom up. That'll just cause it.
No,
to
hold
be
on. I'm not done yet. Okay, so you have a one-story building. Eventually, these two one-story buildings right next to each other go far enough away that you can't see them anymore, right? Then you put 10 stories on top of one side, right? Now you can see that building again because it's 10 stories instead of one story. But the one-story building that's right next to it, you still can't see. So therefore, at the bottom of that 10-story building, you can't see.
Are you increasing its width too? Because if it's just you're just increasing its height, then that's not going to change your visibility of it. Because like I can't see a note card with my cell phone if I position it correctly and look at it from the side on, I can't see it. Even increasing its length won't change that.
Regardless of all those factors, it's an example of how things can be hidden from the bottom up, from your angle of attack, from where you are.
That doesn't tell you direction, and unless you're increasing its width, you still wouldn't be able to see it. It would just be a larger bulb.
No, because you can see more of what's above you than what's closer to the ground. Is the point?
That literally that's not
for the horizon level. You can see.
Really?
There's tons of times where you can't see the bottom of the
10th. Sorry, what's stopping you from seeing the 10th story?
If you increase the width, you'll be able to see it. But if it's small,
no. In the example that he gave, what's stopping you from seeing the 10th story? Nothing. How about the 20th?
If it's
or the 30th,
smaller than your limit,
or the
100th. What?
How do you know how wide it is?
Or the 200th story?
In the angular size, or in the physical size? Because like
nothing is stopping you because the sky's the limit. Now, what's stopping you from seeing the first story? Is the sky the limit? The ground is the limit, right?
That's not.
It's just the way perspective works, bro. I mean, really, to argue that perspective always makes things completely uniformly disappear in the distance, no matter where you are in relation to the ground. It's
too
just
small.
False.
That's not bottom up. If you have, let's say, a 1x1 like block. Let's imagine the building's like 1 story by 1 story, like wide. If you increase its height, that's not going to make it more visible because it needs to be both taller and wider for it to pop up. Because the
So are you saying if that 1-story building goes far enough away that you can't see it, and then it gets wider. Now you can see it.
If it's wider and taller, because then the angular I guess you could call it the angular resolution limit, because it's not due to just your lens; it's also due to the atmosphere. So it needs to be bigger in both directions for it to pop up. Because I could have like a very tall.
But you still wouldn't see the bottom story.
If the whole thing is wide enough, you would see all of it.
No, I'm saying if it was wider and taller, and it's far enough away that you can't see the bottom story, it's because the ground gets in the way of you seeing it at a certain angle. It's called an angle of attack. Just look it up, bro.
That's not how the ground works. Diffraction.
Yeah, it is.
So the ground doesn't block your view ever?
On a flat Earth, no.
Really?
You're just insisting that it does.
Well, you're insisting it doesn't.
Guys,
so
isn't that your whole game plan? Your affirmation? Isn't that your whole game plan? You're calling me out for insisting that it does. But isn't that all you guys ever do?
What are you talking about? That's nothing to do with this topic.
Okay,
well,
you didn't catch it. Just
yeah. I mean, are you one of the kind of people who'd think on a flat Earth you could see across the whole surface of Earth?
No, I don't think that.
Okay, cool.
I think there's a limit to your vision, and that does not cause obstruction, though, because the diffraction, we'll just call it the resolution limit, wouldn't make it bottom up. It doesn't tell you a direction.
Doesn't it make sense to you as the ship goes out of our field of view, into the distance, because the ground is where the bottom of the boat is?
There will be a hazy line, but it won't be larger than your diffraction limit or resolution limit.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can see the details on top of the boat, then obviously that is not causing the obstruction.
Mm-hmm. Like you would have seen the GIFs, right, of like, say, like a ship, and it'll appear to get lower. Like it not only disappears bottom first, as it goes into the distance, it appears to get lower too, right? Like almost going over a curve.
What do you mean by that?
What's the distance to the horizon, the average distance to the horizon from a 6-foot observer height?
It depends on the day. Because
okay, let's say it's about 4 miles, okay?
Okay.
3 miles.
Go ahead.
4 miles. Okay. And you think that that's far enough for a boat to be completely hidden by the curvature of Earth, yes?
No. It wouldn't be completely hidden, it would just be partially hidden if it's past where the horizon is.
Okay, enough curve to hide a small boat, let's say.
Assuming it's far enough away, sure.
So you think that, in general, boats are eventually hidden by the curvature of Earth out in the distance towards the horizon, right?
Right.
And that's about, what? What's the max? Like 4, 5 miles?
Like for how far you can see it?
How far you can see out, yeah. How far you can see into the distance.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean for the horizon or the boat?
Well, my point is, if that's only about 4 or 5 miles, very most, how is it that you're seeing a completely straight line with a 25-mile horizon straight across? And I know you guys have an answer for this, but you can't say that it makes logical sense that you're seeing a completely horizontal line for 30 miles across the water, but then you're believing that there's enough curvature to hide a whole boat 3 miles out in front of you.
Can you repeat your example again? Because
saying that the horizon line, the horizontal line for the horizon,
yes,
it could be like a 25-mile stretch you're looking at, right? With no curvature whatsoever.
It depends on the day.
You would think, and I know there's an answer that Kosha is going to come up with for this, that they're okay with the paper towel roll. All right, but this is what we're saying. It doesn't make any sense you're seeing a completely horizontal line for a 25-mile stretch of the horizon line, but then thinking there's enough curvature for 4 miles out in front of you to hide a boat.
Are you talking about width, like from side to side?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was That didn't make any sense.
Why?
Have you ever looked at a beam that's warped?
A beam that's warped.
Like a wood beam.
Pool cue.
Like
Yeah.
if you look at it from the side, you can't. It's going to be very minimal, like to your eyes. But if you look down at you, it's essentially what's the word? Compressing.
Yeah, it's like an optical effect. Right. Right.
No, I'm saying the reason, like you're saying that we can see curvature from us in between the boat, but not side to side, is because of your perspective.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the things that works in your favor as far as perspective goes. But then we're talking about those kind of effects happening with your angle of attack and things disappearing from the bottom up, and it's totally solid, completely uniform in your mind. You can't break those laws whatsoever. Kind of the same argument.
I'm saying that the if you can see like a small detail, and let's say like look at I just sent a image, an example from multiple distances. You can see the details on the building. So you know that you can see details. I mean, I don't know the focal length it's at in those photos, but if you use a set lens, you can convert pixels to angular size, and you can measure, like, the smallest detail you can see. Does that make sense to you? If you know the field of view of your sensor, you can calculate how wide a pixel is. But anyways, if you can like just measure the smallest detail in pixels, but there's more pixels obstructing it, then there's no reason you should be able. There would be obstruction.
Is there an error limit on that though,
where
it starts breaking?
Oh, that would be
like
the diffraction
if you're
limit.
capturing something so far away that the pixels are a certain size that you can't actually determine how far away that is.
What do you mean you can't determine how far away it is?
Or the size of it. The angular
size.
Right.
Can you reword?
Is there a limit? Is there an error? Is there a boundary to keep within?
In terms of angular size?
In terms of the technology you're using, the optical.
It depends. Like if you can put things into an angular size calculator and figure that out, and use your
So there would be a limit.
How far you can
resolution.
A limit in what terms? Like what?
Well, you were saying what was it you were saying about you can ascribe a value of angular size to a pixel. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, and then you can measure the pixels
is there
the angular size.
Right. Is there a limit to that where it starts breaking down or becoming a bit fuzzy?
That would be called the diffraction limit.
Okay.
The diffraction limit is there's a few different there's a few different ways to measure it, and there's a few different like what's the word? Types of ways they measure it. But usually you can just, as a general statement, you can just say it's the smallest detail you can see. Like the smallest size you can tell before it gets fuzzy. Does that make sense?
Before two pixels will become confused for one another.
Yeah.
Merged, yeah.
That's why having a larger camera sensor is better, because then the pixels are larger than the diffraction limit, and you don't have to worry about quality in that sense as much.
Do you see the angle of attack diagram? Did you see the diagram I put in the live stream voice text explaining angle of attack?
I'm looking. Continue.
Little stickman. If you think that things only disappear uniformly due to perspective, you just don't understand perspective, in my opinion.
Can you describe what you're talking about? Because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, the reason things that are getting distorted towards the bottom, where he's looking at the guy, his legs there, see that? Right. He's able to see his head clearly, and because of the angle of attack, when things are closer to the ground, they're going to have the angular resolution changes from the angle he's looking down towards the ground.
And I understand that.
We can show this in all kinds of ways. I mean, it's not
hold on.
It's not a theory.
I know what you're saying. You're trying to say that the ground kind of blends in with him, and I'm going to just say that is disproven by the fact that the top of it is clearly seen. So if the say the angular resolution limit is 1 degree, then if the obstruction is more than 1 degree, it's not because of the resolution limit. Does that make sense to you? The details on the building being obstructed are very smaller than the obstruction. So the angular resolution is not the issue with the obstruction.
However, you're figuring it. The reason things disappear bottom up is because it's because of respect. I mean, there's so many other ways to show that we don't live on a spinning ball. I mean, it has to work for flat Earth, and it works in many examples we can give you. As far as your 1 degree and everything, then you have to start talking about refraction and all those other kind of things that you use all the time to prove that the horizon lifts up to make it look like it's further out than, or things in the distance rise up like due to refraction, which we find hard to believe as well. So I guess that's why there's somewhat of a stalemate as far as believability on both sides of this issue.
I would say that refraction, you can figure out how it behaves with examples. I don't remember the exact name, but in a gradient, because it's constantly changing through densities, it will curve rather than be a solid. I don't know how you would describe that. It would, instead of like a one-time refraction index, it would be constantly happening. Yeah, instead of a solid boundary, it's constantly happening. And if you can model that with I think it's sugar water and regular water, and if you put them in a container, it'll form a density gradient. And if you put a laser through it, you can see that curves downwards towards the denser medium. I can find a diagram of that because I've seen many of them.
I'm impressed.
Isn't that 2 mediums though? Like the glass fish tank itself and the water?
I mean, yes, but the gradient, you can see it from the side on, and if you're viewing through the the glass,
solid barrier,
orthodontic, or whatever it's called.
It's kind of a uniform refraction, so you kind of may be seeing it lower or higher than it actually is, but in terms of the curve, that would be what it actually is doing. And if you're viewing it from directly the side on, then there is no refraction because it needs to be at angle. Because if it passes straight, perpendicular, it goes straight.
So in the case of the picture I just put, sorry, real quick, the picture I just put in there, you have to believe that the skyline is being refracted up 2,166 feet to look like it's just in the distance exactly where it would be expected if you were just looking straight at it. Does that work for you in your math?
Yeah, but you wouldn't measure it in feet. It'd be an overall angle. It changes because it's constantly happening. So it'd be more of like a angle per mile or whatever. I don't know how. There's probably more professional terms, but I'm just describing how it works.
Right, but that seems like feasible. That the angle, even if it was in angles instead of feet, it would have to cover that amount of distance rising up. Seems reasonable to you?
Here, let me put that into a calculator because I can change the overall angle it changes.
While you're doing that, how does a fish tank full of sugar represent reality in any way, shape, or form?
Because it's showing that refraction and density gradient curves.
Okay, but how is that representing reality though? You have a fish tank full of water and sugar. Okay,
Yeah.
so it is a very consistent medium you have created. Nothing
Well,
like
So you measure it
what we
in
look for.
angles. That way you don't realize how many feet it's refracting. That way you can
Yeah.
believe it.
They're going to say it's less than one degree, which makes it seem like so little, but it's actually still 2,166 feet.
That is the point. I mean, that's how refraction behaves. That's not a large. It is explainable with less than a degree of refraction.
What if I told you that it'd be more representative of reality if it was completely the other way around? If you magically had this, more dense sugar water on top of the regular water.
What?
What did you say again?
Yeah.
Boom.
What did
we have evaporation, right? We have water vapor, which is less dense.
You can measure the density at different heights. That does.
I know. And
What?
water vapor is less dense than the medium that's above it, especially over large bodies of water. So this light would be going the exact opposite direction. It's like as if you took that entire apparatus and magically just flipped it on its head.
The density would still be greater at a lower altitude.
No.
It's measurably higher density at lower altitude.
That's not true. I'd like you to substantiate that.
Okay. I'll try to find some measurements then.
I mean, yeah, it does equal out at a specific altitude, but initially off the surface of the water, it's less dense, and above it you have colder, more dense air.
Well, you can go to a high mountain and it'll be less dense air, but it'll also be colder because the temperature is not countering atmospheric pressure.
Okay, but we're talking about generally, right? We're not talking about a high mountain wherein there isn't as much evaporation, or that evaporation is taking place at lower.
I mean, you can see that
surface.
Go ahead.
You hear what I said?
No, generally,
you're
it gets
trying
colder
to
as you go
specify
up.
the exception is proving my rule.
Here, let's take a look at some measurements.
It'd be interesting if somehow you could have a small scale, like a tank like this, wherein it's kind of color coded, like colors of the rainbow, from one side of the tank to the other, like horizontally, and then you could somehow distinguish between, where the light is coming from, what section it's coming from, like by the wavelengths of the color of the light. It tells you kind of where that light is coming from in terms of refraction, so you could kind of tell what the atmospheric effect in play is. I don't think it's possible, but it would be cool if it was.
What's not possible percent? What did you just say then? Can you repeat that?
I was saying if you somehow could propagate light inside the tank at different wavelengths, different colors basically. So you have the colors of the rainbow from one side of the tank to the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that somehow is affecting the light of the laser such that when you're viewing it from the opposite end, you can tell what what atmospheric effect, what refractive effect is happening.
The fish tank is 100% fallacy example because there are no fish tanks in reality from A to B.
Sorry.
That's a misunderstanding of what it's demonstrating.
No, it's reality. There are no fish tanks, so fallacious example.
No, it's demonstrating how refraction behaves. It's not demonstrating that
It's demonstrating
it's
how
the
refraction
exact
never
one-to-one
behaves in
example.
reality because there are no fish tanks and there are no sugar water.
He's demonstrating the principle of how it works. He's using the different densities to equate or to make that the atmosphere, which is different densities.
It's the refraction
And you
in
can-
a consistent medium.
And you can also repeat this.
Nothing like the atmosphere.
You can also repeat this. I've seen a demo. I'll have to find it again, but where he pours a gas onto a curved surface, and you can see.
Yeah, we've seen that as well.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will disagree that light bends towards the more dense medium.
Right, and I think
just-
a proof of it. What's the word? The density gradient still being on a small scale, it would be using a barometer to find your altitude. That is dependent on the density.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that.
So
but you still haven't addressed how you have a lower density closer to the surface, and then with the colder air above, and how that would flip bend it in the opposite direction.
How would there be less dense on the surface just constantly?
Because you constantly have
Say it again,
evaporation. You constantly have water vapor.
Only
which is
works
less
with a
dense
fish
Well, that's
tank
water.
and sugar water.
That would be air
It doesn't
rising.
work without a fish tank, and it doesn't work without sugar water.
Gotcha.
Do you think evaporation stops at some point?
No, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying that that's not going to affect it that much.
Evaporation? Hang on, what about evaporation?
That would cause a mirage, and also it would distort it. It distorts it a whole lot, as you can tell.
No, it wouldn't, because there's only one medium in observations
because
from
then
1
the air
to
is moving.
A to
That's what's
B.
causing.
You have 2 mediums here with the fish tank, so no, sorry.
Didn't Percentage get something asked about face a minute ago? He said something about the warmer air below and the colder air above, having an inverse density gradient. Yeah, say it again.
I said the warmer air below, the water vapor below from the evaporation is less dense than the colder air above, and so the light will bend upwards, not downwards, like he's trying to say.
Yeah. That happens when the surface is warm, yes.
Yeah, but he's trying to say that this sugar tank is representative of reality, and I said it's the inverse, the opposite is probably more representative of reality, considering we have 85% of the world is water, and you constantly have evaporation. You constantly have this layer of less dense vapor below the more dense cold air.
Yeah. But you've always got lower pressure closer to the surface, right? That's the biggest factor, is the pressure.
Of course, that's indicative of the density.
And that still
so
doesn't
typically,
change.
light will bend downwards.
And
what?
So typically, the pressure is lower at the surface, and that has the biggest factor on the density gradient, and therefore light will bend downwards typically.
You're contradicting yourself.
No. No.
I think you mean it's more
pressure
dense.
gradient. The pressure gradient is generally much stronger than the humidity gradient or the temperature gradient. It has to be fairly extreme that invert the density gradient.
Yeah, but are you
That's when
saying
you
that
get
you can
impure
have?
mirages.
Are you saying that they're inversely
think you
proportional
misspoke.
or directly proportional?
Say again?
Are they direct relationships or inverse relationships? Density and pressure.
Well, pressure is directly proportional, but the other two are inversely proportional or negatively proportional, negatively impacted. Humidity and temperature.
Yeah, okay, but I'm talking about density. So you have less dense air because of the water vapor, right?
Well, it's a factor.
It doesn't affect the overall density at those different altitudes.
Of course it does.
Not
Yeah, it
not
does, but it's a
significantly
small
to change
factor.
it. Otherwise, barometers would not be as accurate as they can be.
Okay, number one, your definition of
Humidity
significance,
is a small factor.
is you have to establish what significant is, right?
Yeah, I'll establish that for you.
Go ahead. And number two, My point in this is that your concept, this proof of the principle using a sugar tank, is there's reasonable doubt. You haven't substantiated it to be representative of reality whatsoever, considering the world is mostly water and it's constantly evaporating, and we constantly have this layer of vapor.
It's demonstrated by the fact that there's a higher atmospheric pressure at a lower altitude.
Yeah, how would
the
you show a laser bending without sugar water,
Hang on.
without a fish tank, in a real life example?
Percentage.
Without science tricks.
I mentioned before, Godric, that you can pour a denser gas onto a surface and do the same thing.
So you can't
percentage
show
asked a question. I've got to answer, right?
That's great.
Hold on.
What?
Percentage asked a question.
Real life example observations that really happened. Not a science trick.
Godric, I just told you of an example.
You just told me that you can't
percentage.
Do it. Thank you.
Godric, shush. Percentage actually asked me a question directly, and then you guys started talking. Okay.
What was it? I don't even remember.
It was about the significance of temperature and pressure and humidity.
Well, technically, I asked it to Polly, but yeah, sure, go ahead.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I thought you were asking me.
Because he's the one that said it, right? But
well, I mean, I would like to. Well, I mean, I kind of stated my opinion on that already and said that the density is not. I mean, it's affected slightly, but it's not affected enough to completely reverse the density being higher the lower you are.
It depends.
So you're saying
depends on how steep it is. I'll answer it. I'll answer it. Right. So there are formulas, like really precise formulas that take into account pressure, temperature, humidity, and CO2 content. Right. This is studied. They're incredibly precise. Whatever. To offset the effect of just a typical pressure gradient, right? To offset that effect, the humidity gradient has to go from 100% humidity to 0% humidity over the space of 15 meters of elevation.
50?
All right, that's the 15. Yep. Also, with temperature, right, to offset the amount of, to offset the effect of pressure, the temperature gradient has to change by 34 degrees Celsius per kilometer.
Okay, so let's break it down. So you're saying at the surface level of the water, right? You have evaporation. You're saying the density, even with this, is usually, it's very rarely, it sounds like, very rarely going to be less dense than the air above.
Generally, you'll see inferior mirages when the surface is warm. Only a few meters though above. To get an upwardly bending light, that can only happen close to the surface.
Yes.